Chapter 1. It is said that the ocean is a realm shrouded in mystery. When its temperament is gentle, the surface glistens like a mirror, and the warm sea breeze caresses one's skin, bringing a sense of serene delight. However, when monstrous waves rise and the waters churn violently, it becomes an awe-inspiring spectacle that instills a profound sense of dread. Beneath a sky darkened by ominous clouds, the atmosphere is rendered deep and inky, as the waves roar under the torrential rain and the fierce winds send leaves rustling in a cacophony. All the creatures upon the island tremble beneath the overwhelming power of the tempest. At this moment, within a cave at the edge of the forest, a wild boar with glossy black fur gazes in terror at the storm outside. The thunder crashes, and as the curtain of rain is torn asunder, a shadow leaps forth from the nearby thicket, hurtling directly toward the boar. The agitated boar retreats repeatedly, only to be swiftly pinned down by the shadow. Illuminated by the dim light of a lightning flash, the boar's large eyes finally discern the true form of its assailant. It is a colossal silver dragon, possessing 4 limbs and wings. Its gleaming silver scales shimmer with a radiant brilliance under the moonlight, while its razor-sharp wings slice through the air, creating a flurry of white light with the slightest movement. The dragon's fearsome maw is lined with long, ivory fangs, each sharp curve proclaiming the ferocity of a predator. The dragon's powerful claws grip the boar's slick hide firmly, and with a dull thud, the boar's neck is contorted into a grotesque angle. With one swift motion, the dragon seizes the boar and strides out of the cave. A rush of air erupts from behind its wings as it speeds away into the distance. Its sleek, silver-luminescent form weaves adeptly through the raindrops, and before long, it arrives at the edge of the forest. Before it lies a steep cliff, beyond which stretches the vast, azure sea. A crooked, square stone house stands precariously at the cliff's edge, its construction remarkably crude, as if someone hastily piled large rocks together and fused them with molten heat. Upon sighting the stone house, the dragon quickens its pace. It tosses the boar onto a nearby patch of ground and approaches the door of the stone house with deliberate steps. As it walks, its massive form rapidly diminishes, and in the blink of an eye, it transforms into a charming young girl. The girl appears to be around 8 or 9 years old, sporting a pair of long rabbit ears with delicate, fair skin. She wears a pink dress, and her blue hair falls loosely over her shoulders. Knock, knock, knock. The girl raps on the door of the stone house, calling out loudly, "I begidge, it's time to wake up." After a brief moment of silence, seeing no response from within, the girl's exquisitely crafted face puffs up in frustration. "Knock, knock, knock. I've returned from hunting. You promised to make me supper." The girl knocks again, this time with noticeably greater force. Yet still, there is no reply from inside. Bang! Would splinters fly, and the wind and rain rush in. The newly constructed door, barely 10 hours old, succumbs to an impact far beyond what one of her age should endure. Her petite feet thud on the stone floor as she ventures inside, the sudden drop in temperature causing a slumbering youth within to instinctively curl up slightly. The girl shakes her head in resignation, standing still for a few seconds before her small hands begin to rummage through the animal hide pouch by her side. Moments later, she pulls out a sealed ceramic jar. With a finger, she pokes a small hole in the jar, and as an unpleasant odor wafts through, she squints her eyes and hurls the jar toward the sleeping youth's vicinity. Immediately afterward, the girl turns and swiftly exits the stone house. Transforming back into dragon form, she darts from the cliff, seizing a massive boulder and blocking the entrance of the stone house. With a touch of her flame, she fuses the boulder to the structure, sealing it off. Once this is accomplished, the girl gleefully picks up the carcass of the wild boar and quickly slips into a nearby cave. As the campfire within the cave begins to flicker to life, commotion emerges from the stone house next door. Bang, bang, bang. This is the sound of someone struggling in agony amidst the noxious fumes. Discaturly, you wretched girl. In the next moment, the ill-fated door, barely 2.5 years old, meets the same fate as its predecessor. Accompanied by a cacophony of wild cries, a tall figure bursts forth from the rubble of a shattered door, hastening to the cliff's edge to retch. The youth gasps for fresh air, surveying his surroundings with a fierce glare as he seizes a wooden stick and strides purposefully toward the cave. "You little brat, you dare to unleash that stench in my room. If I don't make your backside bloom today, I shall not be called Albat." Under Albat's murderous gaze, this Caturli remains remarkably composed, reaching into her animal hide pouch to retrieve a peculiar shell. A sound, all too familiar to Albat, drifts from the shell. "Lily, go hunt, and I shall prepare your supper shortly. Don't believe me? I dare you to call me a dog." Hearing his own voice unexpectedly, Albat's furious expression freezes in shock. This impudent girl, does she truly hold such little faith in my word? Recording my voice as well. Having that won't save you, you are bound to receive a beating today. Mark my words. Before Albat can finish, the girl swiftly produces another identical shell from her pouch. "What if you fail to deliver? Well, then, you may deal with me as you wish." Upon hearing his own voice once more, Albat is filled with an overwhelming urge to smack himself. "I begidge, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? After all, you once said that liars must swallow 1,000 needles. This insufferable little rascal." Incompetent rage perfectly encapsulates Albat's current state. He tosses aside the wooden stick, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration, before turning toward the cave entrance. At this moment, a gentle breeze sweeps by, and Albat gazes up at the overcast sky. "Hey heavens, why the long face? Are you mocking me?" With a furious gesture, Albat unleashes a multitude of crimson waves into the sky, shattering the clouds. Moments later, the winds die down, the rain ceases, and the ominous clouds disperse, revealing a sky adorned with a scattering of stars. Now that is much more comfortable. The sky. Oh, how I loathe your darkened visage. Albat, whose full name is Nasariel Elbat, is a traveler from another world. A year ago, he was merely a Sunto graduate student on Blue Star. One day, after inserting a second-hand game cartridge purchased from a dilapidated shop into his Switch, a blinding light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Then, he blissfully lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself on a strange island, having reverted to the age of approximately 15. At this moment, Albat's attire consisted of nothing more than a tattered black coat and a pair of faded shorts, with a chain around his neck inscribed with the name Nasariel Elbat. Even more unfortunate was the realization that this unfamiliar rebirth point was teeming with ferocious beasts. In the presence of these formidable creatures, Albat, standing at a mere 1.7 meters tall, felt like a third-rate invalid. Survival in the wilderness was unfathomable. He didn't even possess the qualifications to contend with these beasts on equal terms. After all, they could easily sate their hunger without exerting even a fraction of their strength against him. Confronted with such an insurmountable challenge, Albat hesitated for a mere second before decisively opting to embrace his newfound powers. Indeed, as a bona fide traveler from Blue Star, it was entirely reasonable for Albat to possess some standard enhancements within him. The Monster Hunter system. That is the name of his system, which sounds quite ordinary. Its functions are simple aside from a task panel and a point shop. There is nothing particularly complex. On the task panel hangs a solitary mission. Unique task: retrieve the Azure Dragon God's Fragment 016. For each fragment retrieved, a grand gift and 200,000 points will be awarded. Below the task is an image depicting the fragment, which resembles a round, red jewel, approximately the size of an adult's fist, adorned with many black markings that faintly resemble a dragon. Accompanying the image is a line of small text that reads, "Task item, indestructible." Items in a shop require points for transactions. The points can be exchanged for real-world gold, with the conversion rate set at 1 pound of gold equaling 100 points. However, due to potential limitations in functionality, the maximum amount that can be exchanged daily within the system cannot exceed 10 pounds of gold. At first glance, this simplistic setup, coupled with its modest backdrop, makes the system seem indistinguishable from certain mediocre web games. This led Albat to momentarily suspect that it was nothing more than a shoddily crafted counterfeit. Yet, upon thoroughly reviewing the introduction and claiming the novice gift pack, Albat's perception shifted dramatically. What nonsense! What shoddy craftsmanship! The design is minimalist, exuding understated luxury. Do you not comprehend? The novice gift pack contained a monster template and 5,000 points. The monster template, inspired by various creatures from Monster Hunter, is a commodity formed according to the laws of the pirate world. Elbat can apply the monster template to a designated individual who will gradually acquire all the abilities associated with that template. As for the points, Elbat can use them to exchange for a myriad of random items that appear in the system shop. However, if those items are not to his needs, he can only leave it to fate. With the power derived from the novice gift pack, Elbat, after a period of adaptation, gradually established his footing on this island. Furthermore, since various living necessities and entertainment products could be exchanged for points in the shop, he felt no urgency to depart from the island. After all, he is a prudent individual who prefers to plan before acting. Rushing out to sea could result in an encounter with some formidable figure, which would be quite perilous. Especially after discovering a small gold vein in the center of the island, his urgency dissipated even further. Each day was spent sipping tea, reading the news, watching dramas with open eyes, and sleeping with closed eyes. What a delightful existence! This blissful period continued until he stumbled upon a 5-year-old girl resembling a fur tribe member on the beach, which abruptly ended his tranquility. The girl was a hybrid of the fur tribe and humans, having endured a shipwreck and seemingly forgotten much of her past. Observing her blue hair, Elbat resolved to bestow upon her a new name, Discatelli. Inside the cave, she exclaimed, "This is the wild boar I hunted." Discatelli gazed at the wild boar meat that Elbat held aloft. Her lips puckered as if they could support and drip. "And this is the meat I roasted. Will you eat it? If so, you must trade for it. By the way, hand over all your stinky bombs except for those 2 sound shells." In a bid to eliminate any possibility of this little girl causing further trouble, Elbat fully committed himself to the task. What of bullying a little girl? Yes, I am indeed bullying her, so what? Bad brother. How annoying. Just as Elbat was coaxing and deceiving her, gradually reaching a consensus, a sharp, escalating explosion suddenly interrupted their quarrel from outside the cave. Whoosh! Hearing the terrifying sonic booms becoming increasingly distinct above them, Elbat hurriedly scooped up Discatelli and dashed out of the cave. Upon raising his head, he was astonished to discover a colossal shadow plummeting rapidly from the moonlit sky. If his judgment was accurate, its target was the very island beneath their feet. What on earth is that? A meteor? As he watched the dark mass approaching with alarming speed, Elbat felt as though 10,000 wild horses were galloping frantically through his mind, utterly uncontrollable. I have been so lethargic, cocooned in my home. How could such calamity befall me? Is it possible that the will of the world has detected my ineptitude and has come to enact my demise? The descent of the shadow far exceeded Elbat's expectations. While he was still pondering, the shadow had already forcefully crashed down at the center of the island. Boom! A tremendous roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire isle. Elbat felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble violently, as if the surrounding rocky elevations were bouncing in response to "No, my house." Inside are the limited edition comics I just purchased from the system. I haven't even had the chance to truly appreciate them. Elbat stared in shock at the rapid collapse of the stone house he had meticulously designed over a span of several minutes. A hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, that moment. Discatelli, nestled in Elbat's arms, gazed at the ashen skewers in her hands, her eyes brimming with tears. What a loss. I just traded for wild boar meat with my sound currency. And I haven't even taken a single bite yet. But now is not the time to worry about comics and barbecues. The entire cliff was already showing signs of collapse. Elbat swiftly tightened his hold on Discatelli, nimbly dodging the falling debris around them as he hurried towards the direction of the forest. That was precisely where the shadow had fallen. There is a cause for every grievance, and I, Elbat, am not one to suffer in silence. As he passed countless fleeing animals, Elbat soon arrived at the vicinity of his destination. The once lush jungle now lay in shambles, trees uprooted, and flowers and shrubs completely absent. In their place was a massive pit spanning hundreds of meters. Elbat stared in astonishment at the human-shaped hollow that had completely sunken into the center of the pit. Wait, what is this eerie sense of déjà vu? It feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, an unsettling realization jolted through Elbat. No, It can't be. He gently covered Discaturli's mouth, intending to stifle her protests, and cautiously began to retreat. We must leave this cursed place quickly. However, contrary to his intentions, an extraordinarily robust arm extended from the pit, and a young man, his upper body exposed and muscles rippling, with a large red gourd hanging at his waist and a sharp spiked club in hand, suddenly appeared before Elbat. Seriously, does this actually enhance the mastery of armament hockey? That old hag wouldn't be trying to fool me, would she? Gah! After twisting his slightly uncomfortable neck, the young man effortlessly hoisted the spiked club onto his shoulder and took a hearty swig from the gourd at his side. Did I land so far from the expected drop point? You too? Do you even know where this is? The figure approached, his towering frame, over 7 meters tall, blocking most of the moonlight, casting a shadow that enveloped Elbat and Discaturli. With long horns and black hair, you must be Kaido? Elbat gazed at the imposing man before him, whose appearance unmistakably resembled a certain infamous character from the world of pirates. After all, there are some distinctions between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms. Although Elbat harbored suspicions, confirmation was still necessary. Uru, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Am I really that famous now? The dark-haired giantess' eyes, filled with a menacing glint, danced with amusement as he and Elbat locked gazes for 2 seconds, before Kaido erupted into a raucous laugh, reeking of alcohol. Of course, Huwuntino, the future strongest creature, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the new world, the infamous Kaido, my friends, who understands? I was just enjoying a barbecue and playing with children, and now my island has been smashed by Kaido. What kind of wretched luck is this? Although Kaido had yet to reach his peak, his terrifying and godlike physique still exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. However, after the initial shock, Elbat gradually regained his composure. Yet, the pressure felt by Discaturli, who was clutching Elbat's arm tightly, intensified. Kaido, brother Elbat, do you know this giant? The girl instinctively activated her abilities, causing Kaido's gaze to shift curiously. Beast tribe? Ability user? He scrutinized Discaturli with great interest and inquired, are you an ancient species or a mythical beast species? Sighing as he glanced at the little girl. Elbat gently rubbed his temples and replied, just consider her as an ability user of the mythical beast species. The current form of Discaturli was a result of Elbat applying the celestial comet dragon template. The abilities within the template had been revised for the pirate world, consisting of 3 modes: human, hybrid, and beast. In essence, aside from their immunity to seawater, they were not vastly different from animal-type devil fruit users. The celestial comet dragon template possessed similarities to the mythical beast-type devil fruits, which were considered the rarest of all. In addition to enhancing the user's physical capabilities like animal-type fruits, they also granted special powers or the ability to control natural elements. One could say that the mythical beast-type devil fruit was the strongest version within the pirate world, perhaps even the definitive answer to its evolution. It is well known that Kaido has a penchant for strong individuals. Besides being a pirate, he holds multiple roles. He is not only a high-level teacher of hockey training, but he also dreams of becoming a zoo director. In Kaido's eyes, the identity of a mythical beast is highly coveted. Indeed, upon hearing Elbat's words, Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uru, it seems today is a stroke of good luck. You too, reveal your names. I am Elbat, Nasariel Elbat, and as for her, before Elbat could finish, Discaturli eagerly shouted, I am Discaturli, Nasariel Discaturli. Kaido's eyes gleamed with fervor as he immediately extended an invitation to the 2. Uru. At such a young age, Elbat and Discaturli, how about joining my pirate crew as interns? I believe you two are destined for greatness. As expected, this talent collector had set his sights on the silly girl behind me. However, Elbat did not outright reject Kaido's invitation. After all, the cautionary tales surrounding Kid and Luffy loomed large. He certainly did not wish to engage in any intimate encounters with that club-wielding teacher. Fighting was far too barbaric. Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply lie back and watch a show? Nevertheless, Elbat found himself somewhat open to the idea of joining the Beast Pirates. Having lingered for a while, he had begun to entertain thoughts of action, and joining a pirate crew was not out of the question. Yet, he never anticipated that the first local big shot he would encounter would be Kaido. No. Just as Elbat pondered the pros and cons of joining the Beast Pirates, Discaturli, who had reverted to her blue-haired lowly form, disregarded Kaido's intimidating presence and unceremoniously rejected his invitation. Why? Kaido asked, somewhat perplexed that I refused to acknowledge a stinky, horned gorilla as my captain. Kaido, Elbat, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a puzzling silence. No, it wasn't entirely silent. Crack, crack, crack. The knuckles of Kaido's right hand, gripping the spiked club, emitted ominous cracking sounds. Yuru, what an unlovable little brat. After a bout of laughter that seemed to mask the awkwardness, Kaido's slightly inebriated eyes abruptly turned fierce. As he spoke, he slowly lowered the spiked club resting on his shoulder. It appeared that this future's strongest creature was enraged, just as Elbat warily cradled Discaturli, preparing for Kaido's potential attack. He suddenly felt something wet fall upon his head. Looking up, he was taken aback to see Kaido's eyes inexplicably glistening with tears as he resumed pouring alcohol from the gourd into his mouth. Why is it that neither of you want to set sail with me? This guy, could he possibly be drinking fake alcohol? However, Elbat remained oblivious to the fact that Kaido was currently at a stage where his long-standing ambitions were crumbling after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates. Kaido had not refrained from attempting to assemble a crew, yet his penchant for reckless bravado, combined with the incompetence of his subordinates, often resulted in the swift annihilation of the crews he had painstakingly formed after just 1 or 2 battles. This cycle of repeated destruction, driven by his reckless mutual destruction tactics, not only earned him a multitude of enemies, but also rendered him a figure of dread within the pirate community, akin to a specter on a list of those to be avoided. No matter how great his fame, allure, or strength, it proved utterly inconsequential. As he reminisced, a wave of bitterness washed over Kaido, and his expression darkened with renewed fury. If you refuse to comply, I shall compel you to submit. With that declaration, Kaido's muscular arm tensed as he forcefully swung his spiked club. Indeed, this man is a lunatic. Fortunately, having watched the anime, Elbat, well aware of Kaido's brutish demeanor and penchant for dramatic displays, had long been prepared. He flung Discaturli behind him, crossed his arms defiantly, and met Kaido's incoming strike with his own. That a resounding thud echoed as the massive club collided with Elbat's outstretched arms. The sheer weight was infuriatingly overwhelming. The moment of impact felt as though he had been struck by a mountain barreling through the air at supersonic speed. The torrent of terrifying power surged forth, unrestrained, crashing into Elbat's form and erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Elbat was sent hurtling backward, crashing through rock after rock before finally careening into a ravaged forest. Wood splintered, and dust billowed around him as he crumpled into the ground, deeply embedded in the mud from Kaido's devastating blow. Well, how amusing. You actually withstood my strike. It seems you are indeed someone worth my attention. Kaido slowly retracted his club, its dark leather gleaming under the moonlight. This blow had harnessed his full might, a force not easily borne by just anyone. Pulling himself from the earth, Elbat brushed off the dirt that clung to him. It appeared that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. A battle was inevitable. Kaido, though he was not fond of engaging in conflict, he was certainly not one to simply endure punishment without retaliation. Forbidden Ancient Dragon, Black Dragon Template. This was the ability Elbat had acquired from his novice gift pack. Over the past couple of years, after harnessing the Black Dragon Template, not only had his physical strength seen a remarkable enhancement, but he had also grown to an impressive height of approximately 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Additionally, he had gained a vitality akin to that of a monster, along with the unique ability to manipulate the dragon energy within him for combat. The dragon energy of the Black Dragon was an exceptionally unstable particle, infused with the elements of dragon, fire, ice, and lightning, while also capable of influencing the air, earth, and water around it. In battle, Elbat could saturate the skies with this dragon energy, unleashing terrifying natural disasters such as hurricanes, fire rains, thunderstorms, and blizzards, by contaminating the land and the seas. He could provoke earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. In essence, he embodied the very manifestation of calamity. As he spoke, Elbat's body began to elongate, a thick layer of crimson-black scales emerging upon his skin. These scales, sharp as blades, glimmered with a sinister crimson hue, layering upon one another to form a resilient carapace enveloping his entire being. His arms and legs grew immensely robust, while a long, venomous tail sprouted from behind. A multitude of horns converged atop his head, curving gracefully and reflecting a radiant glow under the gentle moonlight. Black Dragon, Human Beast Mode, descend. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, a crimson ripple surged through the ground. In an instant, The island's radius of 1 kilometer trembled violently around Elbat. The next moment, the temperature beneath Kaido's sword, as scalding columns of lava erupted from the earth like colossal swords, hurtling toward his chest. Beware of the sword of the abyss. Kaido deftly sidestepped, his right foot forcefully propelling him into a leap to the side, his form suddenly appearing several dozen meters away, effortlessly evading the onslaught of magma. Such a massive figure, yet so remarkably swift. Elbat was taken aback, but his actions remained unceasing. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of lava erupted around Kaido like an explosive volcano, the air becoming unbearably scorching. Yet, Kaido's speed and reflexes were astonishingly rapid. Even as Elbat heightened his focus to the utmost, he could not land a precise strike with the sword of the abyss. Is this observation haki? Ha! How cunning to employ such tactics against someone like me. Who lacks haki? However, if brute force won't suffice, then I shall employ subtler means. If precision is unattainable, I shall expand the range of my assault. Elbat crouched low, his eyes narrowing as the dragon energy surged violently. Seeping into the ground beneath him, the next moment, a blaze of crimson flames engulfed the island, casting it in a perilous scarlet hue. Boom! The molten heat surged violently, the explosive energy storm enveloping Kaido's massive form. Well, such an exaggerated attack. In that case, I too shall reveal my true prowess. Kaido's expression grew grave as he exhaled a deep breath, his physique becoming even more imposing, the breath he expelled thick and potent. In the next instant, a layer of azure scales enveloped his bare torso, and a pair of formidable dragon horns emerged from his flowing black hair. This is the azure dragon fruit, in human beast form. Bad wind. Countless arc-shaped wind blades erupted from the depths of Kaido's cavernous maw, rapidly magnifying to form razor-sharp hurricane slashes, hurtling toward the oncoming tidal wave of lava. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades collided with the colossal wave. And soon the surroundings began to blur. Observing this, a pale lightning surged forth from Elbat's right arm, swiftly transforming into a crimson hue as it intertwined tightly around the hardened scales of his right hand. Elbat's fingers converged, and in the next moment, the crimson lightning began to compress at an alarming rate, coalescing into a destructive energy beam that surged toward Kaido. Calamity Dragon Thunder Spear, in the blink of an eye. This furious attack approached with an overwhelming force, striking fiercely at Kaido's abdomen. Boom! The violent energy penetrated Kaido's body, wreaking havoc as it surged backward, causing the ground of the island to tremble ominously. Almost immediately, the thunderous impact crashed upon the ocean's surface, parting the azure waters as if meticulously styled into a neat parting. That hurts, Kaido grunted, clutching his abdomen in agony, his expression twisted in pain. Concurrently, his muscles began to visibly convulse, and within moments, the gaping wound ceased bleeding. Think your attack's penetrating power is so formidable. Damn it, had I known, I would have dodged. A fist-sized perforation in his abdomen was hardly a significant issue for Kaido. A being of toughened flesh and skin, to be precise, it was indeed quite painful, but merely a superficial wound. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that Elbat would be capable of pushing him to such an extent. Kaido grinned broadly, his face alight with exhilaration, as a dense layer of armament haki enveloped his club. That I shall remember you, Nasariel Elbat. Now, let us engage in earnest combat. Following this assault, Kaido finally began to regard Elbat with the seriousness he deserved. This man was unquestionably a worthy opponent, not just another ephemeral pirate to be forgotten within a year or two. Gazing into Kaido's immense dragon-like eyes, which sparkled with an exceptionally serious demeanor, Elbat found himself wishing that this fellow would not take things so earnestly. Why did you have to strike him for no reason? Now, it has become even more troublesome. Can't we just exchange a few blows and then part ways? Encountering such a battle maniac is truly unbearable. What Elbat was pondering remained a mystery to Kaido. Yet, having piqued his interest, Kaido was now evidently exhilarated. Thunderous arrow, the spiked club swung again, unleashing a torrent of air that whistled forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Kaido stomped his right heel onto the ground and propelled himself into the dust, using his astonishing leaping ability to soar directly above Elbat's head. At this moment, his face retained an excited grin, the muscles in his arms surging with power, as an aura of terrifying might began to envelop him. Let us see if you can withstand this blow. Elbat, rumbling 8 trigrams. In response to Kaido's rapid descent, Elbat furrowed his brows and glanced at his empty hands. Resolute, he braced himself and thrust his two bangs upward. Thud, when the first strike failed. Kaido immediately retreated, and with a deafening roar, his hybrid form transformed in an instant. In the next moment, a magnificent azure dragon ascended into the sky, soaring through the clouds. The circling dragon emitted a jubilant roar from its throat, revealing its fearsome fangs as countless points of light began to coalesce, aimed directly at the solemn-faced Elbat below. Nasariel Elbat, brace yourself for this strike. Heat breath. A terrifying conflagration erupted, vaporizing the air in its path and distorting the surrounding space. Yet, confronted with flames capable of boiling seas and scorching the land, Elbat refused to remain passive. His body began to swell, and in a brief moment, a red-black dragon with 4 legs and 2 wings took the place of Elbat. The dark night glimmered with the ethereal brilliance of the infernal star. The most formidable ancient dragon feared even by deities had descended, sucking in the air. A visible torrent of energy surged into Elbat's mouth, gradually emanating a dazzling light that seemed to dispel the darkness. Distantly, Turley, who was observing the battle, could not help but squint her eyes. In a moment, an orange-red radiant sphere, exuding a lethal aura, rapidly condensed before Elbat. Cataclysm. Thunder roar cannon. Accompanied by a pungent smell of charred flesh, a colossal beam of searing heat mixed with lightning burst forth from the sphere, hurtling towards the flames. In an instant, the darkened sky was pierced by this blinding light. The shroud of darkness torn asunder. As fire and light collided, a new sun began to rise in the night sky, resplendent and dazzling. The two formidable energies clashed violently in the air, instantly transforming the heavens into a sea of flames. The raging inferno rampaged like a wild beast, swallowing the once gentle moonlight, casting the land into a fiery glow. This moment, the entire world seemed to tremble in awe of this dazzling spectacle. Immersed in its grandeur, the sea, affected by this turmoil, roared with ferocious winds, churning up monstrous waves. Meanwhile, Turley, witnessing the battle, had no choice but to retreat to a safer distance. So powerful, whether it be Brother Elbat or that horned gorilla. They are both incredibly strong. The young girl, watching the thermal storm in the sky, clenched her small fists, her eyes reflecting intense astonishment. The clash between heaven and earth raged on. In midair, Kaido continuously amplified the intensity of his heat breath, while below, Elbat fortified the might of his beam of heat. Amidst this fierce collision, a strand of dragon energy surged against the current of Kaido's heat breath, quietly reaching his lips. Sizzle, the fearsome dragon maw was suddenly assailed by a torrent of chaotic energy, causing Kaido's sustained heat breath to collapse instantly. Observing this, Elbat immediately intensified his offensive, and in a flash, Kaido's azure dragon form was enveloped by a realm of exploding light pollution. The radiant glow was blinding. Flames blazed forth, and the sweeping thermal storm engulfed that colossal form. Yet, Elbat's expression revealed no hint of relief. As various light and shadow pollutants were forcefully torn apart by Kaido, he could not help but curl his lip. Having consumed the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form, Kaido could manipulate the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, while also possessing a degree of resistance to various elemental attacks. Thus, the damage inflicted by Elbat's most powerful lightning and fire techniques was significantly diminished upon striking Kaido. With an extraordinarily resilient physique, unyielding physical defense, rapid movement capabilities, a plethora of offensive tactics, and formidable haki, this hexagonal warrior, devoid of any obvious weaknesses, was indeed a formidable opponent, although Kaido had yet to reach the pinnacle of his abilities in every aspect. The invincible visage that earned him the title of the strongest creature was already beginning to shine through. The azure dragon in the sky shook its form, dispersing the residual lightning and sparks, and, with great interest, began to scrutinize the dragon below, which was slightly smaller than itself. Lightning, fire, and to think you just controlled magma. I never anticipated you would acquire such a powerful mythical beast ability. Thank you for the compliment. You, too, are quite the handful. Elbat helplessly glanced at the dragon above, shook his head, and gradually transformed back into human form, stating, I believe if we continue to fight, it will merely devolve into a battle of attrition. How about we cease hostilities and have a chat instead? Kaido's face in the sky reflected a contemplative expression, just as Elbat recognized that his attacks would be severely mitigated upon striking Kaido. Kaido, too, had come to a clear understanding of this from their previous exchanges. Should the ensuing battle rely solely on brute force? While Kaido's haki was indeed superior, the resilience of a Zoan-type beast was notoriously tough. Given their respective recovery abilities, it seemed unlikely that a victor could be determined without days or nights of combat. Such an outcome was evidently unacceptable to Elbat. I am not a battle fanatic. Only a lunatic would engage in a prolonged brawl with a man for days on end. With that time, one could do something more enjoyable, like watching a show or taking a nap. Upon observing Elbat's attitude, Kaido, while feeling somewhat disheartened, offered no objections. When faced with someone who could not be swayed into a decision, Kaido opted to respect the situation. Now that physical means were ineffective, the only course left was to sit down and discuss matters reasonably. Before long, the colossal form spanning over 100 meters began to gradually shrink. Following this, Kaido resumed his human form and swiftly approached Elbat, sitting down amidst the ruins before him, producing a flask of alcohol as he awaited Elbat's response. From a distance, Discaturly, noting that the two had ceased their conflict, cautiously approached Elbat's side. Kaido, in truth, your earlier suggestion is akin to an invitation onto your pirate ship, which I can agree to. However, I must stipulate a few conditions first. Elbat was acutely aware that given Kaido's obsession with Zoan-type abilities, particularly upon learning that they both possessed mythical beast forms, this shameless individual would undoubtedly cling to him thereafter. Accepting this fellow's invitation would indeed provide some peace for his ears, of course. This was not the primary reason. Choosing the beast pirates was ultimately the result of Elbat's minute-long contemplation. With the island's gold mine already plundered, there was little left to keep him attached to this place. Setting sail was an inevitable choice. Moreover, the solitary task within the system needed to be fulfilled as well. Kaido's appearance merely coincided with this opportune moment. Having finished speaking, Elbat awaited Kaido's response. Suddenly, an odd sobbing sound reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, Elbat discovered that Kaido, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had tears welling in his eyes and had begun to pour himself another drink. This scene struck Elbat as oddly familiar. Finally, someone is willing to set sail with me. Is he really this emotional? As he watched tears cascading down Kaido's face, which were nearly the size of his own fists, Elbat felt an overwhelming urge to voice 1,000 sarcastic remarks. Yet, he ultimately stifled his words and continued. Firstly, I do not wish to be an intern. Before Elbat could finish his sentence, Kaido, with tear-filled eyes, patted Elbat on the shoulder and immediately exclaimed, "What intern? You, Elbat, shall henceforth be the vice-captain of the beast pirates. Let us together turn this world upside down." Wait, vice-captain? Elbat was momentarily taken aback by the title that fell from Kaido's lips. I am a transmigrator. Do not deceive me. ISNT your beast pirates comprised of characters like the Three Disasters, Flying Six, and real fighters. When did a vice-captain position come into existence? And to appoint me as vice-captain right at the start, will your subordinates accept that? Elbat furrowed his brow, seemingly realizing something, and fixed his gaze firmly on Kaido, asking, Kaido, since we are already discussing this, could you elaborate on the specifics of your pirate crew? Elbat's question instantly caused Kaido's tears to halt, and his expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Elbat found himself somewhat disoriented by this sudden change in demeanor. Can you not speak coherently? Cough. Actually, I just escaped from a Navy escort ship not long ago. And as for the specifics of the pirate crew, Kaido's expression shifted once more, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Elbat? What the hell? Just say it. Wait. Elbat rubbed his still throbbing head and said, You aren't telling me that the captain of your beast pirates is just a figurehead, are you? No. Once you join, I will no longer be a figurehead. Elbat was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this shameless creature. So, this vice-captain title is merely a worthless promise from you. No, you are at least a notable figure among pirates. Is it really acceptable to be this brazen? Furthermore, why does this tactic sound so familiar? Is the method of recruiting in the pirate world an ancestral tradition? The plagiarism rate is 100%. Bah, brotherhood is about mutual support, and you wish to play tricks on me. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Elbat rubbed his throbbing forehead and continued. All right, let us set aside the matter of the crew's personnel for now and move on to the second point. There's a second point? Do not interrupt. Just listen. Seeing the irritation in Elbat's gaze, Kaido could only nod seriously to it that moment. Elbat pulled out a pearl from his pocket and handed it to Kaido. This jewel, think of it as a sacred object of my clan, which I have been searching for. Besides this one in your hand, There are 15 others lost across the world. My second request is that, regardless of the circumstances, you must unconditionally assist me in locating them. The reasoning Elbat concocted was that he had found the pearl while discovering Discatelli by the seaside, and the girl's celestial dragon template was the first reward granted by the system. Although the system had not set a specific deadline for this task, Elbat had an unsettling feeling that prolonging it would not bode well, since he had enjoyed the thrill of his advantages. It was only right that he should put in some effort. The pirate world is vast and boundless. Without assistance, relying solely on his own power to search for those elusive little treasures could take an eternity. Thus, he needed to enlist the help of a power with ample manpower, eliminating the yet-to-emerge revolutionary army. The only formidable forces left in the world were a select few. The navy was immediately ruled out. As Elbat had no intention of becoming a lackey for some fools, the world government was even less appealing. Despite its vast influence and manpower, it was adept at deceit, and Elbat did not wish to waste his time there. Among the remaining pirates, the current 3 legendary pirates were each more troublesome than the last, making them unworthy of alliance. In contrast, the Kaido before him was a commendable choice. A future emperor, one of the overlords of the New World. With sufficient power and manpower, joining the beast pirates did not entail any obligations of servitude. Aside from being a branch of a distillery, the rest seemed acceptable. Moreover, the abilities bestowed by the system could be reclaimed. Thus, being a double agent was not an issue for him. As for the oppression and the land of Wano, as a Chinese in his previous life, Elbat did not see any wrongdoing in the Wano people living comfortably under oppression. It could only be said that Kaido had played himself into a corner with his classical militarism. Elbat understood Kaido's character well and was quite familiar with his preferences. Coexisting with him would not be overly difficult. Furthermore, Kaido possessed considerable personal charisma and a broad-mindedness that could truly rise to the occasion in critical moments. Additionally, he treated capable subordinates quite well, under his command, as long as one could fight. There should be ample freedom. Your second request is to find these jewels? No problem. I agree. While Elbat was deep in thought, Kaido confidently thumped his chest. He picked up a wine gourd from who knows where, took a couple of hearty swigs, and laughed drunkenly. But let me make it clear, collecting such items worldwide will undoubtedly require a large number of people to scout for information. This must be supported by a powerful force. And right now, I lack the manpower and influence. Of course, I never said you had to begin searching immediately. If I did not believe you would achieve great things in the future, why would I even bother discussing this with you? Elbat shot Kaido an exasperated glare, feeling quite helpless. Then, he noticed the 7-meter-tall behemoth before him wearing a bashful expression. You truly believe in my future? Ugh, my eyes. Kaido, you are truly a freak. Get lost. Elbat disdainfully clicked his tongue. Then his expression turned serious as he said, Kaido, regardless of whether you are sober or dazed, I shall ask you one last time. If you can agree to these 2 requests, I will board your pirate ship. Is there a problem with that? Elbat's query caused Kaido, who was in the midst of drinking, to pause for a moment, before bursting into a raucous laugh. Lo, absolutely no problem. Vice Captain. The response elicited a smile from Elbat. Being your vice captain is no easy task. Reflecting on the abstract and bizarre members of the Beast Pirates, Elbat admired Kaido's audacity while feeling a slight throb in his head. Since we have reached a consensus, shall we proceed with the next ceremony together? Kaido conjured 2 wine glasses from flame clouds and poured the liquor from his gourd into them. The wine of brotherhood, or the wine of oath, is a tradition among pirates. Although I am not particularly fond of such formalities, to express my sincerity, let us partake in a drink. To a pleasant collaboration, Elbat. Then I look forward to working with you. Kaido. Just as the 2 were about to clink their cups, a soft, delicate hand landed on Elbat's cup. Brother Elba, I want a drink too. Elbat gently brushed aside Discatelli's small hand, disdainfully saying, What is a child doing drinking alcohol? Surprisingly, Kaido nodded seriously, adding, Indeed, alcohol is not something little ones should consume. Seeing Elbat's incredulous gaze directed at him, Kaido ignored him and continued speaking to Discatelli. However, you cannot be absent from this oath wine. Therefore, Kaido waved his hand and conjured another wine glass from flame clouds, flying it far away to scoop a cup of seawater. You can use water in place of wine. Drinking it will count as your oath completed. Discatelli. Elbat. As Discatelli prepared to down the cup of seawater with her eyes closed, Kaido burst into laughter and stopped her. He conjured a fresh cup of water for the little girl and then said, You lo. With this cup of wine drained, our beast pirates shall be officially established. Since that is the case, we must celebrate in style. Come, I shall lead you to a splendid place where there is ample food and drink." The gentle sea breeze caressed the visage of the white clouds, as a moderately sized pirate ship sped across the waters like an arrow released from a bow. The tattered sails, fluttering in the wind, bore a peculiar and mysterious skull motif, reminiscent of a cunning fox, seemingly proclaiming the treachery and guile of this band of pirates. The frayed pirate flag billowed in the wind, while tendrils of smoke danced around the deck, revealing the unmistakable scars of battle that the ship had recently endured. Bang! The portly captain delivered a fierce kick to the mast of his own vessel, causing a recently tended wound to split open anew. Blood seeped from the bandages that encircled his injury, yet the captain paid little mind to the pain, hastily wiping the blood from his chest with a scrap of cloth as he grumbled to his first mate. "Those rabid dogs of the Navy. They are pursuing us with such fervor over a mere theft. It's unclear, Captain, but we must find a place to resupply quickly," replied the first mate, glancing back at the Navy ship, now receding into the distance. "Thanks to your procurement of some Sky Island shells from the black market for propulsion, we might have escaped this time." The first mate's condition was even more dire than the captain's. He gripped a flintlock pistol tightly in his right hand while his left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound crudely bandaged in white gauze, from which blood continuously dripped onto the deck, creating a rhythmic plopping sound. Apart from the two evident casualties, the rest of the crew bore varying degrees of injury, with several of the younger pirates sprawled on the deck, blood pooling beneath them. "Those shells are indeed valuable, but alas, their quantity was too limited. I was quite fortunate to acquire them this time," lamented the captain, wearing a hat that denoted his rank. He was aware of the worth of the Sky Island shells, yet he knew of no other sources apart from the underground merchants who controlled the Sky Island routes. "Attention, we have a situation above." Just as the captain and first mate were deliberating where to plunder next in order to recoup their losses, the lookout from the crow's nest, clutching his injured left eye, shouted a warning that a strange cloud is approaching. It appears to have figures upon it. The pirates lying on the deck also noticed the irregularly moving cloud above. Just as they were filled with confusion, that cloud, resembling a drunken haze, suddenly lost its buoyancy and plummeted directly towards their ship. "This is bad, Captain. The cloud is descending." The captain's thoughts were interrupted by his crew's alarm. Before he could express his ire, a wild figure was already reflected in his eyes. Boom! The captain had no time to react as the cloud, akin to a ferocious beast, collided with their swaying pirate ship with a resounding crash. The ship's structure was instantly obliterated, and the violent shockwave mercilessly hurled everyone into the tumultuous sea. "Kaido, I told you not to drink while steering the cloud. Do you not realize you are a devil fruit user?" Elbat, carrying discreetly, expressed his discontent while sitting on a floating piece of wood. "Now that you've smashed the ship, how are we to hold a banquet? Or do you plan to serve a buffet in the ocean?" "Don't be hasty. The banquet location is not here." Kaido's flushed face bore no sign of shame. "The fall was purely accidental. I was merely dozing off. Besides, this ship is of remarkably poor quality." Kaido, emboldened by drink, rambled on about his supposed impressive tolerance and how he felt drowsy after such a lengthy journey. Nevertheless, the atmosphere around them unexpectedly lightened with mirth. That so, was this little spectacle merely a prelude to the banquet? Elbat quipped sharply, prompting Kaido to glance around. It seemed he had confirmed his target, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Heh, something like that. But I've already found the main course. Now we can feast." Kaido conjured a plume of flame-like clouds once more. Lifting the two of them into the air, the waves crashed against the sides of the sailing vessel, producing a delightful sound. On the sea, a magnificent warship sped forth, its sails billowing in the wind. Adorned with a design reminiscent of a seagull taking flight, as if to proclaim its majesty and distinction to the ocean, at the forefront of the warship stood a fierce-looking man, clad in a white naval cap, a cigar releasing billowing smoke from his mouth, and a justice cloak fluttering audibly in the sea breeze. This fearsome figure was the temporary captain of the warship, Colonel Kitchino Roy, nicknamed Scythe. Yet, Roy's mood was evidently foul. Shadows cast across his brow. He impatiently inquired of his aide-de-camp, "Gomer, how long until we can catch up with those scoundrels?" Not long ago, they received word from the monitoring vessel, reporting that the fox-hunting pirates had fled into the waters of North Island directly ahead. Gomer leaned slightly to compare data with the nearby navigator, responding, "At our current speed, We should encounter them in just over 10 minutes. Is that so? Roy inhaled deeply from his cigar before slowly exhaling. Who was in charge of the monitoring vessel? It was Lieutenant Dolo from the G1 branch. Gomir recalled the young man who shared his fondness for milk coffee. His abilities were adequate, even against the fox hunting pirates. He should not suffer significant losses. After answering, Gomir inched closer to Roy, hesitating briefly before whispering, "By the way, Roy, I have a question. Has the punishment for letting Kaido escape during transport been issued yet?" "Yes, it has. All officers of captain rank or above on the prison ship will have their bonuses docked for a month. That seems rather lenient. I mean, it's a rather heavy punishment," Roy grumbled with a huff, prompting Gomir, who had been secretly relieved, to immediately fall silent. "What are you so excited about? Aside from this, we also need to cooperate with Colonel Brugloss to deal with the Bucklow pirates, who have been on the run after their crimes in Dressrosa." Upon hearing this new assignment, Gomir's expression fell, and the ease in his gaze dissipated. "The fox hunting pirates we are pursuing are manageable. They are nearly cornered. But the Bucklow pirates," Gomir sighed. "They reportedly fled to the vicinity of Jewel Island after their escapades in Dressrosa. And intelligence indicates they have allied themselves with the notorious pirate John. To be fair, it's not entirely our fault. Who knew Kaido would turn out to be a devil fruit user? And a flying mythical Zoan at that." Reflecting on their recent encounter, Gomir felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Had the prison ship not been close to the Navy's G1 branch, with Admiral Zifa conveniently resting there, they might have perished beneath Kaido's terrifying dragon breath. Kaido was once an apprentice of the Rocks pirates. He and that grand pirate John were once companions, weren't they? Gomir clicked his tongue in realization. If an apprentice was already this formidable, then John, as a full-fledged member, must be even more challenging to contend with. His temples pulsed with a dull throb at the thought, indicating yet another arduous task ahead. Just then, a messenger hurriedly emerged from the communications room, delivering a report to Roy. "Captain, Lieutenant Dolo's monitoring vessel has sent the latest news. 10 minutes ago, the ships of the fox hunting pirates sank in the waters off Nor's Island. According to the accounts from the salvaged pirates, it appears that their vessel was struck down by a strangely shaped cloud." "A bizarre cloud?" Roy, somewhat astonished, took the report from the messenger and meticulously read it word for word. "Gomir, have you ever heard of such peculiar weather phenomena occurring in the New World?" he inquired. "Is there really a cloud capable of crushing ships?" Roy had primarily operated in the first half of the Grand Line and was not well versed in the New World. In his view, no matter how bizarre the weather might be, such an outrageous occurrence seemed improbable. Roy, although I have neither seen nor understood such phenomena, we are in the New World," Gomir chuckled heartily, lightly patting Roy's shoulder. "There are countless strange events in the New World. It is not unusual for many to witness something only once in their lifetime." Although his superior was generally prudent, he often exercised excessive caution. After all, what was so extraordinary about a cloud that could crush ships in the New World? It seemed fate was aiding them, saving them considerable trouble. "I truly hope we encounter such a situation again." Report: "An unidentified object has been spotted in the sky ahead. It appears to be a yellow cloud." Before Gomir could finish, a lookout on the ship's crow's nest immediately sounded the alarm. Gomir, could it be such a coincidence? At that moment, Elbat, seated upon the flame cloud and observing the approaching warship, felt a persistent irritation lodged in his throat. Kaido had long had a penchant for ensnaring himself on warships devoid of formidable adversaries, indulging in a feast, plundering, and then making a swift escape. Elbat had assumed that now, having gained a modicum of notoriety, Kaido would show a degree of restraint. However, it was evident that he had underestimated the audacity of that dragon-faced fiend. This fellow was indeed intent on spending the Navy's funds to host his own banquet. While it often seemed incongruous for pirates to host celebrations aboard a Navy vessel, the situation appeared entirely reasonable if Kaido was the host. After all, this rogue was genuinely capable of such antics. Moreover, to make the celebration of his pirate crew's formation more splendid, Kaido had disdainfully chosen not to target a nearby surveillance ship, but instead aimed for a larger warship in the opposite direction. "Major Dolos, thank you." As every member aboard the warship braced themselves, ready to take action to prevent the so-called sinking cloud from wreaking havoc, Kaido grinned widely and leapt from the flame cloud towards the warship. When Roy and Gomir caught sight of that familiar figure resembling a demon, their expressions turned pale. "Kaido? Damn it, it's you again. Everyone, enemy attack." The assailant is the pirate Kaido. Bang, bang, boom. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Kaido like a torrential downpour. Some soldiers, unhesitatingly, brought forth cannons, launching their projectiles at close range. The swift reaction demonstrated the fruits of the soldiers' rigorous training aboard the warship. However, in the world of pirates, the disparity in individual combat prowess could not simply be bridged by arduous training. Whether bullets or cannonballs, the assault on Kaido felt akin to mere tickling, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Hey, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Tell me, where are you storing your supplies? And summon your ship's chef. I'm throwing a banquet. Upon hearing this, the encircled Navy soldiers momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend Kaido's uniquely eccentric thought process, the pirate hosting a banquet on a Navy warship. Should I also pour you a drink? Oh, and don't forget to bring me some fine liquor. Damn it, it's only been a short while, and my wine gourd is nearly empty. The Navy personnel? Elbat? Sorry, who is this drunken fool? Ignoring the Navy beside him, Kaido fixed his gaze on the figure standing before everyone. Kachina Roy-do, we meet again, Navy. Few Navy officers left an impression on Kaido, and the reason Kachina Roy did was that he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Zoan-type, bug fruit, mantis form. Kachina Roy took a deep breath of his cigar, transforming into his hybrid form, his broad palms morphing into two sharp, emerald green sized. He spat the cigar onto the deck, extinguishing it with a firm stomp. Declaring resolutely, Kaido, this is a warship, not your lawless pirate ship. A banquet. The only food I can offer you is prison fare. Whoosh, a wave of sharp sword energy, enveloped in armament hockey, surged forth from Roy's sides. Slicing through the air like two silver comets, aiming directly for Kaido's cheek. I only want to throw a banquet right now. Don't get in my way. Bang, with a swing of his iron staff. The sword energy dissipated instantly, simultaneously crashing down upon Roy's chest with an unstoppable force. Boom! The violent shockwave seemed to tear through the air, leaving deep gashes on the Justice cloak behind Roy, mercilessly propelling him against the warship's railing, where he collided heavily. In an instant, Rear Admiral Kachina Roy was rendered incapable of combat. Everything that transpired in those brief seconds left the surrounding Navy personnel in shock, causing some soldiers to tremble slightly as they held their weapons. I'll say it again. Immediately summon your chef. I'm throwing a banquet today. In the world of One Piece, banquets transcend mere culinary boundaries, becoming an indispensable bond among groups, evolving into a profound cultural tradition. Welcome feasts, farewell banquets, alliance celebrations, farewell gatherings. Regardless of the occasion, banquets are always accompanied by laughter and joy, serving as the pirates' preferred means of sharing happiness and expressing emotions. It can be said that every pirate sailing the tumultuous seas harbors a fervent longing for feasts within their hearts. Whether celebrating victories, sharing joy, or dispelling boredom in search of amusement, banquets remain their favored choice. The Navy would never compromise with pirates. Just as everyone stood frozen, bewildered, Deputy Gumir pushed through the crowd to stand before Kaido. He drew his two long swords from his waist, assuming an offensive stance. The justice I bear tells me that there are only fallen Navy soldiers, never a Navy that compromises with pirates. With that, Gumir suddenly bent low, leaning forward, and thrusting his right foot into the air as if stepping on something. Launching himself toward Kaido, arriving before Kaido, his dual swords carved through the air, intertwining with armament hockey, the blades tracing a black crescent moon through the atmosphere, striking fiercely towards Kaido's chest. Dual sword style, Black Knight Crescent. The two black crescents flashed past in an instant, yet this assault failed to achieve the desired effect, only leaving two parallel fissures on the deck behind Kaido. What does your inability to compromise have to do with me? Kaido's foot stomped forward abruptly, his body surging forth like a rampaging bull, suddenly appearing to Gumir's right. Gumir felt a rush of wind beside his ear, instantly following Roy's fate, just as Kaido began to grow impatient. Elbat's familiar voice echoed above him. Hey, Kaido, are those guys in white hats behind the warship the chefs you're looking for? As Kaido's attention had been focused on the two blocking his path, he had not employed observation hockey to scrutinize the situation behind the ship. However, Elbat, who had been lying atop the flame cloud, noticed several figures donning white hats within the ship's cabin. Is that so? Kaido opened his observation hockey, probing for a moment before a sinister smile crept across his lips. Now that I've found the people, I would appreciate it if you Navy folks could keep it down for a while. I do not enjoy disturbances during my banquets. Boom. The moment the voice fell, An overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki was unleashed in its entirety. The deluge of dark crimson thunder erupted, as Kaido's terrifying and profound demonic presence surged toward the Navy ahead. In an instant, whether in the cabin or on the deck, aside from a few figures in white hats that Elbat pointed out, which Kaido had deliberately avoided, every person and even the Din Mushi fell to the ground, eyes rolling back and frothing at the mouth within mere seconds. Consequently, the high-speed military vessel began to gradually come to a halt. Kaido, you rascal, can you not rein it in a bit? You could have simply rendered them unconscious. Why exert such force? Are you not aware that frothing at the mouth is rather unappetizing? Elbat stood amidst the tempest of Haki, looking quite displeased as he earnestly criticized Kaido, who was demonstrating his might below. Simultaneously, on his shoulder, Discaturli made a face toward Kaido at that moment. In a certain maritime area of the New World, a warship, significantly larger than the one Roy and his crew occupied, was advancing at an exceedingly slow pace. Admiral, the signal from Rear Admiral Roy's Din Mushi has been interrupted. In the telecommunication room, a messenger handed the recorded intelligence to a burly man clad in a justice cloak, sporting a wild mane of purple hair. Zephyr swiftly took the telegram, eagerly scanning the relevant information, feeling a mix of anger and a quiet sigh of relief within. That Kaido again. As a notorious escape artist, the entire Navy seethed with resentment toward Kaido while simultaneously grappling with a sense of helplessness. If only he were a mere brute, it would be easy to set a trap and ambush him, tossing him back into Impel Down to serve his time. Yet, this scoundrel was not only cunning but also possessed formidable strength, compounded by the mobility granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit. Presently, the Navy was stretched thin, and it was a challenge to find appropriate personnel to deal with him. Fortunately, given Kaido's past behavior, he usually departed after indulging his appetite and engaging in a bit of drunken revelry. While he might cause considerable damage to ships and supplies, the casualties among personnel were relatively minor, which is why the Navy was not in a rush to confront him. Order the ship to move closer to Rear Admiral Roy's position. Thanks to Kaido's relentless efforts, the banquet proceeded remarkably well, especially when the chef presented dishes after passing hundreds of frothing life forms. Elbat noticed a significant increase in the speed of service. Since both Roy and Gumi were food enthusiasts, they had persuaded a chef from the elite culinary team of the Navy headquarters to join them aboard the warship. As a result, the culinary standard of the banquet was quite commendable. Both Kaido and Elbat offered high praise, and the little foodie Discaturli was wholeheartedly engaged in the culinary festivities. However, as Elbat wolfed down a piece of meat of unknown composition, he suddenly became aware of a pressing issue. The great horned gorilla that had been seated beside him seemed to have vanished. To be precise, this fellow had succumbed to his thirst for alcohol, drinking several bottles of urine at the banquet. Then, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had suddenly activated his fruit ability, transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring off to who knows where. Initially, Elbat did not pay it much mind, having developed a certain understanding of Kaido's unreliability. Thus, when riding on the flame cloud, he had requested a life card from Kaido for emergencies. Yet, as time passed, Elbat quickly sensed something amiss. Kaido had yet to return, and the direction of his life card's movement appeared increasingly erratic, seemingly drifting further away from him. Damn it, this drunken fool has started his drunken antics again. Can't he spare me some peace of mind? I must make sure this rascal quits drinking. In an unknown maritime region of the New World, a warship sailed through the night, its powerful searchlights diligently executing their duties despite the fog. Following the conclusion of the battle in God's Valley, the Rock's pirates had disbanded, and its members began to rapidly develop like stars scattered across the sky. The waters of the New World were plunged into chaos and disorder. The once mighty rulers had fallen, and new dominators had yet to emerge. That it was a grand era, where countless ambitious heroes sought to make their mark. There were those audacious enough to provoke the world government, as well as opportunists attempting to gain fame by ambushing Navy vessels. In this tumultuous new world, everyone sought their own path, yearning to leave their own legend in these boundless seas. Fortunately, this warship was the flagship of Admiral Zephyr, the highest combat force of the world government. At least in a visible capacity, any perilous situation arising in the New World could generally be addressed by individuals of such stature. Moreover, Zephyr had always maintained strict military discipline and exercised great caution while at sea. Thus, even though it was deep into the night, this warship remained on high alert. The powerful searchlights illuminated not only the sea but also cast beams into the sky. For there were many pirates with flying capabilities in these waters. Particularly, the increasingly formidable Shiki the Golden Lion was a constant concern for Zephyr, who remained vigilant against this man filled with grand ambitions. As a gust of wind swept through, the clouds obscured the moonlight, casting a shadow over the ship's deck. This occurrence did not raise the alarm of the lookout tower sentinel, yet he failed to notice that this cloud appeared to be significantly lower than the usual ones. Burp. Within the cloud, Kaido's 100-meter-long form flickered in and out of visibility. After letting out a satisfying belch, his dazed dragon eyes briefly glanced at the brightly lit warship below, mumbling to himself, "It seems I've returned just in time. The banquet isn't over yet, and my drinks have run dry that I should go down and grab some more tea." That moment, he was high in the sky, and at that distance, he could not perceive the warship below without utilizing his observation haki. Given his current state of complete inebriation, he was hardly inclined to employ any form of haki. Thus, Kaido simply dismissed the flame cloud, exposing his entire body adorned with azure scales to the night sky. Was this the infamous pirate Kaido? The lookout tower sentinel immediately spotted Kaido swirling in the sky and hurriedly took out his transponder snail to issue a warning. Warning, warning, a pirate is attacking from the sky. The assailant is Kaido the Beast with a bounty of 350 million berries. As alarms blared on the warship, the azure dragon hovering in the clouds descended straight down as he flew toward the warship. He visibly shrank in size, gradually transforming into a muscle-bound brute as he plummeted from the sky. Crash! Amidst the vigilant gazes of the naval soldiers, the flame cloud dissipated, the dragon scales retreated, and Kaido's human form heavily crashed onto the deck of the warship. Almost instantly, he exhaled a massive bubble of alcohol from his nostrils. This action left the surrounding naval soldiers utterly bewildered. They circled around Kaido, exchanging puzzled glances. Meanwhile, Kaido's deep snores echoed in their ears. "Is this guy asleep?" Initially, the soldiers on the deck dared not make much noise, moving cautiously as if afraid to awaken the drunken giant before them. However, once they realized that no matter how much commotion ensued, he would not stir, their courage significantly increased, if not now, then when to seize this opportunity. "This guy possesses a special ability. Quickly, bring the sea stone handcuffs over, and let's restrain him." However, the warship did not have large enough sea stone handcuffs to fit Kaido's massive size. Thus, this group of Marines resolutely affixed all the versatile handcuffs on the ship to Kaido's fingers as if they were mere rings. The sea stone is remarkably hard, exceedingly challenging to process. And only the artisans of Wano possess the mastery of this craft. Each year, the world government can only conduct a limited trade of sea stone products through Blade Port with a clandestine supplier from Wano. This circumstance has resulted in the extreme scarcity of sea stone items within the Navy, leaving little room for any bespoke arrangements. Therefore, when Zifa hastily arrived on the deck, the Marines had not only adorned Kaido with several sea stone finger chains but had also securely bound him into an iron ball with sturdy steel chains. Was this fellow intoxicated or merely asleep? Even though he had already perceived everything occurring on the deck through his observation haki, witnessing Kaido, tightly bound like a rice dumpling, still posed a tremendous challenge to Zifa's understanding. He promptly made a call to headquarters to report the situation and to inquire with Admiral Kong about how to deal with this troublesome individual. Yes, it is astonishing that such an unreliable character had once posed a formidable problem for our Navy. On the other hand, after satisfying his hunger, Elbat specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare additional delicacies for him to take away. With a flap of his wings, he summoned the still indulging Discatoli to soar into the air, briefly consulting their life cards before they headed directly toward Kaido's location. Ultimately, the two arrived beside the warship just as Kaido was captured. Observing the bustling deck below, Discatoli was poised to swoop down for a rescue. But Elbat swiftly restrained her. "Hold on, Lily. This isn't the first time Kaido has been captured. He is quite familiar with the art of escape. If you rush down now, you might inadvertently disrupt his plans for fleeing." Indeed, Kaido had a history of being captured multiple times. Back in Vodka Kingdom, he had been recognized as the strongest soldier at the tender age of 10 due to his exceptional talent. Later, to secure participation in the World Conference, the king forcibly conscripted Kaido into the Navy. When Kaido refused, he was captured and handed over to the Marines, only to obliterate the warship that day and commence his piratical career. Since then, Capture and escape had become his daily routine, treating prison ships as mobile dining halls. For a solitary warship like this, escaping would be child's play for Kaido. Brother Elbat, do we really not need to rescue that horned gorilla? No need. His current capture is actually beneficial. He won't be drunkenly rampaging about as before. Elbat yawned nonchalantly. We can find a place to rest for a while, and once he sobers up and escapes on his own, we can come back for him. Brother Elbat, look at today's newspaper. Early the next morning, Descatally, holding the newspaper just delivered by a newsbird, handed it to Elbat. A newspaper? Where did you acquire this? A newsbird just passed by. And I bought one from it, Descatally replied. Her small head tilted back as she casually munched on her breakfast. The newspaper serves as a highly convenient source of information in the pirate world. While its reports may not be entirely accurate, they at least offer those sailing the seas insights into external circumstances. The ability user Morgans, who possesses the bird fruit, albatross form, became a gold medal journalist for the World Economic News Agency. Accompanying him were the newsbirds that gradually spread throughout the world. The rapid expansion of the World Economic News Agency under Morgan's leadership, surpassing other newspapers, can be attributed in part to these newsbirds. Morgan seems to possess a unique ability to communicate with birds, and the birds he selects exhibit high intelligence. Thus, under Morgan's guidance, these newsbirds soon became his most vital employees. Although Morgans has yet to establish his vast news dissemination network, he will inevitably come to dominate global news reporting, delivering his newspapers to every corner of the world. At that point, if he so wishes, he may wield the power to influence public opinion across the globe with a single newspaper, even swaying the tides of world affairs. You didn't do anything to that bird, did you? Elbat asked, surprised. Rest assured, I'm no longer a 7-year-old child that I understand that one must pay for goods. I gave that little bird 10 berries, and it happily flew away. Lily, if I recall correctly, a newspaper should cost 50 berries, right? A few years ago, the price was 40 berries. Now it has risen to 50 berries. This price is equivalent to the initial bounty on Choppered in a few decades. As the value of berries depreciates, the price of newspapers will soar to 100 berries, coinciding with Chopper's bounty increase. However, considering the notorious stinginess of newsbirds, Descatally wouldn't have simply paid 10 berries per copy. Normally, it's indeed 50 berries per copy, but I found that price too exorbitant when it refused to negotiate. I plucked 2 of its feathers, and then it agreed to 10 berries. You actually paid it? You're quite generous. Ruffling the blue-haired girl's bobbing head, Elbat sighed in exasperation. Oh, poor little bird. Bear with it. She's still a child. Reclining in a lounge chair, Elbat unfolded the newspaper, the large black and white headline immediately catching his eye. Boldly proclaimed, "The great pirate Kaido of the 100 Beasts has succumbed to the charms of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and is set to become the 20th husband of this pirate queen." Lily, you woke me up early just to show me this tabloid nonsense? No, Brother Elbat, I saw information about that horned gorilla. He has been captured again. Little girl, the usage of again is quite insightful. Although Elbat was unaware of Descatelli's past identity, it was evident she had received an education. Reading the newspaper was no challenge for her. However, it was surprising that such sensationalist news overshadowed the headline regarding Kaido's capture. Perhaps, from the journalist's perspective, Kaido would soon re-emerge to wreak havoc once more. Upon reflection, it does seem there's little warrant for concern. Skipping ahead, I'm looking for news about Kaido. Wait, what did I just see? The world's #1 beauty. Charlotte Linlin. What a peculiar title. Intriguing indeed. Elbat flipped back to the newspaper, his gaze swiftly scanning the section below the title. Subsequently, a striking image of a young, alluring woman with brilliant teeth and a captivating figure jumped into view. Beauty, who are you? Is this truly Charlotte Linlin? Beneath the image was a lengthy description, and adhering to his principle of efficiency, Elbat quickly scanned the text. This succinct passage narrated the tale of a man who was willing to sacrifice everything, merely to earn a smile from his goddess. The individual nicknamed the Hand of the Devil, Monskul, was the captain of a pirate crew. Upon witnessing Charlotte Linlin's beauty, he fell deeply in love. Went over his goddess. Monskul squandered his entire fortune and even betrayed his own crew, selling his companions to the world government in exchange for a bounty to continue pleasing Charlotte Linlin. Ultimately, this infatuated man achieved his desire, resulting in the goddess casting aside her previous husband and becoming his 20th spouse. By the end of the article, Elbat felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This is incredible. Among the sycophants I've encountered, I would crown you the most formidable. No, I must quickly turn the page to refresh my thoughts. Flipping to the next page of the newspaper, various headlines unfolded before Elbat's eyes. Shocking. Houndspike has been defeated by treasure hunter John's subordinate. Blame, on Genetide Island. Fate, unknown. The Whitebeard pirates and the Walled pirates have simultaneously appeared near Gem Island. What a chaotic assortment of news. Skipping ahead, soon, Elbat, having turned to a new page, finally found the information he sought. A photograph of Kaido in shackles. Beside the image were the title and event report. Shocking, Kaido, the demon, has been apprehended once again. The report broadly states that Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters discovered an unidentified creature on the deck of a naval ship during a routine patrol. Upon investigation, it was revealed to be the wanted Kaido himself. Admiral Zephyr has successfully captured him, and he will soon be sent to the underwater prison of Impel Down for incarceration. Simultaneously, Elbat noticed a bold, small announcement beneath the report, detailing the various odds regarding whether Kaido would manage another escape, along with locations for placing bets. Truly, there are an abundance of jester-like individuals in this world. Kaido's current moniker is no longer Beast, but rather Demon.it suits him well. Yet there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity about it.as for the bounty. A sum of 350 million berries is rather mediocre, so that naval ship Kaido attempted to ambush last night belonged to Admiral Zephyr. Did it? Quite unfortunate. Given Kaido's current strength, even if he is not as formidable as he once was, he would not easily fall unless faced with those monstrous figures within the Navy. Yet, he just happened to run into Zephyr. Moreover, isn't Kaido capable of flight? Even if he couldn't win, he could easily make his escape upon sensing danger. Unless this rascal never intended to flee. Considering Kaido's drunken demeanor, Elbat strongly suspects he hasn't even sobered up yet. Perhaps he is still inebriated. Brother Kaido, your judgment is impeccable. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, lies Punk Hazard. This is an island that cannot be pinpointed with a record pointer. Serving as the base for the world government's scientific forces, the heart of the island is the Punk Hazard Research Institute, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the world government in addition to several large-scale experimental facilities. Numerous criminals of the world government are held captive here at the northern port of the island. Kaido is shackled with iron chains as thick as a man's arm, with the chains anchored to the deck of the naval ship. Zephyr sits cross-legged beside Kaido. Glancing at the port ahead, he calls out to his aides, instructing them to awaken the captive. The aides quickly approach with buckets of water, drenching Kaido from head to toe. Even so, they find that the drunken brute shows no signs of waking up. This guy, Zephyr, is left somewhat speechless by Kaido's absurd response. After a moment's contemplation, he opens a bottle of sherry he carries and brings it close to Kaido. This approach proves effective. Hick, is it my turn to drink again? Wait, Zephyr, have you come to join our pirate feast? Kaido belches, his bleary eyes fluttering open as he disdainfully surveys the chains binding him and the handcuffs around his wrists. So, I've been captured again. He scans the deck, noticing the absence of others, and lets out a slight sigh of relief. Brew brew, a messenger arrives, holding a transponder snail, saluting sharply before handing it to Zephyr. Admiral, it's a call from Fleet Admiral Kong. At that moment, Kaido turns his head and shouts at Zephyr, who is answering the call, Hey, Zephyr, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. Ignoring the lunatic, Zephyr stows his prized wine and steps to the ship's railing to converse with the transponder snail, now resembling a mohawk hairstyle, and Fleet Admiral Kong, who is far away in Marineford. Yes, I understand, Brother Kong. Compared to stationed at Mary Geos, I prefer rescuing civilians who have lost their homes due to pirate destruction in the seas. I will speak with him, so please coordinate with the world government. Understood. After completing the handover, I will promptly escort Dr. Vegapunk to the West Blue. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Kaido, feeling neglected by the Navy, bellows in frustration. Are you all deaf? Zephyr, I'm hungry. I want food. Shut up, Kaido. Zephyr's forehead veins bulge as he hastily puts down the receiver, takes a deep breath, and rebukes. You're a prisoner, yet you remain so arrogant. But Kaido is undeterred, defiantly retorting, What? Can't a prisoner speak? Can't a prisoner eat? Once you reach Impel Down, the prison food will surely satisfy you. After another shout, Zephyr turns back to the transponder snail.as for the earlier noise. Oh, that was Kaido, the captive, causing a ruckus that it's nothing to worry about. He's merely spouting some arrogant threats. Yes, it has been confirmed that he is a mythical Zoan-type user, and he is equipped with Sea Prism stone handcuffs. On the other end, at the Navy headquarters, Kong gestures for Zephyr to hold on for a moment. After hanging up, he dials another number. Hello, Froder. This is Kong. The captured Kaido has arrived near Punk Hazard. And it has indeed been confirmed that he possesses the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit. In its Azure Dragon form, we need you to come and take custody of him. On the other end. Froder, the current head of Cypherpole 9, bursts into hearty laughter. Ha! I never imagined the elusive Kaido would ultimately fall into your Navy's hands. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Kong. Now Dr. Vegapunk's experiments can continue. Kong cannot help but frown. Asking Froder, continue the experiments? Isn't that a bit risky? Kaido is no ordinary character. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Kong, our CP agency will handle it well. Besides, he is still wearing the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, amidst the turmoil of the new maritime situation. Kong feels increasingly unsettled and is not particularly interested in the forthcoming arrangements by the CP agency. He states solemnly, since you say so, expedite the deployment of personnel to the port for the handover. Kaido is now your responsibility. I will communicate with Zephyr. Ha! You can count on me. I will send someone over promptly. Simultaneously, high above, not far from the warship, Elbat gazes at the downward slanting life card in his hand and cannot help but sigh. How on earth did he end up here? Punk Hazard is a place he knows all too well. Elbat is uncertain of his current combat capabilities, but attempting to rescue a drunken brute under the watch of an admiral with just himself and Descatli seems a daunting task. Thus, prudence dictates that he should proceed cautiously. After all, an admiral as busy as Zephyr would not remain by Kaido's side indefinitely. If he could find an opportunity to stealthily infiltrate and release the brute when no one is watching, it would be the most prudent course of action. Elbat initially planned to make his move while the warship docked for supplies, but was taken aback to find that the ship had brought Kaido directly to this location. Observing Kaido being escorted to the dock without resistance, Elbat feels a headache coming on. Does that fool still believe this is some naval base? Understanding the plot, he knows that due to Vegapunk's position as the director of the Punk Hazard Research Institute, they are now in one of the most confidential areas of the world government. Extracting someone from here would be no ordinary challenge. If only he knew how Kaido had been captured and subsequently escaped in the anime of his previous life. Now that the beast pirates have been established ahead of time, his small butterfly has already flapped its wings in history. What developments await in the Punk Hazard storyline, Elbat cannot predict. Well, one step at a time. Even that drunken fool Kaido, with no one to assist him, managed to escape alone. There is no reason to believe that with me as his ally, he would remain trapped, having unraveled this intricate logic. Elbat gestured for Descatli to follow him. The two of them cautiously concealed their forms, unfurling their wings and soaring into the distance. The eastern coast of Punkasade was adorned with steep cliffs, where the ocean's waves crashed against the towering rocks, shattering into countless minuscule droplets. The weather today was far from clear. A thick fog enveloped the sea, and peering down from the precipice revealed only a murky expanse of gray water. Atop the lighthouse, a soldier on duty sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. He descended from the tower and surveyed his surroundings for a moment, yet found nothing amiss. How peculiar. Could it be merely a figment of my imagination? The soldier, harboring doubts, ascended the lighthouse once more. Unbeknownst to him, approximately 100 meters beneath him, a channel forged by magma was slowly extending towards the heart of the island. Within the passage, Elbat rested his right hand upon the nearby rock. The crimson dragon energy surging forth in an instant. The solid stone transformed into bubbling lava. Curse it! Who would have thought so many steel plates were buried in the ground? Is the world government truly so affluent? At this rate, it would likely take another 3 hours to reach the underground layers of the island. Once I emerge, I shall inquire about Kaido's whereabouts. As Elbat contemplated his rescue plan, he suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist. The red-hot lava coalesced once more, beginning to compress outward, and before long, formed a gaping black hole. Behind him, Descatli brandished 2 small flags, which she had mysteriously procured, and cheered him on enthusiastically. Lily, lower your voice. We are currently engaged in a covert operation, but Brother Iba, this magma passage is simply too cool. It feels like we are traversing through the depths of hell. You, impudent girl, if you cannot speak sensibly. Then say less. Lullily, just as Elbat diligently endeavored to become a mechanical digger devoid of emotion, the island's PH-003 laboratory welcomed back one of its long-term residents. The ceiling and floor of this lab were adorned with glimmering steel. Bright incandescent lights illuminated the room, where a plethora of fantastical experimental instruments were meticulously arranged in prominent positions or quietly stood in various corners. At the center of the laboratory, several glass jars filled with a vibrant green solution drew particular attention. These jars varied in size, some towering nearly to the ceiling, casting shadows over a wide swath of light, while others were diminutive and delicate, standing only as tall as a person. Through the most central, translucent jar, one could distinctly observe a young boy slumbering within that he appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in a somewhat faded cotton linen top paired with black shorts. His sun-kissed face bore a slightly ashen hue, obscured by a cascade of thick, white hair. From his back sprouted a pair of majestic black wings, above which a flame floated inexplicably in the nutrient solution. The flickering light cast dynamic shadows across the contours of the boy's form, sculpting him into a robust figure. At the base of the jar, dark iron chains were tightly bound to the boy's wrists and ankles. The boy's dark eyelashes fluttered slightly, and an eerie tattoo at the corner of his eye glimmered faintly under the bright lights. At that moment, a gruff voice resonated from a tall glass jar beside him. "Hey, Abel, you little rascal, you've returned again. Those lunatics didn't manage to kill you this time." The voice echoed throughout the bright chamber, shattering the long-standing silence of the laboratory. The boy inside the jar shifted slightly, and his limbs appeared to tremble. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet, so you've lost the bet again, Alfred," opening his weary and vengeful eyes. Abel cast a fleeting glance at the figure beside him before slowly closing them once more. Eye in the tall glass jar. The merman Alfred smacked his lips in admiration, a hint of envy seeping through his words. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what a tenacious vitality. By the way, are all you Lunarians monsters?" "Monsters? Tenacious vitality? Alfred, in this laboratory, those aren't exactly flattering terms." After a brief silence, Abel spoke somberly. "Instead of coming to chat with me, you should be worrying about yourself. I overheard those madmen discussing a new round of endurance experiments scheduled for this afternoon. How about it? Care to wager again on who can enter this laboratory first? I bet I'll win." "Ha ha ha. Don't underestimate the merman's physique. Abel, that kind of endurance test is child's play for me." Alfred erupted into hearty laughter. However, the laughter was tinged with a subtle twitch of pain, likely due to the strain on some of his injuries. "Humph. I hope your body can withstand the challenge as well as your mouth. You chubby black fish." "Chubby black fish, huh? Ha ha ha. What a delightful little brat you are." Their playful banter echoed through the laboratory like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling the stillness and injecting life into the desolate space. "That I say, Alfred, have you ever thought about escaping this research facility?" Abel abruptly shifted the conversation, posing a rather unexpected question. "Who wouldn't want to escape this hellhole?" "Abel, I've been locked up here for a year or two. Perhaps at first, I had a fleeting impulse to flee. But now," Alfred seemed to reminisce, continuing, "during this time, I've witnessed more than one individual attempt to escape. Yet thus far, not only have they failed to leave the research facility, many never even reached the laboratory's door before being subdued by the guards. These nutrient solutions, while maintaining our bodies in a healthy state, simply cannot sustain a high-intensity battle. So, Abel, give up on those unnecessary fantasies and face the harsh reality." "Alfred, have you heard of Joy Boy?" Abel's tone shifted as he posed a rather sudden question. "Who?" Alfred replied, taken aback. "Joy Boy, said to possess the legendary powers of the sun god Nika." Abel's eyes, once filled with hatred, seemed to soften, revealing a glimmer of admiration. "The sun god Nika is the deity revered by our Lunarian tribe. He dances to the rhythm of freedom, spreading joy to all, and leads the oppressed to break free from darkness, living happily beneath the sun." Upon hearing Abel's words, Alfred grinned mockingly. "Ha ha ha. How could such a perfect god exist? To the gods, aren't we all mere ants? Do you think the command to confine us in this lightless place came from whom? It was none other than those gods residing on the red earth." Bang! The sound of the laboratory door swinging open interrupted Abel's retort. As the door slammed shut, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind them. "That I've been hearing your incessant chatter since early morning. Just two experimental specimens, and you have so much to say. Accompanying the voice was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a white lab coat, his face etched with fatigue, clutching a hefty stack of research materials. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed the documents onto the laboratory table, grumbling in annoyance. What's this Vegapunk nonsense? This so-called brain that leads the world by 5 centuries. In my eyes, he has nothing but a big head with no substance. Sizzle! As the middle-aged man complained, a faint metallic burning sound emanated from beneath the laboratory floor, too subtle to capture anyone's attention at the moment. Why does he get to be the head of the Punkasade Research Institute? Why must I remain in his shadow? I wonder what Satan Saint was thinking. Sizzle! As his complaints grew increasingly louder, the sound of metal ablation became ever more distinct. The middle-aged man, perusing the documents in his hands, sensed that something was amiss. He set the papers down and approached the glass jars containing Abel and Alfred, demanding in a stern voice, "What is that noise? Are you two up to something?" Just as he was about to continue his tirade, he suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from the ground beneath him. "What is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! In an instant, flames burst forth, and the temperature in the frigid room soared drastically. The torrent of searing magma violently breached several layers of thick steel plates, erupting from the laboratory floor. The fireballs that scattered in all directions immediately melted several expensive experimental instruments, leaving gaping holes in their wake. The column of magma shot upwards, mingled with flames, and relentlessly breached the laboratory ceiling, transforming into a dazzling fireball in midair. Alfred and Abel were fortunate. The high-strength glass jars and the emerald solution within shielded them from the flames and heat waves that erupted ahead. However, the middle-aged man was not so lucky. As the magma spewed forth, half of his body was mercilessly consumed, and his expensive white lab coat disintegrated into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the warning light above the laboratory door began to flash red. Scalding molten iron dripped down as, amidst the piercing alarm, 2 shadowy figures leaped from the glowing opening. These 2 were Elbat and Descatli. "I told you, we are here to infiltrate. We were supposed to sneak into the village quietly, and now look at this mess." Elbat lightly rapped Descatli on her azure head, reproaching her sternly. "I've warned you not to act recklessly. If you were bored, you could have just taken a nap on my back, but you had to cause a ruckus at this moment." Descatli, pouting under Elbat's glare, lowered her head. Glancing at the charred remains of the half-body before her, she disdainfully kicked it a couple of times, pushing it in front of Elbat. "You set the fire. You deal with it." Elbat, having undergone significant changes since crossing over, perhaps due to the fusion with the template of the glorious Black Dragon, no longer held any aversion to killing. It was the senseless slaughter that repulsed him. Therefore, he felt no discomfort in this chaotic scene. That he pushed aside the unidentified object Descatli had kicked, brushed off the magma that had splattered onto his face, and then retrieved the Kaido life card from his pocket. As he observed the small piece of paper wobbling in his hand, his expression shifted slightly. "What the?" I looked away for just a moment, and it's already off track. Elbat turned slightly in the direction indicated by the life card, intending to continue on his way when several emerald glass jars came into view. Upon catching sight of Abel immersed within the glass jar, his gaze momentarily froze. Could this unique physical characteristic belong to the Lunaria clan? Was this individual from the Punk Hazard Lunaria clan destined to become a future high-ranking member of the Beast Pirates? Beep, beep, beep. Bang! With a punch, Elbat shattered the still blaring alarm, scratching his head as he walked directly towards the glass jar, imprisoning Abel. Feeling the gaze from within the jar, he curiously circled around it before pressing his palm against the solid glass surface. The Crimson Dragon energy surged, instantly permeating the glass and the solution inside. In the next moment, both the specially crafted glass and the cold shackles binding Abel's body dissolved like snow melting under the sun, and the emerald solution gushed forth. Elbat unfurled his wings and, observing Abel standing there somewhat bewildered, flew behind him, grasping the collar of his garment to pull him out of the glass jar. After hesitating momentarily in midair, Elbat shook Abel gently before setting him down. The green solution enveloped the soles of Abel's feet, and upon finally touching the ground he had not stood on for so long, he wobbled slightly before stubbornly straightening up. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" "I'm just a passing mast rider." "Oh, I'm Nasariel Elbat, the vice captain of the Beast Pirates. Young man, I see great potential in you. You would make an excellent pirate. Would you consider joining our crew?" Realizing he had just acted rather foolishly, Elbat forced a smile in an attempt to make amends. "Can you change the world?" Abel asked, looking up with a serious expression. Uttering a perplexing remark, the Lunaria clan were the original inhabitants of the divine nation on the Red Line before the celestial dragons, and the number of their descendants still alive today is exceedingly scarce. It is said that reporting their whereabouts to the world government could yield a bounty of 50 million berries. Thus, it was no surprise that this fellow had grown up in a life of pursuit and evasion. Harboring a somewhat cynical disposition, changing the world is more of Kaido's forte. You can ask him about it when you meet him. Kaido? Precisely, he is the captain of our beast pirates, renowned across the seas as a gold standard teacher. He will surely clarify your doubts. When in doubt, throw it at Kaido. After all, he has done the unthinkable on more than one occasion. His teaching methods have been tried and tested, though I just smashed the alarm. Creating such a racket will undoubtedly have alerted the guards of the research facility. Time is of the essence. Let us discuss any questions after we leave this place. Elbat urged hastily. Abel's gaze deepened as he slowly nodded. So, are we just going to fly out of this hole? He pointed to the gaping maw in the ceiling created by the magma explosion. Fly out? Elbat shook his head. No, you may have misunderstood. We infiltrated here to rescue a certain unreliable individual. Saving you is merely a matter of convenience. Infiltrate? Rescue someone? Come here. Just as Abel was taken aback, a piercing alarm echoed from outside the laboratory. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief period of coordination, the guards of the research facility began closing. An intruder has breached laboratory number 3. One team encircle from the back, another block the entrance, and the rest follow me in to capture them. Remember, use tranquilizer darts. There are precious experimental samples in the room, and we must capture them alive. Yes, listening to the chaotic footsteps and shouts from outside, Elbat rubbed his throbbing temples. Although he had anticipated the tight security here, he hadn't expected their response to be so swift. Elbat glanced at Descatli, contemplating for a moment before frowning and saying, "How about this? Lily, you go out first, and I'll go look for that scoundrel on my own." No, the little girl shook her head decisively. At the same time, Abel stretched his body, his face filled with hatred. "If someone needs rescuing, I'll go with you, Mr. Nasariel. Coincidentally, I have a score to settle with those mutts." Just as Abel spoke, the laboratory door swung open under the guard's control. Seeing this, Abel charged towards the door, fists raised. But before he could take more than a few steps, Elbat grasped his shoulder firmly. "Wait, don't rush in recklessly. Just follow the direction indicated by my life card. Though you've joined the beast pirates now, can't you learn something good?" Elbat waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of crimson dragon energy towards the door, engulfing several unsuspecting guards. In the next instant, the temperature around the door soared dramatically. Within mere seconds, the guards' hair, clothing, skin, and weapons caught fire. Some curled up on the ground, screaming, while others scrambled away in a frantic attempt to escape the searing energy. Unidentified high-temperature mist detected ahead, requesting urgent backup. A guard, suspected to be a team leader, sent out a distress signal through a miniature phone bug nestled in his palm. At that very moment, the life card in Elbat's hand, which had been oscillating incessantly, finally fell silent. "Enough about those fellows, let us proceed this way," Elbat declared as he shook the life card and pointed it towards a wall of the laboratory. A surge of dragon energy swirled forth, its crimson glow re-emerging. Under the relentless heat of the dragon energy, the laboratory's formidable steel wall melted away, creating a gaping hole. Subsequently, a group of guards preparing to flank from the back entrance came into view. Elbat, just how many of them are there? Upon spotting their target, the guards immediately surged through the hole, brandishing their tranquilizer guns. Naturally, Elbat and his companions would not remain idle. In the next instant, a shadow swiftly soared into the air. Flame Emperor. Abel leaped, summoning flames from his back that danced like a serpent into his palm. With a sweeping motion of his arms, 2 massive fireballs sliced through the air, hurtling towards the guards. Simultaneously, the flames behind Abel extinguished abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he moved with a swift whoosh. The flames of the Lunaria tribe endowed them with exceptional defensive capabilities. When the flames were extinguished, their speed would greatly increase. The flurry of tranquilizer darts proved utterly ineffective against Abel, who darted through the air with astonishing velocity, appearing before the guards in mere breaths. Bang! The flames behind him roared back to life as Abel disregarded the guards' slashing blades. effortlessly seizing one and began to cut through the throng. Though untrained in swordsmanship, his immense defensive prowess and reckless fighting style allowed him to gain the upper hand, just as Abel maneuvered through the chaos unimpeded. A low voice suddenly broke through the din. Flying finger gun. Chaos meteor shot. Dozens of invisible air bullets materialized instantaneously, striking Abel's chest with brutal force, the impact sending him hurtling backwards with a resounding thud at Elbat's feet. In the next moment, a chilling voice rang out that I never expected, that while Vice Admiral Zephyr was escorting Dr. Vegapunk to the O'Hara Academic Conference, such a riot would erupt at Punk Hazard. The voice was laced with anger and annoyance, followed by the emergence of a man clad in a black suit, adorned with a white duckbill cap and a mask that seemed to oscillate between a grimace and a grin. The newcomer was none other than the chief of CP9, Floro. If I were to let you experimental subjects escape, even as the chief of CP9, I would not evade accountability. That's so. Gentlemen, would you kindly return to your cage? After all, controlling the level of force is not my forte. The CP agency, known in full as Cipher Pol, is a vital department under the world government. Although primarily focused on intelligence work, their combat prowess should not be underestimated. Compared to the Navy, the agents of the CP agency might be slightly inferior, yet to most, they remain formidable adversaries. A clandestine operative unit within the CP agency. The official members of CP9 are nearly all individuals who have transcended human limits. Superhumans, unlike Spandam, who would later become a mere waste of space. The current chief of CP9, Floro, is undoubtedly a superhuman among superhumans. Upon seeing Floro, Abel, struggling to rise, widened his eyes in recognition. That I know that mask. You were one of the attackers when our tribe was besieged years ago. The sight of that familiar mask ignited a tidal wave of fury within Abel, making his chest feel as if it would explode. Oh, and what of it? Floro's disdainful tone instantly drove Abel into a frenzy, accompanied by a resounding boom. Fueled by old grievances and new animosities, the flames blazing behind him surged with even greater ferocity. World government's lapdog die. Abel's fists, engulfed in the wrathful flames, propelled him forward as he flapped his dark wings, charging directly at Floro. A little beast consumed by rage. In response to Abel's explosive assault, Floro's movements were evidently swifter. In an instant, his powerful right leg reacted with remarkable speed. Iron block, steel wood. Bang! The clash of fist and foot resonated, one enveloped in searing power, the other infused with the strongest illusionary iron block. Sparks erupted as the two forces collided, creating violent whirlwinds. Thus, even with the talent of the god race, Abel was eventually repelled by Floro's greater strength after a brief stalemate. This guy's leg is incredibly sturdy. Abel opened his wings midair, striving to stabilize himself, then began to channel the flames behind him. To possess such power at such a young age. You truly are a credit to the Lunarian tribe. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his right leg, Floro continued in a somewhat flippant tone. No wonder the government announced that merely providing information about you would yield a reward of 50 million berries. What an enviable and jealous talent you possess. Unfazed by Floro's taunts, Abel deftly wrapped the flames he had summoned around his black wings. Gathering all his strength, he struck with a powerful flap of his wings. Two torrents of blazing heat converged, resembling two ferocious fire dragons entwined, forming a vast and searing red vortex. Abel wielded this unstoppable force, charging directly at Floro. But no matter how gifted you are, in the end, you're just a mere child. That technique is more suited for blowing out candles at a birthday party. Floro lightly tapped his toes, launching himself skyward. Immediately, his robust right leg carved 3 arcs in the air, resembling slashing waves. Gale foot. Chaos 3 scythe. The 3 arcs effortlessly cleaved through the fiery vortex, as if it were soft tofu. That moment, Floro's figure gracefully slipped through the sliced flames. Utilizing his exquisite moonwalk to swiftly approach Abel's side, he then lightly raised his right index finger, and in the blink of an eye, he struck Abel's chest a dozen times with blinding speed. Finger gun, Grandalian shot, clang. Abel's chest felt as if it had endured a barrage of high-velocity bullets, the sudden onslaught rendering him unable to maintain his balance in midair. Thud. Abel's body was hurled back, crashing heavily beside Elbat. Fortunately, the Lunarian tribe's innate abilities proved resilient. Thus, Floro's assault did not inflict significant damage on Abel. However, The suffocating pain in his chest rendered him momentarily immobile. Bastard. Unable to move, Abel furiously shouted at the sky. Even such a feeble finger gun couldn't inflict any real harm on you. The defensive capabilities of the Lunaria tribe are truly terrifying. Floro, prancing about in mid-air with his moonwalk, expressed his astonishment. However, even if your body can withstand such damage, how long do you think your consciousness can endure the pain? Flying finger gun. Chaos meteor shot. With a graceful descent, Floro elegantly landed on the ground. Simultaneously, he moved his hands like shadows in a gale, swirling them rapidly, in an instant. The air was filled with a cacophony of whistling sounds. Countless air bullets shot forth, their sharp whistling akin to death's clarion call. Rushing toward Abel with thunderous fury. Just then, a scarlet beam suddenly erupted behind Abel, colliding violently with the air bullets. What is this? Realizing his attack had failed, Floro furrowed his brow, his gaze locking onto Descartes, who had transformed into his beast-human form. Wings? A Zoan-type user. To unleash such energy, those bizarre high-temperature gases at the gate must also be your doing. Could it be that you, young boy, are a mythical Zoan user? Evidently, although Frodo misjudged the process, he achieved the correct outcome. He remained oblivious to Discaturli's identity, yet he could clearly discern the distinctive traces of beastification. Presently, the world government harbors great interest in Dr. Vegapunk's lineage factor project, particularly fixating on the progress of the research into the replication of Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. However, the number of ability users available for experimentation remains woefully insufficient, aside from the recently acquired Kaido. Both the Navy and CP agencies have yielded little in terms of results. Now, a person suspected of possessing a Zoan-type ability has appeared before him. This was akin to a windfall. Contemplating this, Frodo glanced at Abel, who had lost his combat capabilities, and promptly shifted his focus for the next attack. Shave. His right leg propelled forcefully against the ground, accompanied by a dull whooshing sound as he instantaneously unleashed astonishing speed. Rapidly closing the distance between himself and Elbat, his body surged forward, slightly leaning ahead. Frodo's right hand came together, fingers curling slightly, while blood coalesced within his palm, channeling his entire strength to his fingertips. 6 styles. Finger pistol. Blooming flower. This technique is relatively gentle, primarily aimed at severing the flow of blood in the target, inducing a state of instant unconsciousness. Clearly, he was preparing to capture Discaturli alive. The man beside the girl appeared to be no formidable adversary. He could be dispatched with ease. Once it was confirmed that the girl possessed a Zoan-type ability, not only would he evade reproach from his superiors, but he might even ascend in rank. Transforming his black suit into a white one was not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from above, where a ceiling forged from special steel suddenly gave way, and a colossal azure dragon claw burst forth, forcefully pinning Frodo to the ground. What do you intend to do to my vice-captain and in turn, a lackey of the world government? The fierce visage of the dragon head, with its enormous eyes, fixated menacingly on Frodo, the CP-9 commander, as sparks flew from its gaping maw with its furious roar. Kaido. Elbat retracted the crimson dragon aura in his hands, tilting his head to gaze at the familiar dragon head in the sky. How did this guy end up here? Frodo, the CP-9 commander, shared the same question. Why was Kaido present? Hadn't he been captured? Furthermore, why was he so powerful? Did you not hear my earlier proclamation? I'm the captain of these individuals. So why do you question my presence here? As Kaido spoke, his conqueror's haki erupted like a red thunderbolt, releasing a nearly tangible aura of terror centered on his magnificent form. In an instant, the surrounding guards fell like wheat in a field. Only Frodo, trapped beneath Kaido's massive claw, maintained a semblance of clarity, struggling to withstand this earth-shattering force. The silhouette of the dragon in the sky gradually diminished as Kaido reverted to his human form, unfastening the spiked club from his waist and charging directly towards Frodo. How dare you bully my vice-captain and in turn? Who do you think you are? Elbat mused. Perhaps there was a possibility that in a real fight, it would be I who bullied him. Against an opponent like Abel, who lacked combat experience, Frodo could still assert some dominance. However, when confronted with a monster like Kaido, he had no grounds for resistance. Iron block. This technique, perhaps aside from its creator, seldom ended well for those who employed it. No one who chose to absorb an attack with iron block had a favorable outcome. Naturally, Frodo was no exception. Moreover, the Kaido he faced was not the nurturing teacher Kaido, but the ferocious and brutal pirate Kaido. Bang! In this fierce confrontation, the clash between the strongest illusionary technique, iron block, and the spiked club was pitifully fragile. Crumbling under the pressure, faced with Kaido's unreasonable might, Frodo emitted agonized cries, yet he could only struggle to withstand. After all, failing to do so would undoubtedly result in death. Elbat observed Frodo, who was desperately resisting beneath Kaido's spiked club, and pointed at Abel beside him, saying, "This is Abel. He wishes to join our beast pirates.as for his race. I believe you have already recognized it." While pummeling Frodo, Kaido cast a glance at Abel. Nodding his approval, he had long since sensed the battle here through his observation hockey, recognizing Abel's terrifying potential for combat. No problem. Since he's decided to join under my banner and has earned your approval, he shall henceforth be a member of the Beast Pirates. Having acquired a commendable subordinate, Kaido's mood visibly brightened, and he struck Frodo with even greater force. "All right, Kaido, do be careful not to kill him. He cannot perish at your hands." Upon hearing Elbat's words, Kaido nodded knowingly, tossing the nearly breathless CP9 commander at Abel's feet. "Abel, this fellow is now in your hands. After all, with me backing you, you may dispose of him as you see fit." Abel cast a grateful glance at his two older brothers, then looked down at Frodo with a heart of ice. "Please, don't kill me. I can offer you money. Lots of money." As Frodo's screams gradually diminished, the last vestiges of his existence were consumed by Abel's furious flames. Witnessing this, Teacher Kaido could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. The life of a pirate is not a child's game. And Kaido's ambitions do not encompass merely forming a band of adventurers cloaked in piracy. Bloodshed is the prevailing theme of these seas. Thus, mercy is not a scenario Kaido wishes to encounter. Nor is it the principle upheld by his pirate crew. If one chooses to become a pirate, then today's events are merely the most ordinary of occurrences. "Elbat, I actually have another matter that requires your validation. But this is not the appropriate venue for a detailed discussion. Let us exit and speak further." In Kaido's perception through observation hockey, the commotion within the laboratory intensified, drawing increasing numbers of individuals towards this location. As an important stronghold of the world government, who knows what kind of reinforcements Punk Hazard might soon receive? Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from alcohol, his mind miraculously reverted to a normal state of reasoning. At that moment, a coarse voice suddenly emanated from the glass tube behind them. "I say, brothers, if I were to join your pirate crew, might I trouble you to rescue me as well? Is this your friend?" Elbat turned to Abel, gesturing towards the towering glass tank. "A friend, you could say," Abel replied, his indifferent gaze flickering with a hint of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded slightly. However, this fellow once claimed he was quite satisfied with life here. "Hey, brat, when did I ever say such a thing? Don't slander my reputation without cause." Perhaps I misremembered. It seems you never actually said that." Observing their banter, Elbat rolled his eyes. "Abel, what happened to that aloof demeanor of yours? How did you transform into a jester so quickly?" With a wave of his hand, dragon aura surged forth, enveloping the enormous glass tank. Smash! As the glass tank shattered with a resounding crash, the room's illumination brightened instantly. "Ha ha ha! I truly appreciate this. I owe you a significant debt." The liberated figure, though still partially obscured, filled the room with his characteristic boisterous laughter. "Allow me to introduce myself, Alfred, the Orca fishman." Beneath the brilliant illumination, a towering and formidable figure of a fishman materialized before the two individuals. Standing at approximately 8 meters tall, his slightly rounded head bore a scar resembling a lightning bolt etched across his forehead, while an oval white spot above his eye sockets lent him an air of distinctiveness. His robust physique was predominantly cloaked in a deep, obsidian skin, save for his abdomen and hands, which shone as pale as snow. This imposing presence instantly captivated Kaido. "Well, now that matters here have concluded, let us hasten our departure," Kaido declared, retrieving the fallen spiked club from the ground and casually securing it at his waist. His form began to swell and transform into a magnificent blue dragon. Elbat, carrying Discatchally, promptly settled on Kaido's head, gripping his fearsome horns tightly, with one hand clutching Alfred and Abel beside him, unfurling his wings. They swiftly soared through the opening Kaido had just created, rapidly exiting the laboratory. The radiant sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall, bathing the figures in its glow as they swiftly ascended to the zenith of the laboratory. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Kaido, Mr. Elbat. There is one more task I must attend to. Abel called out to the departing Kaido, gesturing towards the large craters and the somewhat chaotic assemblage of buildings below. Ha ha ha, you're increasingly to my liking, my boy, Kaido chuckled, having discerned Abel's intent. Laughter erupted from Kaido. Abel spread his arms wide, channeling the majority of his strength, flames igniting around him in a furious blaze. Coalescing into a massive fireball, Flame Emperor, he roared, launching the fireball through the gaping hole created by Kaido, which upon impact transformed the disheveled laboratory into a blazing inferno. Ha ha ha, if you so despise this place, then allow me to assist you in reducing this laboratory and your past to ashes. Kaido's lips curled into a wild grin, sparks flying as a torrent of searing energy surged from his gaping dragon maw. Heat wave, the descending flames painted the sky of the laboratory in a resplendent crimson hue. The lethal vermilion, coupled with suffocating heat, cascaded downwards, crashing into the structures below and dramatically enlarging the scale of the inferno. Under the afterglow of the sun, the silvery steel and the soaring flames wove a breathtakingly dramatic tableau. Thank you, Mr. Kaido. Thank you, Mr. Elbat. Kaido bellowed as his dragon form surged upward, soaring into the clouds. Hey, Kaido, didn't you have something to discuss with me? Now that you've emerged, let us converse as we proceed. By the way, I forgot to ask, how did you manage to escape? Elbat yawned, covering his face. However, just as his words faded, he felt the sudden halt of the beast beneath him. A hint of human-like embarrassment flickered across Kaido's dragon visage as his lengthy body agilely pivoted on the flames, altering their trajectory. Actually, I recently recruited an interesting fellow. His name is Quinn, a researcher from this institute. It was thanks to him that I managed to escape so seamlessly. So, you intend to lead us to him? Quinn, a name that resonated with familiarity, realized that Punk Hazard was indeed the training ground for the Beast Pirates officers. I need him to wait for me at the supply dock adjacent to the laboratory. Once I retrieve you, we shall depart together. Upon hearing Kaido's tone, Elbat sensed something amiss. That you're not telling me the laboratory you mentioned is the very piche. 003 we just exited. Are you? Kaido cheerfully nodded. Elbat, how can you still smile? The group circled above the island, deftly evading the guards below with Kaido's keen observation haki, ultimately descending silently near the piche 003 laboratory, peering through the vast opening. They observed that the remnants of the earlier destruction still drew the attention of the island's guardians. Thus, they landed at the supply dock, disguising themselves minimally without attracting undue notice. Lead the way ahead, Elbat urged, his tone laced with impatience as he pointed towards the distant warehouses lining the dock. Kaido grinned widely and confidently strode to the forefront of the group. Meanwhile, within a dilapidated warehouse on the western side of the dock, a muscular man was dancing with an eccentric rhythm, performing a meticulously choreographed routine before a figure fashioned from apples, tall yet not corpulent. His left arm sported a mechanical prosthetic, his lips adorned with violet gloss, and his long golden hair flowed freely behind him, while an unusual ear pendant dangled from his left ear. This was none other than Quinn, the future Marquis of the Beast Pirates, known as Plague. Who could have imagined that this flamboyant character had only hours earlier been one of the world government's principal researchers? Tracing back further, he was a member of the infamous MADS group. The MADS research team was an illicit conglomerate of various mad scientists, led by the genius known as Vegapunk, who was hailed as being 500 years ahead of his time. After being conscripted by the world government, the MADS group conducted specialized research as per the government's demands, with the Punk Hazard Research Institute focusing primarily on the enigmatic bloodline factors. After Kaido's capture, he was not imprisoned and impelled down, as it served to facilitate this research. Initially, the members of the MADS team had their own ambitions. The benevolent Vegapunk, possessing noble scientific ethics, vehemently opposed dangerous research such as bioweapons. His affiliation with the world government was solely to secure substantial research funding to advance scientific progress. Moreover, Vinsmoke Judge sought to revitalize the Vinsmoke family, swiftly forging alliances with the German kingdom and the world government upon Mads's incorporation, subsequently returning to the North Sea. Conversely, Quinn and Caesar Clown scoffed at Vegapunk's ideals, both fervently pursuing research into bioweapons and weapons of mass destruction, thus deepening their discord with Vegapunk, AS for Bartholomew Kuma. He had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates and was deeply entangled with the world government. His specific research focus remained shrouded in mystery. Though all were MADS members, it was evident that the world government placed greater emphasis on the leadership of Vegapunk. Quinn, while not the most accomplished researcher, was the most formidable in terms of combat prowess among the team. In his previous wanderings, his martial abilities had served him well, but now, having joined the world government, his role had become somewhat awkward. Despite Quinn's seemingly foolish demeanor, he harbored a multitude of cunning schemes. Fully aware of the world government's true nature, he remained vigilant, perpetually seeking opportunities to switch allegiances. However, working here, one could not simply leap to safety at will. It was only when he encountered Kaido that they found common ground and mutual understanding. Days prior, Vegapunk had departed for O'Hara to partake in academic exchanges, taking a significant number of scientific personnel with him, which had left the research institute somewhat understaffed. When Abel's distinctive flames captivated the attention of the institute's guards, Quinn seized the opportunity to free Kaido from his sea stone restraints. With a resounding crash, the warehouse door flew open, and Kaido's imposing silhouette emerged alongside a beam of sunlight. You've managed to escape. It seems I shall have to start addressing you as Captain Kaido. Quinn exclaimed, energetically greeting Kaido while performing a garish dance. And it appears you have a few impressive subordinates. Care to introduce me to my new colleagues? Is it possible to safely depart from the research institute? Showcasing considerable strength and potential, this would also serve as a test from Quinn towards the captain he has chosen. The purity of sea stone can be adjusted merely by altering the proportion of pyrobroin within it. However, this technique is a unique craft of the artisans from Wano. Products made from low-purity sea stone are significantly more brittle compared to those of higher purity, resulting in a much greater rate of wear and tear. In order to secure greater benefits for themselves without violating the overarching principle of national isolation, the suppliers from Wano to the world government have naturally employed a few clever tricks. Consequently, the current purity of sea stone within the Navy remains relatively low. Thus, its suppressive effect on devil fruit users is correspondingly weak. Therefore, the pirates of this era are not particularly fearful of the Navy's sea stone products. After all, with such a weakness, who hasn't honed their skills? In fact, even without Quinn, Kaido could easily break free from his constraints. Yet, since he can save himself some trouble while also gaining a capable subordinate, why not? Alright, let me introduce you. This is Elbat, my first mate. And this is before Kaido could finish his introduction. Jin, with a face full of fury, swiftly charged towards Quinn in the blink of an eye. A fist engulfed in flames struck fiercely at his chest. Quinn's expression changed in shock as he hastily raised his arm to defend himself. However, in that instant of contact, several flames erupted from behind Jin, coiling around his fist like a serpent, violently colliding with Quinn's mechanical arm that was raised protectively before his chest. Boom! Quinn's towering figure was instantly sent flying by the explosive force of the flames. Forget that face. You must be the only researcher who conducted durability tests on me. Before the smoke could dissipate, Abel continued his charge towards Quinn as a researcher within the institute. Quinn had indeed participated in various research activities, so his face was indelibly etched in Abel's memory. Hey, I hardly participated in your experiments, alright. At most, I just observed for a few days. Quinn's right hand muscle blocked Abel's fist, while cold air erupted from the mechanical arm of his left, colliding with the flames fanned out from behind Abel. Try hitting me again. I'll fight back. Damn, you really hit. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, engaged in a relentless brawl. Boom, the clash of iron and the fervor of flames intertwined, unleashing a surge of power at the point of contact. They took turns, vying against each other, as the fiery fists and the cold, hard mechanical arms collided violently, producing deafening roars. You bastard! Quinn glared at Abel, whose face was filled with rage, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his small eyes. Damn it, I didn't do anything to you. I was merely standing by while watching that guy Vegapunk. What grievance do you have against him? Flame Emperor, relying on the explosive force generated by the flames at his elbow, Abel delivered a thunderous strike directly onto Quinn's broad chest. Boom! The fierce wind swept away debris in all directions as Quinn's massive body was hurled from the fiery vortex. You bastard! I am angry now. Quinn's skin began to roughen, a brownish-yellow hue spreading, and his already towering form became even more robust. moments later transforming into a gigantic Brachiosaurus before Abel, the dragon fruit. Ancient type, Brachiosaurus formed out a rather rare ancient Zoan-type fruit. Unlike typical Zoan users, Quinn bore evident signs of modification all over his body. Although the previous attack had inflicted considerable damage, the stamina and recovery abilities of Zoan users are remarkably powerful, rendering such injuries relatively trivial. Brachiosaurus bomb. At that moment, Quinn's plump body leaped into the air, the muscles of his elongated neck tensing as he dove headfirst towards Jin. However, before Quinn could make contact with Jin, his neck suddenly found itself in close proximity to a webbed palm. Bang! The overwhelming force of the strike nullified Quinn's attack, causing a crimson orb he held to drop beside Elbat. The unprincipled attacker was none other than Alfred. As a fellow test subject like Jin, he harbored the same resentment towards Quinn the researcher. Finally, seizing his opportunity, he launched his attack. I can't believe this big guy resorted to a sneak attack. Alfred's sudden strike distracted Quinn, allowing Jin to capitalize on the moment, sinking low and launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Quinn's midsection. That hurts. The searing flames left 2 charred marks on Quinn's chest, and the brownish-yellow Brachiosaurus couldn't help but emit a cry of pain. You two bastards. Wind strike. Quinn retracted the claws of his mechanical arms and hair, swiftly swinging towards both Abel and Jin. In response, Jin unfurled his black wings behind him, shielding himself. Amidst Quinn's ferocious punches, the wings produced a series of thundering sounds. Although the flames entwined around them dissipated, they nonetheless blocked all of Quinn's attacks. Not good. Quinn's offensive momentum faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Alfred, positioned behind Abel, rushed forward, raining blows upon Quinn's massive form. Simultaneously, Jin retracted his wings, delivering a swift kick aimed at the mechanical claw atop Quinn's head. Clang! The golden Brachiosaurus struggled to withstand Alfred's tremendous strength. But as the claw atop his head was severed by Jin's kick, Quinn's cheek met Jin's soul in an intimate encounter. If you two don't stop, I'm really going to get angry. Amidst his furious threats, Quinn cast a pleading glance at Kaido, who was munching on an apple nearby. Don't look at me. The one you're grappling with is Alfred, the orca fishman, and the one attacking you from above is Abel. No. You should call him Jin from now on. Kaido, with a keen interest, took another bite of his apple, stating, Our pirate crew abides by a principle. The strong dominate everything. In fact, if you can defeat me, the captain of the Beast's pirates, then you can take my place. Quinn, brother, this is a 2-on-1 justice situation. Quinn wanted to protest a bit more, but upon noticing Kaido nonchalantly handing an apple to Elbat, while his other hand subtly reached for his flask, he quickly realized that his captain had no intention of stopping this altercation. Just as he was curious to see Kaido's true capabilities, Kaido seemed to share the same sentiment. Angry as he was, Quinn ultimately was not the main character. He couldn't just explode with rage and turn the tide. His strength was already comparable to the two others, so winning in a 1v2 situation was nothing short of a miracle. Under the relentless assault from Jin and Alfred, after several rounds, Quinn was swiftly dealt a severe thrashing. Aren't you going to say anything? Elbat pointed at Quinn, who was struggling to resist, yet still sporting a bruised face. Placing the apple Kaido had given him into Diskat's hands, before snatching the flask from Kaido, voicing his confusion, Kaido, unfazed, pulled out a new gourd of liquor from his waist and, with lightning speed, downed its contents. A satisfied expression gracing his face. Burp, it's just a fight. Why intervene? He leisurely burped twice. Our pirate crew has no other style. It's all about the capable rising while the inept fall. Of course. Drinking follows the same principle. If you can outdrink me, you can tell me to quit drinking. Elbat glanced away slightly, distancing himself from this drunken fool who could get tipsy from just a few sips. Elbat believed the first half of Kaido's statement, but the latter half? Don't you know your own drinking habits? After a brief moment, when Quinn, having grown considerably rounder, decisively lay on the ground and chose to concede, Kaido finally called a halt to the battle at just the right moment. With the conclusion of this conflict, past grievances were laid to rest, and from now on, they would be comrades aboard the same vessel. Upon hearing Kaido's words, even though Jin and Alfred harbored a hint of resentment toward Quinn, they nodded earnestly. However, the somewhat revitalized Quinn did not concede verbally. He limped over to Kaido's side and shouted, Why not challenge me to a duel? You two fellows dare to go one-on-one. A 1v1 solo. The animal-type users truly are capricious. Having just suffered a beating, he was now bouncing back to life. Jin fixed a disdainful stare upon the shameless individual before him, his face betraying profound contempt and disdain. TCH. So what if animal-type users are so willful? Are you envious? If you have the ability, why not transform into an animal-type user yourself? The banter between the two. Separated by Kaido, amused Elbat, who stood up, intending to signal Kaido to prepare for departure. However, unexpectedly, his foot kicked against a round object. It was the red orb that Quinn had been sent flying with. Ding! Task item detected. Collection progress. 216. Reward issued. Ancient Dragon Species Black Erosion Dragon Template 1. 200,000 points have been credited. Please check your account. Elbat's eyes widened in surprise. Where did this come from? The sudden notification from the system caused Elbat's pupils to constrict sharply. I had intended for Quinn to hand this over to you later, but it seems you have it in your possession already. Kaido took several casual sips of his drink and remarked indifferently. So, is this the kind of orb you were looking for? Indeed, it's precisely the orb I sought, Kaido. This time, we've truly struck gold. Observing Kaido's puzzled expression, Elbat gestured for Quinn to come closer. Big brother Elbat, what is it? Quinn asked, while still making a provocative gesture at the two behind him. Earlier, while playing around with that scoundrel from the Lunarian clan, Quinn had witnessed Kaido's first mate snatch the wine jug away. Yet he had laughed it off without anger. Thus, he astutely retracted his arrogant demeanor and affectionately referred to the evidently younger Elbat as Big Brother. Where did this orb come from? And are there more? Elbat pointed to the red orb in his hand. This orb, well, I bought it months ago at a jewelry auction house in the North Sea. I thought the patterns on it vaguely resembled a dragon. So on a whim, I purchased it. Quinn scratched his head and promptly replied. North Sea? Jewelry auction house. Does that auction house have more orbs like this one? Elbat inquired eagerly. Probably not. Big brother Elbat, do you fancy this style? Quinn felt a surge of joy. He expected that after so many years, someone would finally appreciate his taste. Probably. Since you like this style of orb, think carefully. Have you seen any that look exactly like this before? Elbat persisted. Perhaps, but I really can't recall. Quinn cradled his head, attempting to feign deep contemplation. However, his acting was so poor that Elbat saw right through it. Observing Quinn's pretense of scratching his head, Elbat raised an eyebrow and summoned Jin to his side. Kaido, would you like to know why this item is called a sacred object and why I've been searching for them? Elbat's voice was soft, yet it sent a shiver down Quinn's spine. Now, let me show you something that will challenge your understanding. System, spend 20,000 points to exchange for the explosive scale dragon template and load this template onto Jin. The red orb in Elbat's hand erupted with dazzling light, and several streams of red-black dragon energy surged from Elbat's brow, instantly enveloping Jin. Is this guy going to be transformed into a user like me by brother Elbat? The sudden odd remark from Katrina, who had been silently watching, sparked a moment of confusion among the others, particularly causing Quinn to nearly burst into laughter. User? This fellow named Elbat is turning that scoundrel from the Lunarian clan into a user? How is that possible? If he succeeds, all my decades of scientific study would be in vain. Quinn's mind gradually short-circuited as he beheld Jin undergoing a radical transformation. His feet morphed into sharp claws. His teeth became fangs, and his once pitch-black eyes turned into a pair of golden dragon pupils. The originally pure white hair was now interspersed with strands of crimson light. A fierce mask appeared on Jin's forehead, crimson in hue, cleverly obscuring part of his face, rendering his true appearance inscrutable. His neck and robust tail were adorned with droplets of scarlet scales, and his hands hung slightly, with a pair of sharp membranous wings unfurling outward. Devoid of hardened feathers or muscle, a layer of fire-red armor, covered in scales, enveloped his tanned body, with flames surging behind the hard armor like a rampaging dragon, wild and fervent. World Police, B2 Bomber Explosive Scale Dragon. Human beast form, has descended. What is this? Feeling an unfamiliar surge of power within him, Jin was filled with curiosity and confusion. You don't need to know any more than that. Just regard it as the ability of an animal-type mythical beast devil fruit. I really like this ability. Thank you very much, Mr. Elbat. Jin rubbed the mask on his face. For someone wishing to shed their past, this guy's undeniably reduced many unwarranted troubles. The abilities of users stem from devil fruits. a common knowledge among those with some awareness at sea. However, Elbat's series of actions clearly shattered the constraints of this knowledge, revealing a power more unreasonable than that of devil fruits. Such a fantastical ability was undoubtedly a complete upheaval of Quinn's worldview, especially for someone well-versed in the field of research. Equally astonished was a certain tipsy pirate captain whose mind was not entirely lucid. Kaido set down his wine jug, his body trembling as he evaporated much of the alcohol sent with heat before approaching Jin and scrutinizing him closely. What limitations does this ability have? As a rogue who had roamed the seas for decades, today was the first time Kaido encountered such a peculiar ability in Elbat. As you can see, my race indeed possesses many strange abilities, and bestowing others with powers akin to those of an animal-type devil fruit is one of them. There are limitations, but they might differ from what you imagine. While speaking, Elbat raised his right hand and waggled an index finger in front of Kaido. This isn't something you can have in abundance. I need the assistance of certain items to accomplish it. Those orbs you wanted me to find? Exactly. Elbat refrained from disclosing the matter of points, as explaining it would prove too cumbersome. Thus, he directly attributed it to his unique bloodline and the requirements of the system regarding the orbs. Crafting a seemingly flawless FAAD. These red orbs all appeared identical, and distinguishing their authenticity was exceedingly simple. Elbat handed the red orb to Kaido, indicating for him to squeeze it. I actually can't crush this orb? Kaido furrowed his brow, exerting all his strength, yet the red orb remained unchanged. The red orb possesses indestructible properties. Oh, and by the way, the more orbs I collect, the stronger my transformation ability becomes. Perhaps you could even command a legion of mythical beast species. Where are those orbs? I can't wait. Let's go find them. The mere mention of a mythical beast legion sent Kaido into a frenzy of excitement. His eyes sparkling with gold. This moment, he was brimming with enthusiasm. As earning the title of zoo director was, without a doubt, one of his lifelong dreams. Moreover, standing at the pinnacle of the animal kingdom, the mythical beast species, if I knew where those things were, would I even need your assistance in locating them? Albat cast a disdainful glance at Kaido, expressing his strong contempt for the intelligence of this horned gorilla. Kaido, with a regretful click of his tongue, seemed to recall something, and picked up his spiked club as he approached Quinn. Boss Kaido, I assure you, I have truly never seen any other pearls that resemble those. Quinn, having clearly overheard the recent exchange between Albat and Kaido, felt a chill run down his spine as Kaido approached him with the club in hand. Observing the renewed look of regret on Kaido's face, Quinn discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By the way, Jean, would you care to test your new ability? I could compare it to how it was with Descatry. Upon hearing Albat's words, a fresh sheen of sweat appeared on Quinn's brow. Test a new ability? How would one go about that? Surely it can't just be shooting at the air with Bayou. Bayou, right. Aside from him, who else could Jean possibly find for such an experiment? Dealing with the powerless Jean was already quite taxing. Now this fellow has suddenly gained abilities that appear akin to mythical beasts. How on earth am I supposed to contend with that? Forget it. We are all comrades now. Fighting and killing will only harm our camaraderie. Right, Boss Kaido? Observing the fidgeting Jean, Quinn instinctively opted for a more accommodating approach. Glancing towards his newly recognized big brother, hoping he would step in to mediate his surprise, he found that the highly esteemed Captain Kaido had plopped back down to his original spot, eagerly anticipating the unfolding confrontation. What happened to your bravado just moments ago? Now that you are both capable, if you believe you can win in a one-on-one, then why not give it another shot? Upon hearing Albat's words, Quinn's expression stiffened. His earlier bravado had merely been blustered, so this beating is unavoidable. Have I mistakenly boarded the wrong ship? Is it too late to back out now? New World, Niitame Island. Unlike the other 8 Cypherpole units publicly acknowledged by the world government, CP9, which is directly governed and engages in various undisclosed secret operations, possesses an undeniable aura of mystery. CP9's covert stronghold in the New World. This location is perpetually on high alert. This moment, the highest official, Foz Carl, sat firmly within Niitame Island, awaiting intelligence reports from various sources. With his legs propped on the table, one hand held a newspaper while the other cradled a steaming cup of coffee, which he brought to his lips. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled him, causing him to spill coffee all over himself, eliciting a yelp of pain. Dude, If there's nothing of importance, you're in for it. Foscarl bellowed towards the door. Damn it, that was my premium coffee. Oh, my apologies for the interruption. Doot entered, clad in a black suit, completely disregarding Foscarl's disheveled appearance as he reported, Sir, we've received word from the Punk Hazard Research Institute that there has been a disturbance with the experimental subjects. And the situation is becoming difficult to manage. Foscarl raised an eyebrow, setting down his newspaper, a look of surprise crossing his face. Whereas Florido? ISNT, he directly responsible for Punk Hazard? Officer Florido has already perished in the line of duty, Duke casually stated, delivering the shocking news with little emotional weight. Perished? Foscarl's expression shifted dramatically. Florido was notorious for his slippery nature. How could he have met his end due to a government order? What sort of formidable adversary did he provoke? With his demise, I will undoubtedly be tasked with overseeing the aftermath at the Research Institute. Those who have navigated the corridors of CP agencies are quick-witted. Foscarl's mind swiftly turned, allowing him to discern his next course of action. How long until the Savage Squad arrives at Niitame Island? Foscarl inquired, furrowing his brow as he set his coffee down. Sir, I spoke with them just yesterday. They estimate it will take another 4 days to reach the base. Doot replied at a measured pace. Foscarl sprang to his feet and strode towards the door. Add my name to their squad list. Now, accompany me to the clandestine port of Niitame Island. Sir, are you sure you don't wish to change your attire before departing? As a scientist specializing in human modification and viral research. Quinn's technical prowess was undeniably impressive that he had encountered pterosaurs numerous times, even finding them alive on ancient islands. Yet, he was witnessing the species gene for the very first time. ISNT it classified as a mythical beast. What is your special ability? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Quinn immediately regretted them, for he could see a dangerously gleeful glint in Gene's eyes, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Hey, are you actually serious? Quinn swallowed hard, and in the next moment, Gene spread his wings, shedding scales from his neck. Instantly, fiery explosions erupted around Quinn. Covered in soot, Quinn leapt to his feet, shouting, Shouldn't you resemble a pterosaur? Why on earth are you using explosive abilities? Mythical beasts must adhere to scientific principles. Gene shot a scornful glance at the incessantly chattering fat man beside him, retorting, Are you an idiot? ISNT it precisely because mythical beasts possess unreasonable abilities that they are classified as such. The truth often serves as the best weapon of silence. Quinn remained speechless, staring at the droplet-shaped dragon scale in his hand, spiraling into profound self-doubt. Ancient species are also rare examples of the animal kingdom, providing significant enhancements to the body. Yet, when compared to mythical beasts, they are utterly outclassed. Who wouldn't desire their fruit abilities to be stronger? After all, if one is to become a landlubber, it is only logical that the stronger the ability, the better. Humans fear comparisons. Quinn knew that Kaido was a user of mythical beast abilities, and that the little girl Descatry was as well. Now this rogue Gene has also transformed into a mythical beast, paired with the enigmatic yet undeniably potent Albat. Just as he had dared to flaunt his own abilities, fate hastily rewarded him with a hefty slap in the face. The jester was indeed himself. Enough already, you morose fat man. Stop sulking. Alfred clapped Quinn on the shoulder, nonchalantly stating, Look at me. I don't even have an ability. What good is that devil fruit if I can't swim after consuming it? Not true. I can swim. Descatry raised her hand, exclaiming, I can too, to be precise. Any ability I've modified still allows for swimming. Albat chimed in, rendering Alfred momentarily speechless. Well, while I can't fight underwater for extended periods, swimming a couple of laps in the ocean is no issue. Kaido interjected, noting their lively discussion, seizing the moment to throw in his own jab. Kaido, you can swim too? This time, it was Albat who looked stunned. Of course, I'm a user of the fish fruit. Being able to breathe underwater is quite normal. ISNT it. As long as I bolster my resistance against the curse of the sea, swimming becomes a natural ability. Damn it, that response is reasonable, yet something feels slightly off. Truly, you are remarkable, Kaido. All right, Quinn, since you've helped me retrieve a pearl, you shall be rewarded. Albat no longer toyed with Quinn, acknowledging that he had indeed contributed. Upon hearing Albat's words, Quinn approached with a sycophantic smile, eager to please. Brother Albat, a small token of appreciation, just to show my respect, as long as you like it. That suffices. Human modification was one of his favorite pursuits in this regard. Elbat's abilities had already shattered his understanding that as a scientist, he comprehended just how perverse the means of genetic alteration could be. If he could thoroughly study this power and apply it effectively, thus, the reputation of Quinn would undoubtedly surpass that of that rascal, Vegapunk. Enough of the pleasantries. Although your eyes may be small, I can clearly perceive the envy reflected in your gaze directed at Jean. With a mere wave of his hand, Elbat enveloped Quinn in a shroud of dragon energy. He had inquired with the system and confirmed that by loading the template onto certain zone-type devil fruit users, the power of the template would merge with the abilities of the devil fruit. While the points consumed would be slightly reduced, the curse of the sea upon devil fruit users would not be lifted. The template prepared for Quinn was the recently acquired system reward, the Black Erosion Dragon. This creature, the Black Erosion Dragon, possesses no visual organs, relying instead on the scale powder dispersed by its membranous wings to ascertain the location of living beings. The scale powder of the Black Erosion Dragon is an organic substance that reacts with the blood of living creatures, transforming into active molecular clusters that alter the biological structure of the host, rendering it ferocious and bloodthirsty, potentially even driving it to madness and death. Hence, the scale powder of the Black Erosion Dragon is also referred to as the Madness Dragon Virus, as the Crimson Dragon energy dissipated. Quinn's form reappeared before the crowd. Unlike Jean, who had immediately transformed into a hybrid form, he opted for a more colossal beast form. Among the three primary categories of devil fruits, the utilization of zone-type fruits is the simplest compared to the complexities of paramecia and the elusive nature of logia. Mastering the three transformation stages does not require an extensive amount of time. The once golden-hued brontosaurus of Quinn had vanished, replaced by a massive, four-legged, winged black dragon. The dragon's wings hung down like a grand cloak draped over its back. Elbat, I can't see. Just a moment ago, Quinn had been reveling in the unfamiliar power coursing through him, but now he was filled with panic. While he was indeed a person capable of extraordinary transformations, he had never imagined himself becoming blind. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a characteristic of the Black Erosion Dragon. You will regain your sight once you revert to your original form. For now, you may attempt to utilize the scale powder for perception. Stop, stop, stop. Do not use that scale powder recklessly. It is a highly infectious biochemical weapon. Upon hearing this, Quinn immediately reverted to his original form and, upon regaining his vision, let out a quiet sigh of relief that I nearly thought the transformation had failed. Elbat, did you just say that the scale powder on me is a biochemical weapon? Feeling the enhanced strength coursing through his body and the latent ferocity residing just beneath his skin, the curious Quinn was instantly filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Indeed, the Black Erosion Dragon is a juvenile form of an ancient dragon, and its scale powder mixes with certain components in the blood of living beings, crystallizing from lifeless organic matter into an infectious virus. Infected creatures will either show immediate symptoms or fall ill after a certain incubation period, during which their eyes will turn blood red, they will exhale black mist, and ultimately lose their sanity, succumbing to madness or death by the virus. So terrifying. Such a remarkable ability for Quinn. Quinn was utterly pleased with his new power, enamored by it. Was this indeed the nature of a mythical beast? The crucial condition for activating a devil fruit is stamina. After loading the template, Jean and Descatli were none the wiser. Yet, being a devil fruit user himself, Quinn keenly observed that the stamina required to maintain his transformation was significantly lower than before. Was this not, in essence, another form of enhancement? Truthfully, the more abnormal the abilities displayed by Elbat, the more delighted Quinn became. The world government holds no notion of reaccepting traitors, ever since he released Kaido, indirectly leading to the destruction of the research facility. There was no turning back for Quinn. The stronger the beast pirates grew, the safer he felt. And just 5 hours after the beast pirates departed Punk Hazard, the tardy Fuzzcall finally arrived at the scene of his superior's demise. Tiske, what a deep grudge. Has he been ground to dust? Are you certain this pile of ash belongs to that fellow? Florido? Fuzzcall inquired, furrowing his brow as he examined the inspection report alongside the black ash. After DNA comparison, it is indeed confirmed to be Commander Florido. Upon hearing the researcher's response, Fuzzcall intended to pose further questions, but the ringing of his din-din mushy interrupted him. Nanny, upon receiving the command from the other end of the line, Fuzzcall stumbled in shock, nearly dropping his din mushi. "Oh, you have any questions?" "Call?" A commanding voice resonated from the din mushi. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Fuzzcall's brow as he hurriedly replied, "Not at all, Saint Walichuli. I will ensure the safe passage of the Homingu family to the North Sea." Homingu is no longer a celestial dragon. There is no need to address him with honorifics. The indifferent voice of the legal warrior, Topman Walichuli, echoed from the din mushi. "Your next task is to guarantee their safe arrival in the North Sea. Beyond that, do not engage in any unnecessary actions. His current circumstances are no longer associated with the government." "Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished," Fuzzcall responded repeatedly. After hanging up, he found the news hard to believe. After all, he was a celestial dragon, a descendant of the divine. Did he not realize how many people around the world would be willing to pay any price to become a lackey of the celestial dragons? Homingu. No, Homingu would abandon his status so easily. However, everything that followed would have nothing to do with the government. After murmuring to himself a few times, Fuzzcall chuckled and shrugged at so. After forsaking the title of divinity. The celestial dragons are merely human after all. Nevertheless, as long as the world government remains in existence, the affairs of the celestial dragons cannot be trivial matters, even if this might merely pertain to a former celestial dragon. Fuzzcall understood that this task was akin to handling a hot potato. There was little to worry about regarding safety during the journey, as long as they did not encounter any ignorant or obstinate troublemakers. The name of the world government still held considerable weight. However, how to deal with the Don Quixote family, who had already renounced their celestial dragon identity, posed a more significant dilemma. Such a self-deprecating act had little precedent. Ultimately, Fuzzcall was still reluctant to believe that the Don Quixote family would so readily relinquish their status as celestial dragons. Who knows what these celestial dragons are thinking? Perhaps they merely found it boring or were driven by curiosity, playing a game of pretending to be ordinary people. Moreover, even if this were true, given their noble bloodline, it is entirely possible that one day Fuzzcall might encounter this family again in Marioa. Just as he pondered how to handle this task, a man in a black suit approached with a stack of documents. "Commander, the loss report from the research facility has been finalized. Meanwhile, the attackers have been basically identified as the Oni Kaido, with a bounty of 350 million berries. Kaido? So, it appears that Commander Florido met his end at his hands." Fuzzcall remarked, taking the documents from the man in black and flipping through them casually. "Leave the remaining statistics to the Navy. Gather all our operatives who are still capable and prepare to execute an emergency mission immediately." The man in black nodded in response and swiftly departed using Sir. Soon after, Fuzzcall assembled all members of CP9 and boarded a ship, setting sail for Marie Joyce AT this moment, in the Navy headquarters of Marineford. The Marine Admiral Sabaody, Steelbone Kong, was also being berated by one of the Gorosei, the scientific defense warriors St. Jigaru Saitan, due to the incident at Punk Hazard. After hanging up the din mushi, Steelbone Kong let out a sigh of relief. The then Admiral Sengoku approached him and began to complain. The CP group has hardly accomplished anything, yet they are quick to shift the blame. Haven't they always monitored the trade of sea prism stone in Wano? How can they now blame us for not having quality handcuffs ready in advance? Forget it, forget it. If Kaido has escaped, then so be it. It's not the first time, but Saint Saidan is not wrong. Our protective measures for places like Punk Hazard are indeed somewhat lacking. Rubbing his forehead, Steelbone Kong continued, "In light of this, I want you to take the lead in forming a new unit specifically dedicated to safeguarding such vital research facilities. I've even come up with a name for you. Let's call it the Navy Science Corps." "Ah, more work for me," the reluctant Sengoku remarked. "Now I am tasked with not only guarding Mary Geos, but also monitoring the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, along with a myriad of miscellaneous affairs. And now, I'm expected to establish a naval science unit. Brother Kong, this is something you could easily delegate to that rascal Garp. That fellow Garp has returned to the East Blue for a family visit." A justified leave that I approved. Steelbone Kong's words left Sengoku momentarily speechless. Was this the reason that rascal was so unwilling to be promoted to admiral? It was simply infuriating. How enviable. And what of Zifa? He seemed to have little on his plate as well. If one individual was insufficient, Sengoku resolved to seek another of equal rank. However, to Sengoku's disappointment, this suggestion was once again dismissed by Steelbone Kong. Zifa is currently overwhelmed with his own responsibilities. Furthermore, This task truly must fall upon you. Sengoku, Kong's expression grew notably serious. You should realize that among your peers, you are the most suitable candidate to succeed as Fleet Admiral. I have been nurturing your potential in this regard, so the formation of this new unit will serve as a straightforward preliminary assessment for you. Straightforward? A large question mark loomed in Sengoku's mind. The sky was clear, the sun radiant. The azure sea harmonized with the sky, save for a solitary yellow cloud-like entity careening erratically, all else emanating an aura of tranquility. Hey, Kaido, for heaven's sake, stop drinking for a moment. Your swaying is making me nauseous. Elbat, unable to contain himself, shouted at the intoxicated driver manipulating the flame clouds ahead. Yet, his admonition seemed to garner little attention from the driver, who took another 2 swigs from his flask and slurred. Hick, worry not, I'm not drunk. I am quite lucid at the moment. Driving and drinking don't mix. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, how can you lack such basic common sense? Albat retorted. Indeed, since leaving Punk Hazard, Kaido's bounty had surged from 350 million to 500 million berries, accompanied by a new photograph and the prefix beast. However, perhaps due to the inferno that had incinerated many clues before his departure, the rest of the beast pirates had yet to receive their own bounties, save for one individual. Ha! Even I have a bounty now, exclaimed the mad scientist queen, whose bounty stood at 65 million berries. With a note of life or death disregarded, Queen proudly brandished his bounty notice before Jean and Alfred, grinning like a fool weighing several hundred pounds. Enough, Uncle Queen, cease your bragging and focus on mastering that dragon virus within you. Otherwise, we might face another bout of diarrhea next time we meet. At that point, it won't just be Jean and Alfred repairing you, warned Descatry, who was gnawing on a piece of meat beside Elbat. Her words unyielding. That little brat knows nothing. I call it research. Do you understand? Queen retorted, baring his teeth as he quietly complained to Descatry, who promptly countered with a tongue-out grimace. Loading a template is akin to consuming a devil fruit. The user immediately acquires its fundamental abilities. However, the extent of its development depends on the individual. Queen's aptitude was not particularly poor, yet he could hardly be deemed exceptional. Among the researchers, Queen was arguably the most capable in combat. And of those skilled in combat, he possessed the strongest research capabilities. This peculiar configuration placed him in a somewhat awkward position. Elbat pressed the newspaper into Jin's hand and stood up, stating, "The newspaper claims that Kaido's bounty increase is due to his destruction of a major pharmaceutical factory owned by the government, and that Queen assisted him as an accomplice to pharmaceutical factory. These people certainly have the audacity to say such things." Jean scoffed upon glancing at the detailed descriptions in the newspaper. Punk Hazard Research Institute was not an underground facility. When the world government promoted the institute, it naturally donned a facade of grandeur. The transformation of one of its laboratories into a wasteland would not escape the eyes of reporters. However, during interviews, the Punk Hazard Institute was still portrayed as a pharmaceutical factory. Not a word was mentioned about the Lunarians, yet the front page reiterated their characteristics, emphasizing that anyone providing leads would be rewarded with a substantial bounty of 100 million berries upon confirmation. Such matters will soon become second nature to you. The current discourse is predominantly controlled by the world government, and inverting truth and falsehood is a common occurrence. Elbat attempted to stretch his limbs, finding no issues, and proceeded to walk behind Kaido. Smack! He snatched the flask from Kaido's hands and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, where black hair danced in the wind. Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink. Have you forgotten how you got caught last time? If you consume this much alcohol, are you planning to make me accompany you on another high-altitude bungee jump? Initially, Elbat had approached Kaido with a degree of caution, fearful that this unruly creature might one day demand his company in a drunken escapade. However, after spending time together, Elbat had gained a clearer understanding of Kaido's disposition. Despite his intimidating appearance, Kaido was not particularly difficult to interact with. Sometimes, he would even welcome a rebuttal to his opinions without taking offense, and engaging in a quarrel was not an issue. Moreover, if he were bested in an argument, Kaido would resort to drinking alone and occasionally exhibit his penchant for theatrics, throwing tantrums with alarming frequency at times. Elbat felt that Kaido was not the ruthless pirate he appeared to be. Perhaps the absurdities of the world were beyond his comprehension. Regardless, at this moment, Elbat felt far more at ease conversing with Kaido. Turning his gaze upon the vice-captain he had carefully selected, Kaido felt a wave of frustration. Elbat, with his formidable fists and admirable abilities, was also the architect of Kaido's dreams. He was pleasing to behold in every regard. Yet, his incessant restrictions on drinking were utterly vexing. Damn it, I can't even curse at him. And playing the rogue doesn't work on this GUI.AS for fighting. Regardless of whether I could win, I have no reason to strike, Kaido concluded, resolving, fine, if I can't drink, then I shan't, he grumbled softly. Turning his gaze forward. Hey, we're just flying in the sky. Where are you planning to take us? Elbat inquired, fastening Kaido's flask to his waist with curiosity. Kaido pointed toward the sky ahead and replied, Don't rush. If we fly in this direction for another half-month, we shall reach our destination. Our destination? Indeed. Our goal is the shipyard on Rosakan Island, the largest in the New World. A shipyard? Wait, what do we need to go there for? Elbat questioned, bewildered, as Kaido's flame clouds could conveniently carry them, rendering ships seemingly unnecessary at this point. Kaido squinted his slightly intoxicated eyes at the blazing sun above, indifferent as he replied, What kind of pirate sails without a ship? Look at any pirate crew. They all have their own vessels. Rosakan Island, renowned as a shipbuilding hub in the New World, primarily catered to various pirates, unlike the heavily government-influenced Water 7 and the mysterious Elbat. Therefore, as Kaido's first vessel, it was only fitting to procure it from the finest shipyard, crafting a ship that truly suited his tastes. In the world of pirates, shipbuilding stands as a timeless pillar of industry. Necessitated by the vast seas and the perilous Grand Line, where vessels are essential for navigation. This robust industrial framework and resilient supply-demand relationship have given rise to numerous renowned shipbuilding hubs across the ocean, such as Water 7, the first half of the Grand Line, Elbat in the New World, and the island of Roskune mentioned by Kaido, among others, coupled with the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, which can change as swiftly as Kaido's demeanor. The likelihood of ship damage is exceedingly high. Consequently, nearly every island near the main trade routes possesses some capacity for vessel repairs, and even within the territories of relatively notable pirates, there exists a degree of shipbuilding capability, making skilled shipwrights highly sought after among various factions. However, as a ragtag crew, Kaido's current subordinates lack talent in shipbuilding or repairs, limiting his options for acquiring vessels. Aside from seizing second-hand ships from others, his only recourse is to purchase them from these shipbuilding bases. Moreover, Kaido's insistence on visiting Roskune Island goes beyond merely obtaining ships. He harbors additional intentions. The Beast Pirates do not intend to operate solely on an elite route. While he desires high-end combat prowess, he equally requires a considerable number of subordinates, having been a warrior of the Waka Kingdom in his youth. Kaido understands the significance of numbers in warfare, that he aspires to enjoy the thrill of being a pirate captain, much like the Golden Lion. With ships, how could he possibly forego having a multitude of underlings? In the ruthless world of piracy, many lack scruples, often disappearing after building a ship without settling their debts. If they were to be particularly brazen, they might even rob you on their way out. Thus, without a modicum of strength and background, the shipyards on Roskune Island would not enjoy such a formidable reputation. In such an environment, the various factions on the island are highly active, and competition is fierce. Here, recruitment promises both quality and quantity. Moreover, one might stumble upon unexpected gains while purchasing ships. Despite his rugged appearance, Kaido possesses a sharp intellect, harboring a cunning mind. Are you even wealthy enough to be considering shipbuilding? Kaido? Elbat inquired, eyeing the impoverished figure before him, whose pockets were emptier than his face. Money? I have none, Kaido waved dismissively, unabashedly asserting, but I am a pirate. Isn't it simply a matter of robbing a few ships to acquire some? You make a compelling argument. It's hard to contest that, Elbat mused, aware that the Beast Pirates were a band of misfits, yet he hoped they would adhere to some fundamental principles in their undertakings. He particularly singled out the fool, Queen, for his lack of humanity and reckless behavior, which had led to the rapid downfall of the Beast Pirates in their conflict in Wano. Amid Queen's disregard for ethical conduct. A combination of persuasion and force would be necessary. As for Kaido, dealing with the intellectually challenged would require a different approach. Ahem. Kaido, are you familiar with the term pirate ranks? Elbat cleared his throat. I have not heard of it. Kaido pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I once heard merchants passing through a small island mention that there has always been a notion at sea. Elbat began, but was promptly interrupted by the blue-haired girl. Discaturely, but, Brother Iba, our little island has never had visitors, right? Be quiet and listen. That was before I found you. Oh, Elbat resumed. Generally, those who engage in robbery and only dare to steal from the common folk are considered low-level pirates. Low-level pirates? That seems accurate, Kaido acknowledged after a moment's reflection. Those who only target the weak and dare not challenge the strong indeed belong to the lower echelons of piracy. Then, Brother Elbat, what constitutes a high-level pirate? The curious Jin inquired. High-level pirates either carve out their territories or roam the seas with ambition, possessing extraordinary vision and courage that distinguishes them from the ordinary. Such individuals are typically referred to as heroes of the sea. Elbat smiled, fixing his gaze on Kaido. Heroes, what a grand title. Kaido laughed heartily, reaching for a drink to celebrate, only to find his hands empty. Unfazed, he crossed his arms and declared, Elbat, I understand your sentiment, since you harbor such expectations. I shall undoubtedly become a hero of the sea. As laughter filled the air, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. You truly resonate with me. Kaido's rapid mood shifts were no longer surprising to the others, who simply regarded it as another bout of drunken revelry. Actually, I have a method that might yield even faster results than robbing for money. Do you wish to hear it? Alfred proposed, an idea sparking in his mind. Kaido's tears vanished, replaced with keen interest. Alfred continued without hesitation. You see, Kaido's bounty stands at 500 million berries, and Queen's bounty is approximately 100 million berries. If we pose as bounty hunters and deliver them to the Navy base, we could claim their bounties and escape afterward, thus netting ourselves nearly 600 million berries. Upon hearing Alfred's scheme, not only Elbat, but even Queen, the very target of the plan, felt tempted. After one successful operation, we could switch to another Navy base for a second round. By consistently reaping such rewards, we could easily fund a ship, or even a fleet. The mere thought ignited a spark of excitement in Queen. How much would that be? Even if we only succeeded once, it would alleviate my recent research expenses. Kaido, however, having experienced the events at Punk Hazard, had grown more cautious regarding jailbreaks. Money can wait. I know how to resolve that. We have a more pressing matter at hand. Kaido rose, cracking his knuckles. When we reach Roskune Island, we must not only build ships, but also recruit subordinates. Therefore, your abilities must improve. Otherwise, how will you command respect? I've decided that during the journey ahead, I will conduct targeted training for you all, especially you, Queen. If you wish to escape with me, your current strength is insufficient. What? In the North Sea, the Selig Kingdom lay not far from Mariawa, where one could clearly see a row of towering red continents to the south. Mariawa is situated on this red earth, which encircles the globe, forming a perpendicular structure with the Grand Line and dividing the world into 4 seas. I apologize, but this is as far as we can take you, Fuzz Carl said respectfully as he bid farewell to the Don Quixote family at the dock of the Selig Kingdom. Despite being a non-member state of the world government, we have arranged accommodations and ample resources for you, ensuring a carefree future. Thank you. That is more than sufficient. The noble celestial dragon, Holy Mingu, expressed his gratitude. The young Rosinante tugged at his mother's garment, pointing at the CP9 agents behind Fuzz Carl. Mama, are those our new slaves? The female celestial dragon gently ruffled Rosinante's hair, smiling as she shook her head. No, dear Rosinante, we are no longer celestial dragons. Meanwhile, the cool young Don Quixote Doflamingo impatiently gestured towards the luxurious villa behind him. Mother, let them hurry and move our luggage in. I'm hungry. Undoubtedly, the current Doflamingo fails to comprehend the true significance of it all. Yet, he remains remarkably adept at driving slaves to labor. Huamingu Sheng exchanged a glance with his wife, letting out a resigned sigh. It appears the children are utterly oblivious and require re-education. Fuzz Carr, rubbing his hands together, approached Doflamingo with a fawning demeanor. Rest assured, young master, we shall assist you in transporting your luggage. This fellow is truly exhausting every effort to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, Huamingu Sheng is serious this time. His family will bid farewell to their identity as celestial dragons entirely. Huamingu Sheng smiled and shook his hand. That I greatly appreciate your kind offer. But it is unnecessary. Your work is complete, is it not? There is no need to concern yourselves with us any further. He embraced his wife, revealing a joyful smile, the crimson gem upon his chest shimmering with brilliant radiance. Engaging in labor is indeed an indispensable aspect of human existence. Fuzzcar continued to grin, internally deriding Huamingusheng's peculiar behavior. Indeed, you celestial dragons certainly know how to play the game. At this moment, aboard the DD Yen Cloud en route to Lozkun Island, the beast pirates were reveling in their own form of play. Recently, I have reflected upon past failures and finally discerned why my pirate crew has struggled to thrive. As Kaido spoke, he delivered a devastating punch, the size of a basin, infused with the power to split mountains, directly into Alfred's abdomen, creating ripples of flesh. The crux of the matter is that I had previously neglected the cultivation of my subordinates. This singular blow caused Alfred's eyes to bulge, his body propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing into the sandy beach of the small island. Boom! Dust soared into the sky, after a few retching sounds from the beach. A profound silence engulfed the scene. This time, I shall not repeat the same mistake. Following the blow that sent Alfred flying, Kaido's fist did not linger as he bent his legs, launching himself beneath Quinn, who had transformed into his hybrid form. Before Quinn could evade, Kaido swung his iron fist upward, striking Quinn squarely on the chin. Oh! Quinn's head snapped back, a pained scream escaping his lips, his lower jaw contorted, and several sharp fangs shattered. Silence! This is merely the beginning. Kaido seized Quinn by his hair, channeling all his strength as he drove Quinn's head downward towards the earth. Boom! The ground cracked, and Quinn's entire head was buried in the soil. Not finished yet. Before Quinn could recover, Kaido grasped his robust arms and, with a might akin to wielding a sledgehammer, swung Quinn back down, crashing him into the ground once more. Boom! The entire island trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Once, twice, thrice. Quinn's formidable body was repeatedly slammed into the ground by Kaido, like a hammer striking an anvil. Puffed. Blood spewed from Quinn's mouth, his eyes glazing over, consciousness forcibly shut down. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Quinn lay in a pit, resembling a heap of mud, his body marred by injuries. Phew! I'm sweating. Kaido stood nearby, wiping the fine sweat from his brow. Pummeling someone is indeed a laborious task. However, for the future of these individuals, enduring a bit of hardship is only fitting. Hey, get up! Kaido kicked Quinn, noting that although his earlier assault appeared brutal, he had not employed haki. Quinn likely only suffered superficial wounds. The mythical Zoan type is not so fragile. Ugh! Quinn's form gradually diminished, quickly reverting to his human shape. He cradled his throbbing head, eyes filled with terror. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Quinn cried out in desperation. Brother Kaido, I must have broken at least a dozen bones. I urgently need to recuperate. This special training should come to an end, right? And you seem to be under a misapprehension. A smirk curled at Kaido's lips. The fact that you can stand indicates there remains a considerable distance to your limit. If we do not fully extract your potential, how can we enhance your strength? Quinn gaped in disbelief, realizing Kaido intended to beat him senseless. Continue the special training. Kaido clenched his fist, his tone laden with menace. Quinn, if you fail to meet my expectations during these next few days, you will be forbidden from consuming red bean rice cake soup for an entire month. What? Kaido grinned wide. Quinn, you surely wouldn't want to go without red bean rice cake soup for such a long time. Would you? Nearby, Elbat, tasked with supervising and temporarily acting as a medic, shook his head in exasperation at Kaido's despicable threats. He extended his tail, seizing the right foot of the unconscious Alfred on the beach, and with a vigorous pull, tossed him beside the two who shared his plight. Indeed, this violent Kaido had not spared even the diminutive Descatterly. The girl still bore marks of some implement on her bunny ears. Elbat wholeheartedly supported Kaido's proposition for special training. After all, his name was absent from that training roster. He merely needed to ensure logistical support. The system shop offered several highly effective medicines, such as a restorative potion for 10 points a bottle, green tea. To optimize the effects of Kaido's impromptu special training and avoid any lingering side effects, Elbat thoughtfully purchased 100 bottles. Upon discovering the availability of such potent elixirs, Kaido grew even more reckless in his assaults. On the sandy shore, Elbat, dressed in a red vest, languidly embraced the sea breeze. However, now he sported a specially designed shoulder strap slung diagonally across his back, supporting an exaggeratedly large sword, which he bore on his back. The sea breeze caressed his cheeks, causing his unruly black hair to billow freely. When did you acquire a sword for yourself? Kaido, having appeared beside Elbaf at some point, settled cross-legged on the ground. He held Elbaf's wine gourd, and upon meeting Elbaf's gaze, Kaido revealed a fleeting expression of reluctance before ultimately gritting his teeth and offering the gourd, as if inquiring whether Elbaf wished to partake. Elbaf could not suppress an eye roll. That gourd still bears your saliva. I shall pass. Thank you. Elbaf rejected with an expression of disdain that I found this sword while you were conducting special training with them on this island. After our previous spar, I felt somewhat disadvantaged fighting you lot barehanded, so I decided to take this sword, as its design caught my eye. Elbaf rambled on. Naturally, he did not pick up the sword on the island. He had instead purchased the magnificent black sword from the system shop for 500 points. While Elbaf could immerse himself in shows through the system by spending points, he had grown weary of binge-watching lately and decided to take a break by wielding a large sword. This sword appears impressive. Are you planning to practice swordsmanship now? Kaido inquired, puzzled. Indeed. What, do you not plan to teach me? Elbaf thought Kaido's question redundant. Why would he carry a large sword on his back if he had no intention of practicing? But I do not know swordsmanship. Kaido shot Elbaf a look that suggested he had lost his mind and I have always relied on my kanabo to bash people. I know nothing of swordplay. However, there is an old lady whose swordsmanship is quite good. Should we meet her someday, you might consider seeking her guidance. An old lady who wields a sword. Elbaf understood immediately whom Kaido was referring to. Was it not his former captain, Charlotte Linlin? Fine. If a kanabo is what you prefer, then so be it. After all, my sword is so large, it could serve as a kanabo as well. Elbaf shook his head. Dismissing Kaido's suggestion. In truth, I believe the most crucial thing for you now is not to learn swordplay, but to master haki. Kaido took several swigs of the drink, laughing heartily. Ah, Elbaf, in this vast ocean, relying solely on your devil fruit powers can only yield fleeting glory. Only the might of haki transcends all forms of power, although Kaido may exhibit erratic behavior after indulging in alcohol. His words do indeed carry significant weight. It is widely acknowledged that across the vast seas, there exist two supreme masters and one mediocre teacher, setting aside Rayleigh, who, after 2 years of instruction, can only assist in laying a foundation. The remaining two top-tier educators are represented by one pirate and one marine. Point 1 is the current Marine Admiral Zifa, who has trained many elite Marines, and the other is Kaido himself, standing before us. After a moment of contemplation, Elbat proposed, given the few days we have left, why not initiate my training? According to Kaido's estimations, they required another 5 to 6 days to reach Razkun Island. Mastering the intricacies of haki in such a short span seemed like a fanciful dream. Yet Elbat believed that beginning his training was certainly within reach. Success, aside from the effort of one, relies heavily on innate talent. However, talent is merely a gift for the ordinary. Even the most exceptional abilities have their limitations. For someone like him, who stands on the precipice of success, he had no alternative. Ha ha ha. You possess such confidence in yourself. Kaido boisterously laughed, taking another hearty swig. Darn it, I'm almost out of drink. And I haven't spotted any Marines or pirates recently. Regardless, since I have the time, why not seize this opportunity? You're not the only one I'll be teaching. I might as well instruct the others as well. Elbat's words piqued Kaido's interest, stirring the dormant spirit of the educator within him. Very well. Then, I shall give it a shot. A true teacher must embody the noble virtues of mentorship, a distinguished instructor. Kaido readily accepted the training request from a diligent student like Elbat. Although you have yet to grasp either armament haki or observation haki, I believe you can master these two abilities without much trouble. As for Conqueror's haki, that is a matter of destiny. Forcing it now would be futile. Kaido rose, unfastening the spiked club at his waist, pacing around Elbat while muttering, "Let us first discuss armament haki. To learn armament haki, there is but one path: relentless practice, seeking that elusive sensation through continuous combat." Elbat remained silent, attentively absorbing Kaido's instruction. Your physical condition has reached the threshold for learning armament haki. What you lack is the ability to sense the energy surging within your body during its manifestation at that moment. As Kaido spoke, his spiked club suddenly enveloped in a layer of armament haki and struck down towards Elbat's back with force. Bang! The tremendous impact sent Elbat staggering. Feel that power I just struck you with. Locate it within your own body. Seeing Elbat sit upright once more, Kaido continued. Once you awaken your armament haki, there are typically two methods to further enhance it. The first involves honing your skills through various battles, gradually solidifying your haki over time. The second, Kaido paused, looking at Elbat inquisitively. Do you know how to forge metal? Yes, Elbat nodded. The second method of strengthening armament haki is akin to blacksmithing. One must treat their haki as a raw ingot, repeatedly pounding it through combat, shattering and reforging it until a qualitative transformation is achieved. Kaido paused, reflecting before he continued. This method of tempering armament haki indeed yields swift results. But it is only suitable for a select FEW.AT this juncture, Elbat interjected. Is it because it can inflict excessive trauma and strain on the body? Precisely, Kaido affirmed with a nod. Aside from the likes of rocks, myself, and that old hag, I have yet to find anyone capable of mastering it flawlessly. Kaido seemed to ponder further, then remarked, by the way, Zoan-type devil fruit users can significantly enhance their vitality and recovery. Thus, when Zoan users reach a certain level, it may be feasible to lower the standards for this method of training at a certain level. Does that imply the awakening of their devil fruit ability? Indeed, once a Zoan-type devil fruit user awakens, they can likely meet the requirements for this training, but if they remain unawakened, their bodies will not recover adequately. For mythical Zoan types, the standards can be adjusted upward. In simpler terms, if one is beaten too frequently, an ordinary person's body cannot withstand it. Thus, Kaido's preference for Zoan-type users is not without reason. Why digress so far? You have yet to even grasp armament haki. Focus on channeling the haki within your body first. Kaido recognized he had spoken excessively. As for the future enhancement of Elbat's haki, that was a concern for another day, with your devil fruit ability. The second path remains open. Actually, I believe we can begin our attempts now. Elbat raised his right hand, releasing his extremely faint armament haki, struggling to weave it around his fists. This was the innate talent of the Black Dragon template Elbat possessed, a gift bestowed by the ancient Dragon Grade template within the system. In addition to Elbat, both Discator and Quinn had similar templates. However, this talent required Elbat to spend points to unlock. Talent, Passive Death Trial, accelerates nutrient absorption during consumption, hastens recovery from injuries, and upon sustaining an attack, grants a chance to permanently enhance physical attributes while increasing resistance to previously endured damage. In simpler terms, with this talent, as long as Elbat endures some hits, he will experience astonishing growth at an extraordinary pace. Kaido's earlier strike had activated this talent, granting Elbat a slight resistance to armament haki and blunt force damage. The best way to counter armament haki is to use armament haki itself to defend. Thus, after Kaido's blow, Elbat joyfully discovered a strange, yet familiar power coursing through him. Truly impressive, Kaido. Although Elbat was uncertain whether this fellow possessed the terrifying teaching prowess of a one-strike flow cherry blossom, two-strike haki entanglement, or three-strike awakening, he felt quite content nonetheless. Regardless of the brutal training methods Kaido employed, Elbat was unafraid. What is a little severe injury? Do you believe that I can be battered tonight? Indulge in a feast, and after soaking up some sun tomorrow, I will be bouncing back before you. Do you comprehend the value of hanging on the edge upon witnessing the armament haki swirling around Elbat's fists? Kaido momentarily paused before a ruthless smile crept upon his face. Ha ha ha. I never expected I would underestimate your talent. Kaido swung his spiked club, his deep voice questioning. Elbat, let me confirm one last time. Are you truly ready to commence the next phase of training? Indeed, given the opportunity for superior training, I shall naturally opt for the best. After all, who isn't a genius or a wallflower in their own right? Elbat grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Ha ha ha, Elbat, this is no time for bravado. Remember, once training commences, the decision to halt rests not in your hands. Elbat refrained from further idle chatter, swiftly shedding his shirt, condensing the newly acquired armament haki upon his chest, and shouted, Bring it on. Kaido grinned widely, swinging his spiked club towards Elbat without a moment's hesitation. Just as Kaido's impromptu lesson was gaining momentum, a group of unexpected guests arrived on their destination. Loscune Island. The Binks Tavern, an old establishment situated on the main street of Loscune Island, was bustling with activity as evening approached, marking its peak business hours. The bar, a man clad in Viking pirate attire, complete with a horned helmet, wielded a knife and fork, indulging heartily in the delectable feast before him. Vard had gathered information revealing that a certain plank, the master cannoneer, did not reside in the town, but had instead made his home at the dilapidated shipyard. Speaking was a diminutive figure perched on the man's shoulder, dressed in a remarkably similar style that he held a large goblet brimming with golden whiskey. The man's name was Bondi Vard, captain of the Vard pirate crew, with a bounty of 200 million berries. The small figure on his shoulder was his older brother and first mate, Binks. This fellow was quite skilled. It was said that he had designed and forged the main cannon aboard the flagship of the John pirate crew, which they had previously encountered. Once their ship was renovated, they would need to enlist his assistance to install the remaining rapid-fire cannons. Binks downed a glass of whiskey and continued, "With your Momo fruit ability, Vard, as we sail around the world, we can overpower those pesky Navy forces with our enhanced firepower. Even if we happen to cross paths with Whitebeard, we would still stand a chance in battle." That in stark contrast to Vard's formidable physique, Binks appeared frail and sickly, possessing minimal combat prowess. However, his intellect surpassed that of his brawny younger brother, which allowed him to serve as the brains of the Vard pirate crew. After a few drinks, Binks' cheeks flushed slightly as he squinted through his inebriation, saying, "I heard that Plank is a half-fishman. Speaking of which, I have yet to encounter a fishman, but I've heard they can be quite brutish and savage. Is that true, Vard? Ha ha ha. When it comes to brutality, who can rival us pirates?" Vard exclaimed, swallowing a piece of meat before lifting his whiskey glass. "We actually sailed directly through the doldrums to reach the New World without ever passing Fishman Island, and given the battles we've been through, it's no surprise that you're unfamiliar with fishmen." After another bite of meat, he continued, "I've heard that fishmen possess exceptional physical capabilities. They say their strength is 10 times that of humans." Binks, upon hearing this, set down his goblet and remarked thoughtfully, "If that's the case, having a few such allies aboard our pirate ship wouldn't be a bad idea, especially with your fruit's destructive power. If we were to accidentally fall into the water one day, having a fishman around would alleviate our concerns." Vard nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "Brother, why don't we simply capture that fellow named Plank and recruit him into our pirate crew?" Vard proposed, taking a swig of his drink. "This way, we not only gain a strong ally but also save on production costs." The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. After a considerable journey, the driver Kaido finally discovered a small island, intending to take a break. Behind him, Elbat shouted animatedly, causing the diligent teacher, who was also on the road, to freeze momentarily. "Kaido, it's my turn now. Don't just stand there in silence. When faced with such an eager student, shouldn't you show a bit more initiative and enthusiasm? Must I always prod you to commence the lesson?" Kaido's classroom commenced promptly every day, and this responsible instructor consistently took the time to review previous lessons while journeying. During this period, the originally unfamiliar group had indeed made considerable progress under Kaido's vigorous tutelage, particularly in terms of their resilience in combat. Their frequent sparring had even hinted at the awakening of their dual-color hockey. Moreover, their camaraderie had improved significantly, except for Jin and Quinn, who, for various reasons, remained at odds with one another, often exchanging barbs whenever they met. However, a certain transfer student had attracted Kaido's disdain, as he feared that if the student continued to learn, he might soon find himself donned in a mask of agony. The effects of the talent, passive, death trial were remarkably effective. As Kaido hammered Elbat's body like a blacksmith, he often sensed the rapid growth of this fellow's armament hockey at an astonishing pace. Despite inflicting significant damage, Elbat would return, invigorated after a hearty meal, demanding another round of punishment. This left Kaido, who had previously enjoyed a few sips of liquor after class, with his leisure time entirely consumed by the relentless demands of Elbat. Inflicting punishment was a labor-intensive task that required mental engagement. After a full day of intense activity, Kaido would collapse into sleep without even the luxury of sipping his drink. "Can I not have a moment of personal space to enjoy a drink? I feel as though I'm on the verge of withdrawal." Coughing lightly, he declared, "Today, we shall temporarily halt our training, that I have something to discuss with you all." Elbat disdainfully regarded Kaido as he attempted to retrieve his flask for a few swigs, pressing a hand firmly on the bottle, and scolded, "Don't change the subject. We agreed that as long as I can withstand your training, you would cooperate with my special training." Kaido found himself momentarily tongue-tied, wishing he could slap himself for making such a foolish agreement. "You love teaching students. Why did you make such a promise?" He never anticipated that someone would become addicted to being beaten. It was utterly absurd. Who is changing the subject? I genuinely have something important to say. You see, while our beast pirate crew has been established, our respective positions and flag have yet to be determined. Once we acquire a ship, we can't very well hang a black cloth on it. Kaido's tone gained confidence as he spoke. The significance of a flag was profound for pirates. It could even be deemed their soul. Kaido's assertion was indeed correct. This matter could not be postponed any longer. Actually, I have a proposal, he stated, gesturing with his hand as a cloud of flame coalesced before him. Moments later, a skull emblem appeared before the group. Elbat squinted at the familiar design and remarked, "Isn't this the original flag of the Beast Pirates? A skull topped with massive horns, resembling Kaido's own skull post-mortem, with 4 bone clubs inserted behind it and on either side, forming a shape akin to a double 8. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Kaido inquired eagerly. "Well, how should I put this?" Elbat pondered, rubbing his chin as he stared at the emblem, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha. This skull design was inspired by my own likeness. Isn't it quite creative?" Kaido exclaimed, grinning widely. "Ah, that explains why I felt a sudden sense of dread upon seeing it. It was reminiscent of Kaido's demise." Quinn nodded seriously, muttering under his breath. "Elbat? Kaido? What are you rambling about?" Kaido had yet to become enraged when Elbat voiced his opinion. "I think you should change the 2 at the back to dragon claws and add the appearance of the gem we seek in the skull's eyes. I believe could be replaced with wings, since we can all fly.it would make for a splendid emblem." Jin chimed in, equally intrigued. "Alfred, what nonsense are you spouting? I feel as though you're targeting me without saying it outright." A multitude of voices chimed in, each expressing their opinions. Ultimately, however, Kaido asserted his authority as captain and enforced the initial plan. Nonetheless, he did heed a suggestion from Elbat, opting to place a red gem in the eye socket of the skull. "Splendid. I hereby declare that the flag of our beast pirates is finalized," Kaido declared with a hearty laugh. "To commemorate this flag's future triumphs across the seas, let us host a banquet. Whoa-ho-ho, I can finally indulge in some drink." Yet, before he could revel in his joy for more than 3 seconds, Elbat had already approached him, throwing an arm around Kaido's shoulder. "But we'll discuss the banquet later. Come on, let us proceed with today's special training. My observation haki still requires refinement. I must intensify my efforts." The others were unfazed by Elbat's actions, except for Descartes, who felt a hint of confusion. How could her lazy brother suddenly become so industrious? It was simple. He had purchased a pain suppressor within the system, allowing him to stand idly by with his eyes closed, binge-watching while Kaido helped him grind his haki levels. Such a fortunate opportunity was rare indeed. Upon hearing Elbat's words, Kaido appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in alarm, "But the banquet is about to commence. Why engage in training now? We can postpone the feast. After you injure me severely, we can feast and then resume our efforts." "Isn't that perfect?" As Elbat spoke, he tugged at Kaido's collar, forcibly leading him away. "Wait, are you the teacher, or am I, who enforces lessons upon others? Let us not forget, I am your captain. Let go of me." By the time Kaido piloted his limited edition DD Flame Cloud to Lozkun Island, the sky had darkened considerably. "Kaido, what should we do next? Are we looking for someone, or a ship?" Quinn inquired, clutching a large bucket of red bean cake soup. Before their departure, Quinn had loaded many experimental tools onto Kaido's flame cloud, as well as several buckets of sweet red bean soup, whose fragrance could be detected from a distance. After days of training, he had finally met Kaido's expectations and was now savoring this long-desired delicacy. Judging by the crumbs clinging to his lips, it was evident he had indulged in this sweet treat not long ago. "Next, we should rest. Who operates a business at this hour?" Elbat yawned, rubbing his eyes that Kaido's driving skills were indeed lacking, having jolted him awake multiple times. "No, we need to find someone next," Kaido said, scanning the area before pointing to a pile of debris beside the town. "Follow me, let's head that way." With that, he took the lead, swiftly guiding the group toward a deserted junkyard outside the town. This junkyard, adjacent to the town, was primarily constructed from dismantled ship parts, given Lozkun Island's thriving shipbuilding industry. Such concentrated junkyards were plentiful. Apart from scavengers hoping for luck, the site was also rife with traces of small workshops. After all, the shipbuilding industry encompasses a complete supply chain, and dismantling old ships is a significant aspect, involving considerable financial interests. Thus, even in the late hours, the area remained brightly lit and bustling with activity that its just ahead. Kaido pointed to a dilapidated shack converted from a small military vessel as they navigated through the throngs of people. The dimly lit interior seemed to harbor two figures swaying within. Elbat peered in, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. If he had to describe it, it resembled a makeshift shelter for scavengers. Your acquaintance resides here? Elbat scrutinized Kaido with skepticism, doubting whether the alcohol had impaired his memory of the location. How would I know why he prefers this place? Let us go inside and take a look. Kaido replied, striding toward the shack that as they approached. The sounds of a heated argument drifted from within, suggesting a dispute was unfolding. Hey, base, open up, Kaido shouted, boldly knocking on the door, perhaps due to the raucous noise inside. Elbat and the others stood at the entrance for a moment, realizing that the occupants seemed entirely disregarding Kaido's presence. This guy, after contemplating between entering and leaving for less than a second. Kaido unleashed a powerful fist against the decrepit door. Bang! You don't even welcome an old friend when he arrives. As he spoke, he stepped into the dimly lit room. However, his sentence was cut short as he froze at the entrance, causing Descartes, who intended to follow him inside, to collide with Kaido's leg, nearly knocking herself against the spiked club hanging from his waist. What are you doing standing there? Come in. Elbat squeezed through the gap beside Kaido, only to find himself rooted in place as well. Similarly, within the room, a couple of individuals, entirely obscured in pixelation, appeared equally bewildered by this turn of events. Whoa, my apologies. We'll leave right now. Elbat quickly snapped back to reality. Hastily covering Descartes' eyes and ushering her out of the room, he instantly understood why no one had opened the door. However, what puzzled Elbat was Kaido's behavior. What is wrong with you? Where's your observation haki? Have you drunk yourself silly? Inside, Base had indeed heard Kaido's knocking, but he was currently preoccupied with a conversation about import and export trade with a beautiful woman. Who could have anticipated that a large man would burst through the door mid-discussion? Upon witnessing his trade goods, now thoroughly exposed from fright, Base felt a strong urge to draw a knife and take a few swings at the hulking figure in the doorway. Whoa ho ho. Base, you all carry on. I'll come back to find you later. Kaido, feeling a touch of embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly before swiftly exiting the room. You bastard, you're coming back? A few minutes later, Base emerged from the shack wearing a simple garment. His robust physique on full display as the bright light from the street illuminated him. A tall figure covered in scars came into view. He had thick lips and towering horns, his stature nearly matching Kaido's. You really have a knack for timing. Aware of the bullish nature and strength of this horned figure, Base refrained from issuing any reproachful words. Instead, he discreetly glanced at the spiked club hanging from Kaido's waist, lighting a cigar and asking, "The last time I saw you was 3 years ago. Kaido, what brings you here? I formed a new pirate crew and require your assistance." Kaido grinned broadly that I wish to purchase a ship. A new vessel. Oh, you have any connections? Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Base exhaled a dense cloud of smoke, his expression growing glum. For such matters, you could simply inquire at the shipyards in town. Why bother me? But as he spoke, he seemed to realize something, his face reflecting an unnatural expression. You wouldn't, by any chance? Sensing that his old friend had grasped his intentions, Kaido straightforwardly laid his cards on the table. Let me be frank. I currently lack the funds to buy a ship. Please front the money for me, and I'll repay you once I have the means. Rest assured, I won't be like those lowlifes who refuse to settle their debts. Borrow money from me. Do I appear to be wealthy? Upon the mention of finances, Base's expression soured instantly. He gestured toward his humble abode, which resembled a slum. The implications clear. Whoa ho ho. You may deceive others, but not me. When you left the Woker Kingdom, you plundered the royal treasury. If you don't lend me the money today, I swear I'll have someone smash your shipyards to pieces. Kaido was quite familiar with this long-lost old friend, and at the same time, Base was well aware of Kaido's shameless nature. This guy was indeed capable of such outrageous deeds. After taking a moment to calm himself, Base slowly spoke. I have no money, but I have an idea. Alfred, Quinn, go smash that little cabin for me. Let me finish speaking first. Base hastily interrupted as he noticed the two were ready to spring into action. You speak. Kaido raised his hand to halt the two. That you truly are as impatient as ever. Seeing Kaido about to lower his hand again, Base quickly shifted to the main topic. You borrowed money from me to buy a ship, didn't you? But a new vessel takes time to be built. From ordering to construction to launching, it could take anywhere from dozens of days to several months. That IT is a tedious and troublesome endeavor. Observing Kaido stroking his chin, deep in thought, Base continued with a grin, as if he had already prepared his proposal. By chance, I have acquaintances at the Dalian shipyard on the island. With a little effort, I can acquire a list of the new ships that are almost ready for construction. You could simply pick one you like from that batch. What do you think? Seeing Kaido's interest piqued, Base pressed on. Although there are rules against taking action on the island, you could wait until the ships set sail before making your move. This way, you save both time and money. It's a win-win situation. Kaido nodded repeatedly, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Base's proposal. After a moment, a friendly smile spread across his rugged face. Base, since you can get the list of ships being built, you must also know which vessels at the shipyard are about to be repaired. Right? With a bit more effort, it's not impossible to find out. What are you planning? Base asked, puzzled. What else could I be planning? I am a pirate after all. Naturally, I intend to seize them. Kaido's once friendly smile gradually morphed into a menacing grin. I want the new ships. I want the old ones that have been refurbished as well. Since we're going to rob, why not go for something substantial? Small-time antics are not my style. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Kaido's brazen declaration. Why are you suddenly interested in those old ships? Base looked at Kaido in bewilderment, feeling as if he could no longer keep up with the guy's train of thought. No, it's not me. It's you who would be interested in those old ships. Kaido pointed at Base and continued. The new ships I seize will be for myself, while all the old ships will be bundled and sold to you that you'll be responsible for dealing with them. Base had to admit that he was indeed a little tempted by Kaido's proposal. However, he had his own concerns. That it wasn't that he doubted Kaido's ability to acquire so many ships. He was quite aware of that guy's strength. His worry was about whether he could even handle such a large quantity of goods. I only have a few small shipbreaking yards under my command. How could I possibly manage so much? Then you can reach out to a few more shipbreaking yards and sell some of my ships to them. As for the profits, we'll split it 70-30. You're asking me to provide information, bear the risks, and handle sales, yet you only want 70%. No, you must give me an additional 10%. Base squinted his small eyes. Though tempted, he knew he had to negotiate for a fair share. What are you thinking? 70% is mine. What did you say? Base's voice rose a few notches, as reason quickly faded in the face of greed. Bang! The spiked bat landed directly at Base's feet. As Kaido spoke with a threatening tone, I am not joking with you. Don't push your luck. Offering you 30% is already showing you respect, so are you going to do this deal or not? If not, I'll deal with you instead. You could call Kaido a brute, but you could never say he was foolish. That guy simply had a habitual preference for resolving issues through force. Elbat understood, and so did Base. Thus, his rationality swiftly returned to its rightful place, that if he didn't know, he couldn't win against the man before him. Base would have made that horned brute feel the strength of his fists. So, the next second, this burly man let out a resigned sigh and said, I never said I wouldn't do it. I was just a bit thirsty and wanted to grab a drink. The next noon, Base approached Kaido with a stack of photographs. Motivated by both money and muscle, his actions were indeed quite swift. He handed the photos to Kaido and said, these are the ships that are about to set sail soon. You can choose your target to act against. Kaido picked up the photographs, flipping through them. Each image displayed the vessel's appearance, with the names and emblems of various pirate crews labeled on the back. Well, after staring for so long, have you decided on a target? Elbat asked curiously, eyeing the photographs. It must be said, relying on Kaido's formidable strength, this plan was indeed a bit audacious, yet still held significant feasibility. Kaido stuffed the photographs into his coat, grinning wickedly. Choose? I don't like making choices. These ships are all targets, and I want them all. I had a feeling you'd choose like this. Base interjected at the opportune moment. These ships have very close departure times, so you'll need to split up when the time comes. Well, my crew has been trained by me and consists of top-notch talents. Plus, with me around, what is there to worry about? Base pondered for a moment, but refrained from saying more. You could doubt Kaido's morals or intelligence, but his strength was undeniably sound. After Base left, Kaido immediately began organizing his crew. Jean, you and Alfred hurry up and memorize the names of these pirate crews. Later, go find some taverns on the island to gather intel about these crews. Aside from the Navy and bounty hunters, no one would particularly bother remembering every pirate's situation. Therefore, it was always prudent to gather some information before taking action. Not to mention, one must at least clarify the bounty amounts. The bounties issued by the Navy to hunt pirates were often flaunted by pirates as a symbol of pride. Although this could sometimes distort the reality of strength, it still provided some reference. Quinn, go to the docks and recruit some hands for me. The only requirement is that they are able-bodied and healthy. The rest is up to you. After that, he turned to Elbat. Elbat, you and I will head to the docks tomorrow to intercept people. Don't let my ship get away. At that moment, Elbat was flipping through the photographs Kaido had given him when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Hey, Kaido. Elbat tapped Kaido's shoulder, pulling out one of the photos from the stack and pointing to the ship's design on it. Is this ship also our target? The ship in the photograph was a three-masted sailing vessel with a golden lion's head carved at the bow. The words Flying Lion Pirates were prominently displayed on the back. Kaido had his sights set on the Golden Lion's ship. This vessel was a new one, perfectly sized, and if I want to recruit and enlist, I naturally require a flagship to make an impression. Isn't it a bit unethical to go after your former crewmate, Shiki? Elbat teased Kaido. What former crewmate? I am going after him. We were merely united by interests, and infighting was a common occurrence. Moreover, by stepping over my esteemed predecessor, we can immediately establish the name of the beast pirates. There is no reason not to do it. In the waters surrounding Loskin Island, a fierce battle rages between several pirate ships. Following the demise of the Rocks pirates, a brief power vacuum has emerged within the pirate world that in such tumultuous times. The weak retreat while the strong rise, and the forces of the New World are perpetually engaged in a chaotic reshuffling. Amidst this atmosphere, various factions are rapidly enhancing their competitive edge. Sturdy vessels are an indispensable element in the quest for strength. These pirate crews, having set sail at the same time, are united in their intent to engage in a no-risk venture. Abilities, swords, firearms, and an array of tactics collide violently within this maritime arena. The booming of cannon fire and the thunderous shouts of combatants fill the air as the intensity of the skirmish escalates. Brilliant blue lightning streaks across the night sky, illuminating the tumultuous sea with flickering flashes. The ferocious visages and gleaming blades reflect a dazzling brilliance in the blinding light, the periphery of the battlefield. A three-masted armed sailing ship with horns adorning its prow unleashes a vibrant tongue of flame at the behest of a burly man with golden hair, directing his fire at the chaotic scene ahead. Boom, boom, a dozen whistling iron balls surge forth from the ship's side, propelled by the gale, charging towards the pirate vessels on the sea with unstoppable momentum. Everyone, brace for cannon fire. Gunners, retaliate, retaliate. In an instant, several ships engaged in combat. Caught unawares, sustained severe damage. Meanwhile, the other pirate crews employed various tactics to intercept the incoming projectiles. Yet, in this world, cunning individuals are never in short supply, particularly in such a chaotic scenario, where they flourish like fish in water. Thus, the first victim emerged. .1 cannonball, guided by human intervention, deftly bypassed an interceptor and struck a pirate ship adorned with a wolf's head with astonishing force. Boom! Instantly, the railing surrounding the vessel was forcefully shattered. And after creating several holes, the iron ball fortuitously severed the ship's rear mast. Damn it! My ship. Sarah, you wretched woman. The victim was Captain Jean Ao Jia of the Bloodhand Pirates, who carried a bounty of 84 million berries and was renowned as Bloodhand. The wayward cannonball was, of course, the handiwork of Sarah, the vice-captain of the twin-gun pirates. This striking woman, with her flowing crimson waves and dual pistols in hand, blew the smoke from her gun's muzzle and remarked with a grin. So what if I did it? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Just you wait. Jean Ao Jia, incensed at his newly launched ship requiring extensive repairs, unsheathed his long blade and, with a furious swing, commanded, raise the mainsail, unfurl the outer wheels. Everyone, sharpen your weapons, and approach the twin-gun pirates swiftly. Prepare for close combat. Under his command, the specially modified vessels of the Bloodhand Pirates glided through the tumultuous waves like shimmering silver fish. TCH, and without a rear mast, they can still maneuver so swiftly for close combat. Do the twin-gun pirates fear us? Sarah pulled the trigger skyward with a fierce determination. Get ready. Let us crush the Bloodhand Pirates. The outcome of a battle often hinges not merely on strength, but also on courage. Close-quarters combat serves as the finest crucible for honing such bravery upon these waters. For pirates, close combat is among their most favored tactics. This method not only allows them to showcase their superior prowess, but also secures greater influence within their crew while maximizing their potential for plunder, sometimes even resulting in the capture of entire ships. Before long, the two speeding pirate ships were locked in a fierce embrace akin to hyenas, with grappling hooks flying towards the railings and makeshift bridges erected between the vessels, igniting a brutal clash amidst the towering waves. The fierce exchanges between these factions catalyzed a chain reaction. The once tumultuous sea now echoed with the cacophony of battle, the screams of combatants drowning out the howling winds, while blood and gunpowder stained the salty waters. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, within the ranks of the bullock pirates, a short individual with a center-parted hairstyle approached an 8-foot-tall giant. Captain, the Bloodhand pirates and the twin gun pirates are at each other's throats. The front is in disarray. We should hasten our retreat. The captain of the bullock pirates, known as Bullock Olive, a Zoan-type user of the bulbul fruit in its yak form, boasted a bounty of 66 million berries. Retreat. Do you think I am a coward? Relay the order to slaughter the surrounding spectator crews first. Once those fools, Sarah and Jineo Jia, have exhausted themselves, we will reap the benefits. Olive, fiery and brash, was no fool. One does not achieve a bounty of 66 million berries without cunning to be by the current standards of the New World. A bounty of 66 million may not denote a formidable figure. Yet it certainly signifies a substantial threat, especially in an era where bounties exceeding 100 million denote a true pirate. Likewise, the desire to capitalize on the chaos was not exclusive to the bullock pirates. Aside from those unwittingly embroiled in the fray, weaker pirate crews began gravitating towards the conflict between the twin gun pirates and the bloodhand pirates that in pirate skirmishes. Bounties on heads are a critical resource alongside the spoils of ships. The Navy's bounty rewards operate without a real name system. Anyone not wanted can claim the bounty that in the New World. Pirates often tacitly allow the presence of underground middlemen within their territories. These intermediaries capture or eliminate disruptive pirates and subsequently deliver them to the Navy after collecting a fee. Such practices have become an unspoken rule of the sea, serving as a vital economic source for many pirates. Loskin Island, renowned for its thriving shipbuilding industry, hosts such intermediaries in its black market. In this chaotic environment, a swift hand could yield a high-value bounty or pirate corpse, easily convertible into substantial wealth at the island's black market. A significant temptation for numerous pirate crews. Captain, must we truly engage in this conflict? We would merely be cannon fodder on one pirate ship. The first mate expressed hesitation. Combined with the captain, their bounty barely totaled 20 million berries, leaving him doubtful of their qualification to partake in the clash ahead. Fear not. The morning papers just reported that rascal Greyfuss has recently drawn the ire of the World Destroyer Wald. Who knows where he has been driven off to now? Currently, the twin gun pirates are left with only that rough woman. Sarah, the two sides are evenly matched, and it will surely be a life-or-death struggle. With that, the captain pulled the first mate closer and whispered, besides, even if we are to be fodder, let it be those fools with bounties below 10 million berries. We fire from the periphery. If any fortunate soul stumbles upon a fortune, keep a close watch, and if things feel off, we'll make a swift exit. Clearly, this captain, intent on scavenging, retained his clarity of thought. Yet around him, many were blinded by greed. Soon, the first individual unable to resist temptation made his move. Lads, attack. With a swift slice, the metallic shard met flesh, staining it with crimson. That the skull crusher Lacey, worth 15 million berries. A one-eyed man with a clawed hand bellowed as he laid waste to his opponent's arm. Gather round. Men, let us slay this wounded bounty hunter. The injured bounty hunter, a robust figure akin to a muscular Barbie, tore off her headscarf, staunchly pressing her hand against the bleeding wound, her pale face curling into a derisive sneer at a bunch of rubbish. Do you think I'm easy prey just because I'm injured? How dare anyone covet my head? The words of the female pirate had barely left her lips when a woman of similar stature, a formidable Amazon, sprang forth from behind her, swiftly dispatching the one-eyed man with a flurry of strikes. She complained, Captain Lacey, why waste words with these insignificant pests? Let us swiftly conclude this skirmish and rush to the aid of the first mate. As the two conversed, a towering man, 3 meters tall and wielding a long sword, staggered into the fray beside the two fierce women. Captain Lacey, There are too many pirates charging from the stern. Our comrades can scarcely hold their ground. Crisis was not confined to one area. At the bow, the vice-captain of the double-gun pirates, Sarah, was gradually falling behind in her duel with the captain of the Bloodhand pirates, Jean Aoga, blocking Jean Aoga's razor-sharp claws with her blade. Sarah cursed, "When did you become a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Damn it, that scoundrel Graus has vanished at such a critical moment." Jean Aoga, seeing his attack fail, shifted his strategy from fist to claw. Seizing the sword from Sarah's grasp with a vice-like grip, a furry tail shot out from behind him, enveloped in dark, armament-coated hockey, and struck Sarah fiercely in the chest, the overwhelming force sending the petite woman sprawling. As Sarah regained her footing, leaving 2 deep gouges on the deck, Jean Aoga taunted, "Still thinking about Graus? Who knows if he's alive or dead? I fear nothing." Of course, the latter part of Jean Aoga's statement remained unspoken. If Graus were to appear on Rosgani Island, he would flee without a second thought. But for now, who would concern themselves with a missing person? Meanwhile, in Dock 1, a group of shipwrights, having completed their tasks, leaned against the windows, watching the chaotic melee unfold on the sea with amusement. One shipwright jested, "Those ruffians better not damage our freshly built ship." Upon hearing this, another shipwright quickly retorted, "If they do break it, that would be splendid. We could charge for repairs again. After all, ideally, they should cause even more havoc. Sinking those ships so we can construct new ones." The others chuckled in agreement. Just then, a voice chimed in, "Hey, fellows, who do you reckon will emerge victorious among these factions? The double-gun pirates? Of course. Even with that madman Graus missing. Their combat prowess and quick gun Sarah remain formidable. Forget it. I'm placing my bets on Jean Aoga. I happen to know a secret. He is a user of the dog fruit, wolf form. Then by your reasoning, doesn't that give Olive an even greater advantage?" "What? Olive? You mean that hulking brute who can transform into a cow? His bounty is a mere 66 million berries." The group found this amusing. While bounty does not entirely reflect strength, it does serve as a useful reference. They had seen instances where a low bounty individual had bested a high bounty one. Though such occurrences were rare, at least they did not believe that the ordinary Zoan-type user Olive could achieve such feats. Just then, after a moment of contemplation, one shipwright spoke up. "Hey, have you all forgotten? There's a significant figure on this island." As the shipwrights exchanged banter, a major upheaval transpired in the chaotic battle at sea. Unbeknownst to them, a half-beast, swirling like a tempest, had plunged into the fray. He leapt from a dinghy onto the ships embroiled in conflict, engaging in a frenzy of slaughter. This half-beast, adorned with a lion's head and golden mane billowing in the wind, appeared particularly ferocious, his bloodied form striking terror into the hearts of those around him. With each swipe of his claws, opponents fell before him, often dispatched in a single blow. The Flying Sky Pirates. Lion. Witnessing his subordinates suffer devastating losses, Sarah's eyes blazed with hatred and fierce determination. Bang! She fired a bullet imbued with armament hockey, forcing Jean Aoga back, then swiftly distanced herself, retrieving a small transponder snail from a crevice. "All members of the double-gun pirates, assemble at my side immediately." Her voice echoed through the transponder snail, and the members of her crew, hearing their vice-captain's command, unleashed their full strength to repel the enemies before them, hastening towards Sarah's position. Meanwhile, Jean Aoga did not impede Sarah's actions. He too began gathering his subordinates, casting wary glances at the blood lion laying at tea that moment. Lion paused his assault, reveling in the blood-stained claws as he licked them. Savoring the taste of iron. Blood. I haven't inhaled such a delightful aroma in days. Why have you all stopped? Continue the slaughter. The blood must flow. Just as the two pirate factions regarded the deranged creature with trepidation, a furious roar erupted from the distant sea. "Blood lion, it truly is you." Lion turned sharply toward the source of the voice, spotting a massive man wielding a spiked club, leaping from a ship adorned with bullhorns. Behind this giant, a small figure with a middle-part hairstyle and clad in black suspenders shouted, "Captain, don't be rash. Remember our plan. Who are you?" Lion raised a hand to block the giant's forceful descent, excitement evident in his voice. "Are you here to engage me in battle? Battle? No, I'm here to eliminate you. I am Captain Joe Olive of the Bull-Headed Pirates. Do you recall a year ago in the Rod Sea when I witnessed you slaying several of my brothers?" Olive bellowed, swinging his spiked club once more. "The Rod Sea? Lion deflected Olive's assault again, furrowing his brow. Do not assume that I remember every insignificant wretch I've dispatched, that I've killed far too many. Who do you think you are? Lion, captain of the 8th Division under the notorious Gold Lion, with a bounty of 468 million berries, could hardly be expected to remember a small fry like Olive. How dare you forget the grudge of my fallen comrades? Olive's furious strike was met with Lion's unyielding grip, seizing the spiked club and delivering a powerful kick to Olive's chest, sending him crashing back onto the deck of the bull-headed pirates. Lion let out a lion's roar, cursing, "Why would I remember a worthless creature like you?" As Lion's words faded, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming above him. Looking up, he saw a slender figure plummeting at great speed. "Ugh, another small fry. I'm here to battle, not to play games with you." Muttering to himself, Lion prepared for the incoming threat, when a long, sharp-tailed appendage shot towards him from the descending figure. He grinned cruelly. His legs coiling with power, launching him skyward, he aimed to strike the descending annoyance, intending to obliterate both the figure and its tail midair. Bang! Their limbs collided, and Lion's expression shifted instantly, so hard. In the next moment, the formidable tail sent his arm twisting at an unnatural angle before crashing violently into his chest. PFF. Ryan's chest caved in slightly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing back onto the deck, creating a sizable human-shaped crater. Once Ryan hit the ground, a figure flapped its wings and slowly descended before the onlookers. This individual stood approximately 3 to 5 meters tall, sporting short black hair. His features, while not exceptionally handsome, exuded a certain gallantry. Draped over his upper body was a crimson vest, and on his back rested an exaggeratedly long sword. A delicate silver chain hung from his chest, with a gleaming metal plate at its center reflecting the sunlight. This person was none other than Nasariel Elbat. "Hey, are the pirates of your new world truly this courageous, taking attacks head-on without even considering dodging?" Elbat remarked, glancing at Ryan, who was convulsing in the crater and spitting blood, his tone laced with incredulity as Elbat further adapted to the powers of the Black Dragon template. His physique gradually approached the formidable strength of the Black Dragon. Not to mention Ryan. Even if Kaido were to receive this blow, he would likely be left in a daze. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, regarding the unexpected guest who had incapacitated Ryan with a single strike. Her eyes filled with wariness. "To me? I am Nasariel Elbat, the current vice-captain of the Beast's pirates." Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces around him, Elbat helplessly spread his hands and continued, "I have come at the behest of a certain drunken fool who has been inebriated since early morning and cannot be roused. To inform you of something, your ship now belongs to the Beast's pirates. As for you lot." Before Elbat could finish, a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat and sporting a weary expression raised a voice of dissent. "I don't care if you're from the Beast's pirates or the 1,000 Beast's pirates. You think you can just demand our ship with a single sentence? Not a chance." As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced around, signaling others nearby to bolster the atmosphere. Elbat merely chuckled and said nothing. That a flash of red light erupted from his hand as flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the middle-aged man. Before he could even scream twice, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. That in such circumstances, making an example of someone was the wisest choice. Those like the middle-aged man, who failed to assess the situation and still considered stirring trouble, were often the best targets. Indeed, the crowd that had previously been restless fell into silence once more. Just as Elbat was preparing to say something further, dark clouds churned in the sky, and a massive dragon's head suddenly emerged from the clouds. "Hey Elbat, why didn't you announce yourself when you came out? You made me search for you all over." The colossal dragon grinned, letting out a heavy belch. Elbat gazed at this obviously hungover creature in the sky, wishing he could fly up and give him a couple of swift kicks. Earlier that morning, he had nearly pulled Kaido's beard off, yet Kaido showed no signs of waking. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed alone. Little did he expect that the pirate world would be filled with so many opportunists eager to feast off others' efforts. When Elbat arrived at the port as planned, not only did he see no ship, but he also encountered no pirates at all. Now, after all his hard work to locate someone and engage in a fight, Kaido had the audacity to turn the tables on him. It seemed it was time to put this drunken fool on a sobriety regimen. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the flames dissipated and the dragon's scales receded, revealing a human form as Kaido stood firmly on the deck. His immensely muscular upper body was exposed, a distinctive liquor gourd hanging at his waist, while the sharp spiked club in his hand radiated a chilling glimmer. This man is Kaido. Before long, some around recognized Kaido's visage, causing a stir among the crew aboard the pirate ship. Kaido the Beast? Wasn't he captured? Fool, this isn't the first time news of his capture has circulated. You should be used to it by now. Moreover, his moniker is no longer the Beast but Kaido of the Beasts. Wait, does that mean Kaido belongs to the Beast's pirates? Kaido's appearance was met with a stark contrast to Elbat's, after Elbat had descended from the heavens and dealt a crippling blow to Ryan. Rendering him incapacitated in the crater, he swiftly eliminated the middle-aged man with a single stroke. Yet, the surrounding crowd hardly recognized him. Aside from their immediate fear and respect for his strength, they still harbored some skepticism. After all, unfamiliarity breeds deeper wariness regarding one's character and preferences. In contrast, Kaido was a well-known figure in the New World, a veritable celebrity. Despite not having to lift a finger, merely his presence seemed to intimidate all those present. Such was the influence of fame. Kaido raised his spiked club, pointing it at the gathered crowd, and proclaimed boldly, "You bastards, listen up. I don't care who you were under or which pirate crew you belong to. From this day forward, you all have a new identity, members of the Beast's pirates, and I, Kaido of the Beasts, am your new captain." With a wide grin, he took a hearty swig from his gourd. "Now, those who do not wish to die, throw down your weapons and kneel before me. I will lead you to conquer the world." The crowd exchanged glances, few of them responding to Kaido's words. Naturally, everyone was well aware of Kaido's notorious reputation. With his reckless tendencies to go all in, who would dare to ally with him? Yet, in this situation, refusing to surrender could very well lead to a swift end at the end of his club. Seeing the crowd hesitating, Kaido made the choice for them. His ferocious gaze erupted with an indescribable, terrifying pressure. Red lightning exploded from his imposing figure, the palpable aura resembling a fearsome dragon surging forth from hell, engulfing the entire sea. Under this overwhelming force, the sky fell into a monochrome abyss, stripped of its vibrant colors. This was Kaido's conqueror's haki. The oppressive force ruthlessly bore down upon every individual on the sea. Instantly, a cacophony of bodies hitting the ground echoed, as countless pirates, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed. Their eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. Moments later, the ferocious energy that could have shattered the surrounding waves gradually dissipated. Standing resolute at the center of the deck, Kaido retracted his conqueror's haki, his gaze shifting forward, revealing a hint of surprise and astonishment. Following his line of sight, one could see Sarah, Olive, and Jiao still standing firm, clutching the railing, striving to remain upright. Well, it appears among this crowd, there are still a few of you with potential." Kaido laughed heartily, his conqueror's haki surging forth once more. "So, will you join the Beast's pirates and become my right and left hands? Or will you perish in these waters? Make your choice." At that moment, enveloped in the aura of conqueror's haki, Kaido exuded an intimidating presence akin to a raging torrent. Just a mere exchange of glances sent shivers down the spine, causing hearts to race. Brandishing his spiked club, he retained a domineering grin, confidently and arrogantly standing upon the deck, fixating on the few individuals across from him. Olive and Jineo found themselves wrestling with their inner turmoil. At this juncture, the concept of a pirate king was still nebulous. Pirates sailing the seas lacked long-term aspirations or plans. Most sought to become formidable figures in their own right, while those like Rox and the Golden Lion, who aimed to dominate the world, were but a rare breed on the vast seas. The primal law of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Weaker individuals, not wishing to be devoured by the strong, would typically band together for warmth or directly submit to the powerful. Thus, aligning with the strong was not a mark of shame. Olive and Jineo had no qualms about having an additional leader over them. After all, having a powerful backing in the New World certainly makes things considerably easier. However, Kaido, they are also considered veterans of the New World, and naturally, they are well aware of the rumors surrounding the Oni Kaido's strength and temperament. Although, in terms of developing forces, this fellow is not particularly suited to be a leader. Yet, from the perspectives of strength and renown, he remains quite formidable. He became the strongest warrior in the kingdom at the tender age of 10. Later being specially recruited by Whitebeard at the behest of Rox, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Presently, he appears to have become a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Moreover, It seems that he has found a rather capable partner this time. As they surveyed the scene around them, strewn with countless bodies, the trembling duo of Jineo and Albat exchanged a glance, the helplessness in their eyes unmistakable. Well, Kaido is Kaido, who knows what he will ultimately become. However, if they do not kneel now, the middle-aged man and the bloodthirsty lion, Ryan, are surely cautionary tales for the two of them. Bracing themselves, Jineo stood tall and addressed Kaido. The pirate code has always dictated that the victor is king. Kaido-sama, I am willing to join your ranks. With that, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Albat mirrored his actions, bending forward and declaring, Kaido-sama, I too. Their rapid submission left Elbat somewhat astonished. He had once learned in private conversations with Queen that Kaido was notorious in the New World for instilling fear. Why is it that the moment this guy shows up, with just a flicker of his imposing aura, others bow in submission? I was preparing to witness his unwanted, unattractive demeanor. Yet, not everyone in the vicinity was inclined to show Kaido such deference. Particularly a certain thick-headed first mate. Bang! Sarah suddenly took action, raising her pistol and aiming it at Kaido's head, pulling the trigger. Apologies, but despite your strength, I refuse. Kaido did not flinch. He allowed the bullet to strike his eyelid without evading. As expected, the bullet was deflected harmlessly away. However, the subsequent developments astonished everyone. The fallen bullet inexplicably vanished midair, and Sarah's form abruptly appeared before Kaido. Then, Kaido felt a chill in his chest as a spray of blood erupted. Without pausing after her successful strike, Sarah swiftly fired again at Kaido's side while in midair. Bang! Kaido's expression remained unchanged as the bullet zipped past his ear. Simultaneously, Sarah's figure vanished once more, only to reappear directly behind Kaido. Don't move. Kaido felt a slight chill at his neck as Sarah aimed her gun at his chin, the blade of her firearm pressing against his throat. That I know your defenses are formidable. But the dagger at the end of these two handguns is reforged from two excellent blades, capable of slicing through steel. If you wish to live, do not move. The significant size difference between Sarah and Kaido rendered her pose, leaning against Kaido's back with the blade poised at his neck, somewhat comical. Elbert's expression twitched as he momentarily struggled to find words. Seeing Kaido appear as though he had some trick up his sleeve, he realized that this troublesome fellow as penchant for collecting oddities was acting up again. Oh well, let him be. After all, with Kaido's physique, a few stabs from such an object would likely only result in a bit of bloodshed. Moreover, once he activated his haki, whether that dagger could even penetrate would remain a question. Unaware of Kaido's thoughts, Sarah continued to press the knife against his neck, shouting toward Elbat, "Gather all the members of our pirate crew, and I will release this guy." The fruit Sarah had consumed was known as the teleportation fruit. Not only could it allow spatial exchange with objects she touched, but it could also transport herself and others from one location to another within her line of sight. However, to teleport a person, physical contact was required. Currently, the members of the Twin Guns pirate crew were incapacitated on the ground, dazed by Kaido's Conqueror's haki, and not too far apart. With Kaido's tacit approval, Elbat took one member in each hand and stacked all the surviving members of the Twin Guns pirate crew together like a human tower. Seeing her objective achieved, Sarah pointed at Elbat. "You step back too." Elbat shrugged and retreated 100 paces, quietly preparing to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Bang! A shot rang out. The bullet aimed directly above the members of the Twin Guns pirate crew. Whoosh! Sarah's figure disappeared again, only to reappear atop the mountain of bodies. Beasts pirates, is it? This grudge will be remembered by the Twin Guns pirate crew. Once that fool Greyfuss returns, we shall settle the score with you. Sarah furrowed her brow, preparing to deliver a few more harsh words. Just then, Kaido lunged toward her in a swift motion. Futile. Even if I cannot defeat you, with my abilities, escaping is an effortless task. Confident in her fruit powers, Sarah intended to maintain her bravado. Observing Kaido swing his kanabo, she smirked disdainfully, her lips barely moving. Goodbye. I never said you could leave. The red thunder erupted once more, and Sarah suddenly felt a familiar pressure bearing down on her. This caused her movements to falter, and in the next moment, the haki-infused kanabo made intimate contact with her head. Kaido harbored no thoughts of mercy. With a single swing, Sarah's eyes glazed over, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. This fellow could have simply run away quietly. Why put on such airs? Elbat shook his head, retrieving a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs he had purchased on Rosokune Island. Raise your glasses, everyone. Welcome to the Beast's Pirates. On the dock, Kaido raised his cup, surveying the throng before him, bellowing heartily. The majority of pirate crews on the seas are formed around their captains, typically requiring all members to obey the captain's decisions. Now that Oleg Fingineo had pledged their allegiance to Kaido, their respective crews, the Bloodhand Pirates and the Mighty Bull Pirates, naturally merged into the Beast's Pirates that asked for the loyalty of these two crews. Elbat had already inquired with Kaido, who provided an unexpectedly lenient answer. Loyalty was irrelevant. As long as they could effectively carry out assigned tasks, they were deemed good subordinates. The captain does not require unwavering devotion from his crew. He must only focus on one thing: to be powerful, absolutely powerful. When the value of betrayal cannot overshadow the importance of self-preservation, loyalty will persist. Great strength can serve as a support for subordinates, and gathering them around oneself enhances one's own power. After daily interactions, subordinates grow to trust their captain, creating a cohesive team. Even after brief setbacks, they can regroup. Such a pirate crew is what Kaido has long sought to establish. Indeed, it is undeniable that you are truly destined to be a pirate captain, Kaido. After hearing Kaido's exposition, Elbat felt convinced that this fellow was born to thrive in piracy, with such profound insights. He truly is a gold medal instructor upon the seas. As the feast reached its midpoint, Jean and Queen, who had been dispatched to recruit in town, also arrived at the dock, accompanied by over 400 newly inducted members of the Beast's Pirates. Consequently, the newly formed Beast Pirates expanded into a formidable fleet of 1,000 men. Kaido's aspirations of becoming an admiral were officially set on the right course. Elbat, just as Elbat was indulging in food and drink. Queen approached him with a box in hand. He opened it to reveal exquisitely packaged cigarettes. I went to town with Lilith today to recruit, and I thought I'd ask about your preferences. Quinn chuckled as he spoke. It appeared that this fellow had been thoroughly exploited, given that he learned of his smoking habit from a mere girl. Unwrapping a pack of cigarettes, he placed one between his lips, igniting the end with his fingers, and Elbat exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction. This cigarette is rather good. Where did you acquire it? Elbat inquired, directing his question at Quinn, who was gnawing on a cigar. These were procured from the black market on Lozkian Island, specially supplied for the Navy, primarily intended as a privilege for officers of the rank of captain and above, Quinn replied, releasing a rich cloud of smoke with a grin. It seems that in the realm of smoking, those backed by the world government's Navy enjoy the finest. Once we finish this pack, let's summon Kaido and embark on a little naval heist together. Hearing Elbat's words, Quinn raised an eyebrow in mild confusion and asked, Elbat, why would we call Kaido? He doesn't smoke. You see, having someone experienced in the field makes things much easier. Kaido is quite the expert when it comes to hijacking Navy ships. Indeed. The two exchanged a few more words, and Quinn flicked off some ash, leaning in closer to Elbat with a mischievous expression and whispering, Elbat, may I ask you something? Do you think Kaido has taken a woman for himself? Quinn gestured towards Sarah, who was bound by sea-stone handcuffs in the corner of the banquet. With her cascading red waves, form-fitting attire, and striking beauty, it's no wonder Quinn's mind wandered to such harmonious thoughts. After all, men tend to be this way, especially those who live on the edge like pirates, uncertain of seeing the dawn. When one fancies someone, they seize the opportunity without a second thought for romance. Particularly in a world where women are generally quite appealing, powerful individuals are seldom lacking in female companionship. Elbat shot Quinn a disapproving look and remarked, I must say, can't you think a bit more critically? With Kaido's physique, even if he had such an inclination, he wouldn't choose someone so petite. Quinn considered the towering figure of Kaido, standing at 7 meters, and then glanced at Sarah, who barely reached 1.67 meters. He nodded in agreement that it is indeed quite challenging for Kaido to find a suitable match. Quinn muttered that in fact, I believe there is someone quite compatible with him. Elbat took a couple of sips from his drink and continued conversing with Quinn. Who might that be? Quinn inquired, puzzled. Nearby, Jean and Alfred perked up, evidently intrigued by the conversation. Elbat glanced at Kaido, who was merrily indulging in drinks, and lowered his voice to say, Charlotte Linlin. You see, they were old friends. And their physiques are not too dissimilar, the saying goes. A woman 3 years older is worth a gold brick. If Kaido were to marry Charlotte Linlin, he would be striking quite the deal. But if Kaido truly ended up with Charlotte Linlin, how many hats would he have to wear? Quinn whispered, you're thinking incorrectly. What if he has to wear many hats? Kaido would simply gain a multitude of sons. Elbat continued to jest. You see, we refer to each other as brothers. If they were to wed, wouldn't we be gaining a lifetime of connections with the Big Mom pirates? You make a fair point. Quinn chuckled quietly. Since Kaido hasn't taken a liking to her, why not just eliminate her? Such a loyal follower hardly warrants the need for persuasion. Alfred interjected, pointing at Sarah. Perhaps it's because she is a rare spatial ability user? Elbat pondered for a moment before replying. If I'm not mistaken, this woman should possess the power of the teleportation fruit, a highly strategic ability. Perhaps Kaido finds that intriguing, according to the original storyline. During this naval battle, Sarah would meet her end at the hands of the Golden Lion, Shiki. Subsequently, her fruit would reincarnate somewhere in the sea and eventually become the power of Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. Perhaps Kaido is drawn to her fearless demeanor. After all, not everyone dares to place a blade at Kaido's throat. Quinn guffawed. It's hard to say, but only Kaido could pull off such a feat. Beating someone and then having them submit. Elbat joined in the laughter. While the group continued their banter, Kaido at the center of the banquet, having downed several cups of drink, appeared increasingly exhilarated. Waha! Taking advantage of today's merriment, I shall say a few words. Kaido bellowed, soaring into the air and transforming into a dragon. On the dock, whether they had witnessed Kaido's transformation or not, the new members of the Beast's pirates gasped in astonishment. That a dragon? Hearing the exclamations from below, Kaido's dragon visage flushed with excitement, and he drunkenly declared, Listen up, my crew. Since you've joined the Beast's pirates, you must abide by our rules from this moment forth. Our rule is simple. Only the strong are esteemed. Henceforth, we shall hold an annual challenge. Any member of the Beast's pirates who believes in their strength can challenge the captain, the officers, the vice-captain, or even my position. If you can defeat me, I shall gladly hand over the title of captain. However, should you fail, you will obediently follow the orders given to you. In short, we shall adhere to one principle. The strong rise, and the weak fall. The strong set the rules, and the weak comply. Do you all understand, my crew? At this time, the Beast pirates had not yet attained the formidable scale they would later achieve as one of the four emperors. Thus, the list of officers was considerably shorter. Kaido divided the over 1,000 members into 5 divisions. Apart from Elbat, the vice-captain, Kaido appointed a captain for each division, following a round of competition. Jean, Quinn, Alfred, Jineo, and Olive, individuals who were evidently stronger than most, were bestowed the titles of division captains. As for the internal assignments within each division, Kaido left that decision to the respective captains. The grand banquet lasted a full day and night, during which many who deemed themselves capable challenged for their desired positions. The various divisions became familiar with one another. The festivities gradually drew to a close. Kaido, now that we have acquired both a new ship and crew, can we commence with the next phase of our plan? Quinn approached Kaido, raising his cup with a wicked smile. Waha, of course. Rivalry among pirates is a tradition. Robbing fellow pirates is an age-old practice. Wouldn't you agree? Kaido replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it's quite a dreadful tradition, Elbat teased. Kaido gathered several division captains to discuss the specifics of their operation, with the group present being seasoned rogues. They quickly devised a detailed action plan. The following day, in the waters near the Lozcune Island dock, 8 armed sailing ships of the Beast's pirates effectively blocked the entire harbor. Any vessel flying a pirate flag could only enter, not exit. This led to several pirate crews, sensing danger, banding together to confront the Beast's pirates. What do you mean by this, Beast's pirates? I've roamed these seas for so long and have never encountered anyone bold enough to demand an exit fee from us. Besides, Lozcune Island isn't your territory. Why should we pay you to leave? Indeed, who do you think you are? We are the underlings of treasure hunter Brother John. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Quinn, having transformed into his beastly form, hovered in the sky, arrogantly pointing at the raucous pirates below. With an impatient tone, he declared, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you third-rate scoundrels. Let me make this clear. Each pirate crew must pay an exit fee of 100 million berries. Without that, none of you shall leave. As the crowd gazed up at the audacious, rotund figure in the sky, their teeth ground in frustration. To be frank, had the 100 Beasts pirates demanded a modest sum, perhaps a few million berries, they might have gritted their teeth and accepted the loss. However, the sheer audacity of their demand, a small target of exorbitant proportions, left them incredulous. Who could possibly muster such funds? Even if they could, what if the 100 Beasts pirates, driven by greed, sought even more? I may be short on cash, but I wish to depart. So kindly clear the way, lest I resort to violence. A hot-tempered pirate cursed as he drew his saber, pointing it threateningly at Queen in the sky. At that moment, Kaido's dragon head emerged from the clouds. Upon witnessing Kaido's presence, the formerly menacing pirates instantly wilted. Kaido was a figure of immense notoriety in the New World, his numerous escape attempts forging an aura of legend around him. With a staggering bounty of 500 million berries, he rendered all present utterly daunted. Several of the most vociferous pirate captains exchanged glances, and through silent communication, ultimately designated one to engage with Kaido. Captain Kaido, I acknowledge that your 100 Beasts pirates are indeed formidable, yet we are not to be underestimated. We are all seasoned men of the sea, crossing paths often, and it is prudent to leave a line for future encounters. Kaido scrutinized the brawny figure before him, his voice rumbling. And who might you be? The burly man's face twitched slightly, but he steeled himself to respond. I am Butios, captain of the brawling pirates. Seated atop Kaido, holding a stack of wanted posters, the temporary secretary Descatterly swiftly flipped through her notes. Murmuring, found Butios, alias Steel Cannon, with a bounty of 36 million berries. 36 million berries, not too shabby. A sinister smile crept across Kaido's face as he remarked, we are all pirates here. Is not robbery our profession? Why should it be permissible for you to plunder others while I am barred from claiming my due? Captain Kaido, are you suggesting that we are at your mercy? Butios's eyes flashed with indignation. Well, I am not entirely unreasonable. Since you are reluctant to part with your coin, I can offer you an alternative. Observing Butios and his companions gradually brighten at this prospect, Kaido continued, if you can defeat me, the payment will be waived. Isn't that a redundant statement? If I could defeat you, would I even be conversing with you? In an instant, the pirates were left astounded by Kaido's audacity. Do not blame me for not providing you with an opportunity. You may all attack together. If even one of you can break through my defenses, you shall all be free to leave. At those words, Butios and his comrades exchanged glances, though hesitation lingered in their eyes. Noticing their uncertainty, Kaido taunted, what is this? Not willing to pay, yet too cowardly to engage. Do you aspire to be lowly pirates? The term lowly pirates was somewhat ambiguous to Butios and his crew. Yet they felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over them. They quickly rallied together, and Butios boldly addressed Kaido. Captain Kaido, you stated that if one of us breaks through your defenses, we may leave. Of course, do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Kaido laughed heartily, a glint of ferocity gleaming in his massive eyes. However, let it be known, should none of you succeed, you will comply with my wishes without question. Otherwise, I shall not be as accommodating as I am today. Very well. The members of the 100 Beasts pirates, under their captain's command, tightened their encirclement around the port, the cannons of their ships aimed menacingly at the dock. As the flames dissipated and the dragon scales faded, Kaido reverted to his human form before Butios and his comrades, while a blue-haired girl perched atop his head remained. Captain Kaido, she... Butios gestured toward Descatterly. Pay her no mind. She is merely an apprentice in my crew, here to observe the battle and gain experience. Gripping his kanabo, Kaido smiled and asked, are you ready? Then forgive me. We shall commence. Before Butios could finish, a deluge of dark red lightning erupted from Kaido, a demonic pressure cascading toward them with ferocity. Upon unleashing his conqueror's haki, Kaido's aura surged like a rampaging beast. Merely locking eyes with him sent shivers down their spines. Their hearts racing uncontrollably. With a thunderous sound, the 8 prepared fighters were swiftly reduced to Butios alone. So, what's it to be? Will you continue? Kaido's gaze was laced with mockery as he observed Butios trembling. Is this the famed conqueror's haki? Butios muttered, fear gradually transforming into resolve. What of the conqueror's haki? I shall not let my fists waver in fear. With a fierce roar, Butios charged at Kaido. His muscles bulged as he adopted a boxing stance, launching an uppercut aimed squarely at Kaido's robust abdomen. Tiger roar. With a thunderous impact, Butios's punch landed on Kaido's midsection. The spectators of the 100 Beasts pirates sensing a heavy thud. The form was commendable. But had he not eaten recently? Kaido lowered his gaze to his unscathed abdomen, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Butios, staring at his masterpiece, exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. The force of my punch could fell a rhinoceros. Well, I am a fearsome dragon. Kaido laughed heartily. Since you enjoy using your fists, let me show you the might of mine. Can you withstand a punch with 500 million's worth of power? Without hesitation, Kaido unleashed a devastating blow toward Beautios's chest. Beautios crossed his arms over his chest, hoping to absorb the fierce impact. Bam! Another resounding thud echoed, the shockwave displacing air and sending ripples across the sea behind Beautios. He was sent flying by Kaido's punch, carving a long trench in the ground before crashing onto the soft beach, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Who else? Kaido hoisted his kanabo onto his shoulder, disdainfully surveying the hesitant pirates before him. Those still unconvinced may step forward and challenge me. His gaze rendered all present instinctively avert their eyes. Since no one dares, let it be known that you shall comply with my terms. You have 2 hours to gather the funds. Those who fail to pay after this time shall face dire consequences. Kaido coldly huffed, a vicious smile gracing his features. As for those who dared to challenge me, once they awaken, I shall offer them the chance to submit. Those who refuse may go forth and gather their funds. Oh, very well. Descatterly, perched atop Kaido, diligently noted everything in her notebook. In truth, it took less than an hour for the various pirate crews to scrape together 100 million berries to present to the 100 Beast pirates. As for those utterly destitute, their ships and possessions henceforth belonged to the 100 Beast pirates. Should any find themselves unable to settle their debts, they would, regrettably, need to use their bounties to repay. Amidst the myriad of pirate crews, the 100 Beast pirates audaciously plundered over 2 billion berries, which truly opened Elbat's eyes to the opulence of pirates in the New World, after lying in wait for an entire week. The 100 Beast pirates ultimately seized 17 warships and amassed a fortune amounting to approximately 4 billion berries, thereby swelling their ranks to around 3,000 members. Initially, some pirate crews, unaware of the situation, ventured here to purchase ships, only to emerge with tear-streaked faces after being met with the mocking smiles of the 100 Beast pirates. Kaido, this fellow, was quite adept at disregarding humanity, seated cross-legged at the bow of the freshly painted Beast King. Kaido reveled in his drink. The click echoed from behind him as Elbat approached, cigarette in mouth. Finished with today's lesson? Elbat had effectively graduated early under Kaido's tutelage. After all, if he didn't, the esteemed teacher might very well be driven to madness. Yes, let Quinn and the others take a good rest today. I can seize this opportunity to indulge in more drink. Kaido had grown fonder of his now graduated pupil over time. Today's influx of pirates had significantly dwindled. It seemed those who had paid off and fled had spread word of their exploits, rendering further surveillance unnecessary. What are you planning to do next? Elbat exhaled a plume of smoke, directing the query at Kaido. Next, we need to find a desirable territory. With so many new recruits, we can't just let them languish. The fleet of 3,000 is no trifling matter. The maintenance of ships, procurement of weaponry, and the sustenance of so many will incur exorbitant costs. 4 billion berries may suffice for a while, but in the long run, lack of stable income is not sustainable. Elbat chuckled. I just hope you can withstand the challenges ahead, that if we don't stir up trouble. Are we to wait for trouble to seek us out? Kaido took a hearty swig of his drink, chuckling. If one fears trouble, then one is no pirate. Hiding away to grow stronger is not my style. You, my friend, are simply a reckless fool. Elbat laughed and reproached. By the way, have you heard anything from Charlotte Linlin? Elbat recalled a recent proposal from Kaido. Unlike other pirate crews, the big MOM pirates had woven an extensive web of intelligence through marriage alliances while maintaining close ties with the underground world, making them unparalleled in information. Not yet. According to the liaison from the big MOM pirates, that old hag is currently in confinement and won't be taking any calls, after indulging in cigarettes and drinks for a while. Kaido, feeling rather bored, invited Elbat to join him for some reckless escapades. Elbat dismissed the notion, thinking, isn't it easy to seek death? Just consume another devil fruit. How dramatic. Noticing Elbat's lack of enthusiasm for his proposal, Kaido didn't press the matter further, transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, as the 100 Beast pirates expanded aggressively, the world government's most formidable enforcement agency, the Navy, found itself in dire straits. Initially, the Navy had anticipated that after the demise of Rocks, pirate factions would engage in fierce conflict over dominion of the New World, allowing them to strike decisively. dismantling the pirates one by one, potentially clearing the new world of all pirate forces in one fell swoop. The script was written, the stage set, and the various actors indeed began their performances, with the early developments aligning with the Navy's expectations. However, as the Navy confidently intensified its efforts in the New World, they suddenly realized the unfolding narrative was awry. They were not confronting a disjointed faction, but rather faced formidable resistance from a united front of New World pirates. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was briefing Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong on the situation. Those rascals in the New World, whenever we make a move, they can momentarily set aside their disputes to unite against us. Sengoku lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Few fools ascend to the rank of great pirate. They are all too aware of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Steelbone Kong offered his consolation, acknowledging the grim reality of the New World's predicament. The Navy had intended to leverage the momentum gained from eliminating rocks to establish a stronghold in the New World. Although they initially secured notable victories, imprisoning several miscreants and establishing numerous new naval bases, the obstacles had become increasingly formidable. Due to historical legacies, many nations in the New World had defected to the pirate factions, including some nations that were part of the world government. These special nations, distanced from the Navy headquarters and surrounded by rampant pirate forces, only needed to pay a nominal tribute to retain their status as allied nations. This was unavoidable. After all, the world government lacked the capacity to protect them. The existence of these nations served merely to provide the world government with a faude, a banner proclaiming the government has not forgotten the New World. These allied nations were akin to nails embedded within the pirate forces, simultaneously serving as bridges for clandestine connections with the pirates. The unique political environment fostered a characteristic of opportunism within these nations. Now, the Navy felt increasingly beleaguered in the New World, prompting these allied nations to adopt a dualistic approach. Without the support of allied nations, the Navy found itself unable to establish bases in the vicinity. The absence of these footholds rendered resupply exceedingly challenging, making any notion of purging pirates utterly implausible. As the Navy's influence waned in the New World, it forced certain nations that leaned toward the world government to shift their allegiance to the pirates, creating a vicious cycle. To break free from this unfavorable situation, the Navy needed to seize opportunities to instigate action. However, at such junctures, those wretched pirates displayed remarkable cohesion. These pirates did not require formal alliances. They merely set aside their disputes to collectively repel the Navy before retreating to resolve their internal conflicts. This strategy left the Navy utterly frustrated, often finding themselves with the initial advantage only to be besieged during the operation, resulting in a disheveled conclusion. Sengoku, responsible for formulating operational plans, began to doubt his own capabilities. Just as Sengoku sat in his office, troubled by the forthcoming offensive plans, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." A tall man clad in a black suit entered, none other than the newly appointed head of CP9, Fuzz Carl. "Apologies for the intrusion, Admiral Sengoku." Though the CP agency operated independently of the Navy and their relationship was far from cordial, the most clandestine division, CP9, maintained a relatively amicable rapport with the Navy. A rare visitor. "Carl, what brings you here?" Sengoku inquired after inviting Fuzz Carl into his office. The historical tension between the Navy and the CP agency stemmed from the inherent risks of their interconnectedness. Consequently, the world government had long sought to cultivate animosity between the Navy and the CP agency. Yet, as brother departments, cooperation was often necessary, leading to CP9 and higher-ranking naval admirals serving as conduits for communication. As Sengoku finished speaking, a sycophantic smile adorned Fuzz Carl's face. "It's nothing, just a small matter requiring your assistance, Admiral." After brewing a cup of tea and handing it to Fuzz Carl, Sengoku continued, "Not long ago, we received a notification from above, requesting our cooperation with your operations. However, I have been quite occupied with affairs lately and have not yet had the opportunity to delve into matters thoroughly. Since you are here, please enlighten me about the situation." Fuzz Carl took the teacup, took a small sip, and spoke earnestly. "It is as follows, Admiral. According to our CP agency's investigation, there are numerous enigmatic scholars around the globe currently seeking the whereabouts of historical texts." Investigating historical texts, the Warring States General furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Is this not expressly forbidden by the world government?" Indeed, we have caught them in the act several times, but ultimately, they were thwarted by a certain force. Although we did not capture any living witnesses, it is certain that these individuals are a group of scholars, Fuzcar stated solemnly. This is no trivial matter. The historical texts contain accounts of ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world. If the scholars you speak of truly possess the knowledge to decipher ancient writings, then the likelihood of these ancient weapons being revived will significantly increase. Posing a grave threat to the entire world, Sengoku adjusted his glasses and pinched his temples in some distress. It is one thing for the pirates in the New World to cause chaos. But now even scholars have become so reckless. Furthermore, we have uncovered a particularly frightening detail. Fuzcar's voice intentionally lowered a few decibels. The mysterious force obstructing us has certain connections with the current pirate admiral, Shiki the Golden Lion. What? Shiki? Sengoku's voice rose sharply by an octave, only to realize something and promptly lowered his tone. Are you certain of this? If Shiki now holds the means to decipher ancient weapons? Or worse, if he has discovered an ancient weapon, then a decisive confrontation between the Navy and the flying pirate crew is undoubtedly inevitable. There is no concrete evidence, but analysis of the clues indicates that those who hinder our continued pursuit of the scholars indeed have some connection to the flying pirate crew. Fortunately, we have once again located traces of those scholars in the North Sea. Fuzcar's words brought Sengoku a slight sense of relief. Given the nature of the Golden Lion, if he has indeed acquired the means to decipher ancient writings, it is unlikely that those scholars would still be alive. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, in that case, how can our Navy assist your CP department? The main issue remains one of personnel. At this point, Fuzcar hesitantly spoke. As you know, our CP9 is a covert agency within the CP organization, rarely known to the outside world, operating on an elite basis, and currently facing a heavy workload. Thus, we are significantly short-staffed and require your support, Admiral. Considering these requests, Sengoku contemplated for a moment before not declining. Ancient weapons are no laughing matter that I will arrange for 2 majors from headquarters to communicate with you directly. And I will also have the governor of the North Sea coordinate with your actions. Should there be any unusual developments from Shiki's end, you may inform me at any time. Thank you very much. Admiral. Fuzcar quickly nodded in appreciation. After hesitating for a moment, he set down the teacup and approached Sengoku, speaking in a very soft voice. Admiral, there is actually another tricky discovery that I believe is necessary to inform the Navy about. According to our gathered intelligence, that group of scholars has now arrived in the Seleucid Kingdom in the North Sea. The Seleucid Kingdom? What is happening there? Sengoku raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. You should also be aware that a certain celestial dragon recently renounced his status as a world noble and is currently residing in the Seleucid Kingdom. Sengoku? The connection between Shiki and ancient weapons is already perplexing enough. Now we have the added complexity of a former celestial dragon. This situation is becoming increasingly intricate. At Loskin Island, in the Binks Bar, the sun was shining brightly, and a few tables of patrons were bustling inside the tavern that a drunken, burly man abruptly flung open the tavern's door and stumbled over to a table. Boss, a bottle of whiskey, on the rocks. The man's voice was slurred yet boisterous. Instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the tavern, he wore a tattered red cloak, and his face, adorned with a thick beard, was smeared with alcohol and ash. However, the patron's gaze did not linger on his appearance, but rather fixated on his weapon that was a double-barreled shotgun, with a bore as thick as his arm. Is that even a gun? Or have they welded 2 small cannons together? Boss, hurry up with the drink. I've got work to do. The burly man slurred again, leaning against the table and belching. He rummaged through his pockets. Finally pulling out the half-burned end of a cigar. I knew I had some treasures on me. The man continued to search his person, hoping to find something to ignite it, but this time, he found nothing. Hey, folks, the man turned to the other patrons at the tables. Who can lend me a light? Never mind. With a dramatic click, the burly man chambered a round in his shotgun. He placed the cigar between his lips, leaned close to the shotgun's muzzle, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A large hole was blown into the tavern's ceiling. Wisps of smoke slowly ascended as the man savored a puff from his cigar, leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. This Navy-issue cigar is delightful. It's a pity that the wretched Sarah's lighter has gone missing. She's going to scold me terribly later. Damn it, I'm not in the mood to rescue her now. On Petarov Island in the New World, a lively group of individuals sat on the beach by a bonfire, enjoying a festive evening. Among them, a man wearing a captain's hat and a burgundy captain's coat raised his glass, joyfully singing. Behind him, a group of people joined in rhythmically, howling like banshees. Beside the boisterous man, a blue-haired little imp with a peculiar red nose was engaged in a heated debate with another red-haired imp wearing a straw hat. Arguing over whether the Antarctic or the Arctic was colder, by the bonfire sat a blond man wearing round-framed glasses, who, after giving each of the boys a playful punch, temporarily halted their bickering. These individuals were members of the Roger Pirates. The off-key singer was none other than their captain, the legendary pirate with a bounty of 2.8 billion berries, G.O.L.D. Roger. This very man would eventually rise to the pinnacle of the pirate profession, becoming the first ever recognized pirate king in history. Mr. Jabba, why are you reading again? The future emperor, the current little Caramu Shanks, sporting a bump on his head, looked at his cruise navigator, Skaz Jabba, while chewing on a piece of roasted meat. Indeed, this is a feast, Mr. Jabba. You should be getting into the spirit. The future great Caramu, now the small fry buggy, approached Jabba, eager to clink cups. Little ones can't drink alcohol. Jabba snatched the cup from Buggy's hands and delivered a light smack to his bump. Hey, Roger, take a look at this. Amid the laughter and merriment, Jabba handed the book to Roger. Global Islands magazine. Jabba, why are you reading this during a feast? Roger chuckled as he took the magazine. Global Islands magazine occupies a rather unique position among the myriad of popular publications at sea. By its name alone, one might assume it to be a highly specialized and serious scientific journal. Yet, upon attempting to read it with a mindset geared toward learning, one would discover that it is neither professional nor serious. Often interspersed with a plethora of adult content, it is said that the magazine's founder was once a pirate himself. Thus, the text predominantly features not the specialized reports of geologists, nor the legendary biographies of bards, but rather an array of nautical diaries and adventurous escapades penned by numerous pirates in those days. Even the notorious Roger, upon reaching the last island of the Grand Line, Water 7, authored a rather nonsensical essay that bore little relevance to the subject at hand. However, it must be acknowledged that the vast majority of newly discovered islands in the world were unearthed by pirates. Consequently, this seemingly unprofessional, yet remarkably authoritative magazine often harbors an abundance of obscure knowledge and clues. Fool, take a look at what is inscribed on the 38th page of this book. Roger seized the tome and, illuminated by the flickering flames, discerned the text within. It was an investigative report concerning a desolate island in the North Sea, which he read aloud in a tipsy manner. That scoundrel Gamaru claimed there was treasure here. Damn it. I scoured the entire island and found naught but the remnants of an uncivilized tribe. Those women were a sight to behold. Jabba, and you want me to peruse this rubbish? Laughter erupted among the crowd as Jabba, his face turning a shade of blue, glared at the most boisterous fool. Feeling an urge to grasp the axe at his side. Idiot, read further down. Oh, the women here are rather decent, but their skin is a tad dark. You dolt, skip that part. All right, I thought you might enjoy it. Roger chuckled mischievously, observing Jabba's complexion shift from blue to black, his hands now firmly gripping the axe handle. He promptly ceased his antics and recited dutifully, "Damn it, this island is far too small. There isn't even a place to take shelter from the rain. Yet, I was fortunate enough to discover a hidden cave, within which stood a colossal stone tablet covered in incomprehensible symbols." Remembering the disdainful gazes of those women, his anger flared. Damn it, I was scorned by a tribe of savages. I can't overpower the husbands of those wild women, and now I'm venting my frustration on this wretched stone tablet. Why can't I even scratch it? No, it's not that. I've been hacking at it for ages without leaving a mark. As Roger continued reading, his tone grew increasingly somber, the smile on his face gradually fading. Roger, doesn't this description seem eerily familiar? Jabba observed Roger's grave demeanor, slowly retracting his hands from the axe handle. Under the tutelage of a certain childish captain, his threshold for patience had risen significantly. A stone tablet that cannot be damaged, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Captain, could it be the history text? The dancing fishman, Sambel, halted his clumsy movements, astonished. There is indeed a possibility. The location of the Island of Legends is marked here as well, just north of the North Sea's Seleucid Kingdom. What say you? Would you be interested in investigating? Roger extended the magazine to Rayleigh, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The North Sea is quite far. Roger, "We only entered the New World last week," remarked the first mate, Silbaz Rayleigh, as he accepted the magazine and swiftly scanned its contents, chuckling. "Ha, and what of it?" Roger beamed with innocence. "The New World is not our objective. It is the history text that we seek. Let us set aside thoughts of the history text for now. Captain, we should consider the issue of Shiki. Ever since you thwarted his plans in the Rod Sea, that fellow has been frantically pursuing our whereabouts," piped up the young buggy, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Tisich, the mere mention of Shiki irked Roger. That guy has so many enemies. Why does he fixate on me? He's just like that stubborn carp. What business could he possibly have with me? He likely desires to collaborate in conquering the world. I have no time for such frivolous games if we do encounter Shiki. We can simply beat him into silence, can't we?" Sambel the fisherman laughed heartily. "Makes sense." Roger picked up a bottle from the ground and shouted, "If that bastard Shiki dares to prattle on when we next meet, we shall all unite and give him a proper thrashing. Come, let us drink. Boys, once the feast concludes, we shall set sail with our sights set on the North Sea Seleucid Kingdom." Oh, unbeknownst to him, the locale was rather bustling. After declining Kaido's invitation to a suicide mission, Elbat, hands in pockets, began meandering through the streets of Roscune Island. Currently, the primary task of the various factions within the Beast Pirates was to foster cohesion, and Elbat had expressly forbidden members of the crew from harassing civilians, allowing them only to hunt the occasional passing pirate. As he wandered, he noticed many storefronts where individuals were engaged in crafting small trinkets, seemingly preparing for a festival. Approaching a man deeply engrossed in his work, Elbat quietly inquired, "Pardon me, may I disturb you?" The man glanced up briefly, then resumed his labor in silence. Slap, a 1,000 berry note fluttered before the man's eyes. "Excuse me, may I disturb you?" The man swiftly snatched the bill, raising his head to reveal a beaming smile. "What can I do for you, sir? What are you making?" "Sir, I am weaving peace amulets." "Peace amulets?" Elbat raised an eyebrow. "What purpose do they serve? You must be a foreigner." "Sir, on Roscune Island, we are annually beset by powerful typhoons every March. Prior to this, shipyards hang numerous peace amulets from their rooftops. When the typhoon strikes, these amulets are swept into the sea, and as a result, any vessels constructed by that shipyard in the ensuing year will brave any storm without fear." The man, having received his payment, elaborated on the significance of the peace amulets before returning to his work. Elbat shrugged, standing still as he observed the man's deft weaving technique. Impressive craftsmanship, he complimented before turning to depart, while a few idle ruffians lounging on the street exchanged knowing glances and sluggishly followed suit. The man, still weaving peace amulets, watched Elbat's retreating figure, stroking the berries in his pocket, murmuring softly, "What a naive fellow. He has so easily revealed his wealth. Isn't he just inviting the attention of these lurking rats?" Strolling along the thoroughfare, Elbat appeared oblivious to the fact that he was being tailed. With his hands nestled in his pockets, he ambled leisurely, occasionally pausing to purchase small items, intending them as gifts for Discatli. As he entered a secluded alley, surveying the various shopping bags in his hands, a smile crept upon his lips. He hadn't anticipated that his spree would yield such a bounty. However, for every purchase made, there were plenty of fools encountered. Elbat sighed, slowly turning around, only to find a dozen thugs brandishing an assortment of weapons, grinning menacingly at him. "Hey kid, we've been tailing you for 8 blocks. And finally cornered you. Aren't you quite the shopper? Try to stroll a bit longer. I dare you. Hand over all your money, and maybe I'll introduce you to a good job afterward. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Is this the level of thuggery on Roscune Island? Please, you lot are supposed to be the villains. How am I to comply with such polite requests? Elbat rolled his eyes, having already noticed that he was being targeted when he pulled out his money. He hadn't expected a mere dozen. It seemed that the security on Roscune Island was relatively decent. "Hand over your cash," one of the thugs shouted, brandishing a flintlock and immediately pulling the trigger at Elbat's feet. Bang! In the instant the gun fired, Elbat had vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the muffled gunshot caught the attention of a drunken man nearby. Just as the thugs began to wonder if they were haunted, a mocking voice called out from behind them. "I am right here." The thugs spun around hastily, noticing Elbat standing just a few meters away, armed with 2 flintlocks aimed squarely at them. "Don't move. This is a robbery. Young man, I find it hard to believe you dare to shoot." Suddenly, a dull gunshot erupted, and a transparent hole appeared in the thigh of the ruffian who had just spoken to I in the blink of an eye. The remaining dozen or so thugs immediately stood at attention, paying a mock salute. This fellow executes this sequence of actions with greater finesse than we do. Elbat glanced at them and proclaimed, "You have 1 minute to drop your weapons, remove your clothing, and swagger out of here. If you do so, I will refrain from firing. Can we at least keep our underwear?" Noticing the dangerous glint in Elbat's eyes, the thugs promptly fell silent, hastily discarding their weapons and clothing, fleeing the alley in their bare skin. Observing the awkwardly shuffling group ahead, Elbat found it somewhat disconcerting to behold, and he fired another shot into the sky, prompting the thugs to scream and sprint even faster. "A bunch of rascals," Elbat muttered to himself. Turning around, he encountered a bearded man with a cigar in his mouth, brandishing a formidable double-barrel shotgun at the opposite end of the alley. Upon seeing the other man, Elbat stroked his chin with a knowing smile. This individual, judging by his appearance, must be none other than the captain of the recently defeated gun pirate crew, Graus. What could he want from me? Revenge, or perhaps to take me hostage in exchange for the members of the gun pirate crew? Relax, mate. Graus, with his cigar in tow and his weapon pointed downwards, donned an innocuous grin, yet paired with his fearsome countenance. It hardly conveyed sincerity. "Are you planning to rob me?" "Impossible. I am no mere thug." Recognizing Elbat's previous display of skill, Graus's initial intentions were swiftly extinguished. Since Elbat was not under any bounty, Graus had not recognized him as the vice-captain of the beast pirate crew. "I came here to hunt birds." Graus raised his shotgun, showcasing what he believed to be a sincere smile. "Hunt birds?" Elbat glanced at Graus's prized shotgun and scoffed. "Indeed, that piece of junk in your hand seems only fit for such trivial pursuits." Graus's expression darkened instantly. He bit down on the end of his cigar and took a deep breath. "Oh, you have any idea what you've just said?" Members of the gun pirate crew were well aware that their captain, Graus, prized his weapon above all else. While he might tolerate insults directed at himself, he could not abide any affront to his prized firearm. That was his sole source of pride. Graus raised his shotgun, aiming it at Elbat. A plume of smoke erupted from his nostrils as he growled, "Kid, how about you repeat that? For a marksman, a suitable gun is akin to a wife. You can insult me, but you shall not insult my wife," Graus shouted, his expression menacing as smoke billowed from his mouth. "You better apologize, you unsophisticated bumpkin." Elbat rolled his eyes, turning away to summon a specially made double-barreled crossbow from his system. Aiming it at the sky and pulling the trigger, bang! As the gunfire flashed, the air let out a piercing howl. The clouds above were blasted apart, creating a colossal void. Graus observed the dispersing clouds, calculating the distance between them. His mouth fell agape, and the cigar slipped from his lips without any reaction. Gulp! Graus swallowed hard, his gaze filled with astonishment as he eyed the crossbow in Elbat's hands. Soon, all expressions morphed into profound admiration. For an exceptional marksman, nothing is more alluring than a powerful weapon. If there is, it must be a double-barreled gun. And the crossbow in Elbat's hands resonated perfectly with Graus's aesthetic. "What kind of gun is that?" Graus's voice trembled as he regarded his shotgun with newfound disdain. This sensation was akin to laboring all day only to find an extraordinary beauty seated next to one's own homely relative. To be precise, this was not merely a gun. It was a heavy crossbow named the Kingdom Knight. Elbat propped the crossbow on his shoulder, showcasing every intricate detail to Graus. The crimson stock, silver body, brass accents, and muzzle. Every aspect captivated Graus's attention. The Kingdom Knight boasts tremendous penetration power, capable of firing various ammunition for long-range precision strikes. Nothing it targets escapes unscathed, as Elbat elaborated. Graus instinctively stepped forward, his eyes glued to the Kingdom Knight. Witnessing Graus's foolishness, Elbat found it somewhat amusing. Reports from the members of the gun pirate crew indicated that Graus was a firearm aficionado, cherishing his shotgun above all. If his weapon sustained any damage during battle, he might even halt the fight unilaterally until he could repair it. Thus, aware of this intelligence, Elbat concocted a splendid idea upon encountering Graus, in addition to serving as a long-range suppressor and sniper rifle. The Kingdom Knight could also be loaded with shot for close-quarters combat. Care to see? Watching Graus's eager expression, Elbat retrieved 2 shells from his system and loaded them into the crossbow. Bang! Bang! Elbat fired twice at the ground not far away. Instantly, a myriad of holes appeared in the hardened floor, resembling a sieve. Gulp! Graus swallowed again, his gaze fixated on the crossbow, consumed by a singular thought. Obsession, an overwhelming infatuation. Oh, mother, I feel as though I have glimpsed love once more. However, just as Graus reached out to touch his newfound goddess, Elbat swiftly retracted the crossbow back into his system. That, oh no, where did that gun go? Why did you put it away? The disappearance of the exquisite beauty left Graus's eyes filled with profound regret. This is my weapon. I shall do with it as I please. Should I discard it? It is none of your concern. When you toss it aside, mind giving me the address? I could assist you in dealing with that unwanted trash. Elbat, uninterested in the shameless man before him, waved his hand at Graus, saying, All right, would you kindly step aside, you fellow with the toy gun? I still have shopping to do. With that, he picked up the shopping bag resting on the ground and prepared to bypass Graus to exit the alley. Hold on, young brother. How about we discuss a business deal? Graus interjected, his smile dripping with flattery as he blocked Elbat's path. Not interested. Elbat attempted to sidestep Graus again, but was caught once more. Wait, just let me have one more look at that weapon. Or even touch it. If possible, would you consider selling me the design for that gun? I can offer you a handsome reward. Elbat halted, casting an impatient glance at Graus. That I don't need the money. We are not related, so why on earth would I sell it to you? No need to rush. I am Graus, captain of the gun pirate crew, with a bounty of 160 million berries if you sell me that gun. Not only will I pay a high price, but it will also be a favor owed. You are Graus. Absolutely. Graus flashed a confident smile, only for Elbat to summon the crossbow again, aiming it at his head. While I may not need money, 160 million berries is still quite tempting. I could trade you for a bounty. Brother, calm down. Let us not joke around. Elbat rolled his eyes and hoisted the crossbow back onto his shoulder. You re the one who started this jest, so don't obstruct my path. If you dare to stand in my way again, I'll make you a sieve. Please, no, Graus exclaimed, throwing his arms around Elbat's thigh. Dear brother, just sell me that gun, and I'll do anything you ask. This fellow, does he truly lack any semblance of a grand pirate-esque dignity? Anything at all? Elbat raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar smile in Graus's direction. Causing the burly man with a bushy beard to shiver slightly, he quickly added, As long as it doesn't conflict with my personal principles, and you can't make me sell my body. Am I that kind of person? Elbat snorted, appraising Graus from head to toe. That I have no ulterior motives. I merely have a few items that have gone missing. If that is something I can assist with. I am quite adept at locating things, Graus proclaimed boldly. His internal plan was to keep this fellow occupied, swindle the gun, rescue that wretched woman Sarah, and then make a swift escape. That I asked for finding things. Let this lad handle that. I'm not finished yet. Elbat shot a glance at Graus, who appeared somewhat anxious, and continued, You're not the only one tasked with helping me find these items. You must collaborate with the others. And there shall be no discord. These are trivial matters. No problem at all. Graus replied without hesitation. Since we've settled the terms, let us talk payment. That a handsome sum of 100 million berries. Elbat's words froze the smile on Graus's face. You're robbing me. Indeed, I am robbing you. Take it or leave it. Graus cursed under his breath. Damn it, in the waters near Loscune Island in the New World. A colossal turtle-shaped ship, adorned with lush greenery, was making its slow advance. At the prow of the ship hung a decoration resembling a W-shaped mustache, while a black pirate flag billowed from the mast. This was none other than the flagship of the walled pirates, the Lozedia. When the ship was constructed, the shipwright Guilem had installed numerous cannon firing positions around the vessel to complement Bondi Wald's Momo fruit abilities. And hidden between the deck and the mast was an extraordinarily massive cannon. Not long ago, the walled pirates had engaged in a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates on Gem Island. And it was under the cover of this massive cannon that the walled pirates managed to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, apart from this colossal cannon, the rest of the ship's artillery had been reduced to scrap metal by the tremors of Whitebeard's powers. Thus, while resting at Loscune Island, Bondi Wald set his sights on the island's master gunsmith, Plank. Waha! As expected of the master gunsmith, your creations are splendid. The towering Bondi Wald, approximately 4 meters tall, caressed several towering cannons beside him. Laughing as he turned to pat the shadowy figure nearby, the figure wore a dark round hat, black-framed glasses perched above his nose, thick hair cascading down, and a long beard adorning his chin. With a musket tattooed on his right arm, he was none other than the half-fishman gunsmith Plank, specially invited by Bondi Wald. Plank's father was a shipwright on Loskin Island, while his mother was a mature fishwoman, both of whom had passed away. From a young age, he was fascinated by firearms and had apprenticed at the renowned weapon manufacturing shop on the island by the time he was in his 20s. He had already made quite a name for himself on Loskin Island. Plank did not shy away from doing business with pirates, yet he had never entertained the idea of setting sail himself. Had it not been for Bondi Wald's late-night visit, wherein he engaged in a rather harmonious discussion of join me or else, he would likely still be enjoying a peaceful slumber in his cozy abode. Captain, since the new cannons are installed, shall we give them a test? Gilum, carrying a massive square iron hammer and donning a pair of goggles, stood beside the cannon, gazing at the sea, and made the suggestion. Testing sounds good. Wald glanced at the listless Plank beside him and waved for the crew to load the cannon with ammunition infused with his abilities. Bang, 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 accompanied by vibrant tongues of fire. Cannonballs the size of human heads shot forth with a thunderous roar. Momo's 50-fold cannon. As Wald activated his powers, the cannonballs suddenly expanded, transforming into colossal black orbs that obscured the sky for hundreds of meters around. Meanwhile, the projectile's speed surged, easily surpassing the speed of sound. Rings of blinding white sonic booms erupted, filling the waters in front of the Losidia with a cacophony of wind and deafening sounds, empowered by Wald's abilities. These new cannons unleashed a cataclysmic force. The title of World Destroyer was indeed well-deserved. Boom! The explosion of the shells reverberated across the sky, shattering the clouds with the shock waves. The ripples spread, the immense force engulfing everything in its path, causing a certain inebriated individual, who was floating on clouds, to lose his footing and plummet from the heavens. Captain, it seems you hit something, while the crew was still immersed in the terrifying display of their captain's might. A curious subordinate glanced around, sensing something amiss. Whoosh! As Kaido's descending figure grew larger, the lookout in the crow's nest noticed the anomaly and hastily signaled Wald with a snail phone. Unidentified personnel in the sky. Warning! Warning! In the lookout's vigilant gaze, Kaido's silhouette tore through the sky like a shooting star, hurtling directly towards the Losidia. Boom! Bang! Bang! With a series of earth-shattering roars, Kaido crashed through several structures on the ship before finally halting his descent. Thankfully, the Losidia was spaciously built and constructed with sturdy materials. Otherwise, it would not have withstood Kaido's tumult. After enduring countless impacts, Kaido's alcohol-fogged mind began to clear somewhat. Kaido, that rookie from the Rocks crew? As Kaido rubbed his throbbing head and sat up, Bondi Wald approached with his pirate crew in tow. What brings you alone aboard my ship? Seeking to ally with me. You are Bondi Wald. Kaido groaned as he stood, glaring angrily at the wine stains on his trousers. That it's you who carelessly fired your cannons and ruined my drink. Ally with you? Kaido slowly removed the spiked club from his waist, his voice rising with fury. An old fool with one foot in the grave should not dare dream. I would never ally with a weakling. Huh? Did I hear that correctly? This fellow dares to call Lord Wald weak. Truly laughable. If you wish to challenge the king, first get past us. His crew erupted in uproar. Though Kaido had begun to establish his name, he was not yet widely recognized, even if they were aware of his prowess. They would not harbor much fear in the pirate world. The might of Haki can be viewed as a manifestation of one's spirit. The clash of Haki is, after all, a collision of convictions. Young Moria dared to confront the young Kaido head-on. However, after all his comrades perished in battle, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation, devolving into a mere otaku reliant solely on zombies and fruits. In his youth, Crocodile dared to challenge Whitebeard and had even clashed with Barrett, but after experiencing significant setbacks, he too underwent a drastic change in character, embarking on a quest for the legendary Pluton. Ultimately meeting defeat at the hands of the Straw Hats, the Wald Pirates, initially introduced in the storyline, suffered a considerable decline in strength due to their captain, Bondi Wald, being encased in ice for an extended period. While the aging officers were no longer formidable, furthermore, Wald harbored resentment towards his subordinates who had abandoned him, resulting in a severe erosion of the crew's cohesion. Yet, despite the weakened state of the Wald pirates, the world government still assembled the 7 warlords, while the Navy headquarters, led by Akainu, set out to eradicate them. This underscores the significance the world government placed upon them. Although the Wald pirates have not yet regained their former glory, their captain, Bondi Wald, has begun to ascend to the pinnacle of his power. Boss, when walking, one must exude valor. Hold your weapon prominently and adopt a fierce gaze. That way, the type of people who used to swarm around will no longer dare approach. The boisterous voice of Graus, cigar in mouth, echoed with bravado as he retained his beloved double-barrel shotgun until Elbat relinquished the Knight of the Kingdom to him. Behind him, Elbat strolled leisurely with several shopping bags in hand. Unlike before, since Graus's company, the streets were noticeably devoid of covetous eyes. Tisich, with you by my side, why worry about anything else? Upon uttering this, Elbat sensed a sudden surge of emotion from Graus, not excitement, but rather anger. As they conversed while walking, a small transponder snail emitted a sound from Elbat's pocket. Apologies, please grant me a moment of privacy. I must take this call. After distancing himself slightly from Graus, Elbat answered the transponder snail. Elder brother Iba, we have detected traces of the walled pirates near Loskin Island. The voice of Descatli came through the receiver. Walled, the world destroyer Bondi walled. Elbat's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition washing over him. Indeed, the transponder snail immediately confirmed his fears. That horned gorilla seemed to have been shot down by that fellow named Walled while he was frolicking in the sky. Now the two are engaged in an all-out brawl aboard Walled's ship. I knew it. That drunken fool always brings me some surprises. All right, I will investigate. Inform the squad leaders to prepare for battle against the walled pirates. After ending the call, Elbat returned to Graus's side. Someone who helps me find things like you is now being attacked. I suppose you two can be considered colleagues now. Accompany me to lend a hand. During the fight, I'll entrust you with the Knight of the Kingdom crossbow. What say you? Graus, taking a couple of hearty puffs of his cigar, laughed heartily. What a fortuitous opportunity. Ha, boss. How did you know I? Graus, am always eager to help others. Meanwhile, aboard the low-setty ship of the walled pirates, Kaido and Wald had already begun to exchange blows. Oh, what if it's me hitting you? Wald casually picked up a fist-sized iron ball and hurled it with all his might towards Kaido. Do you expect me to compensate you for your drink? You arrogant brat. Do you think your captain rocks? Whoosh. The iron ball expanded exponentially mid-flight, creating ripples in the air, faced with the colossal iron ball hurtling towards him like a meteor. Kaido immediately transformed into his most powerful hybrid form. Although you old man may be unlikable, such an extravagant greeting truly stirs the spirit. Kaido wielded his kanabo and swung it at the incoming iron ball. This weight feels off. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated violent collision did not occur. The massive iron ball was sent soaring into the sky as if struck like a baseball by Kaido's brute force. In the split second that Kaido was momentarily distracted, Wald's figure vanished without a trace. The next instant, he appeared right in front of Kaido. Momo, 10 times speed. Bang! Wald's foot landed squarely on Kaido's face. However, Kaido, evidently unfazed by the sudden attack, merely tilted his head slightly due to the impact. Is this your form? You possess the powers of a Zoan type. Wald's impression of Kaido remained stuck in the phase of an intern in the Rocks Pirates. Thus, upon witnessing his fruit abilities for the first time, he was momentarily taken aback that, of course, this misunderstanding stemmed from both the world government and Kaido himself bearing the brunt of the blame. Although Kaido acquired the fish fruit from Charlotte Linlin during the God Valley incident years ago, he had become accustomed to utilizing haki to resolve various battles under the old Captain Rox's sage teachings. While the world government had updated his bounty, they did not extensively promote his abilities, as every time he escaped, it felt like a resounding slap in the face to them. Consequently, reports concerning Kaido were generally brief and superficial. Old man, are you just tickling me? Hearing Kaido's taunts, Bondi Wald's expression darkened suddenly. His foot, which had kicked Kaido's face, swiftly retracted before launching again, this time with noticeably increased force. Momo, 30 times speed. You think I won't fight back? Die, Thunder Bagua. Kaido, incensed by this affront, disregarded the incoming foot, swinging his kanabo directly at Wald's head. Seeing his opponent completely disregard his attack and adopt an attitude of trading blows, Wald felt a surge of bloodlust awaken within him. Desperate, do you think I'm afraid of you? If Kaido is ready for a head-on clash, then I'll show him the consequences. Wald's toe made intimate contact with Kaido's face, while simultaneously, Kaido's kanabo affectionately caressed Wald's chest. Bang! Bang! As both parties struck each other, they inadvertently enveloped their respective positions with a layer of Busashoka haki. The powerful blow from the kanabo sent Wald's body flying. Meanwhile, Kaido, reeling from the attack, stumbled backward, leaving cracks in the ground beneath him. his ferocious visage marred by swelling and blood. As Wald flew through the air, he pulled a handful of fine iron sand from his pocket and hurled it towards Kaido. Momo, 50 times buckshot. These fine iron sands, comparable in power to large sniper bullets, struck Kaido's hockey-covered body to Wald's surprise. However, these fine iron sands failed to breach his defenses, merely ringing against Kaido's body before being deflected away. Old man, don't embarrass yourself with such a low-level sneak attack. As the dark Busashoku haki gradually faded, Kaido wiped the shoe prints and blood from his face, making a provocative gesture. Want to go again? You little brat. Seeking death, stabilizing his footing after retreating, Wald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He unsheathed a long blade from his waist, its length suddenly expanding 50 times, and with a vigorous swing. A cutting strike swiftly shot towards Kaido. Momo, 50 times slash. As the wave of slashing energy magnified 50-fold descended as if to cleave the heavens, the surrounding pirates swiftly scattered, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and awe. Their captain was a true monster. Just as they braced themselves to witness the foolish individual nearby being cleaved in twain by their captain, they observed Kaido, the formidable beast with horns, swinging his obsidian kanabo once more. Thunder, the clash of the slashing wave, and the weapon sent a tremendous force spiraling into the sky, instantly clearing the skies of clouds. At that moment, Valdo leapt into the air, brandishing the elongated blade that had been magnified 50-fold. Aiming it at Kaido, this old man, battle is not merely a game of size. With both hands gripping the kanabo, Kaido forcefully swept aside the descending blade, leaning forward slightly as he stepped upon its edge. Charging fiercely towards Valdo, rumbling 8 trigrams. Valdo's pupils constricted violently. He had no time to defend himself and immediately enveloped his body in armament haki. Bang! Kaido's swing sent Valdo hurtling once more. The earth was gouged by Valdo's rapidly retreating form, shattering rocks and trees into dust along the way. In an instant, the wind roared like a beast unleashed, swirling with dust and wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. Kaido, you have truly enraged me. Amidst the swirling dust, Valdo's voice, filled with fury, echoed. Momo, 100-fold. Enveloping himself in dense armament haki, Valdo transformed into a shadowy figure. The Momo fruit allowed its user to amplify the speed, strength, volume, and weight of any object they touched by up to 100 times. This ability bestowed upon Valdo immense offensive power, earning him the title of World Destroyer. However, unlike Zoan-type abilities that enhance physical strength, the Momo fruit does not augment Valdo's defensive capabilities. Prolonged use of the 100-fold state places a great burden on his body. Therefore, he must first cover himself in armament haki to withstand the strain before unleashing the 100-fold increase. If the previous 50-fold speed was already beyond the grasp of the human eye. Then Valdo, now at 100-fold, appeared to transcend space itself. So fast. Kaido's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a terrifying transformation when Valdo increased his speed to 100-fold. Moreover, unlike the playful attacks from Shera, Kaido sensed a lethal threat emanating from Valdo. Furrowing his brow, Kaido readied his kanabo for an attack. His Kinbunchika haki still managed to detect Valdo's movements, though his body struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Since evasion was impossible, he would have to defend and counterattack. A seasoned warrior, Kaido quickly devised a strategy, enveloping himself in armament haki and focusing intently on the impending assault from Valdo. Bang! The soft expanse of his abdomen met Valdo's fist for the first time that day, and Kaido felt as if he had been struck head-on by a meteor, his insides twisting painfully as a mouthful of blood surged to his throat. I've got you. The moment I struck you. Valdo, even your speed could not escape slowing down. Under the stimulus of pain, Kaido became more alert than ever. At this moment, your flaw is laid bare. Raging thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! The two attacks collided, producing rumbling echoes. The earth roared, and the air screamed. Kaido's immense and forceful strike shattered Valdo's gleaming armament haki, as if it were mere paper. The towering figures of both combatants were propelled backward, crashing into the surrounding forest and stirring up clouds of dust. With Valdo's 100-fold speed still allowing him to retaliate, one might wonder if Kaido was truly human. The onlookers, having retreated to safety, were incredulous at the near-equal devastation of the two Te. Who won? Do you know? One pirate asked hesitantly. I have no idea. I couldn't even see their trajectories, another muttered, shaking his head. Regardless of the outcome, there was only one intruder. We must support Lord Valdo and surely capture this invader. Gyram declared, preparing to lead his comrades toward the battlefield between Kaido and Valdo. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, halting abruptly to dodge a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, an enemy. With Gyram's warning, everyone became instantly alert, and he looked up to see a figure standing mid-air, arms crossed, with a pair of expansive dragon wings slowly fanning the surrounding air. Grasped in his feet was a burly man with a bushy beard. These two were Elbat and Graus. Who are you? Gyram's voice was low but clearly reached Elbat's ears, though he hesitated to admit it. I suppose I am technically that guy's subordinate. Elbat gestured toward the fierce battle ahead and said, Please, allow me to ask you not to interfere with their fight. Give you face. Who do you think you are? Gyram replied sternly. It seems we cannot come to an agreement. Elbat spread his arms. Crimson dragon scales appearing across his arms, lacking the same fruit powers as Shanks. It appeared a fight was inevitable. Since you refuse to back down, then I shall show you a bit of my own prowess. With a chuckle, Elbat raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a crimson ripple spread from his arm. In no time, dark clouds gathered and lightning danced. Since you dodged my earlier greeting, how will you respond this time? Apologies, Enel. I couldn't think of a name for this attack, so I borrowed your idea. 10,000 thunder. Crackle, crackle. The sky erupted with thunder, and the deafening roar of electricity reverberated throughout the pirate ship as if the apocalypse were upon them. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the pirates, their eyes wide and shocked. In an instant, a burnt aroma filled the air. Some bolts even struck the tranquil sea, wreaking havoc on unsuspecting fish. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kaido and Valdo, momentarily separated by the rampaging lightning, exchanged glances of annoyance at the scratching Elbat in the air. This is my first attempt. My aim is a bit off. My apologies. You two carry on. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Elbat knew Kaido would not appreciate his interference in the battle. However, he would not permit any other distractions to intrude upon this duel. Clearly, this attack achieved the desired effect. Under his intimidation, the remaining members of Valdo's pirate crew who had evaded the lightning focused their attention on him. Hey, Graus, stop playing dead. It's your time to shine, Elbat urged, shaking the somewhat acrophobic, bearded man in his grasp. Those two ahead must be Kaido and Valdo. But who exactly are you? Graus demanded, turning to question Elbat. If he was still oblivious to the fact that he had been played, then his bounty of over 100 million would be for naught. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the vice captain of the Beast Pirates, and simultaneously, your boss. Elbat pointed at the Kingdom Knight in Graus's hands. You better acknowledge this deal you made. Nonsense. I merely agreed to help you find something. Graus retorted immediately. Is that so? Elbat retrieved a sound shell from his pocket, and soon a familiar dialogue echoed forth. Collaborating to help me find something? No room for disputes? No problem. Graus exclaimed. You sly dog. He added with a hint of warning. By the way, with that in your hands, no matter where you run, I can retrieve it in an instant. Elbat articulated a harsh reality. So, Graus, you wouldn't want to lose that shiny new gun of yours. Would you? Graus shot him a glare. Exasperated. You old trickster. Meeting you is bad luck for me. Fine, just let me down. Unable to fight back or escape, and with that enticing gun in his possession, how could he possibly let go of such a captivating prize? Don't act like a spurned lover. Anyone would think I mistreated you. I promise that once this battle concludes, I will speak with Kaido and ensure the release of your double-gun pirate crew. This tactic of giving a sweet reward for a harsh reprimand is timeless. Indeed, after hearing Elbat's words, Graus felt a considerable alleviation in his heart as the two descended slowly to the ground. Observing the encroaching members of the walled pirates, a sinister grin crept onto Graus's lips. I'm feeling quite unsatisfied, so I might as well take it out on you rabble. After all, I have some old scores to settle with the walled pirates. Lights out. With a bang, a dense smoke bomb exploded amidst the crowd of the walled pirates, and Graus charged into the fray, gun in hand, ready to settle the score, as Graus fought fiercely among the crowd. The battle between Kaido and Wald on the front lines escalated into a fervent clash. That thunder strike was also a mythical beast. Your luck is quite remarkable, Kaido, Wald panted, rubbing his heaving chest. The effects of the Momo fruit, while simple yet potent, severely drained the user's stamina with each use, and having utilized its abilities frequently, Wald found his energy waning significantly. He had not anticipated that Kaido, now a user of powers, would prove so resilient enduring numerous assaults without faltering and increasingly retaliating with vigor. That guy is my right-hand man. Jealous, old man. Kaido, appearing far more disheveled than Wald, bore a swollen right cheek. Numerous indentations from punches on his chest. And his skin was mottled with bruises, oozing copious amounts of blood. Honestly, your punches pack quite a punch, old man. I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength. Kaido grinned, his twisted smile betraying the pain beneath. As a mythical beast user, he was already beginning to visibly recover from superficial wounds even amidst the more grievous injuries. Nearby, Elbat effortlessly subdued a cadre member from the walled pirates, casting a glance at Kaido, whose condition was gradually stabilizing, and could not help but sigh. It must be said that while Zoan-type abilities lack flashy effects, they are undeniably durable. Except for mythical beasts, that scoundrel seems to have improved in battle. Particularly in terms of perception and speed, he had transitioned from a passive state of enduring hits to now being able to counterattack effectively against Wald's enhanced speed. This was utterly absurd. If this trend continues, Kaido is bound to win this fight. Wald's stamina flaw was not evident when facing opponents of inferior strength or those with similar physical capacities. However, against Kaido, a formidable adversary, this vulnerability became lethal. Furthermore, there was no denying that Kaido's bounty had reached an impressive level of 500 million berries, 500 million against 200 million. The advantage is mine. Elbat, a keen observer of the battlefield dynamics, recognized the shifting tides, and naturally, Kaido and Wald, with their wealth of battle experience, were even more acutely aware that, old man, with your current state, how much longer can you keep fighting? Kaido snarled, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with malice. As he unleashed his conqueror's haki, the overwhelming aura causing Wald's movements to falter momentarily. Seizing that fleeting moment, Kaido lunged forward, his kanabo aimed at Wald's helmet. You little brat. I'll keep hitting you until you're down. Boom, boom, boom. The two almost imperceptible figures began a fierce exchange once more. Were it not for the continuous sounds of impact and the gusts of wind swirling around, no one would have noticed a battle was erupting in that place. Within mere seconds, Kaido and Wald had engaged in dozens of exchanges. This high-frequency confrontation was precisely what Kaido desired. With a resounding crash, the two figures separated once more. Huff, huff. Wald began to pant, the recent barrage having drained a significant amount of his stamina. What's wrong? Can't keep up. Our skirmish has only just begun. It's been ages since I faced a worthy opponent like you, and I intend to enjoy this. Kaido's boisterous laughter echoed, for he was a battle maniac, exhilarated by the challenge. However, not everyone shared his frenzied enthusiasm. Wald, in stark contrast, was clearly losing the will to continue fighting. Understanding his own limitations, he could not deny that his declining stamina rendered him unable to match Kaido any longer. With no deep-seated vendetta between them, it would be madness to persist in the fight. Wald subtly adjusted his wrist, signaling to the observing Garam, then grabbed 2 handfuls of dirt from the ground, shaking them slightly before declaring, Kaido, today I concede defeat. I'll go train and return for a rematch. With that, he hurled the handfuls of dirt toward Kaido and Elbat, simultaneously activating the Momo fruit's ability. Momo, 100-fold blast. Instantly, the dirt exploded into 2 colossal mounds, hurtling towards them. You think you can escape mid-battle? Kaido roared, smashing the earthen masses with his kanabo as dust filled the air. Both Elbat and Kaido witnessed Wald racing at breakneck speed toward Garam. At that moment, Garam held 2 oddly shaped shells in his palm. Cubicle, air compression. The shells, unique to the Sky Islands, were wind shells, and Garam utilized his cubicle fruit's ability to compress the gales emitted from the wind shells. Immediately after, Wald pressed his palm against the 2 cubes Garam had created and pushed forcefully. Soar into the skies, Momo, 100-fold wind. The 2 cubes, shot forth at great speed, detonated just before reaching Kaido and Elbat, unleashing a powerful gust that propelled both men and an unwilling Graus into the air. Garam, it's your turn now. Don't worry, Captain. Upon hearing Wald's command, Garam crouched down, swiftly activating his fruit's ability, and in an instant, the ship beneath them reassembled into a new form. Momo, 100-fold speed. Just as the ship transformed, Wald enveloped it with his powers. Whoosh, the vessel, temporarily modified, surged forward at full speed under the influence of the powers of the 2 individuals possessing the abilities of the fruit. Vanishing from the sight of Elbat and his companions at an exaggerated pace, in the blink of an eye, only the white wake left by the ship remained on the surface of the sea. This maneuver was a long-standing retreat strategy of the Wald pirates, akin to a unique soul fusion technique between Wald and Garam. Such an approach allowed the ship, to instantaneously enter an overloaded operational state, enabling it to escape its pursuers with remarkable swiftness. However, the drawback was that it could only travel in a straight line, which would inflict irreversible damage to the vessel's hull, observing the walled pirates executing their escape with seamless efficiency. The two individuals in the sky, now stabilized against the raging winds, exchanged bewildered glances. "Hey, Kaido, you are well versed in such matters. Do other pirates also flee with such fluidity?" Elbat, one hand grasping the somewhat nauseous gray fuss, pointed towards the white line on the sea. "This is the first time I've witnessed such a spectacle." Kaido, having lost interest in the pursuit, summoned a few flame clouds and plopped down upon them. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, "That old man is nothing but a lowly pirate." Just as Elbat and his companion were left perplexed by Wald's cunning antics, a phone call from 1,000 miles away on Judicial Island in the Grand Line shattered the composure of Fuzcar. The newly appointed CP9 chief, Nani, hearing the secret directive from the world government via the transponder snail, Fuzcar was so startled that he fell from his chair. Beside him, Dut, who was organizing documents, remarked nonchalantly, "Chief, your coffee has spilled." "Forget about the coffee. This is serious," Fuzcar hissed, lowering his voice to signal Dut to remain silent. After a brief exchange with the transponder snail, he hung up the phone, his expression grave. "This is troublesome." Dut stood expressionless, saying nothing. "Hey, you. I'm telling you this is a disaster." Fuzcar slammed his hands on the table, ruffling his hair in a fit of agitation. "How did it come to this? Was my prior investment for naught? Damn it. Chief, what exactly happened? Did the mission fail? Or was your dancer from the West Blue discovered by her mistress?" Dut's previously stoic face finally showed some change. "It's worse than that. I have confirmed repeatedly with Lord Kai from CP0. He has ordered all CP organizations to immediately spread the word in the Celestial Kingdom that the homing family was formerly celestial dragons." "Oh," Dut responded flatly, his expression returning to a mask of indifference, though a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. "Your reaction is rather muted." Fuzcar reined in his exaggerated demeanor and spoke in a subdued tone. "I had intended to intervene and assist when the homing family encountered some minor troubles. But who would have thought that the homing patriarch would truly renounce his celestial dragon status?" As Fuzcar spoke, he began to spiral into a frenzy once more. Once the word spreads that the homing family was once celestial dragons, they will undoubtedly become the outlet for the public's pin-up grievances. We are doomed. It seems I have stumbled upon something I ought not to know. Chief, remember, you were the one who chose to get involved, but said calmly, in the world of pirates, celestial dragons are revered as descendants of the gods, and everyone must unconditionally fulfill their requests. No laws can impede them. More precisely, the laws of the world government are tailor-made to serve the celestial dragons. Those who dare to offend them are met with endless torment. If one were to resist or even harm these wretches, the Navy would dispatch their most formidable admirals to enact retribution. Thus, Fuzcar, in consideration of his future prospects, had lavished excessive flattery upon the homing family. But who would have anticipated, Chief? Since the homing patriarch has renounced his identity, it should not be considered an offense against the celestial dragons. The Don Quixote family in the Holy Land should have no reason to target you. Duck queried, perplexed. Fuzcar shook his head with evident concern. "I hope those above will consider it that way." As it turned out, Fuzcar's worries were not unfounded. The issuance of this secret directive stemmed not merely from the celestial dragon's animosity towards the homing family, but also due to the inadvertent violation of an absolute taboo. Prior to their arrival in the Celestial Kingdom, the education of their two sons had become the foremost concern for the homing couple. Thus, they not only brought a substantial amount of wealth, but also made copies of a large collection of books from the Don Quixote family for transport to the Celestial Kingdom. The younger son, Rosinante, fared well. Being young, he had not been exposed to many of the celestial dragon's vices. His inherently kind nature allowed him to quickly adapt to his new surroundings. However, the elder son, Don Quixote Doflamingo, accustomed to a life of enslaving others, incessantly clamored to return to marry Gios, which caused considerable distress for the homing couple. Consequently, they intensified their educational efforts with Doflamingo and hired several esteemed scholars as private tutors for him. These tutors were none other than a group of scholars from O'Hara who had fled here. While instructing Doflamingo, these scholars made a surprising discovery. Several books written in ancient script were among the extensive collection of the homing family's library. Additionally, modern reprints of these texts existed elsewhere on the seas. This significant find thrilled the O'Hara scholars, prompting them to frequently visit the homing estate, Such unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of CP agents monitoring the homing family. Upon uncovering the truth, the 5 elders swiftly made a decision. They instructed the CP agents to refrain from alarming the snake for the time being and to attract more seditious individuals interested in ancient scripts to the Cellular Kingdom. Simultaneously, the 5 elders covertly commanded the CP organizations to ensure that the homing patriarch would pay a painful price for his foolish actions. In the New World, on a beach of a deserted island. Elbat reclined in a lounge chair, casting a sidelong glance at Kaido, who had just completed a bungee jump. Hey, Kaido, if I recall correctly, you mentioned going down to catch a fish to roast, right? What you have in your hands is not a fish. It's a fishman. That thing is inedible. Of course, I know that, Kaido retorted. Tossing the fishman plank onto the sand, he gestured towards a massive sea beast carcass floating on the surface and explained, I noticed this creature bobbing in the sea. And I thought I could use it as bait to lure a larger sea beast. So I decided to intercept its prey. I like its audacity. Elbat regarded Plank, who appeared somewhat pale and was continuously expelling seawater, leading him to gain a newfound understanding of Kaido's thought process. Moreover, he had already anticipated what Kaido would say next. Sure enough, after scrutinizing Plank's impressive, muscular 4-meter frame, Kaido nodded in satisfaction. From now on, this fellow will be a member of the Beast Pirates. I knew it, Elbat replied. Well, let it be. By the way, I forgot to ask, is this guy your new recruit? He doesn't seem as strong as my recruits. Kaido pointed towards Greyfuss, who sat on the beach, absent-mindedly caressing the Knight of the Kingdom. That guy's name is Greyfuss. He is the captain of the Twin Pistols Pirates, the one who recently held a blade to your throat. Led by that red-haired girl. Oh, that little lass. I remember her. Kaido seemed to have a lasting impression of Sarah, given that individuals as brave and innocent as her were a rarity in the New World. I promised him that if he assisted me, we would release those held captive by the Twin Pistols Pirates. As Elbat conversed with Kaido, he extended his right hand towards the sea, unleashing a scarlet dragon aura. Moments later, the ocean began to churn violently, and a massive water vortex surged upwards, carrying the carcass of the sea beast that Kaido had slain. Hey, Kaido, tell me honestly, what's your current standing against the Golden Lion? In a head-on confrontation, should one find oneself outmatched, the old adversary possesses an overwhelming offensive prowess. I may endure for a time, yet the outcome of such a clash is undoubtedly defeat. Upon witnessing the carcasses of the sea beast rolling in, Kaido spoke while skillfully unleashing a torrent of scorching breath. Elbat, harnessing the dragon's energy, summoned a gentle breeze to evenly sprinkle an array of seasonings upon the subtly fragrant remains of the sea creatures. So, you still dare to provoke him? What do you mean by provoking him? Wasn't it you who knocked down the Golden Lion, Shiki? As Kaido conversed, he expertly adjusted the angle of the heat emanating from his breath. As the enticing aroma began to permeate the air, he conjured a cloud of flames to serve as the table for the impending feast of roasted meat. Elbat leaped beside the colossal roast, tearing off a sizable chunk while exclaiming, It was you scoundrel, who set your sights on Shiki's new ship, intending to commandeer it as your flagship. After painting it anew, you simply sat there drinking. And now you shift the blame onto me. Having just emerged from battle, Kaido too felt the pangs of hunger as he approached the roast, tearing off a piece and chewing contentedly. Subsequently, he retrieved his cherished crimson wine gourd from his waist, shook it lightly, and frowned as he tucked it away. Shall we seek out a naval base for some supplies later? Fear not, matters are not as dire as you imagine, whether it be John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, or that old hag Ling Ling, or even Whitebeard. They can all see that if we allow Shiki to run rampant, we shall surely face misfortune. Yet even the formidable rocks could not compel our submission, let alone him. Although Kaido and his comrades were once members of the Rock's pirates, they were not subordinates who bowed to Rock's command. Thus, even if that rogue Shiki sought vengeance, his substantial forces could not accompany him. As for him coming alone, we could simply band together, call upon Queen and Jin, and we, the mythical Zoan users, could engage in a rotating battle until we wear him down. You, who have always detested interference in your battles, now advocate for this. Well, we are indeed treacherous pirates. Naturally, we will seize victory by whatever means necessary. That may be true for you, but do not implicate me. Elbat cast a bemused glance at the guffawing Kaido. Immersing himself wholeheartedly in the culinary endeavor at hand. As they indulged in their feast, a sudden ring from Elbat's pocket echoed through the air. Hello, Jin. What is it, Mr. Elbat? I have made a significant discovery while conversing with Beautios. He claims to have seen the red gem we have been searching for. What? Meanwhile, after the walled pirates had retreated to a safe distance, Garum restored their vessel to its normal state. With a thud, Wald, straining to maintain the Momo fruit's abilities, collapsed, while several of his officers slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. During Wald's skirmish with Kaido, while Greyfuss dealt with the lesser foes, Elbat had not idled, thoroughly thrashing Wald's officers to prevent them from disturbing Kaido's enjoyment. Hence, these officers were similarly battered. Just as Wald's crew contemplated seeking the ship's doctor, Nijin, for assistance with their injuries, a subordinate approached him. He supported Wald, concern etched across his face, and inquired, "Captain, how do you feel now?" "Ha ha ha. I am Bondi Wald. How could I possibly?" Crack. Before Wald could finish, he felt his strength drain away, noticing handcuffs clasped around his wrists. "These are Seastone. Flying finger gun." Bang. Bang. Several sharp sounds sliced through the darkness, and the grievously wounded Wald was pierced by additional wounds, causing him to lapse into unconsciousness. "What do you intend to do?" First Mate Benjak demanded of the crew members emerging from the shadows. These individuals were new members who had recently joined the pirate crew. "First Mate, you are so astute. Can you not discern that we are staging a rebellion?" No, we are agents of the world government. The term rebellion cannot be applied to us. These operatives had infiltrated the Walled pirates under the government's directive, tasked with aiding the Navy in capturing Walled, the Scourge. However, they had not anticipated that after a battle with the Beast pirates, Walled would emerge gravely injured and incapable of standing. Moreover, the surrounding officers were all similarly wounded, leaving only the unscathed Benjak. The agents quickly recognized this as a golden opportunity. The Walled pirates had entered a rare state of vulnerability. Thus, they initiated their plan without delay. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. The government has promised that if you assist us in apprehending Walled and his officers, all your crimes will be absolved. So, First Mate, what do you think a rational person would choose in this situation? The agents wore triumphant smiles, gazing at Walled, who lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Benjak's eyes gleamed with resolve. Despite his injuries, he shouted, "By the authority of the First Mate, I declare the Walled pirates temporarily disbanded. Everyone, prioritize your survival and break out individually." When Elbat and Kaido returned swiftly to Roskune Island upon their flaming cloud, Jin and Butios had been waiting at the dock for quite some time. Without allowing the flames to dissipate, Kaido leaped directly before Jin and Butios. "Boss Kaido, brother Elbat." Following Kaido's lead, Elbat jumped down, and upon seeing Butios, he tossed the pendant with 2 beads into his hands. Immediately inquiring, "Are you certain you have seen this red gem?" Butios examined the pendant closely, contemplating for a moment before earnestly nodding. "Indeed, it is this very gem. That fellow Spike had one identical to this hanging around his neck. It is exceptionally sturdy and has saved his life twice, thus he regards it as his talisman. Identical and remarkably durable, then it must be the same. Where is that fellow Spike?" Kaido inquired with urgency. "Spike and I hail from the same hometown. He was once the captain of the Hound Pirates. Later, I learned from the newspapers that the Hound Pirates were defeated by the treasure hunter John and his subordinate." Blame. Butios gradually revealed what he knew, prompting Elbat to turn to Kaido. "Another one of your old acquaintances. What say you this time?" "Well, considering John's avaricious nature, it is highly likely that he has taken the gem. Retrieving it from him will be no easy feat. A confrontation seems inevitable. Dealing with him is not difficult, but locating him poses a challenge. John, a treasure hunter, spends his days burying his own treasures and pursuing others, meandering aimlessly across the seas. Thus, his gem pirates possess no fixed territory in the New World, complicating any efforts to track him down. With 3 gems in hand, I can directly double the quantity I can modify, and perhaps even create something new," Elbat casually remarked. "Similar to the restorative potions and antidotes you provided to Jin and the others, the response medicine is not expensive in the system mall. Currently, Kaido's prestigious little classroom is barely maintaining its teaching progress thanks to this item. As for the antidote, priced at 5 points per bottle, it has been tested by Quinn and is now capable of neutralizing the majority of common poisons available in the market. Moreover, it also exhibits a certain degree of suppression against his dragon virus. This effect has caused Quinn, who has considerable expertise in biochemistry and virology, to question the very essence of life. Consequently, he has been somewhat inattentive during Kaido's private little classroom sessions, resulting in him receiving a few stern lessons from Kaido. Upon noticing Elbat nodding, Kaido raised an eyebrow and promptly retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. although I am unable to locate him. There is someone who can .as he spoke. He skillfully dialed a number. After a series of beeping sounds, the call connected, and the transponder snail in Kaido's hand began to exhibit new characteristics, with a female voice emanating from the receiver. Well, Kaido, you actually have the gall to call me. It's quite a rarity. After all these years without contact, I thought you had long perished in the Navy's prisons. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin was seated at a revolving round table, unabashedly grabbing desserts with her hands. Not long ago, she had given birth to a set of triplets and was now in urgent need of nourishment. Cake Island may sound somewhat dubious, but in reality, it is quite expansive. As the renowned stronghold of the Big Mom pirates in the New World, the island boasts excellent geographical positioning and abundant resources. Rest assured, you old hag, the day you are finally cut down will be the day I continue to thrive. Beside the desserts, a transponder snail adorned with dragon horns transmitted Kaido's voice. The reason I'm calling you this time is not for pleasantries, but rather to inquire about the whereabouts of that rascal John. Charlotte Linlin erupted into her signature boisterous laughter. Hey, Kaido, is this how you speak to your benefactor? For heaven's sake, can you not cling to that matter incessantly? You old hag. Kaido, infuriated, nearly smashed the transponder snail in his hand. You still lack patience, don't you, Kaido? Charlotte Linlin was somewhat pleased to receive a call from Kaido. However, she hadn't anticipated that Kaido would not be in the mood for reminiscing, but would instead seek information about John. She resumed her voracious eating, speaking with her mouth full. So, tell me, what do you want with John? Are you after his treasure? John is no easy opponent. If I divulge his whereabouts, we could team up for a heist. How about we split the loot evenly? No need for that. I'm only looking for him because he pilfered my subordinate's belongings. Kaido nonchalantly declined. Truly heartless. Fine, I will inform you as soon as I have news. You've been developing quite well lately. Don't forget to pay me a consultation fee. As soon as Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, Kaido abruptly ended the call, observing the now ordinary transponder snail in her hand. Charlotte Linlin wore a familiar expression. Though she harbored great interest in John's treasure, she found it unnecessary to exert herself for it on the rock ship. There were no weaklings, especially not formidable figures like John who had made a name for himself. To deal with John, her children lacked the requisite strength, and she would have to take matters into her own hands. Currently, the tax revenue from her territory was sufficient to support the normal operations of her pirate crew. So her primary focus was to safeguard her own domain. Moreover, given John's erratic movements, she could assist Kaido if the compensation was right. But since Kaido had refused, there was no need for her to push forward. And you, Kaido, even if you obtain John's treasure, how will you contend with that brutal lion next? When you come begging to me, don't blame me for being insatiable and ungrateful. In her grasp was a report detailing the defeat of the Golden Lion Shiki by the Beast Pirates. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Kaido looked at the several individuals around him, smirking as he said, All right, let us wait for that old hag to send us news. The moment we receive it, we'll assemble our forces and give that rascal John a significant blow. Is that all? Elbat incredulously surveyed Kaido, feigning surprise as he asked, You and Charlotte Linlin are that close. This seems rather abnormal. Didn't you often claim that the relationships among the members of the Rock's pirates were not very good? Could it be that there exists some improper relationship? For instance, did she borrow something from you once? Elbat's absurd conjectures escalated, until Kaido could no longer contain his anger. Absolute nonsense. Kaido's expression contorted into an exaggerated, comic-like visage as he bellowed at Elbat. I merely owe that old hag a rather significant favor. It is not nearly as dramatic as you suggest. Come on, is that not the case? Didn't you used to call Charlotte Linlin big sister? How does this guy know that? What should we do now? Wait here for Charlotte Linlin to send us news about John. Even if we discover John's location, it's not something that can be resolved quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. That will proceed as planned. First, we'll seize a territory, settle these thousands of people, and then we'll turn our sights on John. Kaido provided Elbat with an unexpected answer. What? Have you found a suitable target? Elbat was aware that Kaido had been studying the New World charts recently, presumably seeking a suitable foothold for the Beast Pirates. Indeed, I have my sights set on this. Kaido pulled out a map from his pocket, and Elbat followed his finger to the indicated location, Gorstino Islands. In the New World, the islands, with the exception of a few barren places, are predominantly owned. The Gorstino Islands, referred to by Kaido, were recently the territory of the Black Demon Pirate crew. Indeed, the captain of the Black Demon Pirate crew is none other than Monscara, notoriously dubbed the Hand of the Devil by Elbat. Recognized as the most devoted sycophant in history. Ever since this fellow, in a bid to curry favor with Charlotte Linlin, exchanged his capable subordinates for a bounty, the Black Demon pirate crew has been on a gradual decline. With the diminishing intimidation from the Black Demon pirate crew, the Gorstino Islands naturally became a coveted prize for many. However, due to its unique geographical position, nestled among several major powers, the surrounding formidable forces have refrained from intervening, tacitly designating this area as a buffer zone. Consequently, it is now overrun by a host of new pirate crews and those without a fixed territory. Presently, the Gorstino Islands are a melting pot of diverse factions. Broadly categorized into three groups. One faction comprises newcomers who have recently arrived in the New World, yet remain oblivious to its brutal realities, including several half-baked pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million. The second group consists of seasoned pirates who have lingered in the New World for a considerable period but lack the strength to align with other factions, thereby remaining without any established territory. The final group is composed of individuals from the underbelly of the Dark World, including bloodthirsty bounty hunters and unscrupulous slave traders. These factions are intricately intertwined, leading to a daily rise and fall of various groups across the Gorstino Islands. Beyond these three factions, there exists a militia formed spontaneously by the common folk to maintain basic order on the island. Although the individual strength of the militia is not particularly formidable, their numbers are substantial, bolstered by the backing of a military factory. This heavy factory, once constructed at great expense by the Black Demon pirate crew, is capable of producing firearms and ammunition, and even has assembly lines for fortress cannons. The Black Demon pirate crew once thrived on a considerable arms trade, thanks to this factory. In the New World, arms are not scarce. In fact, they are prime currency as battles rage endlessly across the seas with no shortage of demand. However, as the Black Demon pirate crew waned, this golden goose inevitably attracted the covetous eyes of ambitious individuals. The surrounding pirates, wary of one another, have refrained from instigating a violent clash over a mere military factory. Yet, the smaller forces within the islands are less restrained. In this realm, brute strength reigns supreme, and it is common for factions to engage in skirmishes over trivial matters. Thus, the workers and islanders within the factory united to form a militia, striving to avoid becoming mere collateral damage in the conflicts of rogue elements. This delicate balance of power has surprisingly plunged the Gorstino Islands into an unusual equilibrium. Boss Kaido, while the Gorstino Islands are indeed promising, they only house around 100,000 inhabitants across several islands. Our current forces number approximately 3,000. Such a small locale cannot sustain us long-term. Jean expressed his concerns. The Gorstino Islands alone are insufficient, Kaido acknowledged, his finger tracing the map. However, if we include the Kingdom of Hyder to the south and the Kingdom of Martin, that would be entirely sufficient. Boss Kaido, both the Kingdom of Hyder and the Kingdom of Martin are member states of the world government, and there is a nearby Marine G-12 base. Attacking such territories might provoke a strong counterattack from the Marines, and we may not withstand it. Quinn voiced his apprehensions, glancing at the locations Kaido indicated. The Marines represent the most dominant force at sea, even decades into the age of pirates, with the emergence of the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, and revolutionary army. The Marines remain the paramount authority. While the collective strength of pirates may surpass that of the Marines, they remain a disorganized mob. The Marines may fear certain pirate factions for various reasons, but ultimately, no pirate crew can rival the formidable might of the Marines. If this holds true even decades later, it is even more applicable today. Should these two nations fall beyond the protective sphere of the world government, it would be one matter. However, there is a conspicuous Marine base nearby, and to brazenly assault a member state that faithfully pays its protection fees is sheer folly. As enforcers and bodyguards for the world government's vast organization, as long as there is even a single Marine alive in the headquarters, they cannot turn a blind eye to such aggression. Quinn, have you not yet comprehended the dynamics at sea? Kaido bellowed with laughter. Dynamics? Quinn questioned, perplexed, as Kaido pointed to several islands on the map. To the southeast and east of the Gorstino Islands lie the territories of Old Woman and that scoundrel Shiki, while to the southwest is Whitebeard's operational area. If we seize this archipelago, doesn't the Marine G-12 base and these two kingdoms resemble a fist thrust into the pirate encirclement? Under normal circumstances, if we were to attack these two kingdoms, the Marines would likely provide support from the G-12 base. However, After last year's fierce battle in the Rod Sea against Shiki and the recent ambush on the Whitebeard pirate crew at Gem Island. The Marines' frequent interventions have raised the vigilance of most pirates in the New World. Given the current situation, do you think they would dare to venture alone into our territory again? But what if they are reckless enough to do so? Quinn murmured apprehensively. Ha! If they dare come, I shall not hesitate to fight. As long as the conflict remains stagnant for a while, I trust that my former comrades will prepare a grand gift for the Marines. This land island, situated at the heart of the Gorstino Islands, is a small isle perpetually blanketed in snow, epitomizing a quintessential winter island. The island's harsh climate and lack of special resources render it largely uninhabited. Yet today, 2 pirate crews brave the snowstorm to gather on this desolate isle. When various factions find themselves at a stalemate, the most effective way to disrupt the balance is to ally with 1 or 2 factions to eliminate the lesser ones. Thus, these 2 pirate crews agreed to convene on this uninhabited isle to discuss forming a larger pirate alliance. With both parties harboring mutual interests, their discussions progressed smoothly, and they reached a consensus within a short time in a cave. However, before the celebratory drinks could be served, a sudden and violent explosion on the island thrust the previously amicable parties into a state of heightened tension. Tom, you persistent fool, are you still clinging to life? Get lost, Jerry. I don't need such trouble to kill you. The captains of both crews raised their hands to the sky in oath, yet neither lowered their weapons. Clearly, neither party trusted the other, oaths notwithstanding. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, a figure stumbled into the cave. Captain, it's bad. A group of unknown pirates is approaching, led by a terrifying giant. My brothers cannot hold them off. Before he could finish, a meteor hammer soared over his shoulder into the cave, crashing through the negotiation table before the 2 pirate captains. Listen here. If you surrender, I want to kill you. But if I charge in, I cannot guarantee your fates. The biting cold wind accompanied Alfred's thunderous voice into the cave. The 2 captains, staring at the enormous meteor hammer before them, instinctively swallowed hard. Hey, you lot, say something. Do you have any idea how pressed for time I am? Alfred discerned a profound silence within, causing his brow to furrow in concern. During the recent strategy meeting, Elbat had not only reiterated the various regulations he had instituted, but had also unveiled a selection of enticing rewards for those displaying exceptional valor in battle. These rewards encompassed wealth, equipment, rare artifacts, and a coveted opportunity for enhancement. While the other rewards were appealing, it was the enhancement opportunity that ignited a spark of excitement in Alfred's eyes as a comrade who had escaped from punk hazard alongside them. It was impossible for Alfred not to feel envious of Quinn and the others, especially upon learning that the abilities conferred by the enhancement rendered one impervious to the sea. His gaze of admiration was nearly glued to Jean. However, being a beneficiary of rescue, he felt he could not impose further demands on others. Unlike Jean, who had been invited by Elbat, or Quinn, who had saved Kaido's life. Yet now, an opportunity lay before him. Despite being a whale fisherman, Alfred felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins in the spirit of fair competition. Elbat also informed the captains Jean, Oga, and Olive about the enhancement and had Quinn provide a demonstration. Given that the monster template would gradually be disseminated throughout the Beast's pirates, it was only a matter of time before it became public knowledge. Thus, it was better to present it early as a form of motivation. Indeed, upon learning of their vice-captain's extraordinary abilities, the 2 captains' sense of belonging to the Beast's pirates significantly elevated. According to the strategy discussed in the meeting, the Beast's pirates were to first secure a foothold on the Gorstino Islands as a base for further offensives against the other islands within the archipelago. After much deliberation, Kaido decisively chose this land island. Although the island boasted a harsh climate, its geographical position was exceptionally advantageous, being in close proximity to the 3 main islands of the Gorstino archipelago. While the factions within the archipelago might flaunt their power here, their actions were ultimately constrained by the interdependencies among the major powers, leading to a lack of intent to engage in conflict. Similarly, the Beast's pirates were regarded by them as merely another formidable entity. Thus, by seizing Disland Island, the Beast's pirates could advance from multiple fronts, swiftly sweeping across the entirety of the Gorstino archipelago and minimizing unexpected occurrences. Once the order of attack was established, Alfred and his 2 companions, fueled by fervor, vied for the title of Vanguard. Even after the meeting concluded, they arranged a private match to determine supremacy. Ultimately, following a brief training session with Kaido, Alfred emerged victorious in this contest, successfully positioning the 3rd Division as the leading assault unit, by swiftly neutralizing the adversaries on the island. He could claim the glory for himself, bringing him one step closer to obtaining the enhancement. This was the reasoning that occupied Alfred's mind. Thus, upon storming Disland Island, he instructed Baba Nuki, a junior officer from the 3rd Division, to lead the team in surrounding the island, while he himself relied on his sporadic observation haki to locate the 2 groups of pirates negotiating within a cave. What a waste of time. I have sworn an oath before Kaido. Alfred grasped the iron chain in his hand, the other end connected to the meteor hammer that had just flown in. Sharkskin palm, he yanked the chain back, simultaneously straightening his bent legs, unleashing explosive power upon the ground, and propelled himself into the cave with a swift motion. He is coming in. Hurry, get him. The pirates surged forward. But Alfred barreled through them like an unstoppable tank, effortlessly scattering the pirates blocking his path, as if they were bowling pins. The cacophony of screams ensued within the cave. Bang! Upon landing, Alfred secured the meteor hammer at his waist with one hand. Seizing a pirate by the ankle and lifting him effortlessly, the unfortunate pirate lost all control, his vision spinning as Alfred hoisted him upside down, with a flourish akin to wielding a whip. Alfred swung the hapless pirate in a continuous arc. Then, he turned his gaze towards the throng of pirates huddled together. Aiming, he released his grip. In the next instant, a human projectile was unleashed. Boom! The terrifying force was far beyond what these hapless pirates could withstand. As the crowd was dispersed by the impact of this living cannonball, the unfortunate pirate, after colliding with the crowd, slammed heavily against the far cave wall, resulting in a dull thud as he transformed into a gruesome mass of flesh. The remaining pirates stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the grisly spectacle. The stark disparity in power rendered all present paralyzed. How could such a monster exist in the New World? A pirate who had only recently arrived in the New World collapsed to the ground. His face a mask of disbelief. Alfred's brutality and terrifying prowess shattered his preconceived notions. Fear permeated the crowd. Under the shadow of impending death, 2 trembling pirates seemed to regain some semblance of mobility between their legs. Flee! Get away from this monster. This consensus resonated among them all. Alfred did not impede their escape. He had already sensed that the members of the 3rd Division had organized a perimeter around the cave. Before departing, Kaido had instructed the captains that this operation was not solely for the sake of territorial conquest, but also served as a training exercise among the 3,000 subordinates of the Beast's pirates. Many were not significantly stronger than these pirates, but Kaido desired a ruthless crew, not a gaggle of minions who only excelled in favorable conditions. Thus, after shattering the enemy's will to resist, Alfred chose to halt his assault. With him, the captain, handling all matters, how could his subordinates gain practical experience? If Kaido were dissatisfied later, he might forfeit his enhancement reward. What then? In moments of survival, individuals can unleash tremendous potential. Those pirates who fled the cave were excellent training material. Under Kaido's influence, Alfred had developed certain insights regarding leadership. Before long, the battle concluded. Numerical superiority, overwhelming firepower, and superior combat prowess ensured victory was inevitable. The resisting pirates on the island were swiftly eliminated, with the majority of the remainder opting to surrender. Well done, Alfred. You performed admirably this time. I must reward you upon your return. On the Beast King's ship, Kaido hung up the transponder snail, chuckling as he lifted his gourd and took several hearty swigs. Then, with a loud spitting sound, he expelled the liquid onto the deck. What is this water? Which fool replaced my alcohol with water? It was supposed to be Lily who made the exchange. What is the problem? Elbat, reclining in a nearby chair, observed the disgruntled drunken figure before him. Kaido, don't forget you're still in your alcohol ban period. Given Kaido's frequent lapses due to excessive drinking, Elbat had brought dragon wine, purchased from the system, to Kaido after the Beast Pirate strategy meeting. The system described dragon wine as a drink potent enough to intoxicate even dragons, priced at 10 points per bottle, and Elbat had extravagantly purchased 2 cases. Didn't you say before that if someone could outdrink you, you would quit drinking? Consequently, Elbat exchanged 200 points for a passive talent that rendered him immune to intoxication and, in front of all the subordinates, proceeded to outdrink Kaido. Naturally, following the aftermath of certain antics from a particular individual, Elbat did not make the situation irreparable, leaving Kaido with an avenue of redemption. The alcohol ban would remain until they conquered this archipelago. Whether he could drink afterward would be determined later. Just as Kaido, eager to unleash havoc with his kanabo, prepared to storm out, Elbat promptly called him back. You just declared you would train the crew. And now you intend to rush out and do it all yourself? Sit down. You cannot participate in this war. Is there a problem? Do you plan to act unreasonably? Try glaring at me one more time. Kaido's promises to outsiders are not necessarily meant to be kept. However, when it comes to his own people, he still retains a semblance of integrity. Under the coercive allure of Elbat, Kaido obediently stationed himself aboard the Beast's flagship, assuming the role of a telephone snail custodian. Consequently, the captains on the front lines soon felt the verbal pressure emanating from Kaido. Quinn, where the hell are you? Just setting off now? I ordered you to assemble the crew 5 minutes ago. And you're only just leaving? Jean, I expect your first division to arrive at Dongwa Island within 10 minutes. The wind isn't strong enough to be an excuse. If there's no wind, use your hands to paddle. If you fail to arrive on time, you'll face my wrath. Kinyuga, are you still eating? Get rowing now. No food until we reach our destination. With a resounding slap, Elbat sent Kaido flying, stripping him of his authority to use the telephone snail. This fellow is getting increasingly absurd. Could he be experiencing some sort of withdrawal reaction? Dongwa Island, the largest of the 4 main islands in the Gorstino archipelago, is a perennial spring paradise. The forces entrenched here comprise some of the mightiest pirate factions in the entire archipelago. Hence, Kaido directly dispatched Jean and Quinn, along with 2 divisions, to besiege this island. The number of pirates on Dongwa Island is approximately 2,000. Additionally, due to the advanced military-industrial sector of the Gorstino archipelago, these pirates are well equipped with firearms and ammunition. As the Beast's pirates launched their assault on Guaran Port, several pirate factions immediately formed alliances, utilizing the coastal artillery stationed at the port to mount a defense. Fire! Quinn bellowed from the deck that a barrage of cannonballs erupted from the pirate ship beneath him, obliterating one of the artillery emplacements within Guaran Port. Simultaneously, a cannonball whistled through the air, creating a massive hole in the cabin behind Quinn on the deck. Such is the nature of naval warfare. Even the mightiest battleships may not gain an advantage against coastal artillery, particularly on the flanks of the Beast's pirates' assault. The continuous harassment from other pirate ships significantly distracted the 2 divisions during their offensive. Facing setbacks, the Beast's pirates swiftly deployed their ultimate weapon, the fully beastified Jean. The streamlined form of the explosive scale dragon glided across the surface of the sea, shedding droplet-like scales that rapidly scattered like snowflakes across the decks of the surrounding pirate ships. In the next moment, those scattered scales began to emit a subtle crimson glow, which gradually blossomed into a dazzling array of fireworks. Boom! Instantly, a sea of flames erupted on the water's surface. Jean then executed a swift maneuver in mid-air, soaring towards the coastal artillery positions. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon the pirate ships, a burly captain on the shore shouted, "Everyone scatter and maintain a skirmish formation. Maximize our firepower advantage. Avoid close combat. Seabass, find a way to deal with that ability user in the sky." Seabass, a capable subordinate under the burly captain, possessed the powers of the animal fruit, sparrow form. Without hesitation, he ascended into the sky upon receiving the captain's command. However, just as fast as he ascended, he plummeted back to the ground after exchanging a single punch with Jean, the immense force sending him crashing down. When he stood again, his right arm hung limply at his side. At this moment, Jin's power was no jest. Endowed with the bloodline of the Lunarian tribe and the template of the explosive scale dragon, he had far surpassed his previous growth trajectory. The recent exchange of blows did not disrupt Jin's plans. He shook off his body and scattered his scales around the artillery positions. Boom! Before the pirates below had a chance to flee, countless crimson lights erupted, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the first line of defense on Dongwa Island. The crucial coastal artillery at Guaran Port was utterly decimated in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity, the Beast's pirates fleet unleashed a barrage of cannonballs into the port. The pirates entrenched within the port, sensing the dire situation, called for reinforcements via the telephone snail while slowly retreating towards the island's center. Observing the absence of any resistance within the port, the Beast's pirates began to maneuver their ships into the harbor. With a steady rhythm, the pirates disembarked, and the junior officers within the divisions quickly organized a rudimentary defense before charging towards the retreating pirates under Quinn's leadership. Jean also swiftly flew to the rear of the pirates. raining down scale bombs as chaos erupted among the crowd. "Charge!" Quinn roared, transforming into his hybrid form and leading the charge at the forefront. This battle couldn't solely be about allowing that rascal Jean to steal the limelight. If he dared to slack off, Kaido would undoubtedly drag him into a private lesson. With this thought, Quinn quickened his pace. The members of the Beast's pirates roared in unison, fervently following Quinn's lead. "Quick! They're charging at us! Retaliate!" Cornered, the pirates had no choice but to turn and confront them. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat transformed into a massive frog and bellowed, charging directly at Quinn. "So you're an animal fruit user. Should I spare your life? How troublesome." Quinn grimaced at the oncoming giant frog. He was aware of his captain's preferences, and the fact that the man was an animal fruit user caused Quinn to instinctively lessen his strength. However, the middle-aged man showed no gratitude. His speed surged as he closed the distance. Just as they were about to meet, he leaped into the air, his rotund form soaring impossibly high, with muscles taut. He concentrated all his might into his hands, plummeting back to earth like a meteor. Frog drop. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated as the ground beneath Quinn caved in, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Quinn stood within the crater, legs slightly bent, hands raised to brace against the descending middle-aged man. The shockwave from the violent impact sent the nearby pirates stumbling backward. The middle-aged man rolled off Quinn's head, executing a kick aimed at Quinn's chest mid-air. Frog print kick. Though Quinn was somewhat prepared, the force of the blow knocked him back several steps, leaving deep impressions of his beastly claws in the ground. Rubbing the slightly bruised area on his chest, Quinn took a long drag from his cigar and bellowed, "You bastard! I'm going to kill you!" This series of attacks left no lasting wounds on Quinn. But if his performance reached Kaido's ears, he would undoubtedly find himself subjected to several private tutoring sessions. The thought of possibly enduring his captain's fervent beatings because of this very man filled Quinn's gaze with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Jean had also descended to the ground. Given that his abilities were too unpredictable in terms of damage, engaging in such chaotic combat could easily harm his allies, since he could not act as an aerial bombardier. He would transform into an indomitable ground beast. Ignoring all attacks directed at him, Jean charged into the fray, initiating a mowing down spree as flames blazed behind him. The overall situation of the battlefield gradually began to tilt in favor of the beast's pirates. Simultaneously, the trio of Jean, Olive, and Alfred attacking North Melon Island found themselves considerably more at ease on the surface of the sea outside the island. Alfred wore a menacing smile as he unsheathed a meteor hammer from his waist. "Boys, fire at will." As he spoke, he swung the meteor hammer in his hand, creating a stunning arc reminiscent of a full-mooned eye. In the next instant, Alfred loosened his grip, and the meteor hammer was flung into the air. The heavy and menacing hammerhead, propelled by the lengthy iron chain, soared through the sky and, in an instant, reduced a cannon on the dock to mere scrap metal, with a flick of his wrist. The force traveled through the chain to the hammerhead, where the sharp iron spikes latched onto the hard rock beside the cannon. Alfred yanked on the chain, propelling his body forward, and leaped off the deck. Swiftly landing within the harbor, he pulled the meteor hammer from the debris, casting his gaze upon the approaching pirates, beckoning them with a finger, his lips curling into a defiant, sinister grin. "Let me show you this move." Alfred raised his robust arm high, hurling the meteor hammer to topple one adversary, while simultaneously delivering a powerful fishman karate punch. Bang, bang, bang. Several pirates were knocked to the ground by the fierce shockwave of fishman karate. "Come on, I want to take on 100. As Alfred roared with wild bravado, his comrades from the 3rd Division aboard the pirate ship successfully landed on the shore, following in his footsteps to engage in the fray within the harbor. The fierce little girl, Discatelli, also mingled within the ranks of the combatants, opting not to charge ahead like Alfred, but rather to practice her skills alongside the lower ranks of the beast pirates, battling against ordinary pirates. Meanwhile, Jean Oga led the 4th Division in a pincer attack from the east and west sides of the island, due to the complex terrain of Melon Island in the north. It was sparsely populated, primarily inhabited by newcomers to the New World. These pirate crews, brimming with boldness and vigor, exhibited a distinct roughness. However, the new recruits possessed a fatal flaw. Their combat experience was woefully inadequate. They might withstand a clash with someone like Alfred for a brief moment, but when faced with seasoned fighters like Jean Oga, who had navigated the New World for years, they were quickly exposed and subdued. Before long, The pirates on Melon Island found themselves collectively bowing in a French salute under the tutelage of their seasoned elders from the Beast Pirates, compared to the blood-soaked battles on the other two main islands. The assault on Pumpkin Island by Elbat was considerably easier. Unlike the perennial spring of Winter Melon Island, Pumpkin Island, which is also part of the Gorstino archipelago, boasted a wealth of resources and a sweltering climate. Yet, the island's most formidable force was not the pirates, but rather a group of guards composed of civilians. As Elbat arrived alone at the edge of Pumpkin Island's harbor, he beheld a line of guards standing in perfect formation at the dock, brandishing long spears. Behind them stood dozens of cannons aimed at the sky, and a knight clad in full armor stood at the forefront, poised and ready. The ships of the beast pirates halted about 500 meters from the harbor. Elbat transformed into his beast form and soared into the air. Lay down your weapons, cease your resistance, and submit to the beast pirates. Elbat's deep voice reverberated throughout the harbor. The armored knight stepped forward 2 paces and shouted, "You are not welcome here, pirates. It seems you have misunderstood that we are not here to negotiate. We are here to inform you that you have 2 choices: comply or be compelled to comply." Elbat flashed a radiant smile at the knight, raising his hand and unleashing a crimson ripple into the sky. Sometimes, an appropriate display of force can yield remarkable results, just as the guards were bewildered by his actions. The sky suddenly brightened, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Dozens of fire meteors, each the size of a house, began to coalesce, gradually enlarging in the onlooker's sight. Submit or face death? Elbat's voice echoed once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. The knight, clad in armor, murmured softly, "Who are these individuals?" Due to the ongoing war in the Gorstino archipelago, the newsbirds had not ventured close, leaving the island's inhabitants largely ignorant of recent events. Particularly, the news of Kaido's capture had not even made the front page, resulting in fewer people paying attention to him. "If you have the capability to eliminate the other active pirates around us, we may accept your rule." An elder, leaning on a cane, emerged from the ranks of the guards beside the armored knight. He was the factory manager of Pumpkin Island and also the father of the knight. "Father, we can—" "Silence, Jinpei." The elder shot a fierce glare at his son. With his wealth of experience, he recognized at a glance that the figure before them was undoubtedly a top-tier devil fruit user. Such a person was not something Pumpkin Island could contend with. Being ruled by a pirate was not an uncommon occurrence in the New World, compared to the peculiar kings of allied nations. The notorious sea pirates who emerged from the depths of the ocean displayed a greater respect for their territories and a deeper appreciation for the islanders who could provide value. In this fantastical world, there were even those willing to pay a hefty price to enter the territories of certain notorious pirates, as it often meant a safer living environment and reduced living costs. For instance, in the territory of Charlotte Linlin, Totoland, due to the abilities of the Soul Fruit, she mandated that the inhabitants must pay 1 month of their lifespan every 6 months as a unique protection fee. Although her domain was fraught with danger due to her sporadic bouts of hunger pangs, the residents under her protection seldom faced pirate disturbances, coupled with the abundance of ingredients in Toto land and the relatively humane rule of the Charlotte family. The residents often found their lifespan to be significantly longer than that of many outside their territory. Pumpkin Island had once been under the dominion of the Black Demon Pirates, and the inhabitants were well aware of the pros and cons of pirate rule. Although pirates had previously visited the island, they were easily dismissed as expendable and unworthy of their attention, swiftly driven away that we need not concern ourselves with Winter Melon Island or Melon Island. Our pirate crew has already seized the island, and the battle there should be nearing its conclusion. Elbat, attuned to the distant sound of gunfire gradually diminishing, understood that the conflict on Winter Melon Island was drawing to a close. As for the pirates on this island, I can lead you. I am well aware of the pirates' hideouts on the island. The armored knight spoke suddenly. The guards were constantly monitoring the movements of the pirates on the island. And as the captain, he naturally knew the locations of the various pirate hideouts. "Captain Jinpei, do not worry. Everyone, if those fireballs descend upon us, none of us will escape. Allow me to guide you. It will be an excellent opportunity to gauge this individual's true strength." Jinpei reassured those around him. "There is no need to trouble yourselves." Elbat gently waved his arm forward, sending dozens of fire meteors streaking across the sky, scattering in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a series of resounding explosions erupted across Pumpkin Island. Now that those pirates have been dealt with, While there may still be a few stragglers, the responsibility for cleanup now rests on your guards. Henceforth, this island belongs to the beast pirates. After offering a few final instructions, Elbat left behind a pirate flag, instructing them to raise it prominently. Before turning to depart, he needed to return to the beast's kingship promptly, for there was a certain drunken individual who had been abstaining for days and was on the verge of losing his composure. Heaven knows what madness Kaido would unleash in his absence. Once Elbat's figure faded into the distance, Jinpei hastily organized his team to begin scouting the situation on Pumpkin Island. Shortly thereafter, Jinpei returned from gathering intelligence, his expression mirroring the somber faces of the guards behind him. Many gathered around Jinpei, inquiring about the situation. "Jinpei, what has occurred?" "It is nothing, merely a realization that our previous preparations were somewhat frivolous. The nearly 1,000 pirates and 5 pirate ships of Pumpkin Island have vanished almost entirely under the recent assault by that enigmatic individual. Such a stark disparity in military might has caused Jinpei's mind to momentarily falter. This has also led him to fully comprehend the absurdity of his and his comrades' resistance. Well, as long as all is well, let us go out for a meal. I have scarcely eaten anything since morning. Your words have stirred my own hunger. Let us go, let us dine." The members of the self-defense force began to gather for a feast, while the beast's pirates commenced preparations for their own banquet in a grand plaza on Winter Melon Island. Under the formidable offensive of the beast's pirates, all islands within the Gold's Dino archipelago, including an ancient island to the west, have now fallen under their dominion, according to the plans discussed between Elbat and Kaido. Winter Melon Island is to serve as the future headquarters of the beast's pirates. This location is abundant in resources, and with a captive population of 60,000 pirates, it can ensure the stable supply of various necessities for the beast's pirates in the short term. Meanwhile, Pumpkin Island has been designated as an industrial base. The original guards will be ordered to disband, and their members will join over 10,000 residents of the island in the factories. Contributing to the arms business the beast's pirates intend to pursue, a new patrol team will be established to ensure their daily safety. The ancient island to the west has caught Queen's attention, as he plans to transform it into a research base. Concurrently, the complex terrain of Melon Island in the north, though sparsely populated, will also be utilized by Elbat during the last exchange of crossbows with Graus. Elbat discovered something particularly intriguing. Finished or within the system, such as sparrow stone, typically sells for around 3 points per piece. However, a small sparrow stone vein, when converted to reality, can yield over 1,000 pieces of sparrow stone, yet only costs 1,000 points. It is noteworthy that the system can buy back items that Elbat has materialized into reality at their original prices. With a bit of maneuvering, one could potentially earn over 3,000 points. Although it may not seem substantial, it is a steady stream. Moreover, the mined resources can be utilized to manufacture weapons, which can then be sold for money, to purchase gold. A dual cycle of profit. Indeed, after having the metals within the system appraised by Queen, Elbat selected 4 types of ores that, while not particularly expensive, could serve as materials for weaponry. He acquired several veins to be buried within Melon Island. As for the miners, the beast pirates will adhere to their long-standing tradition of using captives for mining. The captured pirates, those with bounties, will have their rewards exchanged, while the others will all be thrown into the mines. Simultaneously, Kaido assigned the supervision of this labor to certain pirates within the crew who possess violent tendencies. After all, it is often the case that the wicked require the oversight of the wicked. Since these pirates are largely misfits, it is merely a form of labor reform. The cold Disland Island holds little value. Thus, Elbat has directly repurposed it into a cemetery for the beast's pirates, allowing fallen members to rest eternally. Etc. Few pirate crews concern themselves with the deaths of ordinary subordinates, let alone arrange burial grounds. This approach has slightly enhanced the sense of belonging among the numerous underlings of the beast's pirates. As for the other scattered islands, some have been transformed into watchtowers, while others have been designated as Kaido's training bases. Following the successful completion of the educational program by the first batch of students under teacher Kaido, the esteemed instructor now intends to raise the level of difficulty in his teachings. He even contemplates inviting an outstanding graduate to serve as a temporary teaching assistant. With the captives managed, the deceased properly laid to rest, and the wounded healed, we now arrive at the long-awaited banquet and the awarding of merits that Kaido has eagerly anticipated. Queen directed the members of the second squad to arrange the banquet setting. Then, producing a microphone from seemingly nowhere, a assumed the role of the event's host. The most fundamental reward consists of monetary gains, which are the most coveted by most pirates. Kaido, with grandiosity, decreed a reward of 100,000 berries for each participant in the conflict. Presently, berries have not significantly depreciated, and whether for purchasing drinks or indulging in the pleasures of the city, 100,000 berries is ample for several days of revelry. After all, most pirates lack the habit of saving money. None can predict whether they will see the light of another day. Thus, seizing the moment becomes the prevailing philosophy of expenditure among pirates. Not long ago, Albat and Kaido jointly issued a series of territorial regulations. For instance, members of the Beast's pirates can purchase beverages and other supplies at cost price, and they receive discounts for weapon repairs. However, taking anything for free is strictly prohibited in any form. Similarly, while discussions regarding import and export operations are permissible, they must not disturb civilians or coerce them into servitude. The entertainment industry at sea has always been robust. Such matters cannot be entirely eradicated, not even by the Navy. Initially, some individuals struggled to adapt, but after Jean dealt with a couple of exemplary cases, compliance among all increased significantly. After distributing bonuses to everyone, the subsequent rewards were designated for the outstanding employees. The first to be recognized were 100 particularly valiant pirate subordinates, each receiving an additional reward of 100,000 berries from Kaido. Following them were 10 exceptional pirate subordinates nominated by each squad. Elbat prepared a battlefield first aid kit for each of them, containing 3 bottles of restorative medicine and 2 bottles of antidote. Kaido granted them eligibility for the cadre selection competition. After discussions among Elbat and his companions, they decided to implement a clear promotion mechanism within the Beast's pirates. Regular members could ascend to positions of cadre, vice captain, and captain. After each major battle or during mid-year evaluations, each squad could recommend 10 individuals from their ranks for the year-end cadre selection competition. Future cadres of the Beast's pirates will be chosen through this selection process. The top 10 outstanding winners of the competition will earn the title of preliminary cadre. All preliminary cadres and active cadres will participate in ranking matches, with the bottom 10 losing their cadre status and reverting to regular members. The first place will have the authority to challenge the senior cadres. Once these individuals descended from the stage, the centerpiece of the banquet, the recognition of the battle's heroes, commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our most fervent applause to welcome our third squad captain, Alfred. With a thunderous roar from Queen, the audience erupted into a cacophony of applause. The atmosphere was effectively elevated by him, and encouraged by the surrounding underlings, Alfred joyfully made his way to the stage. In this battle, if one were to speak of the foremost contributor, it would undoubtedly be Jean, whose bombastic efforts left the enemies in tears. However, Alfred's performance was indeed remarkable. Jean understood Alfred's yearning for enhancement, and thus decided to assist his old friend in the audience. The envy in the eyes of Jean, Oga, and Olive grew ever more pronounced as for jealousy. It was present, but not overwhelming. After all, opportunities would arise again in the future, albeit perhaps a bit delayed. Let this fellow bask in his glory for a few days. The host, Queen, produced a large cardboard box from behind him. Congratulations, you wretched fish. Come forth and draw one. Let us see how fortune favors you. Inside the box were slips of paper bearing the names of templates prepared by Elbat. Alfred rummaged through the box and pulled out a slip. Upon unfolding it, the word Shattered Dragon stood out prominently. Just as Alfred was about to inquire about the nature of this ability, Elbat stepped onto the stage. Are you ready? Elbat asked with a smile. Ha. I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Brother Elbat. Alfred laughed heartily, and instantly his body was enveloped by Elbat's dragon energy. The pirates in the audience remained oblivious to the events unfolding on stage. As they eagerly awaited, the host Quinn stepped forward to enliven the atmosphere. Do not fret, little ones. Once Brother Elbat ceases his antics, you shall learn what truly transpires. Next, I would like to invite a valiant warrior to the stage. Let us welcome Barbanuki. A member of the 3rd Division, Barbanuki, who later became the overseer of the quarry for the Beast Pirates, is still a young lad. Initially, during the battle on Dislon Island, he, alongside numerous members of the 3rd Division, successfully subdued many pirates to end the assault on Wintermelon Island. He followed Alfred, cutting down several hundred pirates in a single street. Subsequently, a band of around 600 pirates occupied a high vantage point, persistently thwarting the 3rd Division's advance. Barbanuki circumvented this group of pirates, using the bombs in his possession to disrupt their formation, thus providing substantial assistance to Alfred's frontal assault. That in this war, his achievements were nothing short of remarkable. Now, this young man, whose name has just been called, has shed the ferocity of the battlefield and stands on stage, displaying a hint of shyness. Behind Quinn rests a massive spinning wheel, segmented into various sections. Emblazoned with the word spin for luck in the centered, it is utterly unsightly. Come now, let us see what fortune has in store for you. Quinn gestured for Barbanuki to approach the wheel, indicating the pointer above. Wherever this pointer lands, that shall be your reward for today. Brother Quinn, if it lands on the line between 2 sections, can I claim both? What are you thinking, you rascal, if it lands on the line? You spin again. This method of reward distribution was conceived by Kaido. As battles increase in frequency and scale, so too will the opportunities for rewards. The rewards for officers can be customized, but those for the lower-ranking pirates require a bit more ingenuity. It would be impractical to solely reward them with money. Thus, Kaido devised a lottery wheel, allowing luck to determine the prizes, leaving no room for complaints. Brother Quinn, what exactly is on there? Oh, merely practical items. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even gain unexpected abilities. Unexpected abilities? As the two conversed, the draconic aura emanating from Alfred dissipated, revealing a colossal bipedal dinosaur before the crowd. The dinosaur's body was adorned with gleaming azure scales, featuring 2 claw-like appendages akin to iron pillars. Its arms and the tips of its head were coated in a layer of green gelatinous substance. From a distance, it resembled a creature with a green-tinged pompadour. As you can see, our Vice Captain Brother Elbat possesses the ability to bestow Zoan-type fruit powers. If you are fortunate enough to land on the ability transformation section, you could receive the same opportunity for enhancement as your division captain. Barbanuki gazed towards the area Quinn indicated. Indeed, there was a section on the wheel marked ability transformation, albeit its size was rather diminutive compared to the others. Quinn's voice resonated through the microphone, and all present gazed in awe as Alfred gradually reverted to his human form. Though the dragon's size was not particularly great, if Alfred did not transform back in time, even a slight movement could cause the stage to collapse beneath him, should he ruin the banquet. Some inebriated reveler would undoubtedly take issue with him. Elbat was indifferent to Quinn revealing his abilities to the beast pirates. After all, if he wasn't using them, it was as good as having none at all. In the future, the Blackbeard pirates would be hunting devil fruit users across the globe, and he merely intended to create a zoo. Could the world government truly compel him to relinquish his title? At this moment, after exuberantly shouting a few times, Alfred dashed off to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. Meanwhile, the underlings below, envious, began to cheer him on. Barbanuki, hurry up and spin. I'm anxious just watching you. Yes, you better have good luck. We want to see the vice captain's abilities again. The raucous crowd, eager for entertainment, only intensified the pressure on Barbanuki, who indeed was quite fortunate, landing the pointer on the smallest section. Ability transformation. You rascal. You truly are. Quinn gazed at Barbanuki with a peculiar expression before picking up a box and approaching him. Draw. What you receive is entirely up to your luck. Barbanuki grinned, reached into the box, and drew the topmost slip of paper. Quinn took the paper and handed it to Elbat. Molten Dragon. That is indeed a commendable ability. With a wave of his hand, Elbat enveloped Barbanuki in draconic energy, gradually instilling the Molten Dragon template, exchanged from the system, into his being. As the draconic energy dissipated, Barbanuki, feeling the unfamiliar power coursing within him, chose not to transform immediately into his beast form, remaining in his human shape. This tantalizing display soon incited the ire of the crowd. Hey, Barbanuki, what are you dawdling for? Transform and show us. Yeah, don't just stand there. Are you not thrilled? Silence, you raucous bunch. Barbanuki, now snapping back to reality, glared at the rowdy crowd as he began to channel the strange energy within him. Red and black scales began to emerge, and 2 crimson whiskers sprouted from the corners of his mouth. At first glance, it bore a slight resemblance to Kaido's transformation. In a way, could he have received a transformation akin to Brother Kaido? Wait, what is up with that tail? The pirates below transitioned from shock to laughter in mere seconds. Initially, Barbanuki's transformation appeared quite formidable, but as the palm-like tail emerged, the crowd could no longer contain their amusement. What is so funny? This is a legitimate mythical zone. Barbanuki inserted his tail into the ground. Concentrating intently, the onlookers had initially anticipated a spectacular display of abilities, but began to murmur as they observed him standing still, seemingly holding his breath. What is he doing? Taking a dump. Haha. You're not wrong, be quiet. You rascals, Barbanuki shouted, his brow furrowing as the ground beneath him began to glow. Withdrawing his tail, he grasped a searing ball of magma, akin to a palm, directly in his hand, with a swift motion. Barbanuki flung the magma ball like a fiery meteor towards the distant sea. The molten dragon can secrete a liquid that protects itself and dissolves the ground, enabling it to burrow underground even on hard rock, and can create lava and rocks for defense and offense. Moreover, the molten dragon can coat itself in magma, forming a thick layer of scales, a natural cushioning material that mitigates damage from impacts. That's for why Barbanuki took so long to conjure a magma ball. It could only be attributed to his incomplete mastery of the molten dragon's abilities. Once Barbanuki matures, many fire-type abilities will likely pose little threat to him. Burn fruit, and fill the day with enemies. Furthermore, it is essential to highlight a certain Navy officer. Although currently not performing exceptionally, the newly empowered Barbanuki garnered considerable envy from many. The banquet continued, with numerous attendees approaching him with their drinks. This scoundrel, if he manages to leave upright today, I'll crawl out of here, brother EBA. Isn't this drink particularly vile? Do these people bear a grudge against him, forcing him to consume such foul concoctions? Discatelli gnawed on a large bone, utterly perplexed by the crowd's insistence on drowning Barbanuki in drinks. Fear not. These individuals merely wish to bask in the fortune of the lucky one, that perhaps this is their way of expressing congratulations. The words of Albat were not without merit. For instance, in a corner of the banquet, a woman adorned with a triangular sailor's hat and possessing fair, delicate skin was vigorously pouring a mug of barley wine into the gaping maw of a pig-headed man with a bushy beard. Here I am, struggling valiantly against a horde of foul men. And you miserable cur, surrender at the mere sight of a gun. Drink, you scoundrel. Observing the fierce demeanor of the woman as she poured the drink while delivering slaps. The surrounding pirates, who initially intended to engage in light-hearted banter, scattered in an instant. The festivities lasted for 3 days, during which Alfred, having regained his familiar abilities, and Barbanuki were subjected to relentless bouts of drinking, ultimately being carried back to the division in a state of complete inebriation. Awaiting them was yet another wave of bombardment from the division members. Quinn and Jean, meanwhile, approached Albat. Brother Albat, can my abilities be further enhanced? Since they can be modified once, is it possible to undergo a second transformation? Indeed, some abilities can undergo a secondary modification, significantly increasing their potency. The secondary transformation Albat spoke of refers to the template upgrades within the system. By expending points equivalent to the initial purchase, one can achieve a comprehensive upgrade of the template. For example, Quinn's Black Erosion Dragon, although initially obtained as a reward from a package, can also be purchased in the system's marketplace. However, the template for this ancient dragon species commands a staggering price of 60,000 points. Upon acquisition, it can be fused with Quinn's Black Erosion Dragon to elevate it to the status of a chaotic Black Erosion Dragon. Moreover, 2 chaotic Black Erosion Dragons can be combined to ascend to the Heavenly Reversal Dragon. Upon careful calculation, it would take approximately 180,000 points, or 1.8 tons of gold, to fully evolve Quinn into a complete Heavenly Reversal Dragon. This gold would require Albat to continuously absorb for 180 days. Who exactly is laboring for whom? Regardless of Albert's contemplations, Quinn's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. As a scientist, he had always harbored a profound curiosity towards Albert's extraordinary racial abilities. Now, his interest was further piqued. Jean, standing beside him, also displayed a glimmer of excitement behind his mask upon hearing the news. During this period, under Albert's guidance, Jean had refrained from assuming his beastly form while attending Kaido's lessons, opting instead to forego the racial talents of the Lunarian tribe in order to hone his haki. Initially, Kaido taught with great enthusiasm. However, as Jean, the training fanatic, began to privately purchase numerous restorative potions from Albat using his own savings, Kaido's expression gradually morphed into one of pain as Jin's increasingly resilient physique began to test the limits of his patience. Why are all my students so extraordinarily gifted? Meanwhile, in order to conceal his true identity, Jean always donned a mask. As the two sought out Albert, others were also approaching Quinn. Kaido still harbored the intention of training his forces during the battle at Gorstino Island. Therefore, the officers exercised restraint in their attacks, which resulted in numerous injuries during the clash. One such casualty was a man named Scorch, who, like Babanuki, charged towards the harbor following his division captain. Unfortunately, he was struck by a bomb during the charge, resulting in the shattering of his right arm and extensive burns across his body. Though his life was ultimately saved, he was left in a state of near incapacitation from his hospital bed. He made a request to exchange his battle merits for an opportunity to undergo a human transformation like Quinn. Having studied Albert's modifications to himself, Quinn had just the right idea for a new experiment, and he was eager for a test subject. Naturally, he accepted Scorch's request with enthusiasm. Upon learning that Quinn was to proceed with the human modification, Albert also came to witness the proceedings. Due to the unfinished experimental base on the ancient island of Watermelon Island, Quinn hastily set up a makeshift laboratory on Winter Melon Island. Both individuals were indeed formidable. One was daring enough to take action, while the other was willing to endure. However, with both parties consenting, there was little to say on the matter. It must be noted that Quinn's technical skills were commendable. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Scorch's surgery was executed with remarkable success. Quinn had initially intended to replace Scorch's missing right hand with a revolver, but Albert, evidently brimming with ideas, strongly insisted that Scorch's right hand be replaced with an oddly designed crossbow cannon of his own design. The crossbow cannon, predominantly black and gray, bore a resemblance to a submachine gun. After Quinn made slight adjustments, it was successfully affixed to Scorch's mutilated right arm.as for the burned skin. Quinn utilized a certain unidentified metal provided by Albert to craft Scorch a body of steel. After all, even in the New World, not everyone possessed the prowess of a sword master capable of slicing through iron. Thus, a steel body proved invaluable. Coupled with special neural connection technology, within a day, Scorch reappeared before the crowd, equipped with a brand new visage and cutting-edge gear. Although his physique had become somewhat bulkier post-modification, his combat prowess had only increased. Albert presented Scorch with 2 boxes of specially packaged ammunition, smiling as he remarked, "This crossbow cannon not only accommodates standard ammunition but also certain special rounds. These are matching special bullets, a reward for your valiant performance. Should you desire more in the future, you'll have to earn them through military merit." After familiarizing himself with his new equipment, Scorch's first act upon returning to the division was to showcase his newfound strength before the gathered crowd. With such formidable abilities, what significance lay in not flaunting them? He scanned the vicinity for a suitable target and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a massive boulder in the sea. "See that rock over there?" he inquired, and upon receiving solemn nods from his comrades, Scorch raised his crossbow cannon arm and loaded it with a white special bullet inscribed with the word Rift. Bang! With a faint crack, a jade green slash shot forth from Scorch's crossbow cannon, effortlessly cleaving the towering boulder. Entombed under the integration of the world's will, the special bullets within the system had undergone a certain degree of magical enhancement. Observing the astonished expressions of the surrounding pirates, Scorch suddenly experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. "Did you see that? To attain power, one must engage fiercely in battle. Even if we are wounded, we possess alternative means to grow stronger." Scorch's display ignited a fresh wave of fervor among the beast pirates, while the registration for Quinn's experiments surged with eager participants. This prompted Albert to establish a new regulation. Individuals injured outside of combat would not be eligible for human modifications. Similarly, with Babanuki and Scorch serving as examples, the members of the beast pirates became increasingly fierce in battle. On Gorstino Island, Pumpkin Island, the island had returned to its usual tranquility, and the long-dormant factories began to resume operations. Due to the prolonged influence of factory culture, the residents of Pumpkin Island had largely transformed into professional workers under the auspices of the beast pirates. Each month, the beast pirates distributed wages to the island's inhabitants based on their respective positions. These wages could be utilized to purchase everyday necessities at the various beast convenience stores on the island. As for the management of the island's daily affairs, Kaido was disinterested and unwilling to intervene. Thus, he entrusted Albert with the task of finding an administrator to oversee Pumpkin Island. The individual selected was none other than the father of Kinape, the former captain of the island's guard. This elder had previously served as a factory manager during the reign of the Black Demon Pirates, and following their downfall, he spearheaded the establishment of a self-defense force among the residents of Pumpkin Island, allowing them to weather a challenging period as a manager. He was indeed a rare talent. Albert requested Kinopi's father to draft a management plan for Pumpkin Island. After reviewing it and making slight adjustments to a few impractical ideas, he promptly appointed him to the position. The policies implemented by the Beast Pirates on Pumpkin Island received unanimous acclaim from the residents, despite the fact that the wages within the factories were significantly lower than those in other regions of the sea. However, it is undeniably a vast improvement compared to the policies during the reign of the Black Demon Pirate crew at present. The primary task of the factory is to ensure the rearmament of the Beast Pirates. Simultaneously, in a gesture of gratitude for Kaido's life-saving intervention, Plank, the master of artillery, has personally entered the factory to guide the workers of Pumpkin Island in enhancing their cannon technology to further facilitate this distinguished master's contributions. Kaido has thoughtfully entrusted BAS with the task of bringing Plank's wife and daughter from Lozcune Island. With the advent of artillery, the shipbuilding industry naturally cannot be neglected. Hence, following a friendly agreement for a mutual benefit of 1 million for each, a slave trader gang mysteriously emerged on Lozcune Island. This gang of slave traders is particularly cunning, often seizing the cover of night to infiltrate the homes of elite shipbuilders on the island, stealthily incapacitating entire families before whisking them away. Regrettably, these individuals are somewhat unfortunate. Every time they venture out to sea, they invariably encounter the patrol vessels of the Beast Pirates. And how could the slave traders possibly triumph over pirates? Thus, each time, the captives aboard the vessels are kindly and enthusiastically rescued by the members of the Beast Pirates and safely delivered to Winter Melon Island. What? You wish to return to Lozcune Island? That is certainly feasible. But if you happen to encounter slave traders on the way, the Beast Pirates will not intervene. Faced with this stark reality, the elite shipbuilders can only resign themselves to acceptance. Gradually, the shipbuilding industry on Winter Melon Island began to take shape. Once stability was achieved, centered around the Gorstino Islands, Kaido commenced hunting expeditions in surrounding territories as a buffer zone among the great powers. This area is rife with wandering pirates. Those who willingly submit to Kaido are welcomed into his ranks, while those who dare to resist are given an opportunity to reflect deeply in the mines and on the farms, should they catch Kaido's in a short span. Due to Kaido's tumultuous influence, a foreboding atmosphere began to envelop the New World. Within the Marine headquarters, in Admiral Akainu's office, Admiral Sengoku, Zifa, and Vice Admiral Crane were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. The recent conflict that erupted on Turberlin Island had reached a conclusion. The notorious Butcherpelger, with a bounty of 260 million berries, was personally slain by Kaido, and his pirate crew was vanquished by Kaido's 1st Division, Sengoku stated solemnly. According to intelligence reports, several individuals with suspected mythical zone abilities have emerged within the Beast Pirates, necessitating an increase in our surveillance of this crew, Vice Admiral Crane added. Where on earth did Kaido acquire such a plethora of powerful fruits? Could it be that this fellow has quietly obtained the treasures of the former rocks? Sengoku pondered, somewhat perplexed. That shouldn't be possible. Rocks wasn't that affluent either. Why dwell on such matters? We may be troubled, but others surely bear a heavier burden. Zifa shook his head, remarking that the territories of the New World are limited. The emergence of an additional contender at the table means that other ambitious individuals will have to settle for less. Kaido is evidently a worthy candidate for a share of the spoils, and many pirates in the New World remain oblivious to his ambitions. Thus, the Navy is poised to subtly influence this situation. Eventually, due to interests at stake, Kaido will undoubtedly clash with others, regardless of the outcome. The forces of the pirates will be depleted, which is a favorable development for the Navy at this juncture. How much is Kaido's bounty? Again, several hundred million. Akainu inquired suddenly. With so many pirates at sea, it is only natural to forget the bounty of a particular individual momentarily. 500 million berries. Zifa, who had recently interacted with Kaido, blurted out. Then let us round it up and raise it to 1 billion berries. Akainu declared, his voice low. Commander, do you mean to elevate the profile of the Beast Pirates? If that is the case, we might as well add a bit more. Sengoku quickly grasped Akainu's intent and proposed. Let us designate the Beast Pirates as the strongest pirate crew of the new era. Furthermore, we should increase the bounties of Kaido's officers with mythical Zoan abilities. Simultaneously, we will publicly declare that the beast pirates have acquired the treasures of the Rock's pirate crew. Consequently, whether driven by greed or the desire for fame, many pirate crews in the New World will inevitably seek to confront the beast pirates. This method of elevation is a classic strategy of the Navy, when Shiki and Whitebeard's crews were expanding aggressively. The Navy employed this tactic that resulted in the Flying Sky Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates being inundated with challengers, allowing secondary figures such as John, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Lin to rapidly develop, ushering in an era of burgeoning rivals in the New World. However, such a strategy can also backfire easily. Should Kaido and the Beast Pirates weather the storm, the events of Shiki's rise may well repeat themselves. Vice Admiral Crane remarked, her expression indicating disapproval of such a decision. Back in the day, Shiki and Whitebeard were elevated to candidates for pirate supremacy by the Navy, but Whitebeard showed no interest in such titles, focusing solely on traversing the seas in search of his sons. Consequently, Shiki emerged victorious in this war of public opinion, earning the recognition of many pirates as the true pirate overlord, even acquiring the rather flamboyant title of Pirate Admiral. Therefore, this plan is akin to a double-edged sword. If utilized poorly, it could easily harm us. What is there to fear? Although Shiki is a rogue, one cannot deny his remarkable capabilities. What caliber does Kaido possess? Can he be compared to Shiki? I find that hard to believe. This strategy cannot possibly fail against someone like Kaido. Sengoku's words and deeds swayed the others present. Who is Kaido? He is a fool who can be captured while intoxicated aboard a Navy warship. If such a person were to be elevated, then the fault would not lie with the Navy, but rather with this world that I in the North Sea, at the Seleucid Kingdom, within the Great Weed Inn. A group of visitors from the West Sea were registering their identities at the front desk. These individuals are scholars from O'Hara, invited by Doflamingo's tutor to collaborate on the study of ancient texts. Name? The innkeeper inquired earnestly. Before him stood a delicate silver-haired girl, whose exquisite demeanor was overshadowed by a slight sun-kissed hue from her frequent maritime travels. Lena, the girl replied, presenting her identification to the innkeeper. How many individuals? How long will you stay? The innkeeper quickly scanned the information, entering Lena's details into the register, the total of 7 individuals. Let us book for 3 days. How many rooms would you like? 4 rooms, she responded. That will amount to 12,000 berries. The girl promptly retrieved the sum from her pocket and handed it to the innkeeper. After a brief inspection, the innkeeper presented her with 4 room keys. They are located on the 4th floor, the 4 rooms on the right-hand side after you ascend. The girl nodded, accepting the keys, and beckoned the others to the elevator. Soon, the elevator arrived, and the female attendant inside greeted the girl and her companions with a sweet smile. They entered the elevator naturally, but just as the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly stopped them. Excuse me, please wait for me. A man clad in a black suit entered, offering a slight apologetic smile to the group. They made room for him without protest, and once the doors closed, the man straightened his attire and turned to the scholars, introducing himself. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. I am Spandam, recently appointed as the leader of the Cipher Pole North Sea Operations Group. At this revelation, the scholars were collectively taken aback. Yet, as seasoned adventurers of the sea, their ability to maintain composure was unparalleled. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chief of the CP organization, we are merchants from the Melvis Kingdom. My name is Nicolina. I look forward to your guidance. The girl extended her hand in what appeared to be a flustered greeting, discreetly sizing up Spandam with a gaze filled with suspicion. Her underlying concern well concealed, Spandam smiled and nodded, revealing a knowing grin. Merchants, you say? I wonder if you possess any commodities that pique my interest. The esteemed officer is being overly modest. The items we trade are merely toys meant for children. For someone of your high stature and significance, such trifles would hardly capture your interest. Nicolina offered an awkward smile, her words tinged with a hint of apprehension. Children's toys, you say? How unfortunate. Indeed, Spandane shrugged helplessly and approached the female attendant in the elevator. Suddenly, he turned and inquired, I wonder if knowledge could also be considered a commodity? The officer chuckled, stating that knowledge can only be acquired through diligent study. Of course, the books that contain such knowledge do come at a price. Oh, is that so? If possible, I would like to purchase a book on the interpretation of ancient scripts. Could someone kindly direct me to where I might acquire one? Upon hearing this, the scholars, who had been striving to maintain their composure, could no longer contain their expressions. Among them, a tall man immediately drew a dagger and swung it towards Spandane at the same moment. The female attendant in the elevator took action. She circled around Spandane, swiftly striking the dagger from the man's grasp, followed by a knee strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Her gaze shifted towards the nearest girl. "Run, Lena," someone among the scholars shouted. Suddenly, a transparent air portal opened behind the girl. Just as the female attendant was about to strike Lena, a silent elder grasped the girl's arm and retreated. Bang! The two nearly vanished into thin air simultaneously. Following this, several air portals appeared behind the scholars, one after another, as they leaped back, disappearing as if by magic. Spandane? What is this? He had yet to recover from the series of events. Perhaps it resembles a form of teleportation, akin to a devil fruit ability. The female attendant, standing with her hands behind her back, sighed. "What now? Captain, how can we pursue them?" Looking at his subordinate, who appeared hesitant to speak, Spandane waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let it be. Report the facts as they are." In the Holy Land, Mary Geos, amidst the corridors of power, the five elders lounged on their sofas while Cypherpole's director, Figureland Roth, stood before them. "You have truly disappointed us this time, Cypherpole," remarked the justice god. Topman Wokuli, casting a glance at his promising young protege, "I apologize for acting hastily, without fully understanding the opponent's capabilities. It was my subordinate's impatience that led to this blunder." Roth did not attempt to defend himself, but stood quietly, awaiting reprimand. The five elders held high expectations for Figureland Roth, a rare elite among the celestial dragons. Over the years, under Roth's organization, Cypherpole had seldom disappointed them, consistently delivering satisfactory results. However, this recent operation in the North Sea was undeniably a disgrace. Allowing those scholars to escape would make it considerably more challenging to capture them in the future. The agriculture god, Shepherd T. Peter, placed Cypherpole's operation report on the table and shook his head. Following this capture operation, the O'Hara scholars are likely to heighten their vigilance, having sensed that the world government might have discovered certain signs, with a devil fruit ability as potent as the Dordor fruit aiding their escape. The elders could foresee that future capture operations would be far more arduous than anticipated. "I apologize." Roth spoke softly. "You should indeed apologize," exclaimed the finance god, Izambalin Vijneju, visibly irritated. Yet, he quickly reined in his tone and added, "But now that we are at this juncture, further lamentation is futile. We can only hope that Cypherpole will refrain from making such elementary errors in the future." "Understood." Roth nodded in acknowledgement. "What is the current status of that fool from the Don Quixote family, the tutor he hired? Is he still unwilling to speak?" The environment god, Marcus Moss, suddenly recalled something and inquired curiously. "No. That individual is imprisoned in the dungeons of the Seleucid Kingdom. CP9 has set traps near the dungeon, and sea-stone bullets have already been deployed." Roth quickly replied to Marcus Maz's question that "I believe we must expedite his return to the Holy Land. I suspect Punk Hazard may have methods to extract information from him." The science and defense god, J. Galusius Satan, interjected, "Are you suggesting we use Caesar's newly developed interrogation potion?" Izambalin Vijneju immediately grasped his old comrade's intentions. "Indeed, while the success rate may not be guaranteed, time is of the essence, and we have little choice." J. Galusius Satan's proposal swiftly garnered unanimous agreement from the other five elders. "Now, how shall we deal with the Seleucid Kingdom? If I am not mistaken, the Dordor fruit user and the scholars should still be within its borders." Topman Wokuli stroked his distinct mustache, looking toward the others for their thoughts. "While the Dordor fruit ability is formidable, it does have limitations. For instance, opening doors over the sea is beyond the capability of an unawakened user. Moreover, if the user had indeed awakened, Spandane would have been the one to escape from the hotel. The Seleucid Kingdom is surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only 2 ports for entry and exit. Therefore, by sealing off its ports, those scholars would have no means of fleeing into the vast ocean. Consequently, it is certain that they remain within the Seleucid Kingdom. My suggestion is to err on the side of caution. We do not know how many fish have been lured by our bait. However, should we raise the Seleucid Kingdom to the ground, no matter how many fish come, they will perish." Shepherd T. Peter's tone was remarkably calm, yet the coldness and ruthlessness within it were palpable. "I concur. Let the Navy handle this operation. Deploy 3 battleships and 5 colossal warships. with Sengoku overseeing the operation. Cypherpole shall provide active cooperation. Moreover, regarding the narrative surrounding the annihilation of the Seleucid kingdom, ensure that all media outlets are informed, attributing it to certain nobles publicly disparaging the celestial dragons. The seas have become increasingly tumultuous. It is opportune to use this incident to deter those nations that may be growing complacent. Understood. I shall relay this message and ensure that those imbeciles carry out their tasks diligently. Roth nodded in affirmation. Do not let us down again. Figureland Roth. Thus, a war of annihilation was quietly resolved amidst the opulent corridors of power. With the decision-makers showing not a flicker of emotion, orders swiftly traveled from the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. After concluding a meeting concerning the beast pirates, Sengoku received this peculiar deployment order in his office. Has someone from the Seleucid kingdom publicly disparaged the celestial dragons? I have never heard of any such reports. Furthermore, the deployment of 5 top-tier warships, 5,000 soldiers, 5 rear admirals, 1 elite rear admiral, and 1 admiral, with such military arrangements alongside the intelligence support from Cypherpole. Is the government truly intent on obliterating the Seleucid kingdom? It is noteworthy that only about 10 warships are typically dispatched under the Demon Slaughter Order. Could it be that Sengoku recalled the information about certain scholars researching ancient scripts shared by Fuzz Call not long ago? The world government has likely detected the whereabouts of those scholars. If they have indeed unraveled the secrets of the ancient texts, it is hardly surprising that the government would respond in such a manner. Such matters are indeed a source of great headache. At this moment, Sengoku began to subtly surmise the world government's intentions. Even though a twinge of reluctance lingered in his heart, as an admiral of the Navy, there were certain matters he could not simply choose to overlook. The closer one drew to the upper echelons of the Navy, the more one found oneself constrained by the world government, with the likelihood of being assigned or compelled to carry out unwelcome tasks increasing significantly. Ancient weaponry served as a formidable lever capable of upending the existing order. Regardless of who acquired it, be it the world government or another entity, it would not bode well for anyone. A flawed order was infinitely preferable to chaos. Should those scholars truly decipher the code to unlock the Pandora's box, the equilibrium of the seas would be utterly obliterated, eradicating all potential threats with gunfire. Though brutal, proved to be the most straightforward and effective solution. Contemplating this, Sengoku's initial reluctance gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination, just as Sengoku began to make preparations for the impending journey to the North Sea. A plan to eliminate the beast pirates officially commenced upon the ocean. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, captain of the beast pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, regardless of life or death. The Dragon King, Elbat, vice-captain of the beast pirates, with a bounty of 870 million berries, regardless of life or death. The Flame Maniac, Jin, a cadre of the beast pirates, with a bounty of 500 million berries, regardless of life or death. The Mad Scientist, Queen, a cadre of the beast pirates, with a bounty of 460 million berries, regardless of life or death. The Green Tyrannosaurus, Alfred, a cadre of the beast pirates, with a bounty of 430 million berries, regardless of life or death. Even those like King Oko and Olive, who bore bounties, saw their rewards rise by several tens of millions to 100 million berries. Concurrently, pirates who performed notably well in battles were also assigned bounties worth tens of millions, with the likes of Barbaruki and Scorch exceeding 30 million right from the start. Even Discatari, who had merely accompanied Kaido on a few occasions, was generously awarded a bounty. The Demon Face Girl, Discatari, with a bounty of 400 berries, regardless of life or death. This enabled the total bounty of the beast pirates to effortlessly surpass 50 billion, establishing them as a new formidable force in the New World. In an instant, the title of the strongest pirate crew of the new era spread across the seas, propelled by the Navy's efforts. In the Totland Sea, on Cake Island. Well, that little brat Kaido is doing quite well. The mythical Zoan, Rox, never had such a thing. The Navy's tricks can only fool the simpletons, Charlotte Linlin remarked with a smirk of disdain as she perused the latest newspaper. However, the Gorstino archipelago, who would have thought that Monscara's territory had fallen into Kaido's hands? This implies that Kaido must be stockpiling a considerable amount of armaments. Perispero? Yes, Mama, a tall, flamboyantly dressed young man replied. Last time I asked you to keep an eye on that John fellow's whereabouts. What progress has been made? Charlotte Linlin inquired, turning to her eldest son. Lick lick. According to the intel provided by Mr. Humans, his men have tracked John's movements in the North Sea, and they continue to follow up. Perospero licked the giant lollipop in his hand leisurely. The North Sea? Is he off to hunt for treasure again? Charlotte Linlin frowned. With Kaido's meteoric rise, the pressure from the Golden Lion had substantially diminished for her. She had initially contemplated joining forces with Kaido to deal with John, yet now that man had ventured so far away. Share the intelligence we've gathered with the beast pirates, and while we're at it, discuss arms trading with them. And make sure the consulting fee for this intel is substantial. Understood, Mama. The Seleucus Kingdom. Elbat gazed at the intelligence Kaido had handed him, his brow slightly furrowing. This was a non-affiliated nation in the North Sea. What could John possibly be doing there? Charlotte Linlin's intelligence regarding John had arrived, and Kaido had arranged for Jin and Perospero to discuss arms trading. Presently, various regions of the New World were embroiled in conflict, and the big MOM pirates had suffered significant losses in armaments, necessitating replenishment. Thus, they converted Kaido's consulting fee of 10 million berries into 4 shipments of arms. What else could they do? Treasure hunting. Of course. Kaido replied nonchalantly. Despite John's elusive nature, he could not escape the gaze of the observant. His wealth was too vast, and many in the New World were tempted by it. When he was aboard the ship, he had been excessively cautious, yet his greed compelled him to believe that someone would come to seize his meager possessions. Consequently, he developed a penchant for venturing out alone to hunt for treasures. Kaido sipped his drink, a dismissive smile flitting across his face. After Rock's demise, his inheritance vanished without a trace, and many suspected it was John who had taken action. After all, he was a bag fruit user, capable of stealthily claiming the treasures left by Rocks. Hence, more and more individuals in the New World were setting their sights on him. The Four Seas were not comparable to the Grand Line, especially in non-affiliated territories where few could track him, making treasure hunting considerably safer. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Elbat nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the flagship of the Flying Sky Pirates, Humph, the strongest pirate crew of the new era? The Navy's little tricks haven't changed a bit. A middle-aged man, with extraordinarily long golden hair and clad in an orange and yellow captain's cloak, sat cross-legged on the deck, puffing on a cigar as he perused a freshly printed newspaper. This man was none other than the newly appointed pirate sovereign of the New World, revered as the pirate admiral, the Golden Lion Shiki. Though he had begun to exhibit signs of becoming Roger's lackey, he still retained a modicum of rationality that a few years prior, the Navy had engaged in similar tactics, which had soured Shiki's relationship with his former partners. Although the plan ultimately backfired on the Navy, leaving them with nothing, it left a profound impression on Shiki as the party in question. Upon seeing Kaido's 1 billion berry bounty, Shiki felt no sense of injustice. That brat had already displayed remarkable talent while aboard Rock's ship. With the enhancement of a mythical Zoan, a bounty of 1 billion berries was hardly excessive. However, it was the vice-captain of the beast pirates, Elbat, who piqued his interest more. That guy, Ryan, was defeated by this Elbat fellow, wasn't he? Mythical Zoans truly are promising prospects. Shiki was well aware of what Kaido was capable of, as did the Navy and his own predecessors. T.O. developed the beast pirates to their current scale under such a clumsy leader. The contributions of this vice-captain Elbat were undeniable. Thus, Elbat's bounty was not only a recognition of his strength after defeating the Bloodlion Ryan, but also largely attributed to the current development of the beast pirates under his influence. In recent years, the Flying Sky Pirates, under Shiki's command, had swept across the seas like a whirlwind, achieving victory after victory. They had initially crushed the Silver Axe pirates in the Rod Sea and then routed the Navy fleet that had attempted to capitalize on the situation. Warships, when faced with the Golden Lion's floating fruit abilities, were akin to mere toys. Riding on the coattails of these two victories, Shiki had officially ascended to the throne of pirate overlord. Yet, he harbored several hidden dangers, such as the absence of a reliable second-in-command. Currently, the Flying Sky Pirates were thriving, and all seemed well. However, should Shiki encounter any misfortune, there would be no one to clean up the mess, and the Flying Sky Pirates could very well face imminent collapse. Akin to the downfall of the Rocks Pirates, Shiki pondered whether to seek out Roger for a chat in hopes of persuading him to become his vice-captain, a figure adorned in a jester's outfit. Sporting a white lab coat and an explosive hairstyle, swaggered onto the deck with a carefree stride. Roger had entered the new world a while ago. It was uncertain where he had gone now. Puff, 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 puff. Roger, your shoes are far too noisy. Don't you think you walk like you're passing gas? Shiki turned his head abruptly and bellowed at his most trusted subordinate, Dr. Indigo. Dr. Indigo remained silent, hastily gesturing with his hands that I have intelligence to show you, he said. Then bring it forth, Shiki replied, setting aside the newspaper and receiving the information handed to him by Dr. Indigo. After scrutinizing the document for a moment, a wave of euphoria gradually spread across Shiki's face. It confirmed. Do those fellows truly comprehend ancient scripts? He inquired earnestly. Gripping the intelligence tightly, Dr. Indigo nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, Admiral, after several tests, we have discovered that those scholars possess the ability to interpret certain ancient texts, and they exhibit considerable interest in them. So you can speak after all, Shiki exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping his cigar. Isn't it quite normal for me to speak? Ignoring his superior's jest, Dr. Indigo continued. However, among the external forces we have been manipulating, we have also detected the presence of world government agents lurking among this group. The corners of Shiki's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc as he chuckled. What is there to fear from a bunch of sewer rats? Once I unravel the secrets of the historical texts, the world government will have no choice but to bow before me. The historical texts contain many unknown secrets recorded in ancient scripts. Yet, these ancient writings are strictly prohibited by the world government, rendering them largely unknown to the masses. Over the years, Shiki had contemplated these texts, but without anyone to teach him, he made little progress. Recently, however, while on guard against the Navy, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. A group of scholars, wanted by the Navy, had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and they also seemed to be researching the historical texts. Shiki secretly arranged for personnel to assist them in evading the Navy's pursuit and dispatched others to monitor the movements of this group of scholars. His interest in understanding these texts did not stem from a fascination with the history of 800 years ago. After all, what concern is it of a pirate captain like him regarding the sordid past of the world government? In fact, who is to say who is more corrupt? What truly piqued his interest were the records of ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world. After all, once he acquired these artifacts, coupled with his own formidable strength and influence, he would not need any dark secrets to topple the world government and reign supreme over the seas. Do you believe it? I wish to meet those scholars that as for my pirate crew, let our subordinates remain discreet for the time being. We shall address all matters upon my return. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Dr. Indigo quickly inquired, what about that fellow Ryan, who was captured by the beast pirates in exchange for a bounty? Should we organize a rescue and retaliate against the beast pirates? Kaido is no pushover either. We can discuss revenge when I return. As for organizing a rescue, you may decide that for yourself, Shiki replied with a hint of frustration. In the current situation, should he engage in a fierce conflict with Kaido, the likes of Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji would undoubtedly join forces without needing any communication, coming to hammer him as well. While he remained inactive, these old acquaintances, despite their past conflicts, would often engage in fierce battles among themselves. However, the moment he took action, those who had previously held grievances against each other would immediately set aside their animosities and unite against him. Even if the Flying Sky Pirates were strong, a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. This was also one of the reasons why Shiki was so intent on acquiring ancient weapons. Kaido had grasped the current situation, which was why he had mercilessly utilized Shiki's name to establish his dominance. By the way, where are those scholars now? Shiki asked as he approached the door and turned back to inquire. A day ago, our spies in the North Sea reported that the Seleucid Kingdom seems to have offended the celestial dragons. Consequently, all the ports nationwide have been blockaded, so they should still be within the Seleucid Kingdom, came the response. This chapter recounts the childhood experiences of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Those familiar with it may skip ahead. In the North Sea, the capital of the Seleucid Kingdom, Seleucia, had been adorned with cherry blossom trees and roses that bloomed year-round to cater to the king's tastes. Thus, Seleucia was affectionately dubbed the City of Dual Flowers, a place where cherry blossoms and roses danced together. Amidst the sweet, fragrant air of this city, the rumors regarding the Mingu family being former celestial dragons finally erupted. Fueled by the machinations of the CP agency, initially, it started with a few children, under the encouragement of some adults, tossing stones into the courtyard of the Mingu family. However, after a few days of anxious waiting. Seeing no one intervening, the surrounding populace grew bolder, especially with the irascible Doflamingo frequently proclaiming, "You commoners are nothing. I am a celestial dragon." This further solidified the rumor's validity in the minds of those around him. Breaking windows, dumping garbage, and even breaking and entering ensued. Mingu had considered seeking assistance from the city guards, but under the obstruction of the CP agents, the efficiency of the city guards had plummeted to an abysmal level. Until one day, incited by several CP agents, a group of drunken men stormed into the Mingu estate. Where are those celestial dragons? Where did they run off to? Capture them and burn them alive. The drunken men, alongside the CP agents, set fires while loudly clamoring for the whereabouts of the Mingu family. Soon, nearby residents were made aware of the commotion. Within a short time, the torch-bearing search party grew in number. Before long, the originally dim street was bustling with throngs of people in the dark basement of the estate. Mingu listened anxiously to the uproar outside. Just moments ago, a group of frenzied drunks had set their house ablaze. If not for his quick reflexes, his wife and 2 children might have perished in the flames. "Father, why are they hunting us down? What have we done wrong?" Doflamingo murmured, his head bowed, his face obscured in the shadows. Trembling with emotion, his voice was laden with pain, resentment, and rage. He loathed the residents who bullied them without cause. Yet, deep within, he harbored a greater hatred for the father who had cast him into the mud. Originally, he should have been a celestial dragon, exalted and untouchable. Yet now, he was being trampled on by a horde of lowly commoners, forced to cower in this basement, living in constant dread, despite the wretched state of the Mingu family. Being celestial dragons absolved them of any claim to innocence, though the 20 celestial dragon families numbered fewer than 10,000 members combined, and some lived their lives like penned pigs in Mariawa. As long as they continued to enjoy the privileges granted by the world government, they must also bear the backlash that comes with such power. Don Quixote, Mingu's thoughts were noble yet naive. He believed that by renouncing his rights and identity as a celestial dragon, these ordinary people would be grateful to him, accept him, and overlook his past as a celestial dragon. In reality, people merely vented their hostility, anger, and hatred toward the world government and the celestial dragons upon someone like him, a former member of the world's aristocracy. So you all are hiding in here. With a violent pull, the door to the basement was wrenched open, and the blazing torch illuminated the dark chamber. The resident with a twisted expression beamed with sickly pleasure as he beheld the richly dressed man, his eyes gleaming with morbid excitement and malevolence. "Please, spare us." Mingu's eyes reflected desperation as he pleaded repeatedly. "Then kneel and beg me." The torch-bearing resident's lips curled into a slow smile, his gaze betraying an unhealthy delight. Without hesitation, Mingu knelt upon the cold floor of the basement. "Please spare us," he implored, his head bowed, trembling with desperation. "Ha, so it turns out that even you noble world aristocrats can find yourselves begging." As he laughed, tears streamed down his cheeks. "When my son was taken, I too knelt and begged just like you. But all I received was a brutal beating. Nothing more is you damned celestial dragons who have made our lives so miserable." The resident's gaze suddenly turned menacing. "Hurry, they are here, the damned celestial dragons." Mingu's eyes widened as he stared at the treacherous resident. "Have you found them? Kill them." Dozens of residents armed with various household items approached, their faces twisted with hatred, wearing expressions of vengeful delight. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of blows ensued. "If you have grievances, direct them at me. I beg you, spare these 2 children." Mingu curled his body, shielding Rocinante and Doflamingo beneath him. "Wah, Daddy!" the small Rocinante cried out, witnessing Mingu's wounded form. "You bastards!" Doflamingo glared with vengeful eyes, blood streaming down his forehead, dripping onto his sunglasses, obscuring his vision. "Listen up, you scoundrels. I will survive. And then I shall crush each of you like the vermin you are." Suddenly, a crimson thunderbolt appeared, an inexplicable aura descending upon the crowd like a massive hammer striking their minds. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, those wielding household items collapsed, their eyes rolling back. After a moment, the small figure of Doflamingo trembled as he stood again. Although he did not comprehend what had just transpired, PFF, blood erupted. Doflamingo viciously plunged a sharpened iron rod into the chest of an unconscious individual. "That I keep my promises. I will extinguish you pests. One by one. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. PFF, PFF." In a brief while, the entire street was soaked in blood, dismembered bodies littering every cobblestone. Doflamingo, regaining consciousness, stared blankly at the blood-soaked figure ahead. "Father, do you regret it now?" Standing amidst a pile of corpses, Doflamingo turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at his father, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps I was mistaken." Flamingo lowered his head, already filled with regret. Yet, what use is regret now? Renouncing the title of a world noble is easy, but returning to Mariawa is a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Let us depart. Doflamingo, bring your mother and brother. We shall find a place where no one knows us. Once it is safe, I will call Mariawa. Hope lingers that it is not too late, above the vast sea. A battleship belonging to the Beast Pirates raced swiftly, the latest custom vessel named the Yomi no Ji, commissioned by Kaido at Rosicon Island for Elbat. Pirate ships are a crucial source of firepower on the ocean. When the strength of both sides is comparable, the one with a sturdy vessel and powerful cannons holds a significant advantage. They would first mobilize elite forces to intercept those capable of disregarding cannon fire, and then employ a strategy of overwhelming firepower for carpet bombing. Thus, it would require little effort to cripple an entire pirate crew. This tactic is most adeptly employed by the Navy in the oceanic environment, unless one possesses a unique devil fruit ability or is a formidable figure like Rayleigh, who can traverse the seas with their physical prowess. Individual entities can be dealt with gradually through persistent effort. Thanks to the Navy's vigorous propaganda, the number of pirates near the Gorstino Islands surged, leading to an increase in troubles and conflicts. To address this rampant situation, Kaido swiftly commissioned a personal vessel for each officer at Rosicon Island, enabling them to lead their respective crews to carry out swift assaults in the surrounding seas. Meanwhile, as everyone was exceedingly occupied, Elbat, aboard the Yomi no Ji, stealthily approached the edge of the doldrums. The Yomi no Ji is a three-masted armed sailing ship with dual propulsion systems, hoisting sails when the wind is favorable. Upon entering the doldrums, the ship's three white sails were completely furled, and the pirates aboard began to make their way to the lower deck. Shortly after, the sailboat restarted, albeit at a considerably slower pace than when propelled by the wind. Since the conclusion of the celebratory banquet, Elbat's status has gradually risen to a level on par with Kaido. Not all pirates are reckless and fearless. Many harbor ulterior motives, given that their vice captain possesses the ability to grant others Zoan-type devil fruit powers. It stands to reason that winning Elbat's favor might afford them such strength. Thus, when Elbat announced his intention to recruit a group to accompany him on an excursion to the North Sea, a throng of sycophants saw it as an opportunity to bond with their idol and eagerly signed up. Some registration points even experienced brawls among the applicants. Ultimately, through fierce competition, over 300 pirates successfully boarded the Yomi no Ji. "Look over there," Descartes exclaimed, perched on Elbat's shoulder, pointing in astonishment at the nearby sea that a multitude of sea kings had gathered, seemingly charging towards them. Just as Descartes gasped, the sea kings appeared oblivious to the massive sailing ship, swimming past it on the opposite side. "Sarah, there seems to be a sea king nest nearby. Let's take a detour and avoid them." Sensing the continuous passage of sea kings beneath the ship, Elbat instructed his companion, Sarah. Elbat, a true inland dweller in his past life, had only seen the ocean once and had gradually learned to swim in this life, that he could manage a ship, but when it came to navigating and commanding it, he became utterly flustered. Unlike the sycophants aboard, Graus and Sarah, hailing from the North Sea, were specifically summoned by Elbat to guide and steer the vessel. As for their reward, it was a promise of various types of ammunition, totaling 10,000 rounds. Lured by the temptation of acquiring a new firearm each year, Graus accepted Elbat's recruitment terms and became a member of the Beast Pirates, along with his crew, the Twin Gun Pirates. Within the Twin Gun Pirates, Sarah not only served as the vice captain but also held multiple roles such as navigator and helmsman, making her a pivotal figure in the crew. Graus, on the other hand, possessed limited captain privileges and was primarily of assistance during battles. The mines on Melon Island had successfully commenced operations, thanks to the efforts of the captured pirates. The extracted ores were partially converted into points within Elbat's system, while the remainder was crafted into high-performance weaponry. Elbat had begun commissioning Quinn to replicate several types of specialized ammunition within the system, and given Quinn's capabilities, successful replication was highly anticipated. The Sea King's failure to detect the sailing ship was due to the embedded sea prism stone in the hull. But this did not guarantee complete safety. That a careless collision with a Sea King or prolonged stillness of the ship could still attract their attention. After all, the Sea Prism Stone only misled the Sea Kings into perceiving the ship as part of the ocean, rather than completely concealing it from their senses. Graus, oblivious to this fact, continued to shout on the deck until a tempestuous red-haired beauty, unable to tolerate his foolishness, tossed him into the sea to cool off. Only after some time did he finally quiet down. The doldrums, while not excessively wide, took the Yomi no G 2 days to traverse. Throughout the journey, the crew narrowly evaded waves of Sea King assaults. And in a moment of unpreparedness, Elbat had to propel the ship a short distance. Despite the thrilling encounters, they ultimately reached the North Sea unscathed, amidst the jubilant cheers aboard the Yomi no G. The three sails were hoisted once more at that moment. The tension that had gripped everyone for 2 days finally began to ease. The vice captain. The four seas differ from the Grand Line. There are no navigational compasses, only charts to guide our direction. We must first locate an island to dock and procure the latest North Sea charts. Sarah descended from the lookout tower, a pair of binoculars in hand. Once we acquire the charts, we can pinpoint the precise location of the Celestial Kingdom and plot our subsequent course. Agreed. We shall follow your lead. As soon as the two individuals reached an agreement, and Sarah prepared to seek a current to catch a ride, Graus, after a moment of silence at the ship's railing, erupted into a cacophony once more. Could you possibly be quiet? I'm trying to read the nautical charts. Before Sarah could finish her tirade, Graus pointed towards the distance and shouted, "Look over there. Someone is hijacking a ship. It seems to be fellow merchants, but they aren't flying the Jolly Roger." Albat, taken aback, followed Graus's and indeed spotted an armed sailing vessel that had seemingly trapped a three-masted ship alongside its hull. The situation clearly indicated a boarding battle. The reason Graus could instantly recognize those aboard the armed ship as fellow merchants was that such occurrences were all too common in the world of pirates. Many merchant fleets, while merchants in port, would transform into marauders upon encountering other merchant ships at sea, a practice they had mastered over time. The guards and sailors within the convoy were adept at switching their identities with remarkable ease. Before Albat and Sarah could utter a word, Graus excitedly shouted to the pirate subordinates behind him, "Quickly, hard to port. Let us seize the opportunities ahead." Albat watched, a smile gracing his face, as the beast pirates surged towards the pirate vessel ahead. While he would never stoop to committing such vile acts of pillaging, he would not restrain his crew from imparting a lesson to a bunch of ruffians. The beast pirates were in need of more skilled laborers for their labor camp, and capturing a few scoundrels would help replenish their dwindling workforce. Moreover, fellow merchants were adversaries. After all, we are all pirates, and what we steal is precisely from one another. The beast pirates indeed rose to prominence by preying upon their own kind. Meanwhile, aboard the armed sailing vessel, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses also noticed the rapidly approaching phantom. As the skull adorned with Kaido's visage became clearer, the man's expression soured. "Damn it, Lord Spandam. It's the beast pirates. They're coming towards us." His voice trembled with fear. "Quickly, cut the ropes. We must escape," Spandam commanded in a flurry. The crew in black suits sprang into action. But due to the boarding battle, their armed vessel was firmly tethered to the adjacent three-masted ship, rendering escape nearly impossible. Albat and his crew swiftly closed in on the two vessels. They could see the black-suited crew struggling to untangle various ropes and grappling hooks. "These people are brutal, even more so than as pirates," Graus remarked, puffing on his cigar as he observed the frantic activity of the men in black. At that moment, it was evident that there were no survivors left aboard the three-masted ship. The bodies were being unceremoniously tossed into the sea by the black-suited crew at the stern. Graus's observation held a grain of truth. Indeed, pirates could be savage. However, they generally understood the distinction between a thorough plundering and a senseless massacre. While robbery was the order of the day, it was primarily driven by the desire for wealth. And unless faced with particularly fierce resistance, killing was rarely necessary. Some cunning pirates, rather than directly seizing goods from merchants, would only demand a certain protection fee from passing traders. If one wiped out entire merchant fleets, leaving no survivors, how could they continue to plunder in the future, especially in the New World, where territories were fiercely contested? If one's own turf was laid to waste, they would hardly dare to venture into another's domain. At that moment, Graus muttered quietly, "Have the pirates in the North Sea sunk to such depths?" Suddenly, Sarah's eyes glinted with insight as she pointed the muzzle of her firearm at Graus. Silencing his grumbling, These people are not pirates. They're agents of the world government. Everyone, be cautious. Upon Sarah's warning, Albat also noticed the faint insignia of the world government concealed within the folds of the sails. The world government? Relay the message. Prepare the cannons. If anything seems amiss, fire a few shots. As Spandam observed the pirate ship slowing down and aiming its cannons at them, his already grim expression darkened further. He glanced around to see his subordinates still busily detaching the ropes between the two ships and took a deep breath. After all, they were facing the strongest pirate crew in the New World. The beast pirates that Spandam's voice carried across the water, clear and resolute. That fellow over there seems intriguing. Graus exhaled a plume of smoke, turning to Albat. Brother, should we engage in battle? The moment the opposing party spoke. It was evident they had no immediate intention of combat. However, the decision of whether to engage did not rest with Spandam. He certainly was an interesting character. Perhaps it would be best to invite him over for a conversation. Albat, perceiving through his observation hockey that the agents on the ship ahead were diligently working to free the ropes binding the two vessels, discerned their intent to flee. The one who spoke was clearly the leader of these agents. Standing out among the throng of black suits and sunglasses in his striped coat. You there? Yes, you. Come here. Graus pointed at Spandam. As Spandam was singled out and beckoned to approach. He contemplated briefly before stepping onto the Phantom. Upon seeing Albat for the first time, his expression shifted dramatically. Given the beast pirate's current prominence on the seas, Spandam could not possibly be unfamiliar with Albat, the notorious second-in-command, with a bounty of 870 million berries. Such a figure visiting the North Sea was perplexing. Had Kaido learned of the scholar's existence and dispatched Albat to intercept the secret criminal aboard his ship? Spandam's assignment was to transfer the captured scholar from the CP organization to Mariewa. And to maintain secrecy, they had chosen a rarely traveled route along the edge of the doldrums. Ironically, the three-masted ship, now a scene of chaos, was merely a legitimate temporary pirate vessel. The crew had mistaken Spandam and his agents for ordinary merchants, only to charge recklessly into an unexpected counter-hijacking scenario. For reasons of secrecy, Spandam had ordered the complete annihilation of the crew aboard that ship. Yet, he had not anticipated that such actions would attract the attention of a prehistoric behemoth. The CP organization was indeed a legitimate intelligence agency, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and information gathering. Confronting formidable pirates directly was not their forte. Furthermore, Spandam was not a paragon of justice. In such a situation, self-preservation was paramount. His shifting demeanor did not go unnoticed. Albat raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, "Your reaction suggests you've heard my tale?" "Ah, the beast pirates are indeed the most formidable crew in the New World. The name of the dragon Albat is one I have long admired. Meeting you today, it is truly a sight to behold," Spandam replied, feigning admiration. "Enough with the pretense. You are agents of the world government, aren't you? What is your name?" Albat pressed. "My name is Spandam. Merely an ordinary employee of the world government's judicial island." Spandam thought that Albat likely did not recognize him, and perhaps he could slip by unnoticed. Little did he realize that Albat was a time traveler, and Spandam was not entirely unfamiliar to him, especially not his inept son, Spandam, who was one of Albat's most despised characters from the anime he once watched. "Ordinary employee? Huh, Spandam. Your presence here means that the individuals aboard this ship are either CP5 or CP9, correct?" Cough, cough. Spandam coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment and shock. How could he have been recognized? Was there a leak of intelligence within Cypherpol? The discerning eye of the esteemed individual before me is truly remarkable. My impeccable disguise has been effortlessly penetrated. Should you grace our Cypherpol with your presence, I assure you, assuming the role of the highest commander of CP9 would pose no challenge whatsoever. In fact, I dare say that the director of Cypherpol may not possess your extraordinary capabilities. Having been unmasked by Elbat, Spandam boldly acknowledged his identity without hesitation. "Enough, enough. Save your flattery for your superior." Elbat waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean by that? What I just expressed was not mere flattery. It was a genuine expression of my admiration for you. Though you may disregard my person, do not underestimate my sincerity." This unceasing stream of eloquence left Elbat momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Spandam's antics left Graus and Sarah, who stood nearby, utterly astounded, their gazes fixed upon the well-dressed man before them. This fellow possesses quite the silver tongue. Elbat had initially intended to deliver a subtle reprimand before discussing more serious matters, but he found himself disarmed by Spandon's adept flattery, complemented by his ingratiating smile. AS, the world government's most formidable intelligence agency. Cypherpole's reach extends to the farthest corners of the seas. Establishing a collaboration with Cypherpole would significantly aid in the search for the precious jewels. This world is not simply black and white. Rather, it is a delicate shade of gray. The Beast's pirates, while ideologically opposed to the world government and viewing it as an adversary, do not allow that to hinder potential clandestine cooperation. In Elbat's prior life, he recalled that after the Beast's pirates seized Wano country, the world government emerged as the largest buyer of the vast armaments and sea stone produced. Who knows, perhaps one day he and Spandane might indeed become business partners. Spandane, a master of understanding human nature, recognized that the members of the Beast's pirates would not summon him without reason. Thus, he maintained his sycophantic smile and inquired, "Might I ask why you called for me?" Elbat gestured toward the men in black suits ahead and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Spandane chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant tone. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a minor thief who mistook us for easy prey." His words were truthful, albeit incomplete. Elbat chose not to expose him, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough of your world government's trivial affairs. If you have anything of value aboard your ship, do hurry and bring it over. We prefer not to search for it ourselves. Of course. How could I possibly trouble you with such matters?" Spandane immediately turned to a burly man aboard the armed merchant ship and commanded, "Hans, bring the ship closer, and quickly send someone to our warehouse to fetch all the valuable items for our comrades of the Beast pirates. This fellow's amiable demeanor is rather likable." Elbat couldn't help but pat Spandane on the shoulder, saying, "You know, if one day the CP agency finds itself in dire straits, you could always come to me. The Beast pirates could certainly use someone of your talents. Indeed, individuals as versatile as Spandane are rare within the Beast pirates." A group predominantly composed of brutes, Elbat considered himself of moderate intellect, perhaps only marginally less astute than Kaido when he was sober. Yet, amidst the diverse array of eccentricities within the Beast's pirates, he occasionally felt a sense of intellectual superiority. Upon hearing Elbat's words, Spandane's expression brightened. "No problem. Perhaps one day I may indeed find myself in need of your assistance." Spandane maintained a lowly posture, aware that few in his line of work, serving as a covert operative for the world government, enjoyed a favorable outcome. As long as his abilities continued to benefit the world government, they remained his benevolent employers. However, what of the future? It is always prudent to have multiple avenues of escape. After exchanging pleasantries, Elbat continued, "Since your CP agency is a world-class intelligence organization, I happen to have a few inquiries to make. Rest assured, I shall not pry into the internal affairs of the world government." Spandane inwardly exhaled in relief. He patted his chest and replied, "You need not be so formal. Please, speak freely. I am at your service." He even assumed an attentive posture, eager to listen. Elbat, witnessing this, proceeded, "It's nothing of great import. I merely wish to inquire if you happen to know the recent whereabouts of the treasure hunter John." The intelligence regarding John had always been provided by Charlotte Linlin, which was not particularly advantageous for the Beast's pirates. After all, knowledge is power, and Elbat sought to validate the information from both parties. Spandane's countenance faltered momentarily as he hesitated. "Is it possible that the Beast's pirates intend to?" Elbat, sensing the opening, replied candidly, "Since you asked, I shall not hesitate to inform you. We, the Beast's pirates, are in the midst of expanding our ranks, yet we find ourselves somewhat financially strained. Therefore, our captain has sought to reach out to some old associates for assistance." "The treasure hunter John is notoriously elusive," Spandane remarked, furrowing his brow. "So you currently lack any leads on him?" Elbat pressed, "We do possess information. Cypherpole specializes in intelligence gathering. Yet, allow me a moment to make a call." After a brief communication with the CP agency's archives, Spandane smiled and relayed, "The treasure hunter John was last spotted approximately a month ago in the kingdom of Seleucus in the North Blue, having spent 5 days there before setting sail again, only to vanish. However, 2 days ago, someone from our CP agency reported sighting him in the northern town of Rose. Spandane eloquently divulged a wealth of intelligence. Elbat could not help but regard Cypherpole with newfound respect. Regardless of their political stance or combat prowess, their prowess in intelligence operations was undeniably formidable. Spandane recognized the astonishment in Elbat's eyes and leaned in closer, whispering, "Consider this a demonstration of my value. I sincerely hope that should I ever find myself in a predicament, you might extend your hospitality to me." While Elbat was unsure of how much sincerity lay behind Spandane's words, he nodded earnestly. "Thank you immensely," Spandane exhaled in relief, taking a step back and inquired, "Might I assist you with anything else?" "Indeed, there is one more matter," Elbat replied casually. "Our captain, Kaido, has recently taken an interest in Buddhist scriptures and wishes to acquire a string of prayer beads to adorn himself. Naturally, we, his subordinates, have taken this matter to heart. However, as you can imagine, our captain is a battle enthusiast, and the quality of those available on the market is often subpar, leading to their destruction in the heat of combat. Consequently, we have managed to procure one such bead." Elbat produced the dragon pearl from his pocket and handed it to Spandane. "I wish to leverage your CP agency's channels to ascertain whether similar beads exist in the world. Should such treasures be available, the beast's pirates would be willing to offer a handsome price." Spandane examined the dragon pearl with great care, nodding thoughtfully. "Should I receive any information, I will be sure to notify you. By the way, here is my personal number. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you require assistance." Spandane pulled out a notebook from his pocket and swiftly jotted down a series of numbers before handing it to Elbat. Once the agents had transferred all the goods from the warehouse onto the ship, Elbat departed the armed sailing vessel under Spandane's courteous escort as the ship, the Netherworld, gradually sailed into the distance. Spandane wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. "Quickly, Hans, report to the higher-ups that we have detected signs of impending conflict between the beast's pirates and the John pirates. Also, please arrange for me to contact Robin. I would like to borrow his collection of world jewelry catalogs for reference. Let the financial losses come. What truly matters is that the most crucial prisoner has ultimately been preserved. Otherwise, had this scholar been abducted by the beast's pirates, he would have been forced to flee alongside them today. Meanwhile, in the New World, on the island of Goddess Dino, specifically the western island of Taegu. This isle was primarily constructed to serve as a research laboratory for Queen. Presently, Kaido strides through the corridors of Queen's laboratory, having been invited by Queen to witness his latest invention, which Queen claims will surely pique his interest. And on either side of the corridor, numerous transparent glass jars are displayed, with a couple of individuals in white lab coats bustling about. These are researchers who have been summoned by Queen. Leveraging his previous connections and the recent surge in notoriety of the beast's pirates, primarily to assist him in his endeavors, the initial glass jars appear relatively normal, at least comprehensible to the brutish Kaido. However, as he ventures further, the contents of the subsequent jars grow increasingly bizarre. When Kaido encounters Queen, he is in the midst of filling a large syringe with an unknown black substance. Before him, a man is tightly bound to an operating table. Upon noticing Kaido's approach, Queen hastily sets down the syringe and rushes over with a fawning expression. "Hee, Kaido, you've arrived. What business could possibly warrant your presence?" Kaido, puzzled, glances at the man restrained on the operating table and inquires, "That fellow looks familiar. Is he one of our crew?" "Boss, how could I dare to experiment on my own comrades? You and Brother Elbat would surely flay me alive." Queen exclaims, his voice a cacophony of nervousness as he hastily clarifies, "This man is a pirate captain who recently invaded our territory. He possesses the abilities of the Zoan-type monkey fruit. After being defeated by Babanuki, he refused to surrender, and I needed a Zoan-type for my experiments, so I negotiated with the 3rd Division to acquire him. Coincidentally, the matter I wish to discuss with you today pertains to this very experiment." Noticing Kaido sitting cross-legged and pulling out a flask to drink, Queen realizes it is time for his performance. With a sinister smile, he returns to the operating table, lifting the syringe while addressing the unfortunate pirate captain. "Do not worry. This will not hurt at all. You are a creature of remarkable vitality, a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Simply concentrate and endure for a moment." The man, gagged with a special adhesive tape, can only emit muffled whimpers, his eyes wide with terror. In his mind, he laments, "I am merely a fortunate soul who consumed a devil fruit and stumbled into the New World as a pirate. Who could foresee that while we were merrily feasting and singing, we would suddenly be ambushed by a group of unknown assailants?" The leader approached and delivered a hefty blow, demanding our surrender. Under such circumstances, naturally, I could not yield. Then, I was knocked unconscious upon awakening. I found myself bound to this operating table, beside a rotund figure who looks anything but benign, wielding a syringe as thick as my arm. Big guy, I genuinely had no inkling that the methods in the New World were so grotesque. If you grant me a chance to speak, I would surely surrender. Please, do not inject that into me. Mother, I want to go home. The man's thoughts spiral in desperation as Queen, unfazed, simply smiles and injects the syringe into the man's carotid artery. Soon, the black concoction swiftly disseminates throughout the pirate's body. In no time, he convulses violently, transforming into a hybrid beast form. With a thunderous roar, his eyes blaze crimson, and the restraints binding him are shattered with ease, save for a large iron ring around his chest. The sea prism stone remains intact, yet he can still undergo his Zoan transformation, his strength significantly amplified, while signs of cognitive disarray begin to emerge. Observing that his body has not collapsed, Queen surmises that he may safely increase the dosage. During this period, although Queen has conducted numerous similar experiments on captives, utilizing a Zoan-type user as a test subject is a first. The results, thus far, appear remarkably promising. As he enters his hybrid form, he approaches the man, whose eyes are now aflame with rage, using his clawed wings to pin the man's arms down. The syringe is again plunged into the man's carotid artery, administering the remaining contents. With a ferocious roar, the man's eyes roll back, and he enters a state of complete beastification. Instantly, the sea prism stone ring around his chest emits a series of cracking noises. Crack! The iron ring shatters. The man seems to lose all rationality, lunging at Queen with powerful arms aimed directly at him. Bang! Queen's wingclaws intercept the assault, and with an expression of exhilaration, he glances back at Kaido. Boss, what do you think? Queen feverishly scribbles down data, exclaiming, this fellow's defensive capabilities and strength have at least quintupled, although his unique Zoan recovery speed has significantly diminished. Moreover, observe, boss. This iron ring, laced with sea prism stone, was effortlessly broken by him, indicating that after absorbing the serum, he can overcome certain effects of the sea prism stone. As he skillfully fends off the man's frenzied attacks, Queen continues, furthermore, this power is controllable. Should signs of mental collapse arise, I can promptly retract this strength. He then raises a hand, pressing it against the beast's head. With a slight exertion, dark energy begins to seep from the man's forehead. For a moment, the man's body convulses violently, but as time passes, his struggles gradually subside, and he appears to lose all strength, reverting to human form, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Queen directs two researchers to rebind the man to the operating table, then retrieves a new vial of serum and approaches Kaido. This serum is the product of my modifications to the raging dragon virus within the body. When applied to a human, it can instantaneously amplify strength several times over, though the duration remains to be studied. Handing the vial to Kaido, he gestures towards the unconscious man behind him and continues. Based on prior experiences, if the subject's physical condition is inadequate, administering the serum may lead to a complete genetic collapse. Similarly, if I do not retract the raging dragon virus within, the injected individual is bound to succumb to madness and death. Thus, the most suitable candidates for this serum are Zoan-type devil fruit users. So, the side effects of this concoction are rather significant, Kaido remarks nonchalantly, rising after having undergone transformations under Elbat's extraordinary capabilities. His perspective having broadened considerably to him. Queen's creation seems merely mediocre. Do not be hasty, boss. Observing Kaido's apparent disinterest, Queen hastily interjects. The primary limitation of this serum is the subject's physical fortitude, since ordinary humans lack sufficient strength. What about dinosaurs, which far exceed humans in robustness? With that, Queen signals for two covered iron cages to be brought forth. Lifting the cloth, he reveals two formidable ankylosaurs. Boss Kaido, this one is merely an ordinary ankylosaurus from the island, while the other has undergone my modifications. The modified ankylosaurus is visibly distinct, its green scales transformed into a dark hue, with wisps of black mist swirling from between its armored plates. This ankylosaurus, under the constant stimulation of my raging dragon virus, has begun to exhibit an unknown mutation. Not only has its armor significantly hardened, but during combat, it also shows brief moments of regained rationality. With its intelligence markedly enhanced, allowing it to respond to simple commands. Brother Elbat once mentioned assisting you in forming a legion of mythical beasts. While my strength may not rival his, Assembling a battalion of charging dinosaurs should be well within my capabilities. Quinn's words instantly piqued Kaido's interest. He had a profound fascination with Zoan-type devil fruit users. The prospect of possessing formidable animal powers was undeniably alluring to him. Speak, how can I assist you? Kaido inquired, weighing the potion in his hand with an air of curiosity. Quinn, well aware of Kaido's character, also understood that after spending some time together, Kaido would not summon him merely for idle entertainment. Heh, boss, aren't there still 2 Zoan-type devil fruit users locked away in our mine? Could you possibly hand them over to me? By cross-referencing them, I could expedite the enhancement of the potion. Quinn suggested with a sycophantic grin. The mine's security had always been the responsibility of the 1st Division. Elbat had previously instructed Jean that all captives engaged in mining were a considerable asset. They could be beaten or scolded, but should not be allowed to perish easily. Jean had faithfully adhered to this rule. Thus, for Quinn to procure 2 individuals from the mine, he would indeed require Kaido's approval. I can assist you with this matter, but if the product you produce does not meet my expectations, I will hold you accountable, Kaido warned. Heh, rest assured, boss, I will not let you down. Meanwhile, the sun dipped below the horizon in the North Sea, casting the sky into twilight, and the ocean currents began to calm. As the phantom ship departed the windless zone, the outline of an island gradually emerged. Prepare to dock, Sarah commanded, peering through her telescope. The pirates aboard the ship promptly sprang into action. The beast pirates had garnered quite a reputation, and to avoid drawing further attention from the Navy headquarters, Elbat had ordered the removal of the pirate flag from the phantom ship, disguising it as a simple armed sailing vessel. Moreover, few in the 4 seas were discerning enough to recognize the beast pirate's flag even if it were displayed. The island's harbor was still bustling with vessels. And as night fell, the lights surrounding the dock shone brightly. Illuminated by the glow, Elbat noticed a triangular archway standing next to the dock, adorned with the image of a snake entwined around a gun. Beneath the depiction, the words Liberty Town were clearly visible. Gazing ashore, Elbat observed that the town's overall aesthetic bore a striking resemblance to a quaint western town from a certain beautiful country. With many people on the shore clad in cowboy attire, their expressions stern and exuding an air of unapproachability. Notably, Elbat could see that in certain places around these individuals' waists, bulges were conspicuously prominent. Guns. It seemed nearly everyone here carried a handgun. As the phantom ship successfully docked at Liberty Town's harbor, the unflagged vessel immediately attracted numerous wary gazes from the shadows. Hey, look over there. It seems to be a fat sheep. One murmured. Fool, what merchant ship would dare approach here? Just wait and see. Right, don't rush. Let us see some of those fools test the waters. Amidst the hushed discussions of these lurking figures, the subordinates of the beast pirates streamed out of the phantom ship, quickly quelling the avarice of most onlookers. Feeling the menacing gazes directed at them, Elbat suddenly felt a gentle tug on his ear.it was the young girl, discaturely, perched on his shoulder. She pointed towards 2 groups not far away and exclaimed, Look, Brother Elba, there are Navy officers. Following the direction of the girl's finger, the crowd beheld 2 factions engaged in jovial conversation at the harbor. One group donned standard mafia uniforms, impeccably tailored black suits, while their adversaries were clad in the uniforms of the Navy. The clash between the 2 was quite spirited. To brazenly pursue the Navy in front of such a crowd. The North Seas Mafia certainly possessed remarkable audacity. Elbat turned to glance at Greyfuss and Sarah beside him. Well, it's not the most explosive scene we've encountered, Greyfuss replied, puffing on his cigar with pride. Although the mafia culture in the North Sea was not as rampant as that in the West Sea, the chaos at sea was equally fierce. Mafias, pirates, mercenaries, and assassination organizations, all manifestations of humanity's malevolent inclinations, could flourish in the North Sea. Thus, engaging the Navy openly was hardly a rarity. Is there an even more explosive scene than this? Is the atmosphere in the North Sea truly this wild? Elbat mused, realizing he must reevaluate his understanding of the region's customs, after leaving a portion of their subordinates to guard the ship. The group ventured into the streets of Liberty Town. Soon, a massive sign caught Elbat's attention. Liberty Town, the freest place in the entire sea, where even the air is imbued with the sweet scent of freedom. Beneath this inscription, a line of red-lit letters proclaimed, Turn right in 300 meters to find the island's finest gun shop. Your advertisements in the North Sea are truly refreshing, Elbat remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The group continued deeper into the town. Just then, A series of gunshots rang out ahead, but the pedestrians on the street appeared utterly unfazed, calmly seeking shelter as if it were a mundane occurrence. This momentarily highlighted the presence of the beast pirates standing at the street's entrance. However, soon after, two sharp bang-bang sounds echoed, abruptly silencing the continuous barrage of gunfire. The previously concealed pedestrians dusted off their clothing and resumed their activities as if nothing had transpired. Truly, this was Liberty Town, where freedom reigned supreme. Elbat's lips twitched in bemusement. The harbor of Liberty Town was expansive, and upon exiting, one could see a vast square lined with diverse shops, bustling with young men and women. "You have the night to relax and unwind. We will set sail early tomorrow morning," Elbat announced. "Remember the ship's rules, and if anyone is too inebriated to rise, I have no time to wait for them." "Understood." The surrounding pirates responded in unison. "I'll procure a sea chart and restock supplies. The ship's provisions need replenishing," Sarah added. The group quickly dispersed, forming small clusters as they embarked on their respective errands. Discaturli abandoned Elbat, mingling with Sarah, displaying an astonishing enthusiasm for shopping, frequently dragging Sarah into various stores to purchase gold and silver jewelry, as well as extravagant clothing. "Brother Elbat, shall we indulge in a drink or two?" Graus inquired, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Sure, let us head to the tavern and sample the local libations," Elbat replied with a jovial expression. Due to geographical reasons, the climate on various islands differed vastly, endowing each island's alcoholic beverages with its unique character. Ever since acquiring the talent 1,000 cups, no intoxication, he welcomed the prospect of drinking, treating it as casually as one would a soft drink. Liberty Town, relatively well known in the North Sea, had developed as a small town reliant on piracy. As they walked towards the tavern, Graus pointed to two groups nearby glaring at each other and introduced them to Elbat. "As you just witnessed, the people here can be a bit hot-headed." "Was that what you would call hot-headed? What are you staring at? What about you? Try staring again." Their dialogue was consistently laced with tension, where a mere disagreement could escalate into violence, a common scene in this place. In summary, it was a town steeped in brutality. Fortunately, Elbat and his companions were adept at resolving issues through force. This area was notorious for the Montmar family, a prominent mafia organization, with their emblem proudly displayed on the triangular archway beside the dock. The Montmar family had established a rule prohibiting pirates from harming civilians, and this measure had been relatively well enforced. Graus continued to serve as a fitting guide, explaining to Elbat that, on one hand, the Montmar family indeed possessed considerable strength, and the various factions of the North Sea would not provoke one another over trivial matters. On the other hand, pirates were notoriously extravagant, spending money like water. Without someone to cater to them, wouldn't it be rather disheartening? Whenever there was profit to be made, even bloodstained belly would attract throngs seeking to capitalize on it. The service industry in Liberty Town was exceptionally developed, making taverns easy to locate. As dusk settled, it was precisely the most bustling hour for such establishments. Elbat and his companions approached the vicinity of the tavern. The sounds of revelry within reached their ears. The young pirate hurriedly stepped forward, and upon seeing the tavern door ajar, he promptly cleared the way for Elbat, casting a silent glance at the proud young pirate. Elbat said nothing and entered the tavern directly. Since witnessing Spandon's extraordinary flattery skills, these individuals seemed to have undergone a sort of evolution in their behavior, displaying greater enthusiasm in their daily conduct. Elbat briefly scanned the corners of the tavern, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. In this environment filled with strangers, he preferred not to sit in a central position, exposed to the scrutinizing gazes from all directions. Much like during his school days when he relished quietly sitting by the window, listening to the teacher, he now preferred to nestle in a corner while drinking, just as Elbat was about to find a vacant spot to settle down. The young pirate who had opened the door sensed an opportunity to demonstrate his bravado. He strode over to the corner, slamming a stack of belly and a short pistol onto the table. "Take the money and scram." A Mediterranean man's face immediately contorted with indignation. Yet, before he could unleash his fury, several pirate henchmen approached menacingly. The man snatched up the bills, arrogantly declaring, "Humph. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. Just you wait." After the tavern keeper cleared the table, the members of the beast pirates settled down to order some food and a few barrels of the house specialty. Notably, apart from Graus, this was the first time the other pirate henchmen had shared a table with Elbat for drinks. They displayed no airs about them and quickly began to engage in lively conversation and boastful banter. Just as they were enjoying their revelry, a stranger's voice pierced through from the entrance. "Uncle Mose, Bring me 3 pounds of roasted meat, 3 pounds of wine, and the usual. Following the voice was a youth, roughly the same build as Graus, who cheerfully greeted the tavern owner at the bar, tossing a bag filled with belly onto the counter, indicating he was a regular patron. Coming right up, the tavern owner, a balding man in his 50s or 60s, looked surprised at the sight of the money bag and couldn't help but inquire, "Pike, where did you get all that belly? Didn't you spend all your money on a sailboat? Where did you procure this cash?" Pike laughed heartily, replying, "Uncle Mose, do you underestimate me? After all, I've been hanging around Liberty Town for over a decade. Acquiring a bit of pocket change is hardly unusual." The old man set down a platter of steaming roasted meat on the table, perplexed as he asked, "That's all well and good, but didn't you say you planned to set sail today? Why haven't you left yet?" Pike, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "Mind your own business, old man." Uncle Mose, irate, flung the bag of belly back toward Pike, exclaiming with annoyance, "You little brat, I've never liked you. You're not even of age yet you've already taken to drinking. One day you might just get drunk and end up killed. Furthermore, you've overpaid for your drinks. This isn't some black market." With that, he added, "Take your extra money and make sure to leave promptly after you finish." In the face of the tavern owner's incessant grumbling, Pike said little more, reclaiming the money bag and raising his cup for a hearty drink. Nearby, a few inebriated patrons approached him. "Hey, Pike, I've heard the ship you planned to set sail on was bought by selling off your family's assets." "What assets?" "Just a few fishing gear. That Zimitar guy charged me 30,000 belly for that broken ship. Once I become a great pirate," and the name Senior Pike echoes across the seas. "I'll definitely return to settle the score with that unscrupulous fellow." Under the influence of alcohol, Senor's voice boomed. Elbat, not far away, couldn't help but turn to glance at Senior Pike. "Senior Pike? The tough guy from the Don Quixote family. Senior Pike? Elbat, are you perhaps interested in that young lad?" A perceptive henchman quickly leaned in to ask, as he noticed Elbat's gaze directed toward Senor. "A bit. I just have a feeling that this young lad could grow into quite the formidable man in the future." Elbat hadn't anticipated encountering the impressive character from the original story within this tavern. "Well, let us not dwell on the future. For now, let us enjoy our drinks." Elbat turned back, raising his cup. "Come, let us have a few more rounds. Today's expenses are on me. Elbat, cheers to Brother Elbat." Instantly, the atmosphere at the Beast Pirates table surged to a new high. For pirates, when someone else was treating, it might just be the most joyous moment of the day. Meanwhile, Senior Pike, in another corner, was regaling the surrounding patrons with tales of his future adventures. Just then, a mocking laugh erupted from outside the tavern as several middle-aged men, armed and red-faced, forcefully kicked open the tavern door. Echoing across the seas? "Ha ha ha. Kid, you really know how to brag. Planning to come back to settle the score with me? Come on, I'll give you a chance today. Throw a punch." Zimar's words made Senior Pike's face flush with anger. He recognized these men were intoxicated and intentionally seeking trouble. However, under the influence of alcohol, without a second thought, he seized a bottle from the table and hurled it at Zimar's face. With a crash, the bottle shattered, blood instantly streaming from Zimar's face. The sharp pain instantly sobering him up that you're asking for death. Zimmer furiously drew his pistol, declaring, "I'll end you today, you insolent brat." Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, and Senior Pike leapt to evade the oncoming dark projectile. "Quick on your feet, aren't you? Let us see you dodge this." Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted in rapid succession. And in an instant, bullets were flying chaotically within the tavern, food and drink scattering across the floor. The patrons scrambled to take cover, fearing the stray bullets might strike them. Despite their efforts, many still found themselves injured. Senior Pike, unable to dodge in time, suffered a gunshot to his calf, significantly slowing his movements. Zimmerer, eyeing the cold sweat beading on Senior Pike's forehead, grinned wickedly. "Still trying to run, brat. Today is your day." Bang! Another shot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in Zimmerer's forehead. "Damn it. If your aim is so poor, go to hell and practice." Beside Elbat, a furious henchman raised a cup, his flintlock still smoking. "Damn it, just when it was my turn to toast to Brother Elbat. You inconsiderate fool dared to shatter my cup." Bang! Bang! 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the deities would be perplexed. The pirates' underlings fired these rounds devoid of any emotion, purely motivated by personal vendettas. Following this upheaval, the spirits of Elbat and his companions for drinking had all but vanished. Without needing Elbat to utter a word, The remaining pirates sprang into action. Swiftly subduing the last few middle-aged men, they entrusted the bounty-laden spoils to the bald-headed boss, Mose, as compensation for the conflict. The rest were stripped of their garments and hung at the tavern's entrance. Having accomplished this, the beast's pirates procured some liquor and milk, preparing to return to the Yomi no Kaze. Unexpectedly, Senior limped over to Elbat and his crew, collapsing before them with a thud. This lad proclaimed with fervor about life's priorities, expressing gratitude for even the smallest kindnesses, insisting on pledging allegiance to the pirate who had just fired the shots. This little rascal, Graus, exhaled a wisp of smoke, his gaze reflecting a newfound admiration. The pirate underlings turned to Elbat, questioning the boy's earlier declaration of aspiring to be a great pirate. Elbat regarded the bloodied yet resolute child with a smile. Indeed, I dream of setting sail. Even if you refuse to take me in, I shall embark on my own pirate voyage soon enough, Senor declared with utmost seriousness. Very well, if that is the case. You shall henceforth be our intern in the beast's pirates. Graus, you shall oversee this little one's training for the time being, Elbat said, glancing at a bearded figure who was lost in thought, exhaling plumes of smoke. Me. Graus pointed at himself, bewildered. Indeed. You are the most idle aboard this vessel. Who else could it be? On the New World, at Turbulent Island, a vessel adorned with the image of a brachiosaurus gracefully anchored at the island's edge. This was Queen's brachiosaurus, named to commemorate his wild and carefree days. Are you certain? The beast tamer pirates are indeed here, Queen inquired, munching on a red bean rice cake. Absolutely, Brother Queen. After defeating Doflamingo, they have set up a feast on this island, a nearby pirate eagerly responded. Ah, still feasting? Truly, they are a rowdy bunch, these newcomers from paradise, Queen remarked, taking a sip of his treat. He then produced a cigar from his pocket, taking a couple of puffs before addressing another pirate beside him. Seabass, steady that recording snail. Should it drop, you shall retrieve it yourself. Fear not, Brother Queen. I shall keep it steady. Seabass flashed an OK sign before sprouting a pair of gray wings, having reformed after the Winter Melon Island incident. He successfully integrated into the beast's pirates, now serving as a messenger under Queen's 2nd Division. Today, he, along with Queen and several 2nd Division members, arrived at Turbulent Island to confront the beast tamer pirates, who had recently defeated a junior officer from their ranks and claimed the island. Accompanying them were not just a few lab-coated figures, but also a group of special members from the beast's pirates. Captain Queen, all monitoring devices and testing apparatus have been installed and are ready for experimentation, a lab-coated individual reported to Queen. Upon hearing this, Queen downed his red bean rice cake in one gulp and shouted, Everyone, remain on the ship. The research team, take the testing instruments and follow me ashore. In the heart of Turbulent Island, within a dense forest, there lay a tranquil encampment where a group gathered around a massive dining table, joyfully feasting and toasting. Haha, what a thrill. Turnus, you are as formidable as ever. I heard that fellow Doflamingo was a 2nd Division officer, yet you dispatched him with ease. Truly impressive. Of course, our captain is the beast tamer Turnus. With a bounty of 200 million berries, the beast's pirates, their name alone suggests they would be no match for our captain. Just as these pirates reveled in their boasting, the door to their encampment swung open forcefully, and a scrawny figure burst in. Captain, trouble! A monstrous creature has killed Bakine and is charging towards us. A monster? Turnus paused mid-drink. Suddenly, the ground and tables within the encampment began to tremble. Everyone, follow me to confront this foe. Turnus exclaimed, hastily donning a floral captain's cloak and grasping a long sword before dashing out of the room. Upon exiting the encampment, he paused in an open area to survey the surroundings. At that moment, Turnus's pupils constricted. With a thud, a spiky-backed dinosaur leapt forward, landing before Turnus. The creature's chest was clad in robust armor, and it bore sharp blades on its claws, swaying its tail menacingly as it fixed its gaze on the pirates. What is this creature? A dinosaur, and armored to boot. The pirates gripped their weapons tightly, astonished at the sight of the beast, eye in the sky. Seabass emitted a sharp whistle, directing the recording snail towards the encampment below. With a roar, the spiky-backed dinosaur unleashed an enraged cry, baring its massive jaws as it lunged at Turnus. Clang! Turnus drew his sword, bracing it against the creature's foul maw. The dinosaur, thwarted in its assault, raised its head and swiftly turned, its thick tail striking Turnus's unguarded side with the force of a steel whip. Boom! Turnus's body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing through the encampment's walls, leaving a gaping hole. Captain, members of the Beast Tamer pirates swiftly raised their weapons, launching a fierce assault on the colossal creature. Bang! Black bullets rained down upon the dinosaur's armored chest, creating a cacophony of sound. The creature disregarded these feeble attacks, lunging again to seize a pirate who had dared to shoot. With a sickening crunch, the unfortunate pirate was severed in two by the dinosaur's powerful jaws. Hansen. Cries of anguish erupted from the crowd. Yet, the spiky-backed dinosaur paid no heed to their lamentations. Turning slightly to unleash a flurry of lethal strikes, one member of the Beast Tamer pirates was instantly reduced to a mangled mess by the dinosaur's razor-sharp claws. No, more screams echoed as a burly man wielding a rocket launcher aimed at the dinosaur. Die, monster! Bang! Sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed. As the haze began to clear, the dinosaur emerged, seemingly unscathed. What kind of monster is this? Some collapsed in despair, while others began to discern the creature's vulnerabilities. Aim for the unarmored areas, avoid its chest. A figure resembling a lieutenant directed the others. Bang! Gunfire erupted once more, and several sword-wielding pirates leapt forward to strike at the dinosaur's head. Clang! Sparks flew. The pirates were horrified to discover that their attacks barely left a mark on the dense layer of scales. The members of the Beast Tamer pirates momentarily faltered. The dinosaur's thick tail struck like a viper, creating more human-sized holes in the encampment's walls. Just then, Turnus, having been knocked aside, re-entered the fray. You monster, what do you intend to do with my crew? His footsteps suddenly quickened, and in the blink of an eye, he had moved beside the Spinosaurus. Crouching down, he drew his blade and leapt into the air. The long knife in his hand traced a brilliant arc of white light under the sun. Within moments, the blade reached the creature's neck in an instant. The scales shattered, and dragon blood gushed forth, leaving a deep gash along the Spinosaurus's throat. Just as Turnus began to catch his breath, a shadow unexpectedly loomed overhead. Bang! A powerful dragon claw collided fiercely with his airborne body, the sudden impact sending Turnus crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, not far from the village, on a small hillside, Quinn and several lab-coated individuals observed the re-engaged battlefield ahead. Frowning as they spoke, what is the hardness of those scales? How could they be so easily cleaved? Lord Quinn, these are the values transmitted by the testing device. One of the lab-coated individuals handed a stack of documents to Quinn. He perused them earnestly, his furrowed brow deepening. The defensive strength indicated by the scales is significantly less than we estimated. It has not achieved the expected results, and the enhancement in power is also considerably diminished. It seems there must be some oversight in the experiment. Lord Quinn, shall we continue? A lab-coated individual inquired. Puzzled. Of course we shall. Inform the crew on the ship to release a few more test subjects and notify Sabas to zoom in on the recorded footage. At the edge of the small village, just as Turnus was pushing himself off the ground, a rustling emerged from the dense forest behind the Spinosaurus, accompanied by a series of deep, resonating roars that reached everyone's ears. In the terrified eyes of the Beast Tamer pirate crew, several dinosaurs of varying shapes rapidly emerged, surrounding the village entirely. There's more than one monster. Run, quickly. Amidst the cacophony of dinosaur roars, the Beast Tamer pirate crew found themselves engulfed in a bloodbath. The sky was clear, and the sea shimmered a deep blue. Are they truly safe? Senor, who had just completed his job transition, gazed at the heads bobbing up and down in the water behind the phantom ship. Turning to his newly acquainted leader, Discatelli. After boarding, Senor found himself under the wing of Discatelli, who had claimed him as her subordinate following a friendly exchange. Rest assured, they are all bound by iron chains and will not sink. At most, they will just drink a bit of seawater. Discatelli stretched her limbs, performing rapid exercises. Uncle Grafus says, this is merely a minor correction, that if there are further disturbances due to drunkenness or delays in boarding, then we will remove their chains. Senor observed the pale faces bobbing not far from the ship and felt that his life aboard would certainly be thrilling. So, what are you doing with those movements? Senor asked, somewhat puzzled by the girl's continuous activity. When addressing me, remember to precede my name with a respectful title. Discatelli retorted. Senor, this little girl, though several years younger than me, insists on being called Big Sister. It's infuriating. You've just joined our pirate crew and are unaware of our rules. The Beast Pirates. Strength reigns supreme. As long as you possess the ability, you can continually rise through the ranks. Hence, every month, our pirate crew hosts a challenge match. Discatelli continued, stretching her arms. All members may challenge those in higher positions. If victorious, they exchange ranks. If defeated, they forfeit a month's salary. Can I participate? Senor's eyes brightened. The girl shook her head while moving her shoulders. No, not even you, nor I, can participate. Why not? Senor asked, frustrated. Without the ability to challenge, we cannot exchange positions, which means we must maintain the title of intern for an extended period. How bothersome. We are classified as interns, and that bighorn gorilla decreed that all underage pirates would automatically be labeled as interns, who are not allowed to participate in challenge matches. Bighorn gorilla? Yes, that's our captain, the leader of the beast pirates. I'll show you our pirate flag later. It depicts how he looked after he died. Senor, since neither of us can participate, why are you still working out? Lily. Senor quickly amended his question upon catching Discatelli's dangerous glance. The girl displayed a teachable expression, nodding in approval. Although we cannot participate in the challenge, usually after these matches. That bighorn gorilla comes to assess the training progress of the interns. I recall him specifically instructing Brother Iba before we set off to not forget about this. Therefore, I must adequately prepare. Assessment. Indeed, to put it plainly, it is a sparring match. The challenge match aboard the Phantom ship concluded particularly swiftly. As those who could accompany Elbat to the North Sea were all quick-witted individuals, none wishing to exert themselves in this informal match held outside the regular team. As anticipated by Discatelli, following the challenge match, she faced a monthly assessment organized by Elbat. The evaluation took place on a temporarily frozen patch of ice, where many pirate subordinates who had heard the news gathered on the deck of the Phantom ship to observe the battle, especially those dozen or so pirates who had just emerged from the water, demanding to witness the examination before heading to the ship's infirmary, after being soundly thrashed by the ship's doctor. They cursed as they left the deck of the Phantom ship. Amidst the cheers of the pirates, Discatelli and Elbat descended onto the ice. Lily, it has indeed been a while since we last sparred. Don't worry, I'm not Kaido. I won't hit you too hard. Elbat grinned, displaying a friendly smile. For today's assessment, he had specially exchanged a hammer from the system. There was no ulterior motive. Just to give the girl a real sense of an examination. Knowing Elbat's character well, Discatelli had no intention of holding back and immediately transitioned into her beast-human form. Here comes little Lily's beast-human form. The watching pirates cheered, resembling a grand celebrity launch event. Observing Discatelli's transformed appearance, Senor, her number one subordinate, was left utterly stunned. This my big sister. The last time she hit me, she didn't use her full strength. How infuriating! When will I, a dignified man, truly stand tall? Regardless of Senor's thoughts, the battle on the ice commenced at Elbat's command. In an instant, Discatelli not only retreated but leapt backward, her wing-mounted firearms swiftly transforming. With the nozzles aimed at Elbat, since the assessment has begun, allow me to greet you with this move. Comet Strike. Boom! Crimson Dragon energy erupted like a machine gun, a robust beam of energy hurtling towards Elbat. Your control over this attack is much improved compared to that time in Punk Hazard. Well done. It seems Kaido's teaching methods are quite effective. Elbat sidestepped, skillfully evading the attack. He then propelled himself forward with a sudden push. As if an invisible force was lifting his feet. Whoosh! His body accelerated instantaneously, like a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, Elbat stood before Discatelli, exclaiming, "Now, let me see how well you've learned the rest." Bang! The heavily armed hammer, imbued with Conqueror's haki, swiftly descended. Discatelli quickly spread her silver wings before her, staggering momentarily before summoning all her strength to barely block Elbat's tremendous strike. Not bad. Your defense and strength have seen some improvement. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted, and a white whirlwind swept across the icy surface. Crack, crack, cracks emanated from Discatelli's point of impact, rapidly spreading across the entire expanse of ice like a spider's web. After a brief stalemate, Elbat was the first to change his strategy. He retracted his massive hammer and placed a foot upon the outstretched wings of the young girl, leaping forward to deliver a fierce knee strike aimed squarely at her head. Discatelli hastily raised her hands above her head, attempting to block Elbat's assault. At that moment, Elbat swiftly twisted his wrist, seizing the opportunity while Discatelli was temporarily blinded and ready to spiked club for another attack. Instantly, a shadow loomed ominously over the girl's chin. With such a fine instructor, yet lacking in the cultivation of haki, Lily, there is truth in Kaido's words. Relying solely on one's abilities can only yield fleeting ferocity. It is hockey that reigns supreme over all other powers. Of course, individuals like myself, who merely coast along, cannot be counted in this regard. With Elbert's low rumble, the hammer, embodying the pinnacle of Kaido's teachings, made intimate contact with Discaturli's chin. Bam! The girl was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently onto the ice. Thus, you must acquire mastery over hockey at the earliest opportunity. In this respect, I serve as an exemplary model. I recall when Elbert refrained from launching another assault, instead choosing to stand his ground and impart lessons to Discaturli, shamelessly embellishing his own exploits as a paragon of virtue. However, the young girl was evidently disinterested in his drivel. The dragon gem within her chest pulsed with an increasingly rapid crimson glow, emitting a roar akin to a fighter jet's engine, as torrents of scarlet dragon energy enveloped her entire being. The six-winged spears blazed with an even more brilliant red light, drawing in vast quantities of air at their tips. Boom! A tremendous surge of high-pressure dragon energy erupted from the rear of the spears, propelling Discaturli skyward like a meteor streaking with red radiance, soaring to thousands of meters within mere seconds. The pirates aboard the phantom ship erupted in cheers and gasps of awe, excitedly waving to the red meteor above. You rascals are unbearably loud. This is an assessment. Behave as proper spectators, Elbert bellowed back at the crowd on the phantom ship. Instantly, the cheers transformed into murmurs of discontent. Elbert is far too dull. Indeed, encased in dragon energy, Discaturli disregarded the force of the wind, allowing the chaotic currents to flow past her as her body spiraled down like a supersonic aircraft. The sky, carved by her dragon wings, shimmered with rippling white airwaves and produced a piercing sonic boom. Elbert raised an eyebrow, having caught sight of her attack trajectory with his observation hockey. Can this little girl truly master the cute star sky crash? Elbert feigned readiness, positioning his hammer defensively, appearing as though he intended to absorb the impact of her strike. Yet, just as the two were on the brink of a fierce collision, he abruptly kicked off to the side, effortlessly evading Discaturli's charge. Bam! Unable to halt her momentum, Discaturli collided headlong with the ice, the immense force shattering the surface, and in an instant, she plunged into the sea below, witnessing his prophecy come to fruition. Elbert shook his head in resignation at the gaping hole left in the ice beside him. She truly couldn't stop in time. This cute star sky crash is still far too ambitious for you. Lily, just as the pirate crew prepared to leap into the sea to rescue her, a flash of red light flickered beneath the ice, accompanied by a rumble reminiscent of a starting engine. Bam! The ice shattered, and a silvery figure burst forth, scattering ice crystals in its wake, painting a brilliant rainbow across the sky. Humph! Daring to toy with me. Now, I shall unleash my fury upon you, the young girl cried out, her scarlet dragon energy surging forth from the spears on her back. In a matter of moments, Discaturli was enveloped entirely by the crimson aura, dragon energy enhancement. This technique, developed by Discaturli under Kaido's relentless tutelage, allowed her to harness the dragon energy of the celestial dragon within her body, temporarily augmenting her strength and speed. However, this stimulation must remain within a certain threshold, although increasing the dosage recklessly could lead to exponential enhancements. The cost would be severe damage to her body from the overwhelming energy. In the state of dragon energy enhancement, the dragon gem upon Discaturli's chest swelled rapidly, as torrents of air surged into her being. Thud, thud, thud. The air transformed by the celestial dragon's unique organ morphed into a surge of dragon energy, the crimson brilliance coursing through her veins to every cell. Her silver scales began to glow with a vivid red hue, and her once azure eyes and hair were dyed scarlet. Dragon energy seeped from the gaps in her scales as she bent low, her right hand clawing forward, the winged spears behind her erupting with an overwhelming blaze of dragon energy. Whoosh! The girl leapt forth, her speed surpassing the sound barrier, appearing before Elbert in the blink of an eye. Alas, this swift strike was effortlessly blocked by Elbert's arm. Bam, 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 bam. Sparks flew as the two clashed. Under Kaido's guidance, Discaturli had adapted to the coordination between her hands and the spears on her back, maintaining a steady rhythm in her assault. Meanwhile, Elbert's arms were enveloped in dark haki, perfectly countering the girl's relentless onslaught. Your skills have improved remarkably. It seems Kaido's recent training has yielded positive results. Now, let's see how you fare in a spontaneous reaction. I'm about to launch my attack. Lily, bring it on. During their exchange, several more strikes transpired, and Elbert seized upon a slight opening that Discaturli inadvertently exposed, Transitioning from defense to offense as he swung his hammer swiftly toward her exposed abdomen, Discaturli's winged spears erupted with dragon energy once more, twisting her body in an impossibly agile manner to evade Elbert's strike, while simultaneously sweeping her left elbow. Elbert grinned, lifting his hammer to meet the girl's elbow in a direct clash. Bam! Discaturli felt an overwhelming force as Elbert's terrifying strength sent her flying backward. Humph! Again, the girl swiftly reappeared before Elbert, unleashing a tempest of strikes with her hands and wings aimed at his vital points. Were this a genuine battle, Elbert would undoubtedly retaliate with a powerful punch, countering all her flashy attacks. However, since this was merely an assessment, such a response would be inappropriate. Thus, Elbert swiftly enveloped himself in haki, transforming into a solid figure of black, bracing himself to endure Discaturli's onslaught. Bam, 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 bam. The dull thuds of their collision echoed as Discaturli unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to raindrops falling in a storm. Within mere seconds, the girl executed over 100 strikes. While not every blow bore her full strength, she at least exerted 70 to 80% of her power. Yet even so, Elbert remained unscathed, his haki-imbued attire untouched by Discaturli's relentless barrage. I can't do this anymore. I'm exhausted. I need a break. The girl retreated a few steps, waving her small hands, her rabbit ears drooping tiredly. A break? Elbert called out, following closely behind her retreat. This is an examination. The conclusion is not yours to dictate. Watch the hammer. Damn it. As Elbert swung his hammer toward her, Discaturli braced herself. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm the storm within her heart, focusing her mind to harness the mysterious and unfamiliar power within her. In no time, the girl's figure vanished, replaced by a sleek, silver dragon. Bam! The dragon's formidable fangs clamped down fiercely upon the descending hammer, while Discaturli drew a deep breath. Behind her, the winged lance exhaled a scorching dragon's breath towards the imminent threat of Elbert. Elbert deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the torrent of flames, only to be confronted by a robust tail sweeping towards him. The tail, akin to an iron whip, met with Elbert's arm, where scales and overwhelming aura clashed, igniting faint sparks. What a splendid strike! Elbert chuckled as he relaxed his grip on the hammer, his free right hand retracting slightly before delivering a powerful blow to Discaturli's head. Bang! His fist, laden with brute force, crashed squarely against the resilient scales atop Discaturli's crown. The reverberations from the impact shattered the icy surface, sending ripples across the sea behind. Seizing the moment of Discaturli's staggering, Elbert advanced, grasping her swinging tail and hoisting her effortlessly onto his shoulder. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed her into the sky with a single-handed throw. Come on, Lily, let me witness your signature move once more. I assure you I will catch it this time. Don't you dare deceive me. As Discaturli soared through the air, a crimson glow enveloped her, her form now resembling a meteor spiraling down, cloaked in draconic energy. Standing on the icy surface, Elbert gripped his hammer tightly, a thick layer of armament haki shrouding the makeshift weapon. Bring it on! Whoosh! Bang! The deafening roar of the collision reverberated, as if the air itself had been torn asunder by this force. The ice continued to crack and reform under Elbert's protection, while the sea surged forth in rippling waves. Quite the force, but little Lily, you are still too inexperienced. Elbert grinned, propelling himself sideways with a powerful kick, effortlessly evading Discaturli's charged in the very next instant. As Discaturli hurtled forward due to inertia, Elbert's hammer, imbued with formidable armament haki, descended ominously upon the girl's head. Bang! As the young girl resurfaced from the sea, Elbert cheerfully announced the conclusion of the assessment. Brother Elbert, you lack credibility. Didn't you promise to catch my move? Discaturli's features contorted with indignation as she vocally chastised the shameless scoundrel. Indeed, I did catch your move, but I never claimed I wouldn't change tactics afterward. Elbert patted his chest, stating, besides, consider this a lesson. Little Lily, let us not forget our current identities. We are, after all, fierce and cunning pirates. As rogues, is it not common to deceive? To achieve our goals, shouldn't we be unscrupulous? You are now facing me. What if you encounter someone even more cunning and ruthless in the future? Discaturli stood frozen, taken aback by Elbert's words. What kind of audacity does one possess to utter such statements without a hint of embarrassment? Brother Elbert, you have learned ill from that horned gorilla. The young girl shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel, retreating to her quarters, evidently unwilling to exchange further words with her brazen brother. As the cherished member of the Phantom ship. Discaturli now resided alongside Sarah, their room brimming with spoils from their recent shopping spree. Noticing Discaturli's silence, Elbat, much like a victorious general, merrily returned to his quarters to catch up on his shows. The others on deck, realizing the amusement had dissipated, resumed their respective duties. Meanwhile, Sarah called over Senio and Graus, intending to discuss the upcoming route with them. Senio had been at sea since the tender age of 7. Accompanying his father on fishing ventures, after his father's demise, he had feigned his age and worked for a year as a sailor in a distant fishing company. When their fishing vessel was raided by pirates, he narrowly escaped and returned to Freetown, resuming his life as a fisherman. Thus, he possessed an intimate understanding of the maritime conditions surrounding Freetown. Therefore, during the discussions about the forthcoming route, Sarah immediately enlisted this local expert. Upon reaching the next island, we have 2 routes to consider, yet neither seems particularly promising. Sarah unfurled the nautical chart, pointing to several small islands. Point 1 route entails heading north through Ymir Town, then veering east to reach the southern part of the Snow Kingdom, before proceeding southeast to arrive at Nemean Island, located in the northwest of the Selig Kingdom. The alternative requires navigating south through Oldstown and Hemmelstown, then heading north to reach Seagull Island, and finally turning northeast to arrive at the Selig Kingdom. Graus scrutinized Sarah's drawn arcs on the map, his brows furrowed tightly. Even if the information from that fellow Spandane is true, if we pursue this route, John will likely have already departed. Sarah sighed in resignation. Graus, also perplexed by the chart, pointed at the Selig Kingdom's emblem and queried, "The distance from Freetown to the Selig Kingdom appears relatively short. Why can't we take a direct route?" Graus, during this time of year, a thick fog blankets the eastern waters of Freetown, obscuring the sea entirely. Any vessel would inevitably lose its bearings within. Senio interjected promptly. A fog, a small head peeked in, belonging to Discaturli, who had just changed her attire. If you encounter fog, why not consult Brother Elbat? As the others pondered this, Discaturli continued, in the past, when we faced foggy weather on the islands, and hunting proved difficult, he would simply snap his fingers and disperse the mist. The others were taken aback. Brother Elbert's fruit ability can control the weather and even conjure calamities, not just fog. Storms are mere trifles for him, but I recall him once claiming to be a man who could summon wind and rain at will. I still remember his utterly foolish expression. Our first mate possesses such capabilities? Why were we unaware? It's no wonder Sarah and Graus were uninformed. Since joining the Beast Pirates, Elbat had gradually shifted from an elemental mage to a traditional wizard, seeking to hone his haki. Graus had witnessed Elbat wielding lightning and assumed that was the extent of his abilities. Little did he know, he had underestimated Elbat. Given the first mate's powers, we could alter our route, proceeding directly east from Freetown through the fog, reaching Seagull Island before heading northeast. This way, we could arrive at the Selig Kingdom in about 4 days. Sarah contemplated before promptly redesigning a new route. In that case, once Brother Elbat awakens, I will present the new route to him for review. Just as Graus prepared to stow the nautical chart and invite everyone to lunch, Discaturli produced 2 plump, round objects from her adorable satchel. There's no need for such complications. I can rouse that slothful, pig-like creature from his slumber right now. The glint in her eyes hinted at mischief. Conveniently, his room was on the top floor, ensuring no disturbance to others. Meanwhile, as Elbat lay with his eyes closed, engrossed in his show, he felt a familiar chill creeping in. Simultaneously, far across the ocean, a 2-masted sailing ship sliced through the waves, accelerating forward. Behind this vessel loomed a massive naval warship. Bang, 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 as cannonballs detonated on either side of the 2-masted ship. Towering columns of water surged skyward. Accompanying the cannon fire was a resounding roar. "Roger, Kapu, you mad dog." Roger, positioned at the stern, seethed as he dodged cannon fire. "You are truly tenacious. How long have I been in the North Sea? And I run into you already? Ha ha ha. Fate brings us together, Roger. Today, I shall surely capture you." Upon finishing his words, Carp clapped his 2 fists, each the size of a sandbag, together and bellowed to those behind him. "Quick, bring up 2 more sets of cannonballs." On the Roger pirate ship, Roger addressed his crew, saying, "As per our usual arrangement, I shall hold off Carp while you go and chop down the masts of the warships. The rest of you, be prepared to set sail at a moment's notice." With that, Roger burst into hearty laughter at Carp, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Carp, you always say you want to capture me and take me back. Yet here I am, gallivanting freely across these vast seas. Roger unleashed his signature taunt, with remarkable effect. Subsequently, both parties commenced executing Roger's plan with practiced ease, under the formidable protection of Elbat's powers. The Umbrat ship effortlessly navigated through the thick fog to the east of Freedom Town, arriving smoothly at Seagull Island. Seagull Island, the most notorious den of iniquity in the North Sea, that if Freedom Town exuded a sense of volatility, then Seagull Island could be deemed a veritable abyss of darkness. It is a melting pot of malevolent factions and organizations from all corners of the North Sea. There are virtually no ordinary folk on the island. Even a petty stall owner at the dock could very well have been a feared henchman or a top assassin from a notorious gang. Murder, robbery, and debauchery are rampant in the alleyways of Seagull Island. Yet, despite its lawless nature, Seagull Island thrives with unexpected vibrancy. It boasts the largest casino and auction house in the North Sea, serving as the preeminent hub for underground dealings. Rare commodities from other seas can nearly all be procured here, and rumors occasionally surface of 1 or 2 devil fruits being auctioned. In a sense, this place can be viewed as an essential point of communication between the North Sea and the outside world. After docking the ship, Elbat turned to Senor. This young lad's grand pirate dreams had first been dashed by the midterm performance of Discatelli and then silenced by Elbat's awe-inspiring abilities. Enough, Senor, do not wear such a perplexed expression. Your journey is just beginning, Elbat encouraged. You are more familiar with this place than we are, so let us explore nearby without delay. Our time here is limited, a haven for nefarious activities. Seagull Island offers a plethora of colorful diversions. Brother Elbat, what is that? Asked the young girl Discatelli, perched on Elbat's shoulder, pointing at a shimmering sign ahead. The neon lights flickered in pink, faintly outlining the silhouette of a beautiful woman, adjacent to which was the blue glow of a wine glass. Doe, that is something you need not concern yourself with now. You will understand when you are older. Doe, do those ladies work there? They look so pitiful, dressed so scantily. At that moment, a quick-witted pirate subordinate quickly interjected, Sister Lily, you are absolutely right. We should go help them right away. Several others behind him echoed in agreement, making their way towards the unfortunate women under the girl's gaze. When did they become so benevolent? As the young girl pondered, Grayfish gently nudged Elbat's arm and pointed to a gleaming building, inquiring, Brother Elbat, would you be interested in stepping inside for a game or two? Following Grayfish's finger, Elbat's eyes fell upon the words Montmar Casino. A casino. This was the first time Elbat had ever laid eyes on a casino in reality, in both this life and the previous one. Let us go and experience it. I have never been here before. With that, he quickened his pace towards the entrance of the casino. However, halfway there, Elbat suddenly veered into a nearby clothing store. What on earth are you wearing? Grayfish asked, staring in bewilderment as Elbat emerged from the store clad in a black suit, white shirt, a white scarf, and a grand black trench coat. Especially that slicked-back hairstyle gave Grayfish the impression that this fellow exuded an indescribable aura. You see, typically in a casino, those who dress like this attract the attention of the goddess of gambling, Elbat declared as he swept aside the entrance curtain and stepped inside. The goddess of gambling? Shouldn't it be the goddess of luck? Grayfish murmured under his breath, following him into the casino. Sarah showed no interest in participating in such gambling activities, instead leading Discatelli towards the shopping center surrounding the casino. Seagull Island is home to numerous casinos, ranging from high-end to low-end establishments. The one Elbat entered was a luxurious casino. Upon entering, they were greeted by a resplendent hall filled with various gamblers. With an abundance of gambling options available, after surveying the area, Elbat suddenly froze at the entrance. Why are you just standing there? Do you find the noise in the hall too bothersome? We could also go to a private room. I've yet to experience that. Grayfish lightly pushed Elbat, chattering on. Snapping back to reality, Elbat beamed and strode into the hall, exclaiming, Come on, I'm taking you to meet someone important. Who? Grayfish inquired. Following Elbat's gaze, soon, his eyes locked on a particular gambling table, and it was impossible to miss that familiar face and iconic beard. Gold Roger. Grayfish's pupils dilated. Having defeated Rox, Gold Roger was already a legendary figure in the New World. His stature surpassing even Kaido, placing him among the elite of pirates. That moment, Roger was not clad in his perpetually unwashed captain's cloak, but rather sported a casual floral shirt and beach shorts. Yet even in such attire, his commanding presence distinctly set him apart from the surrounding ruffians. Indeed, it is he, Elbat nodded in affirmation, while Grayfish only recognized Roger. Elbat's keen eyes also caught sight of the rest of the Roger pirates within the casino. What brings this motley crew to the North Sea for a little team building? Noticing Elbat approaching Roger, Graus quickly seized his arm. Hey, what are you doing? You know that's Gold. Roger, and you still plan to approach him. We, the Beast Pirates, have already offended Shiki. You don't want to provoke Roger too, do you? Do not worry. It's merely to extend a greeting, Elbat reassured with a smile. He is not a brutish man like Kaido, who thinks only of drink and bloodshed. I am simply intrigued by this future pirate king. With Graus still apprehensive, Elbat made his way to stand behind Roger. Hey, it seems luck is on your side today. Shall I join you for a game or two? Elbat clapped Roger on the shoulder and inquired. Nasariel Elbat? Roger recognized him, laughing heartily as he gestured to the chips on the table. That I smell the aroma of fine wine on you. How about we wager on drinks instead of money? Like Kaido, Roger was also a notorious drinker. Just earlier on the ship, Elbat had exchanged for some hunter's beer through the system, surprising him that Roger could still detect its scent. A wager on drinks. Sounds good. If I win, those chips on your table belong to me. If I lose, this bottle of yours shall be mine. Elbat promptly exchanged for a bottle of Dragonfire whiskey from the system, placing it on the gambling table. This whiskey, what a unique fragrance. Roger inhaled deeply, his expression one of sheer delight. Have you not had a drink in quite some time? Roger's current demeanor mirrors that of Kaido before the offensive on the Gorstino Islands. The mere mention of it instantly ignited a flash of fury upon Roger's countenance. Just a short while ago, upon entering the North Sea, we had several barrels of wine. Yet somehow that old rascal Carp discovered our whereabouts and obliterated my precious wine with a cannonball, leaving me bereft of liquor for days. You truly have the worst luck, perpetually pursued by that scoundrel Carp. Ha 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 ha. As laughter filled the air, Elbat suddenly paused and inquired, if that's the case, you end up drawing Carp here? Well, it's not entirely impossible, is it? Are you afraid of him? I wouldn't say I'm afraid. It's just, well, rather troublesome, Elbat mused thoughtfully. Indeed, that fellow is exceptionally clingy. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. The muddy streets were inundated with filth, and a small golden-haired boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, barefoot and tattered, skipped into a narrow alley. Heh, that fool Helba. Doflamingo counted the crumpled berries in his hand, a faint smile surfacing beneath his sunglasses. Leaning against the wall of the alley, he slowly sank to the filthy ground, withdrawing a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With this little money, I should be able to take my mother for a proper medical checkup. Puff. Doflamingo's trembling hand lit the cigarette, taking a deep drag, the confusion in his eyes becoming evident. The life he currently led was unimaginable for one who once hailed from the celestial dragons. Why must I plummet from the heights of the heavens into this mire? Why must I, a descendant of gods, endure such suffering? These days, Doflamingo had contemplated ending his own life countless times. Yet, the hatred within him and his discontent with the world compelled him to persevere. Hey, you little brat. You took my money. Where do you think you're going? Just as Doflamingo finished his cigarette and prepared to leave, 3 figures blocked the entrance of the alley. Helba was the fool who had just been swindled out of 10,000 berries. Doflamingo hadn't expected this idiot to react so quickly. With a dark expression, Doflamingo began to retreat, slowly backing up against a protruding brick. Concealed within was a flintlock pistol, a trophy obtained after he had dispatched a petty thug during a gang altercation. This alley was also a cleanup spot for Doflamingo after his misdeeds. He would linger here for a brief period, eliminating anyone tailing him. How dare you deceive me, you little brat? You must be tired of living. Helba's gaze towards Doflamingo was icy. Doflamingo realized that today's events could not be resolved amicably, so he decided to strike first. That I deceived you, because you're the fool. Doflamingo swiftly drew the flintlock from its hiding place and fired 2 shots, dropping the 2 men beside Helba to the ground. You filthy little brat. Seeing his 2 companions fall in an instant, Helba was both startled and enraged. He rushed into the alley, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Doflamingo, who was busy reloading his weapon. Upon noticing this, Doflamingo hurled the flintlock at Helba's head and fled. The 2 engaged in a chaotic chase, darting deeper into the alley. Keep running, you filthy brat. A sinister smile crept across Helba's face. Oh, you think you've got me cornered? Doflamingo reached into a brick, pulling out a short firearm. Heh, I only intended to swindle you out of a little money. But since you're chasing death, that's not my fault. Bang! Just as Doflamingo was about to rummage through his spoils, a robust figure appeared at the mouth of the alley. Enough! You must be cheating with observation hockey. After yet another failed attempt to secretly use observation hockey to peek at his opponent's cards, Elbat angrily discarded his own cards and took a hefty swig from his glass. Impossible. I've invoked the gods. How can I lose to Roger, that clearly cursed fellow, and to lose 12 consecutive rounds? This guy must be cheating with observation hockey. Indeed, his observation hockey possesses the ability to listen to the voices of all things. What a cheating tool. It is even possible that this scoundrel employed the technique of killing intent with observation. Otherwise, how could I not see his cards? Roger, chuckling, kicked the 12th bottle of Fire Dragon whiskey into his arms and looked at Elbat, saying, "Brother Elbat, this is purely luck. How about we play a couple more rounds? Who knows, your fortune might just turn around. Get lost. Your shamelessness rivals that of Kaido." Elbat retorted with a laugh, even knowing that Roger was cheating. Elbat felt powerless against him. He had always believed his dual hockey proficiency was commendable, yet he had not anticipated such a vast disparity with the world's top-tier powers. It seemed that once he returned from the North Sea, it was high time to seek out Kaido for some intense training to as for whether Kaido would be willing in teaching and nurturing the responsibility of every teacher. Roger downed a bottle of Fire Dragon whiskey and, with glassy eyes, remarked, "Brother Elbat, I'm at my wit's end. Carp not only ruined our wine, but also blasted the treasures in the ship's hold into the sea with that cannonball. Now our Roger pirates are short on funds. Otherwise, I wouldn't be scavenging like this. Listen to yourself. Encountering someone like you, I must have been incredibly unlucky." The card game concluded hastily at Elbat's insistence. The two sat at the casino, seemingly oblivious to the world, indulging in drinks. One was a seasoned adventurer who had traveled far and wide, while the other was a time traveler from an era of information explosion. When they began to converse, they could chat about anything under the sun. In this era, it was rare for Roger to encounter someone with whom he could converse so freely, thus his fondness for Elbat grew. Damn it, I truly envy that scoundrel Kaido. Though we haven't known each other long, I still want to ask. Elbat, would you like to join my crew? How about being my first mate? Roger said, contentedly burping from the liquor and rambling. Are you not afraid of being soundly beaten by Rayleigh when you return? Elbat chuckled, glancing at the corridor on the second floor of the casino. How could that be? I'm the captain. Roger, emboldened by the alcohol, bellowed. Elbat shook his head with a smile. Sorry, I'm not particularly interested in your pirate crew, and although Kaido may be a bit dim, overall, he is not too bad. So, for the time being, I have no intentions of switching allegiances. So Roger smiled. Then I pressed the issue. Bang. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. After which Roger stood to take his leave. After this last drink, I must return. If I miss the boarding time, those fellows will surely give me a thorough lesson. I believe that even if you return now, you'll still get a proper scolding. As Roger's figure gradually receded, Graus and the pirate subordinates hurried over to Elbat. Is that really the nation destroyer? Roger, Graus pondered, exhaling smoke. How should I put it? The nickname is a creative interpretation, as I could not find Roger's official title. Doesn't it seem like this fellow lacks any common sense? Much like that Kaido, Elbat replied nonchalantly. Rip. Seemingly realizing something, Graus muttered quietly. Could it be that becoming strong requires sacrificing a portion of one's intelligence? As he spoke, he turned to look at Elbat. What's with that look? Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm perfectly normal, all right? Elbat rolled his eyes at Graus and stood up, waving his hand. I am heading back to the ship. You all continue to play. Just don't forget the departure time. Understood, Brother Elbat. The numerous young pirates responded in unison. At that moment, Graus had lost his interest in gambling and decided to return to the Phantom ship with Elbat. Upon their arrival on board, they were met with an utterly absurd revelation. The young pirates who had just descended to offer warmth to the ladies had been abducted by the mafia. Indeed, with no pirate flag hoisted, although it had reduced the attention from the Navy, it had also diminished the deterrence against those lurking in the shadows. Elbat glanced at Graus, suggesting, perhaps you should pay them a visit? Haiyan Island, Fisher Street, the Phoenix Tail Flower Hotel, the residence of the Mungma family. At this moment, the 30-something Mungma Hill sat in the opulent office on the highest floor of the hotel, his expression grave, fixated on the man lounging on the sofa before him. The man was clad in a black suit, topped with a black flat cap, beneath which a fox mask obscured his features, conveying an ambiguous expression of mirth and sorrow. Lasky, you just sent the last batch of children over. Why are you here again today to press me? Mungma Hill inquired, pulling a finely crafted cigar from his desk drawer. As tendrils of smoke wafted through the air. His voice melded with the haze, reaching the figure beside him. Adjusting his cap, a gravelly voice emanated from within the mask. The higher-ups are in a hurry. It's unavoidable that I ask for your assistance. Lasky waved his hand, dispersing the smoke that was causing him discomfort, and continued in a hushed tone. Recently, CP9 intends to train a new batch of members, hence the increased demand for orphans. Mungma placed the cigar between his lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling a dense cloud of smoke towards Lasky. I have already prepared the children, but you CP9 must assist me in introducing me to Mr. Dorag Piccolo. Dorag Piccolo, the Undertaker? Lasky queried. Perplexed. What do you want with that weirdo? The Undertaker Dorag Piccolo had emerged as a formidable force in the dark underworld in recent years, primarily engaging in organ trafficking and human smuggling, along with assassination and mercenary work within their portfolio. Mungma tapped the cigar against the ashtray before him, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing. I merely wish to discuss some business with this notable figure of the underworld." The Mungma family had firmly established itself in the North Sea for centuries, maintaining close ties with the world government, which was entirely reasonable. These dark forces could exploit the world government for greater profit, while the government could utilize these forces for their less savory endeavors. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. After a moment's contemplation, Lasky readily acquiesced to Mungma request, just as the two were engaged in pleasant conversation. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted beneath them. The entire phoenix tail seemed to tremble, and debris rained down from the ceiling above. What on earth is happening? Mungma expression soured as he glanced at his shoulder, now dust-covered. Could it be an earthquake? Just then, someone stumbled through the door, breathless and panicked. "Young Master Hill, there's a grave situation. Someone's attacking. How is that possible? Who would dare?" Mungma retorted incredulously. The Mungma family's reputation and strength in the North Sea were considerable. And even though Mungma was merely a young heir, it was unprecedented for anyone to brazenly assault them on Haiyan Island. Moreover, Mungma was astute enough not to provoke formidable adversaries. It's a man with a bushy beard, wielding an exceptionally large firearm. He has a dozen burly henchmen with him. As soon as he arrived, he hurled 2 bombs that collapsed our hotel's front entrance, demanding we surrender our people. Before Mungma could express his outrage, Lasky furrowed his brow and interjected, "A bushy beard, carrying an exceptionally large firearm?" The messenger nodded eagerly. "Indeed. That firearm's barrel is as thick as my forearm." He is clearly not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing the description, Lasky's pupils dilated with alarm. Who dares to challenge Mungma? Inform the brothers to arm themselves. We must. What must we do? Lasky snapped, glaring harshly at Mungma before pulling out a stack of wanted posters from his pocket. Do you recognize this individual? He extracted one poster, pointing at the likeness of Grievous. Seeing the messenger nod, Lasky gestured for him to quickly exit and shut the door. Mungma, even with a bounty of 190 million berries, we shouldn't tea. Mungma protested reluctantly. Do you know who stands behind him? Lasky glared at Mungma. Does this man not read the newspapers? The outlaw Grievous, with a bounty of 190 million berries, is now a combatant for the Beast Pirates. Their collective bounty has surpassed 5 billion berries, making them the most formidable emerging pirate crew in the New World. Do you truly wish to oppose him? Not long ago, the leader had specifically transmitted intelligence indicating the presence of the Beast Pirates vice captain, the evil dragon Albat, whose bounty exceeds 800 million berries. With Grievous appearing here, where do you think Elbat might be? Lasky's words sent a shiver down Mungma spine, that if he is here to claim someone, it means. Mungma suddenly realized, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Perhaps your lackeys have captured not only crew members, but possibly their families as well. Lasky's analysis filled Mungma with dread. He hastily flung open the door, urgently beckoning his secretary. Are we receiving goods on Haiyan Island today? After a moment of thought, the secretary confirmed, yes, indeed, 2 hounds brought us goods today. 2 children, around 8 or 9 years old. Additionally, our Black Widows at the Red Rose Bar also delivered some. Quickly, bring them out and treat them well. Hurry, Mungma shouted at once. This was indeed a calamity from the skies. At this moment, some rejoiced while others despaired, some were anxious, and some were at ease. Elbat found himself in a peculiar state of both worry and relaxation. He had always believed that his mastery of hockey was commendable. Yet upon comparing himself to a top-tier figure like Roger, he suddenly felt woefully inadequate. Especially regarding observation hockey, Elbat was certain he had perceived a strong sense of disdain in Roger's gaze. Observation hockey was something Elbat had cultivated through sheer determination, His unique talent, passive, from the death trial offered little assistance in this regard. To have his hard-earned achievements so openly scorned was unbearable. He vowed to seize an opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Moreover, he was perplexed by the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. This particular ability was somewhat esoteric. It was not merely a powerful capability, but also a symbol of prestige. Among the elite of the New World, lacking Conqueror's Haki was almost a social faux pas. Every time he witnessed Kaido's monstrous form shake the ground, causing enemies to faint in terror, it was a sight that left Elbat envious. While he could rely on his abilities to enhance armament Haki and push through with Kaido for observation Haki, what about Conqueror's Haki? After much contemplation, Elbat realized he had two paths before him. One was to possess the innate qualities of a king, the chosen one among millions. Elbat initially deemed this probability absurd, but reflecting on his own status as a traveler among billions, it suddenly felt more plausible. The other path was akin to armament Haki, finding a way to enhance it. The Conqueror's Haki is indeed capable of being wielded, and when unleashed upon an opponent, it inflicts considerable pain. This implies that Elbat can, by virtue of his innate ability, passive, known as the Trial of Death, summon individuals to aid him in enhancing his prowess, much like the training required for mastering armament Haki. Regrettably, Kaido, at this moment, lacks the ability to wield the Conqueror's Haki, which means that for Elbat to awaken this formidable power, he must engage in combat with a strong adversary who possesses the skill of Conqueror's Haki and endure some punishment in the process. Thus, one more reason to confront Roger has emerged. As the various individuals on Haiyan Island harbored their own thoughts, not far from there, a massive warship was making its way towards the island. The ship, colossal in size, bore the figurehead of a dog's head, the vessel of the Navy hero, Carp. Standing on the deck, Carp shouted into a transponder snail, "Have you not spotted Roger at Hermel's town?" Good, good. Keep observing. There are only a few islands in this vicinity, and that rascal Roger cannot have gone far. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Just as he ended the call, the transponder snail rang once more. Vice Admiral Carp. We have detected traces of the Roger pirates on Haiyan Island, reported a Navy intelligence officer on the other end in hushed tones, upon entering the North Sea, having learned of the Roger pirates' location. Carp, driven by an eagerness to apprehend Roger, did not wait for his own customized warship to arrive, but hastily boarded a branch's vessel as expected, after the mast was destroyed by Roger and his crew. That ship became incapacitated, leaving Carp to helplessly watch the Roger pirates retreat into the distance. This time, however, he had learned from the lessons of those previous days. Wow, ha ha, it seems my luck may still hold. He laughed heartily after hanging up the phone, immediately turning to his aide, Bogart. Notify the nearby Navy bases to send their ships to Haiyan Island. I intend to catch Roger and his crew like fish in a barrel. With a lingering grudge against Roger, and after watching 2 episodes of a new series, Elbat paused the show within the system and opened his eyes, stepping out of his cabin that he approached Sarah, who was busily preparing on the deck, and inquired, "We are set to depart soon. Have the supplies on board been adequately replenished?" Most supplies have been loaded onto the ship, but only some of the ordered beverages remain unprepared. I have already dispatched someone to expedite the process, Sarah replied, resembling a capable housekeeper, quickly detailing the various preparations for Elbat. And what of Grafus? Has he not returned yet? Elbat asked, puzzled. Not yet. However, he contacted me not long ago, stating that he was bringing you a surprise. As they conversed, the crew member sent to hasten the procurement of beverages returned, bringing with him unwelcome news. What? No alcohol left. Sarah's voice escalated in alarm. The other party claimed their wine cellar was completely raided yesterday, leaving not a single barrel behind. Thus, we cannot fulfill our transaction. The pirate underling gasped, breathless. Are there no other places selling alcohol? Elbat queried. Frowning, alcohol serves not only as a means for festivities, but is also an essential resource of fresh water while traversing the seas. Departing without sufficient quantities of alcohol is a perilous venture. The alcohol exchanged within the system suffices for minor indulgences, but should they indulge excessively, Elbat feared he might face bankruptcy in no time. Yes, there are a few taverns to the west, but their prices are exorbitantly high. The pirate underling promptly responded, not flying the pirate flag has its drawbacks. While it spares us many troubles from the Navy, the lack of intimidation inevitably invites some petty characters to come and vex us. Elbat remarked, Sarah, take a few men and head to the tavern. Inform the owner that I care not whether his claims are true or false. Regardless, before we set sail, I demand to see at least 100 barrels of alcohol stored in the hold. Do you understand? Understood. Leave it to me. Huff, puff. After a long run, Doflamingo leaned against a lamppost, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he had previously excavated a small hole in an alleyway. Granting him an escape route. It was unexpected that Herbo was affiliated with the Montblanc family. Continuing on this path would inevitably lead to his capture. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the Montblanc family's influence on Haiyan Island. If he did not return home promptly to warn his family to evacuate, both his mother and brother would be in grave danger. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind, prompting Doflamingo's expression to shift. After glancing around for a few seconds, he quickly pried open a window and leapt inside. The room was filled with towering barrels of alcohol, the air thick with its rich aroma. This was the storage room of a tavern. As the footsteps drew nearer, sounds of a raucous argument could be heard from the shop ahead. It seemed he had no choice. Doflamingo surveyed the barrels, quietly contemplating his next move. He approached a wooden barrel, using both hands and feet to gently topple it over, waiting for the liquid to drain before carefully righting it and slipping inside. Quick, move all the alcohol from here. A rotund man led Sarah and a dozen fierce-looking pirates into a tavern. Galagas, what on earth are you plotting? Who are these people? The tavern owner, Bumir, exclaimed in shock and anger. Just as he attempted to resist, Senor promptly pinned him to the ground. Oh, Bumir, no need to feign ignorance. Your establishment is responsible for emptying my wine cellar, isn't it? Trying to use this method to eliminate your rivals? You should take a good look in the mirror. Galagas squatted before Bumir, lightly patting his face, revealing a sinister smile. That I advise you not to act rashly. Just moments ago, the greedy Hamer was eliminated for his fierce resistance. I assume you do not wish to be the next. Upon hearing this, Bumir's struggle ceased. Heaven have mercy, Galagas. I did not take your wine. However, I know who did. If you let me go, I will lead you to them. Bumir muttered in a subdued manner. Galagas's smile widened at this response. That he cheerfully instructed two pirate underlings to release Bumir, then approached him, draping an arm around his shoulder and whispering, I knew you were not that sort of person. My friend, rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you today. That I will take the alcohol from your establishment. Do not worry, allow me to explain. This wine will be considered a purchase on my part, with an additional 10% added to the cost as a favor to my brother. Once I finish here, I still have another establishment to visit. Bumir, upon hearing Galagas mention another establishment, quickly grasped the implication. Brother, I sense that you may be short-handed. What if it delays your delivery time? Shall I lend you some of my men? Really? I would be grateful. We are brothers. Who else could I rely on? It's unfortunate that the competition in this port area is so fierce, and I cannot persuade them otherwise. In the blink of an eye, two cunning old foxes successfully executed a tacit agreement, resulting in the misfortune of the neighboring taverns near the port. However, Galagas was unaware that a mischievous sprite was concealed within one of the empty barrels. The young pirates of the Beast Pirates, while transporting the liquor, paid no mind to the slight difference in weight. As long as the barrels were not empty, they took them all. Ultimately, over 300 barrels of liquor were amassed in a remarkably short span of time. Just as Sarah summoned the young pirates to assist in moving the alcohol, a motley group of individuals, led by Graves, arrived aboard the phantom ship. At that moment, Albat lay on the deck basking in the sun. Raising an eyebrow at the newcomers, who are these individuals? Graves leaned closer to Albat's ear, gesturing towards several burly men with their heads bowed nearby, and whispered, Those fellows are the fools who recently fell into our trap. The Mongma family intended to use them as organ donors, but somehow they learned that these imbeciles belonged to our beast pirates, and thus they were released. He then pointed to a young man with a sycophantic expression. That chap is Mongma Hill, the head of the Mongma family from Sea Swallow Island. According to him, he has come to offer his apologies. Albat gazed in the direction Graves indicated. Let those fools take a dip in the sea to sober up. As for Mongma Hill, you may approach. Upon hearing Albat's command, Mongma Hill hurriedly trotted over to Albat's side. Albat rose, and a perceptive subordinate immediately fetched a chair and placed it behind him, sitting grandly on the chair. Albat regarded Mongma Hill and said, Considering that you have not overstepped too far, I shall grant you an opportunity to explain yourself. I sincerely apologize, esteemed Lord Albat, Mongma Hill said with a smile. Bowing slightly in a show of contrition. Oh, you know me, Albat replied, intrigued. Certainly, the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, the notorious evil dragon Albat. With a bounty of 870 million berries. I would not mistake you for anyone else. Mongma Hill maintained his smile, his words tinged with respect. In this world, where many suffer from face blindness and distorted perceptions, information is often not readily available. People frequently rely on bounty posters to identify individuals, likely having never encountered the real person. Some individuals can effortlessly impersonate others with a bit of makeup and modification based on the distinctive features depicted on the wanted posters. However, as the well-informed head of the Mongma family, Mongma had evidently confirmed Albat's true identity during this period. I am deeply troubled by the inadvertent offense caused by my family members to your esteemed crew. Mongma waved his hand, and several men in black suits carried large black briefcases onto the deck of the Phantom ship. We have specially brought gifts to express our apologies, and I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Mongma adopted a very submissive posture, increasingly aware of the immense power that the beast pirates represented. The Mongma family could not afford to provoke them, even if they united all the underground forces of Sea Swallow Island. Apologies. Albat observed the briefcases before him, feeling somewhat speechless. Isn't the North Sea rife with criminal organizations? Why are you all so deferential? Spanday might be one thing, but what about your Mongma family? As one of the local tyrants of the North Sea, shouldn't you be a bit more audacious? However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With Mongma displaying such a demeanor, Albat had no intention of making things difficult for him. It is not the mark of a villain to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. That would be the behavior of a madman. A pirate seeking to grow and thrive. Creating brilliance is essential. Beyond mere violence, understanding human relationships is a significant asset. In his previous life as a reclusive individual, Albat lacked in this area, but that did not mean he was oblivious. He instructed 2 young pirates to transport the gifts to the storeroom, after which he began engaging in pleasantries with Mongma. While the two conversed, Senor and the others successfully brought over the 200 barrels of liquor onto the Phantom ship. The scene aboard the Phantom ship was one of bustling activity, catching the eye of a big-nosed, bruised pirate aboard the Roger Pirate's ship, who watched with envy. Hey, Rayleigh, what do you think about us making a grab for that haul? Sir Baz Rayleigh, sporting a golden pompadour, looked at his captain, whose mind was brimming with erratic thoughts, and questioned with confusion. Just recently, you were chummy with them, and now you're thinking of robbing them? Roger, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Isn't it perfectly reasonable for pirates to rob other pirates? Roger replied with a radiant smile. Besides, what I'm doing isn't really robbery. I'm merely reclaiming the treasure that belongs to our crew. Yesterday, in a fit of revelry, I forgot to collect the chips left on the table. That Albat character must have taken those chips I won and exchanged them for money. What's wrong with me taking something from him? Suddenly realizing he had misspoken, Roger froze and quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. So what you said about not winning any money when you came back was all a lie. Huh? Roger. Rayleigh's gaze glimmered ominously behind his glasses. We trusted you enough to entrust you with the last of our funds to gamble, and this is what you do. Meanwhile, the crew of the Roger Pirates stood up, grinning wickedly, their eyes glinting with malice as they approached Roger. Wait, I can explain. Bang, bang, bang. Enough. If you keep this up, I might just retaliate.